Chapter 1. Taking Advantage. This system is designed to exploit the advantages of the target system, excelling in the art of appropriation. Rejoice, host. Countless systems across myriad realms await your presence. In the kingdom of Clark, within the city of Soto, a young boy clad in fine garments stood on the street, his mouth agape in astonishment, seemingly shaken by some revelation. Pardon my interruption, but hold your applause for a moment. What is it, young host? Is your function solely to take advantage of the target system? Is there nothing else you can do? What happens if you fail to identify the target system? Host, I have faith in you. Keep striving. Stop playing dumb. Come out. It has been 8 long years since I was transported to this wretched place. After enduring such an interminable wait for a golden opportunity, I find that everything relies on the system's golden finger of others. Taking advantage? That requires there to be something to seize. Do you think it is easy to encounter a host with a system? Proceed 100 meters, and take a left you will discover a shop of celestial jars. The proprietor, Lin Fan, is a novice system host, presenting no threat and can be targeted. Well, Obi, I can actually encounter a host with a system? I've seen Douluo, but there was nothing like this. The young boy with fine garments dashed forward with remarkable speed towards his target. Bang! He crashed through a dilapidated wooden door. Astonishment etched on his face as he beheld the scene before him. A ragged young man struggled to arrange a series of earthen jars upon a table that appeared precariously on the verge of collapse, creaking ominously with each movement. What a dismal little shop. Are you certain this is a system? He looks so destitute. How could there be any advantages to seize? The boy's eyebrows twitched in skepticism. Oof. Do not be deceived by the shabby appearance. Damaging a single item here is utterly impossible. Although the proprietor, Lin Fan, currently possesses no strength, he is the invincible entity within this small domain. Moreover, refrain from contacting me here. If discovered, being locked onto a blacklist could lead to considerable trouble. Surely not. It's merely about taking a little advantage. Is he truly that stingy? It wouldn't cost him much. Of course. Would you be pleased if someone were to leech off your resources without your consent? That's a valid point. Welcome. I am Lin Fan, the proprietor of this establishment. This is the shop of celestial jars, containing a wealth of wonders. Becoming a formidable being is effortless here. The young man introduced himself with a broad smile. I am Mu Yun. Do you truly have items within these jars that can make me powerful? As the boy introduced himself, a glimmer of skepticism flickered in his eyes. It was prudent to feign doubt after all. The notion of becoming strong through opening jars was indeed absurd. Of course. This is the Celestial Jar Shop, renowned for its credibility. With just a modicum of financial investment and a sprinkle of luck, becoming a powerful figure is just around the corner. Lin Fan pounded his chest, his concern that he might inadvertently harm himself evident. Stop hammering away, do you not trust me? What's the price? If it is reasonable, I shall purchase them all, Mu Yun declared, standing tall with an air of confidence. Acquiring them all is impossible. Our shop has rules. A single individual may buy no more than 10 jars within a week, and each jar costs 100,000 gold soul coins, Lin Fan replied, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. 100,000 gold soul coins is no trifling sum. While it may be worth the treasures potentially contained within the jars, the shop is newly opened, and such a price could very well frighten customers away. The young boy across from him, though well-dressed, may not be able to afford such an amount. How exorbitant! Director Lin, since this is your grand opening, will you not offer some promotions? After all, I'm the very first patron of your establishment. Surely, a discount is in order? Mu Yun's brows knitted together in a display of discomfort. Lin Fan pondered briefly, then resolutely decided to take a leap of faith. It was essential for him to make a strong debut. Selling the jars would benefit him as the store manager, granting him access to exclusive jars that would enhance his abilities. Currently, he was invincible within the shop, but outside, he was merely an inexperienced novice. Very well, for the grand opening, I shall extend a special offer, a 10% discount, making each jar just 10,000 gold soul coins. This is a one-time offer. How many would you like, young Mu Yun? With a resounding thud, a large package landed on the table. Young Mu Yun, now brimming with bravado, exclaimed, "Here is 100,000 gold soul coins. It'll take 10 jars." Lin Fan stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the package. This was storage equipment, a scarce commodity in the Douluo world. To produce 100,000 gold soul coins so casually indicated that the boy possessed far more wealth than he initially assumed. That earlier display of hesitation act. Could it be that he had been outsmarted by a mere child? Gritting his teeth, Lin Fan retrieved 10 jars. As a novice shop manager, he lacked the experience to employ many ostentatious tactics. Mu Yun wasted no time. Seizing a specialized hammer, and striking the jars with practiced ease. His proficiency made Lin Fan question if this was indeed the boy's first time breaking jars. Director Lin, stop daydreaming. Come and see what treasures I've uncovered. Mu Yun urged, bouncing with excitement. Lin Fan let out a slight sigh of relief. This behavior seemed more reasonable than he had initially thought. Let me see your results, he said, glancing over. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he rubbed them to ensure he was not imagining things. Purple, 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 gold. He had struck the jackpot with 9 purples and 1 gold. How outrageous. The classifications of items within the jars are as follows: ordinary white, rare blue, perfect purple, legendary gold, and epic multicolored. Unbeknownst to others, Lin Fan, as the store manager, was well aware of the improbability of a purple jar. The odds of it yielding anything purple were exceedingly low. It was already considered fortunate to extract a blue item. Yet here they were with a staggering 9 purples and 1 gold. Even the most favored of fortune's children, or indeed, the heavens themselves, could hardly conjure such an outcome. After all, the system would not favor anyone. Divine intervention would prove futile. Well, what do you think? Has something remarkable been produced? Speak up. Manager Lin, Mu Yun exclaimed, his hands rubbing together in excitement, bouncing about with an innocent expression of pure delight. 3 awakening elixirs for martial souls, which allow for a secondary awakening post-absorption. A soul power enhancement potion that directly elevates soul power without side effects. A cell reinforcement serum that boosts physical capabilities upon injection, also without side effects. Chapter 2. The Evolution of Martial Souls. The Eye of Void, capable of discerning illusions and revealing the essence of things. Supreme Strength Pill, which grants an immediate increase of immense strength. 1,000-year soul ring essence that extends the lifespan of a soul ring by a millennium. Advanced observation hockey, drawn from the world of pirates, enhancing perceptual acuity. The devil fruit, specifically the bouncing fruit, a rule-altering fruit capable of repelling all, both tangible and intangible. Congratulations! So many wondrous items have emerged. Will you utilize them here and now? Lin Fan observed Mu Yun with a peculiar expression, his skepticism palpable. Despite being an inexperienced new store manager, he recognized the abnormality of the situation. The devil fruit from the pirate realm was inexplicably among the first items produced, and the shop had only just opened its doors without any connections to other worlds. How could such a fruit have materialized? Good things should be used promptly. Keeping them is unsafe. I shall use them all at once, Mu Yun declared without hesitation, revealing his martial soul. Suddenly, a rotund pig materialized from thin air, pinning little Mu Yun beneath it. Meow! A captivating cry escaped, causing Lin Fan to spit out his drink in surprise. Is it a cat? Yes, an orange tabby. Mu Yun struggled to extricate himself from beneath the orange cat, a look of exasperation on his face. Every time I summon him, he appears right on top of me, crushing me down. No matter how prepared I am, I can never evade him. It's utterly maddening. TSK, TSK, TSK. They say 9 out of 10 orange cats are plump, and the last one is merely a nuisance. Yours is certainly. Lin Fan's eyes reflected a mix of intrigue and skepticism regarding the combat prowess of this orange cat martial soul. Manager Lin, there's no need to doubt this fellow's combat effectiveness is quite complicated to describe. Why martial soul mutated during awakening? It possesses the speed, claws, fangs, grace, stealth, and shadow evasion typical of feline souls. Yet it has entirely evaded all those advantages, retaining only one skill, an adorably soft P.T. Yes, as soon as he finished speaking, the orange cat delivered a gentle pat on Mu Yun's back, so light, so soft, so endearing. Mu Yun couldn't suppress a sound that was entirely unbefitting of his age. Lin Fan was once again taken aback what was occurring. It was utterly enchanting, and he felt an inexplicable urge to rush forward and receive a pat himself. The strikes of this fellow lack any semblance of aggression. They merely induce a profound sense of comfort, an unparalleled tranquility, as if all fatigue and worries have been effortlessly dispelled. Mu Yun, with a hint of resignation, pinched the plump little paw of the orange cat, its softness truly delightful. Dispelling fatigue sounds rather appealing. Opening a massage parlor would surely be lucrative. In this industry, the remuneration for a gold-tier practitioner is exorbitantly high. If one were to fortuitously align with a wealthy patron, imagine how many years of toil could be circumvented. Lin Fan mused, his voice faltering awkwardly as he realized the inappropriateness of his thoughts. After all, how old could the other party be? 6, 7, perhaps 8? Too young. Indeed, Mu Yun, however, was unperturbed. He instinctively rubbed his nose, reflecting that he had effectively accomplished what Lin Fan suggested. Since awakening the Orange Cat martial spirit, he had, in a short span of 2 years, risen to the pinnacle of the industry, commanding a substantial appearance feat otherwise he wouldn't have been able to casually spend 100,000 gold soul coins. Yet it was precisely because he had amassed wealth through such means that his notoriety attracted the ire of numerous elders within his family, leading to a collective sanction and his eventual expulsion. Fortunately, he had retained some influential clients who discreetly intervened, safeguarding his fortune. Otherwise, he would have been left destitute. Alas, such memories bring forth tears. Strength, strength, I yearn for strength. Whenever Mu Yun recalled the greedy visages of those elders intent on seizing his hard-earned wealth, an insatiable desire for power surged within him. At this moment, an opportunity had presented itself. Big Orange consumed this devil fruit. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Yun issued the command. Without hesitation, the Orange Cat martial spirit devoured the fruit. When it came to eating, he was a level 10 expert. There was nothing he would shy away from. Little Mu Yun was quite generous, purchasing any food he encountered, regardless of its peculiar nature or whether it was palatable. Big Orange accepted all, never turning anything away. Mu Yun, in truth, entertained a whimsical hope that perhaps, by chance, the consumption of some extraordinary item might lead to a mutation in Big Orange. However, the outcome was disappointing rather than transforming. Big Orange simply continued to gain weight, evolving into a rotund feline. Lin Fan was once again taken aback by little Mu Yun's audacity. You didn't consume the devil fruit yourself? You gave it to your martial spirit? Moreover, it can actually eat it? A martial spirit is merely a manifestation of ability, not a tangible entity capable of consuming food. That is it a martial spirit or a beast of control? Faced with Lin Fan's confusion, Mu Yun rolled his eyes. How should I know? If an explanation is necessary, I can only assert that mutations are always possible. His primary concern now was Big Orange's condition. If consuming the devil fruit yielded no results, he would truly be at a loss, with no recourse left. As time passed, Big Orange remained unchanged. Alas, it appears to be ineffective. That I did say that giving a martial spirit a devil fruit would yield no benefit, a lamentable waste of a golden legend. Lin Fan sighed, expressing his regret. After all, this was a golden legend devil fruit. Consuming it should have been a stepping stone to greatness, merely a matter of time. Yet to Mu Yun's eyes, rather than disappointment, excitement was burgeoning. The appearance of the Orange Cat spirit, although unchanged, retained its singular skill. Though adorable. Slap now adorned with an additional bracket. Adorable slap. Mu Yun pondered for a moment, a smile gracing his lips. Big Orange consumed those 3 soul awakening elixirs. Awu. As the Orange Cat spirit completed its meal, Xiao Mu Yun could not help but burst into laughter. It worked. Come, come, come. He'll bestow upon you the observation hockey, and this broken illusion spirit eye as well. Orange Cat spirit variant awakened. Innate divine ability. Broken illusion spirit eye. Advanced observation hockey. Innate combat skills. Adorable slap, fatigue, damage, poison, dizziness, hallucination, petrification, and other abnormal states. Comprehended combat skills. Cat air cannon. By consecutively slapping the air, it compresses to form a cat paw-shaped air cannon with immense power. Cat slap flight can send others or oneself flying to a designated or random location without harm. Spatial opening palm. By repeatedly slapping against spatial barriers, one can create a space, requiring special spatial materials as a medium. Goodness, this time it's like trading a bird's gun for a cannon. Big Orange, you've finally become formidable. Let's see who dares to claim you are a useless spirit now. Who dares say, I am destined to be merely a cough cough cough. Almost revealing a little secret, Mu Yun cast a furtive glance at Lin Fan and then picked up other items. Next, it's my turn. Chapter 3, Soul Ring Selection. Cell Enhancement Potion. Use. Soul Power Enhancement Potion. Use. Supreme Strength Pill. Use. As the potions were consumed, Mu Yun felt an exuberant vitality surging throughout his body, as if every cell was rejoicing. Coupled with the overflowing soul power, even after he exerted every effort to compress it, he reached a saturation point, feeling as though he would explode if he did not break through soon. After all, he had awakened his spirit 2 years prior, having long achieved the threshold of level 10 soul power needed for a breakthrough. However, he had repeatedly compressed his soul power to solidify his foundation, which had delayed his advancement. Now, he was at his limit, teetering on the edge of an explosive outburst. No soul ring makes no difference. Quiet down. In the face of such a dire situation, Mu Yun remained unflustered, slapping his forehead with a casual hand. The soul power that was on the verge of spiraling out of control immediately settled down. Seeing his adept movements, Lin Fan's eyes brightened. It seemed the effect of the adorable slap was far more potent than the world acknowledged. Even without undergoing this evolution, it was by no means a mere frivolous spirit. Noticing Lin Fan's reaction, Mu Yun smiled wide, realizing that his little secret might have been uncovered. As a transmigrator, he understood the importance of survival. After the first time he had the orange cat spirit slap him, he discovered that the adorable slap not only alleviated fatigue, restoring his physical state to its peak, but also broke the shackles of life within the human body. The human race is inherently frail, ranking among the lowest in the vast expanse of myriad species. When compared to the inherently formidable races, such as gods, demons, spirits, and beasts, even the most ordinary of wild creatures outclass humanity in terms of physical prowess. This predicament is largely due to the constraints of life, akin to a series of shackles that firmly restrict the upper limits of human physical capabilities. In the realm of Douluo continent, the classification of soul ranks is as follows: Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Grandmaster, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, Soul Douluo, and Title Douluo. Essentially, the goal is to break free from these life shackles, elevate one's existence, and ultimately transcend to divinity. The specific method employed is through soul rings, harnessing their immense energy to unlock these constraints. However, Mu Yun possesses a rather unique soul skill that circumvents the traditional reliance on soul rings to shatter the shackles of life, and he has accomplished this feat not merely once, but on 5 occasions over the past 2 years. Thus, despite being merely a novice at level 10, his life level rivals that of a Soul King at level 50 and above. Furthermore, after utilizing a cellular enhancement potion, Mu Yun's physical capabilities have reached the pinnacle of a Soul King. Yet this time, the life shackles are exceptionally resilient, leaving him with no option but to resort to the conventional means provided by soul rings. He arrived in Douluo City not only due to being cast out by his family, but also with the intention of entering the Douluo forest to acquire a soul ring. Given his current condition, enduring a 10,000-year soul ring poses little challenge. However, his soul power is somewhat lacking. Despite numerous compressions and the use of soul-boosting potions, he has only reached the level of a 30-something Great Soul Master, rendering him incapable of defeating a 10,000-year soul beast. Unless someone were to assist him by severely wounding the soul beast, he would have no choice but to strike at the opportune moment. Mu Yun furrowed her delicate brows and cast her gaze upon Lin Fan. She then discreetly shook her head. Although Manager Lin appeared invincible in this realm, once he stepped outside, he would become an utter novice, utterly incapable of offering assistance. What a predicament! Must she truly seek aid from those individuals at Shrek Academy? Mu Yun's expression was one of inner turmoil. He was genuinely reluctant to engage with the individuals from Shrek Academy. Aside from the main cast, who were notoriously troublesome, there were 2 individuals among them whom he wished to avoid. Sighing, he decided to first delve into research, looking for any exceptionally weak 10,000-year soul beasts that he could potentially subdue. There was no choice, as he could not afford to let anyone discover his true nature. Setting aside the golden finger, the mere fact that his body could withstand a 10,000-year soul ring at level 10 was sufficient to attract unwanted attention, leading to him being captured for experimentation. Prudence and caution were paramount. After all, look at Tang San, who meticulously guarded his secrets, revealing nothing to anyone, not even to his own father. It was merely a martial arts manual, and Tang Sek's exceptional skills were hardly the pinnacle of martial literature. Wasn't it just a matter of transmigration? Without even a golden finger system, such trivial secrets were hardly worth comparing. The more he pondered, the more he felt the need for heightened vigilance. He had already revealed too much this time. Fortunately, there were no other patrons in the shop, and Boss Lin was not an ordinary person. Otherwise, he might have entertained thoughts of silencing anyone who knew too much, though he would hardly have the means to do so. Thank you, Boss Lin. I wish you prosperous business. I shall see you in 7 days. In Douluo City, the Grand Library, affiliated with the Spirit Hall, boasted an extensive collection of resources available for free to all Soul Masters. It must be said that the Spirit Hall excelled in fostering the development of Soul Masters, offering free assistance for awakening soul powers and providing relevant professional knowledge. Knowledge, particularly that which pertains to soul powers, is invaluable. Before the establishment of the Spirit Hall, such knowledge was tightly held by sects, dynasties, and noble families. Inaccessible to the common folk, it was unthinkable to acquire it, even at a price. As the sun rose, casting a gentle light at dawn, the library, just opened, was alive with movement. The librarian looked bewildered as a young boy clad in splendid attire dashed about, causing books on the shelves to flutter and create a cacophony. Whose child was this, frolicking in such a manner? This was hardly a search for information. It was clearly a game. Though the librarian murmured his discontent, he did not intervene. After all, one could not easily turn down a paying customer. The moment Muyan entered the Grand Library, he wasted no time and deposited 10,000 gold soul coins, instantly receiving the green light for his endeavors. At this moment, Muyan's eyes sparkled with a faint purple glow as he activated his breaking illusion spirit eye, possessing the fundamental ability of photographic memory, a skill common to nearly all spirit eyes. After a brief moment, Muyan finally came to a halt. He had found it, the soul ring suitable for him. And there were two options. Muyan's delicate brows furrowed once more, as she found herself ensnared by a dilemma. Both options were commendable. Yet the choice proved to be arduous. The big mouth flower, a botanical soul beast, flourishes on the periphery of the Douluo forest, particularly near the fearsome crocodile swamp. This solitary soul beast excels at setting traps to ensnare its prey, possessing the innate skill big mouth swallow, which falls under the spatial category. After a millennium, this skill evolves into a domain-type ability, capable of instantly capturing all prey within its spatial range. Its vulnerability lies in its immobility. The fact that it cannot move is a double-edged sword. While its spatial skills may pose a threat, they ultimately serve as traps. Armed with advanced observation haki, I can foresee the dangers of these traps, granting me an advantageous position. However, I am uncertain of the big mouth flower's resilience against attacks. My sole offensive skill is an air cannon, and I question whether it is sufficient to vanquish such a formidable opponent, given the significant disparity in levels. Chapter 4. An unwelcome encounter. The gold-eating refinement beast, which delights in consuming gold and iron ores, excels in metallurgy and ironworking, crafting various weapons from the smelted materials. It resides on the outskirts of the Douluo forest, traversing different veins of, or without a fixed domicile, possessing a measure of intelligence. Its innate skills include metallurgy and weapon crafting, alongside immense strength, a robust physique, and precise throwing abilities. However, its weaknesses are glaring: slow reactions, lack of speed, and ineptitude in combat, rendering it heavily reliant on its weapons. Should it lose its armament, chaos ensues. A soul beast adept in crafting weapons is indeed intriguing. Its vulnerabilities are apparent, yet its resilience remains uncertain. Furthermore, its nomadic nature complicates the task of locating it. After much contemplation, Muyan ultimately decided to pursue the big mouth flower, designating the gold-eating refinement beast as a secondary option. At the entrance of the Douluo forest, the clamor arose: "We are recruiting. A 5-member team is short 1 member. Seeking a versatile fighter with ranged capabilities and control, assistance is required." With a minimum level of 20, a 4-person squad, led by a level 33 Soul Master, announced their need for 1 more member, specifically a healer capable of detoxifying. Level restrictions were waived. A trio was setting sail, in search of a beautiful maiden, accompanied by a level 37 and a level 31 Soul Master for protection. They offered to assist with soul rings, promising that all wishes would be fulfilled, though spots were limited and level restrictions were absent. With the soul requirement being an attractive figure, amidst the cacophony, Muyan's gaze swept the area, and she instinctively recoiled. A golden-haired youth with an exotic air and a rotund red-haired individual were ostentatiously exuding their masculine allure. What a surprise to encounter such figures while searching for companions. Truly, they embodied the essence of Shrek Academy's reputation for virility. The notorious duo, the evil Eye White Tiger Dai Mubai, and the evil Fire Phoenix Ma Hongjun. How troublesome it is to cross paths with them. Wait a moment, if they are present, could it be that others might be as well? Amidst his displeasure, Muyan's eyes narrowed as an ominous thought crossed his mind. He then extended his observation aura and, as anticipated, discovered that several members of the Shrek 7 were nearby, albeit in separate teams. Tang San and Xiao Wu formed one group, inevitably accompanied by the 2 ever-adhesive companions. Meanwhile, Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, and the ever-enthusiastic Oscar were together. Notably, the esteemed teachers of Shrek were absent, seemingly engaged in training within the Douluo forest. Suddenly, Zhu Shiqing, who had been casting a gaze filled with disdain towards Dai Mubai, appeared to sense something and abruptly turned her head. Muyan instinctively recoiled, exclaiming in surprise at the close call of being caught. This woman remained as perceptive as ever. The mere pause of my gaze upon her did not escape her notice. Truly, she possessed the keen awareness of a phantom spirit cat martial soul. Initially, he had planned to venture into the Douluo forest alone, although somewhat conspicuous. It was not an insurmountable issue since no one recognized him. He could simply obscure his face. However, circumstances had changed, while Douluo could be manageable. As they were not particularly familiar and had not seen each other in over a year, Zhu Qing would undoubtedly recognize him. She could identify him without needing to see his face, merely by scent. Not long ago, it had been this very girl who had cornered him, resulting in his expulsion from the family. Despite having bathed, changed, and even disguised himself, he had still been unable to evade her tracking, ultimately being caught red-handed. A throng of individuals burst in, creating a scene akin to a public humiliation. Fortunately, it was the large orange cat that was being massaged, and given his young age, he sat obediently to the side. In truth, he was merely quick to react. Otherwise, it would have indeed become a grand scandal. Alas, there was no choice but to find a team to blend in with for the time being. Before long, he stumbled upon a group. So, your soul master is leading this team, and you are short one member for support, regardless of rank, correct? While the rank was indeed flexible, it should not be overly so. Gazing at the small child before her, barely standing at 1.20 meters, the woman responsible for recruitment wore a wry smile. You appear to be around 8 years old, at best, likely only at the 11th or 12th rank. Our team's objective is to confront the bloodthirsty poison bee on the outskirts of the Douluo forest. That creature is a level 30 soul beast and a pack hunter. We cannot guarantee your safety if you enter. Little one, you are mistaken. I am not at the 11th or 12th rank, but rather at the 10th. Furthermore, the bloodthirsty poison bee possesses but a singular innate skill, the flying poison needle. Its attack trajectory is quite evident, and its speed is not particularly swift. Moreover, it is not lethally toxic. Its effects merely include continuous bleeding and paralysis, but it is not deadly. What is there to fear? As long as treatment is timely, such poison would scarcely impact one's combat effectiveness. Muyan blinked his sincere little eyes, wearing a nonchalant expression. The extensive reading in the Grand Library had not been in vain. He could now be considered a theoretical master on par with Yu Xiaojiang. However, the infamous blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex had suffered a setback, awakening a mutated martial soul that turned him into a mere flatulent pig. Over the past 2 years, many had drawn parallels between him and others, creating a sense of camaraderie among the similarly unfortunate. What do you have to say, woman recruiting for positions? A middle-aged man approached. Lu Yin, what has transpired? Captain, this child wishes to join us, and I am currently declining him. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows. If he is not suitable, then swiftly find someone who is. Do not waste my time. Assisting your brother in acquiring a soul ring has cost me a considerable sum. I am a person who earns hundreds of gold soul coins by the minute. All right, I will expedite the process. However, auxiliary soul masters are quite rare, and finding one at this moment proves to be quite challenging. There was a little girl from the Seven-Colored Glass sect who was an auxiliary soul master, but her support was not directed towards healing or detoxification. Additionally, there was a young lad who specialized in food-related auxiliary abilities. He could indeed heal and detoxify, but he was utterly preoccupied with that girl from the Seven-Colored Glass sect, paying me no mind at all. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Muyan couldn't help but smile. Well, if there are no options left, why not give me a try? To be frank, while it is true that auxiliary soul masters possessing both healing and detoxification abilities do exist, they are rare and surely not at a mere 20-something levels. As for the food-type auxiliary soul master you encountered, he is an exceptional rarity. Thus, your choices are indeed limited. Lastly, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. If you do not choose me, rather than embarking on a futile quest to find a suitable auxiliary soul master akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, it would be wiser to invest in some healing and detoxification potions. They would likely cost only a few thousand gold soul coins, which is a modest sum. After all, your captain can earn hundreds of gold soul coins in no time. Surely a little could be spared. The middle-aged man twitched at the corners of his mouth. His fee for assisting someone in obtaining a soul ring was merely 1,000 gold soul coins. As for the claim of earning hundreds by the minute, it was evidently a boastful exaggeration. If he truly had such earning capabilities, he wouldn't be trudging around to take on jobs. All right, enough said. You will do. Chapter 5. Plans cannot keep pace with change in the starry Great Forest. The scene before Muyan profoundly altered his perception of the standard combat level within the Douluo continent. On their side, Lu Yan's elder brother, a level 30 soul master, wielded the formidable gorilla spirit, his feet ensconced within dual-colored soul rings of white and yellow, bellowing as he charged to the forefront. Lu Yin, a level 29 Soul Master. Clad in the embodiment of the Crimson Fox spirit and also standing upon dual-colored soul rings, positioned herself at the rear, fervently casting her foxfire. Meanwhile, the soul level 33 Soul Sovereign on their team was supported by 3 soul rings of white, yellow, and yellow, strenuously unleashing a barrage of descending boulders. However, the alignment of their soul rings was far from optimal. It appeared that the third soul ring was no more than 500 years old, likely derived from a falling stone beast. Though the spectacle was imposing, the actual might amounted to merely 1,000 jin, which was rather unimpressive. Mu Yin couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Even before taking the Supreme Strength Pill, he possessed a strength of 1,000 pounds. The Soul Master exerting all his might was merely comparable to a casual strike from his former self, which was truly pathetic. It is no wonder that in his past life, some claimed that Douluo was the weakest among fantasy realms. Its combat prowess was inferior to that of many high martial arts practitioners. The pinnacle of the titled Douluo's ultimate abilities yielded only a strength of 100,800 pounds, which, within the realm of high martial arts, merely equated to that of a grandmaster, far removed from the realms of terrestrial immortals and celestial beings. Soon, Mu Yin discerned the truth. This was a battle of novices. Although the venomous stingers of the bloodthirsty poison bee swarmed like a tempest, their potency was indeed feeble. The brother of Lu Yin, positioned at the forefront, appeared to be covered in stings, blood oozing profusely and creating a frightful spectacle. Yet, the stings had penetrated merely a fraction, not even qualifying as a light injury. With a single swipe of his palm, Mu Yin sent the injuries, fatigue, and toxins flying away, instantly restoring his body to its peak condition. This indicated that from the very outset, their side was already in an invulnerable position. However, what he had not anticipated was the somewhat lacking offensive power of his side. After half an hour of combat, the bloodthirsty poison bees had scarcely been diminished. Most had merely been knocked to the ground, and their numbers continued to swell, pouring in from all directions, evoking the sensation of having disturbed a hornet's nest. With such quantity and reinforcements, it felt as though they were facing an overwhelming horde. Astonishingly, bloodthirsty poison bees dating back a millennium had emerged, alongside those from 5,000 and 9,000 years past. Goodness, given the current situation, could there be bloodthirsty poison bees in the vicinity that were over 10,000 years old? Mu Yin became serious, unleashing the orange cat spirit and extending his observation. Indeed, 30 miles to the southeast, he discovered a colossal beehive, at the center of which lay a massive bloodthirsty venomous bee, the queen of bloodthirsty venomous bees, aged 30,000 years. Remarkably, there were no guards in sight. What an opportunity! Mu Yin's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. The bloodthirsty poison bee queen and the bloodthirsty poison bees of 10,000 years are entirely different entities. Upon reaching the age of 10,000 years, the bloodthirsty poison bees undergo a tremendous transformation. Their toxins mutate, rendering each of these ancient bees' venom unique, incurable, and exceedingly lethal. Moreover, their speed surpasses the sound barrier, and their exoskeletons exhibit significantly enhanced defensive capabilities. Their stingers possess the ability to pierce armor, making them exceedingly formidable adversaries. In contrast, when the bloodthirsty poison bee queen reaches 10,000 years, it evolves in an entirely different manner, constructing a nest that is not merely an ordinary dwelling, but rather a spatial nest. Though its exterior appears unremarkable, within lies an expansive realm, with a remarkably sturdy spatial structure that even beings of far superior strength find difficult to breach. Furthermore, it possesses commanding and summoning abilities, leading an innumerable army, including many kin who have surpassed the age of 10,000 years as guardians. Generally speaking, residing within its nest, it enjoys an almost unparalleled level of safety. Despite its own physical constitution being exceedingly frail, indeed, it is even weaker than a century-old bloodthirsty poison bee. Yet now, with a firm stamp of his foot, Mu Yin instantaneously appeared beside an approximately 800-year-old bloodthirsty venom bee. In a swift motion, he delivered a powerful slap, momentarily incapacitating the creature. His control over the immense force of over 10,000 pounds still imperfect, nearly delivering a fatal blow. Subsequently, he tossed the nearly lifeless bloodthirsty venom bee to Lu Yin's brother, calmly advising, "Flee for your life," for the ancient bloodthirsty venom bee approaches. Without awaiting a response, he extended his observation hockey to lock onto the beehive, slapping his chest. "Away I go? No, that should be away I." With a soft pop, he vanished from the spot. These few individuals were merely strangers who had fortuitously formed a temporary alliance. They were not well acquainted, and many did not even know each other's names. They had not inquired, nor did they care to ask. Even the woman's name, Lu Yan, was something he had gleaned from the mouth of that soul master. Assisting them in capturing their target and issuing a warning was already quite generous. Whether they believed one another or whether they would ultimately survive was inconsequential. It was best to leave their fates to chance. Within the hive, the queen bee was indulging in the exquisite nectar known as 100-flower honey, a delicacy crafted from the countless efforts of her subjects who scoured the starry forest to gather hundreds of rare blossoms. Just as she savored the nectar, a plump creature suddenly appeared, snatching the 100-flower honey away and greedily consuming it in one gulp. Delicious honey, rich and fragrant. Who are you? An enemy attack. Guards, save me. The bloodthirsty venom bee queen, alarmed, propelled her hefty body, rolling and scrambling towards the entrance of the grand hall. At the entrance, soft as silk, a single breath to seize. Behold, I shall reward you with a blast of air. Boom. In an instant, Muyun appeared before the queen bee, delivering a powerful air cannon strike squarely upon her visage. Following this, he relentlessly pursued her, unleashing a flurry of devastating blows without any regard for martial decorum. With sheer force, he rained down hundreds of punches until the queen bee was reduced to a pulpy mass, and only then did Mu Yun cease his assault. The entire ordeal transpired in mere seconds, exemplifying his efficiency in combat. It was amusing to note the queen's lack of battle acumen, instead of devising a means of escape. She sought assistance in her moment of peril, seemingly oblivious to the idea of self-rescue. As a spatial soul beast, even one devoid of formidable combat skills would inherently possess a spatial barrier. Given the complexity of her spatial layer, it was unfathomable that she lacked even the rudimentary skill of a spatial barrier. Perhaps she had grown complacent in her comfort, and the shock from my air cannon had left her dazed. Had she managed to hold out until her subordinates returned, it might well have been I who faced peril. Subsequently, Mu Yun absorbed the soul rings with ease. A soul beast devoid of combat awareness offered no resistance. As he gazed down upon the dark circle of soul rings at his feet, a sense of delight washed over him. Each soul ring represented a millennium of experience, with some being as ancient as 30,000 years. Strength was secondary. What truly mattered was the elegance of it all. With a resounding clang, the absorption of the soul rings came to fruition, and a black object fell to the ground. To his surprise, it was a soul bone. What fortuitous luck! As Mu Yun joyfully picked up the soul bone, a sudden tremor coursed through his body upon reading its information. His face could not help but display an exuberant expression, almost compelling him to dance with delight. He had struck gold, a spatial type head soul bone, no less. It was none other than the Chapter 6 spatial divine technique. The queen bee head soul bone, a true sovereign of space, endowed with the innate skill of spatial mastery and containing the nest of the space queen. With a 30,000-year bloodthirsty poison bee queen spirit ring, it boasted skills of spatial leap and spatial phasing. Spatial leap allowed one to concentrate and perceive spatial coordinates, enabling instantaneous movement to that location. Meanwhile, spatial phasing rendered the body intangible, allowing one to merge into the fabric of space, thereby immunizing against all physical attacks. To my astonishment, a single spirit ring possessed not one, but two divine skills, both extraordinary in their own right. The spatial leap bore a resemblance to the instantaneous movement seen in Dragon Ball, zipping across the cosmos in an instant. The other skill was akin to the elementalization found in One Piece. These were truly divine escape techniques, and yet, it seemed absurd that I had vanquished it without it utilizing even one. While the first skill's ineffectiveness could be attributed to its panicked state, making it difficult to focus on perceiving spatial coordinates, the reasoning behind the second divine skill's failure remained enigmatic. Mu Yun recalled a fleeting moment when everything seemed to blur, but he swiftly dispelled it with a single slap. At this moment, he also comprehended that the adorable strike of the orange cat spirit was not merely a physical assault. It could transcend the tangible and intangible realms, banishing even the elusive concept of emotion, let alone the triviality of elemental phantoms. He chuckled inwardly, realizing this was truly a perfect counter, and it was unfortunate for his adversary. As Mu Yun joyfully refined the soul bone, the very essence of the lair's spatial core, the surroundings began to absorb its power. However, the smile upon Mu Yun's face gradually transformed into a mask of rigidity, for he found himself encircled by an overwhelming horde of bloodthirsty venomous bees, layered thrice within and without. Among them, 8 were of the ancient lineage, each surpassing a millennium in age. Now, if I were to claim that I merely passed through this place, that I am not the one responsible for your leader's demise, and that the hive's disappearance holds no relevance to me, would you believe me? Mu Yun gently touched the tip of his nose, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Suddenly, 8 ancient bloodthirsty poison bees transformed into supersonic bombers, descending upon him from all directions. His home, which had provided comfort for so many years, was now lost in an instant. That beloved, esteemed, yet indolent elder sister was also gone. Who could possibly endure such a calamity? Space jump. Mu Yun pressed his index finger against his brow, instantly invoking a divine technique. As a seasoned fan of the Dragon Ball series, he felt a sense of ritual was essential, even if this action seemed somewhat superfluous. Just before his departure, he had time to make a playful grimace and gesture. Unlike that inept queen bee, with the mastery of observation hockey, perceiving spatial coordinates was a trivial task for him. With a blink of his eyes, Mu Yun found himself back in Soto City, right in front of the jar shop. Ah, is that not little Mu Yun? How come you're back so soon? Lin Fan remarked, leaning languidly against the doorframe. Only a day has passed. You need to wait 7 days to smash jars again. Hee. I encountered danger in the Stardow Forest, so I essentially brought myself back, Mu Yun replied with a grin, concealing the truth of his spatial leap by saying he was merely returned, as both methods shared a semblance of sudden appearance. How's business today, boss? Sigh. Don't even mention it. Aside from you, not a single customer has graced this place. A few came by, but as soon as I quoted the price, they left, cursing me as a fraudulent swindler. It's quite disheartening. Seeing the pitiful expression on his face, Mu Yun felt a pang of sympathy. How about I vouch for you, asserting that your jars are authentic? 10,000 gold soul coins is a bargain, truly of value beyond measure. Would that even help? Lin Fan asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. With a hearty laugh, little Mu Yun replied, not really. I lack any notoriety. No one would believe me. But while my words may go unheeded, I know someone whose words carry weight. She is both innocent and affluent. In terms of wealth, few surpass her family. And she is particularly trusting of others. A mischievous smile danced upon Mu Yun's lips as he recalled a day 2 years prior. It was on that occasion that he awakened his orange cat martial spirit, feeling rather discontent while basking in the sun by the riverbank. A petite girl in a pink dress had cheerfully approached him, offering words of comfort. Upon hearing that the orange cat martial spirit could bring pleasure, she insisted on experiencing it for herself. The outcome, however, was her running away with flushed cheeks, never to return again. One could consider her his first client, albeit one who had fled without payment. This incident had nearly faded from his memory, especially since she hadn't even shared her name. Yet today, upon catching a glimpse of Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, her features began to merge with those of that little girl from long ago. Though it is said that girls undergo significant transformations as they mature, with each passing year bringing forth new changes, the most striking difference lay in her figure, while her face still bore a resemblance to that of her younger self. So, thank you very much, but what has prompted such enthusiasm in you? Mu Yun's demeanor perplexed Lin Fan. Haha, I am indeed renowned for being a kind-hearted and helpful young gentleman. Since I have some free time on my hands, I shall seek out someone tomorrow. She ventured into the starry forest today and is likely to return only by tomorrow. Mu Yun chuckled lightly and waved his hand as he departed. One might wonder about his eagerness. It certainly had little to do with altruism. After all, there is no incentive to rise early without profit. His primary motivation stemmed from the system. Lin Fan's business was languishing. Without the sale of jars, there would be no exclusive jars returned to him. He was utterly destitute. Who could he possibly exploit? Having waited an entire day without any developments, it seemed probable that the 10 jars he purchased were discounted items, unrecognized by the system. Hence no jars were returned. He felt as though he had traded a watermelon for a sesame seed. He saved 90,000 gold soul coins, yet lost an exclusive jar, the one meant for the store manager, undoubtedly distinct from the regular ones on sale, capable of yielding significant profits. What a loss! Grumbling all the way back to his quarters, he lay down on the bed only to suddenly snap up, his pupils contracting. Who is it? Show yourself. Then, shadows twisted, and a figure emerged from the darkness. Impressive, you've improved. You can actually sense my presence now. Far better than a few weeks ago when I tracked you for hours without you noticing. Hearing that familiar voice, Mu Yun's teeth clenched in ire. Zhu Zhuqing, you rascal. When did you learn a spatial-type soul skill to use against me, your own brother? You have not only severed my financial lifeline but also banished me from home, even stripping me of my surname. Why do you treat me this way? Do you believe you are justified? Zhu Zhiqing ignored Mu Yun's furious outburst, casually pulling a chair over to sit elegantly with her legs crossed and a playful smile gracing her lips. Isn't this precisely what you desired? For the past 2 years, you have played the role of a pig to eat the tiger, acting cautiously and subtly, even demeaning yourself. All to accumulate wealth and to fade from the sight of the Douluo Empire's royalty, correct? Chapter 7. Mending past grievances. Although your martial soul awakening was a failure and has taken a turn for the worse, you possess a full innate soul power of level 10. This is exceedingly rare in the annals of martial soul awakenings, and for this reason alone, the Douluo royal family would not allow you to flourish. Furthermore, as the legitimate heir of the Zhu family, you are destined to inherit the position of family head. They would not dare take that risk. For the past century, the Douluo royal family's treatment of our Zhu clan has been clear. Women may excel, but they must marry royal princes, leading to mutual destruction, with only the surviving one, regardless of how exceptional, ultimately falling into the royal fold. As for men, they are permitted to be mediocre. Those who excel either perish or go missing, while the fortunate ones are rendered useless, at least sparing their lives. Our father became the family head merely by being the best among the less capable, and his soul power, cultivated through resources, is likely insufficient to even rival a formidable soul sage. Although I was previously unaware of the means by which you suppressed your innate soul power at level 10. Enduring for 2 years without acquiring a soul ring, it has recently become evident that such repression can no longer be maintained. Your father has received word that someone has orchestrated an advanced strategy, waiting to confront you when you venture out to obtain your soul ring. Thus, he has sought a pretext to send you away and even stripped you of your rightful inheritance as the head of the family, all with the intention of safeguarding you. Do not harbor resentment towards him for this. Mu Yun gazed at the enchanting figure before him, a woman with long, flowing black hair and exquisite features, whose beautiful eyes held a hint of coldness tinged with an eerie stillness. With a subtle tone, he inquired, "You mentioned that someone has orchestrated this in advance. May I ask, who does this someone refer to? Is it merely the starry royal family?" Zhu Zhiqing fell silent for a moment, her eyes widening in astonishment. "You actually know?" She replied. "Those old fogies within the clan have meddled quite a bit, haven't they? The royal family's objective is to eradicate threats, while they, it seems, are merely after my little fortune." Mu Yun squinted his eyes, beginning to recall the elders who often targeted him. He noted their behavior in a small notebook, intending to settle the score later. Small change. Over the past 2 years, your earnings must have exceeded 10 million gold soul coins, right? That's still considered small change. Zhu Zhiqing gritted her teeth, her small tiger fangs clicking together. She was not one to indulge in extravagant spending. Her savings, including her New Year's money, had barely surpassed 100,000 gold soul coins. Meanwhile, this little brat, relying on his martial soul's charm, was raking in millions. It was utterly outrageous. Heh. All of this is the fruit of my hard work. Don't be jealous now. Uft, I wouldn't be jealous. Perhaps you will be soon. And you might even find yourself borrowing money from me. Absolutely not. By the way, my brilliant second sister, I came to Soto City to relax and escape some troubles. What brings you here? Mu Yun lay languidly on the bed, exhausted from a day of turmoil. While he could use the ability of his orange cat martial soul to dispel fatigue, he saw no need to be so restless. Sleep was still essential. There is a Shrek Academy here, reputed to only accept monsters, with a commendable faculty. I am here to grow stronger. A glimmer of hope flickered in Zhu Zhiqing's eyes. Perhaps it could be called her last hope. While it may be true that they only accept monsters, the claim of having a strong faculty borders on deception. With such high admission standards, there are hardly a few who meet the criteria. Principal Fred is so impoverished that he may be struggling to pay the teachers' salaries. Mu Yun chuckled, recalling how Shrek refused to accept students while refusing to refund the registration fees, even resorting to showcasing soul rings to intimidate others. Wasn't this simply a form of deception? Oh, my clever sister, you aren't pursuing that irresponsible rogue Dai Bai, are you? No, it's not about him. Zhu Zhiqing stammered for the first time, a hint of panic creeping into her voice. Was she attempting to ignite his fighting spirit, to contest for that position? You should think this through. There are only 2 possible outcomes. If you fail, you perish. If you succeed, my elder sister Zhu Zhuyun meets her demise. Then what am I to do? I do not wish for my sister to die, yet I do not wish to meet my own end either. Zhu Zhiqing uttered helplessly, the depths of despair reflected increasingly in her eyes. Mu Yun slowly sat up, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips, as a formidable aura gradually emanated from him. Why should we adhere to the rules set by the Douluo royal family? They relish in their survival of the fittest doctrine, so let them indulge in it. Why must my Zhu family be sacrificed? Just because of those two obscure titled Douluos hidden deep within the palace? One at level 91 and the other at level 92, both bolstered by resources, which would mean nothing in the spirit hall. Sooner or later, I shall strike them down. Zhu Zhuqing covered her crimson lips, her face etched with shock and disbelief, exclaiming, "This aura, are you, a soul king?" "No, I am merely a 20th level soul master who has just obtained my first soul ring," Muyan replied, retracting his aura and returning to a languid state. 20th level? Nonsense. We have several Soul King instructors at Shrek Academy, and their auras are not nearly as potent. Wait a moment, you reached 20th level right after acquiring your soul ring? How many years is that soul ring? The first soul ring has a limit of 423 years. And after absorption, the soul power feedback would typically be around level 12. Yet you absorbed the soul ring and instantly attained level 20? Then, buzz. A black soul ring appeared beneath Mu Yun. Look at your naive expression. A 30,000-year soul ring. Surprised, aren't you? Mu Yun proudly displayed his soul ring. Ah, a black one. It truly is a 10,000-year soul ring. This is inconceivable. According to the Master's theoretical research, the upper limit for the first soul ring is merely 423 years. Even under exceptional circumstances, such a vast discrepancy is unimaginable. Amid Zhu Zhuqing's exclamations, Mu Yun could not help but scratch his ears. Indeed, what a piercing voice. It felt as though it might rupture his eardrums. Is not the so-called limit merely an invitation to be surpassed? There is no need for such astonishment. Furthermore, the master you refer to is undoubtedly Yu Xiaojiang. The theory regarding the first soul ring's limit of 423 years is something the Spirit Hall has long established. It was not his original discovery, so let us refrain from embellishing his contributions. Consider this. The probability of how many years the soul ring limit encompasses is not a mere figment of imagination. It demands extensive statistical data and calculations, tasks that only a large institution like the Spirit Hall could undertake. Additionally, my astute elder sister, if you truly wish to grow stronger, you must disregard Yu Xiaojiang's theoretical frameworks, especially regarding soul ring compatibility. That notion is indeed laughable. Chapter 8. Reasonable instruction does not produce monsters. How could this be? I find the Master's analysis of soul ring compatibility to be quite reasonable. Zhu Zhuqing's expression reflected her skepticism. Although her acquaintance with Yu Xiaojiang has been brief, the depth of his theoretical research on soul beasts has garnered the respect of all the Shrek 7 monsters. Indeed, it is precisely because it is so reasonable that it hinders true strength, nay, perhaps it is more accurate to say that it limits strength, rendering it wholly insufficient. Mu Yun chuckled softly, shaking his head as he noticed Zhu Zhuqing's skeptical gaze. He continued, his theory regarding the distribution of soul rings cannot be deemed entirely erroneous. However, it is merely insufficient. It can produce exceptional soul masters, yet it fails to cultivate true monsters. Allow me to illustrate with an example. Tang San, his pride and joy, his most esteemed disciple. The first soul ring chosen for him by Yu Xiaojiang was that of the mandala snake, designed to enhance the resilience of the blue-silver grass while incorporating a trace of paralyzing toxin. On the surface, this seems quite logical. Yet, upon deeper reflection, one must ponder, how formidable can a mandala snake, which has lived for merely 400 years, truly be? How much sturdiness can the blue-silver grass absorb from it? Nevertheless, it is undeniable that Tang San's first soul skill, entanglement, proves exceedingly difficult to escape from. Zhu Zhuqing remained perplexed. Do you genuinely believe that is solely the mandala snake's merit? The blue-silver grass is not uniform. Tang San's blue-silver grass is indeed. Mu Yun's words were not entirely transparent. After all, the art of divination is best kept under wraps. It is prudent not to disclose matters concerning the blue-silver emperor. Words can be a double-edged sword, and one can never be sure which hidden corner might harbor Tang San's father, a man known for his unyielding nature. Should he embark on a path of violence to silence others, it would spell disaster. Furthermore, the notion of that numbing toxin is rather ludicrous. Tang San is an expert in poison and surely does not need to concern himself with such trivial toxins. The poison on his hidden weapons vastly surpasses that of the mandragorous snake by 100-fold. As for the second soul skill, parasitism, derived from the ghost vine, it is a tedious technique that releases seeds to parasitize the human body, awaiting root and sprout. Does one truly expect their opponent's martial soul to succumb to such folly? Would a soul master recklessly charge into melee with blue-silver grass? When faced with such foolishness, Tang San would dispatch the battle with his hidden weapons in an instant. Why engage in unnecessary struggle? It is akin to the absurdity of pulling down one's trousers to relieve oneself, an utter waste of effort. Zhu Zhuqing's fair visage flushed slightly. In summary, Tang San's prowess, which allows him to stand undefeated among his peers, is primarily due to his own formidable capabilities, rather than the compatibility with his martial soul. The purple extreme magic eyes can perceive the weaknesses of opponents, while the white jade hand, invulnerable to fire and water. Combined with the swift ghost shadow misty steps and the formidable array of hidden weapons, constitutes the foundation of Tang San's invincibility in his early days. Without these attributes, the fiery attacks of Ma Hongjun, the speed of Zhu Zhuqing, the close combat prowess of Xiao Wu, and the long-range capabilities of Dai Mubai's White Tiger Blaze would not be sufficient to contend with blue-silver grass. Zhu Zhuqing fell into a momentary contemplation, realizing that Tang San's ability to manipulate blue-silver grass so adeptly is largely due to his own strength, which leaves him unencumbered by worries. Even her swiftness is completely captured by his keen eyes, and Xiao Wu, despite being a master of close combat, would find no advantage against Tang San's exceptional fighting techniques, all of which are indeed largely independent of the martial soul. By the way, your second soul skill is not the Nether 100 Claws? Muyan inquired, somewhat perplexed. He recalled that in the original text, Zhu Zhuqing's second soul skill should have been the Nether 100 Claws, yet it had transformed into a spatial type skill. How did you know that my planned second soul skill was the Nether 100 Claws? Zhu Zhuqing responded, slightly anxious. She had initially sought to hunt the Nether 100 Claw leopard precisely for its signature skill, only to unexpectedly acquire the astonishing soul skill, Nether Shadow Kill. Is there a problem? Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of unease, as Mu Yun appeared somewhat more imposing in her eyes, seemingly surpassing even the master in skill. No, there is no problem. Or rather, you are quite fortunate to have the ability to infiltrate the shadows of your adversary and strike at a critical moment. This is truly impressive. A spatial type soul skill is far superior to the Nether 100 Claws. Your first soul skill, Nether Puncture, is also commendable. Your martial soul, the Nether Spirit Cat, is already swift, and with a sudden enhancement of speed, coupled with a spatial leap type skill, you become increasingly difficult to counter. However, the attack power could use some improvement. I plan to develop a third soul skill with formidable offensive capabilities. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's enthusiastic demeanor, Mu Yun's expression gradually morphed into one of bemusement. Wait a moment, you possess a cat martial soul, yet your third soul skill involves an offensive technique? Who imparted such a misguided notion to you? A master, perhaps? Surely, it cannot be so. The soul beast has already been chosen for me, the Netherwolf. It possesses a formidable skill known as the Nether Slash, reputed for its immense power. Mu Yun nearly choked with laughter. The Netherwolf and the Nether Slash. I am well aware of them. It merely entails bringing both hands together above one's head, merging the claws on each fingertip, and after channeling soul power, materializing a blade of darkness. This soul skill indeed possesses notable destructive capability, and at the level of a soul sovereign, it is quite impressive. However, this skill requires a minimum of 10 seconds to charge. You, a nimble attacker excelling in speed and spatial ambush, what need have you for such a lengthy charge? Are you aiming to transition into a powerful offensive role, engaging in direct confrontations with others? Do you fancy yourself as formidable as Dai Mubai, that ruffian tiger? Miyunyu's growing agitation stemmed from the realization that the spectral cat martial spirit, despite being a cat, was inherently adept at speed and stealth. Why squander soul rings on offensive capabilities? A cat is fundamentally a cat. How foolish it would be to engage in a direct confrontation with the likes of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus or white tiger martial spirits. Do you truly believe that Dai Mubai's third soul skill, White Tiger's diamond transformation, would yield to your little claws? They wouldn't even scratch the surface. What can I do? A weak attack is indeed a dilemma. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was one of frustration. Her spectral cat's lackluster offense had long plagued her. Against opponents like Dai Mubai, whose tough skin and robust defenses were formidable, striking swiftly to achieve victory was a daunting task, as she lacked a decisive finishing move. Ah, my astute elder sister. Have you never considered equipping yourself with a dagger? Or perhaps crafting two claw-shaped weapons? Must you rely solely on your fingernails? Alternatively, you could enlist Tang San to procure a formidable ranged weapon. Imagine a spectral shadow strike emerging from the enemy's shadow, launching a swift and merciless barrage. I refuse to believe anyone could react in time. Even if they survived, they'd be severely compromised. Zhu Zhiqing gasped, her delicate lips parting in astonishment. Her brother's cunning was rather sinister. Such a lethal combination of attacks would likely overwhelm even Principal Fred, a soul sage. Tomorrow I shall take you to a blacksmith, where we shall custom make 2 claws, perhaps even laced with poison. Then, I will lead you to a splendid place, ensuring your wishes are fulfilled. Chapter 9. The Drifting Bottle System. Who on earth is it now? Can anyone allow me a peaceful night's sleep? Muyin sprang up from his bed, filled with indignation as he unleashed a torrent of curses. He had just expelled Zhu Zhiqing, and his beautiful dream was on the verge of unfolding into something extraordinary when an inexplicable object struck him on the crown of his head, not a physical blow, but an assault on his very soul, one that transcended corporeal defenses. Then, a cacophonous voice intruded upon his dreamscape, rendering it impossible to remain in slumber. Douluo continent. Muyin, the drift bottle system has matched with you. Do you accept the invitation? Ah, what a delightful surprise. Here I am, peacefully slumbering at home, and suddenly, fortune falls from the heavens, beckoning me to seize the opportunity. How could I refuse? I accept the invitation. Upon making this choice, Muyin felt a flash before his eyes, and he found himself in a tranquil valley, where the melodies of birds harmonized with the fragrant blooms amidst verdant mountains and flowing waters. Petals of pink danced in the air, seemingly endless, defying gravity without a breath of wind. What on earth is happening? What a grand spectacle! Muyin's lips twitched slightly, and the steps he had taken were inconspicuously retracted. The petals, though beautiful, imparted an ominous sense of danger, as if each petal were a sharp blade, ready to rend him asunder should he dare to tread upon them. Well then, my friend, if you wish to avoid an encounter, I shall take my leave. Muyin hesitated, for the danger loomed large. Although they had yet to meet, he had already discerned the vast chasm that separated them, a gulf as profound as heaven and earth. Moreover, this was the enemy's territory, should they choose to do so. He could find himself facing certain death, with even the divine escape techniques proving futile. Alas, he never anticipated that his match would turn out to be a mere child. It seemed that fate conspired against him. With a deep sigh, Huayu vanished in an instant, and a figure clad in white slowly emerged, leaning against a peach tree. Despite her elegant white attire and the half-mask that adorned her face, exuding an air of valor, one could still sense her femininity, suggesting that she was indeed quite beautiful. My apologies for startling you. Consider this sword as an apology, she said with a serene smile, unsheathing her sword with a gentle caress, her eyes filled with reluctance. The sword, named Listening to the Rain, was forged by the renowned Master Li Suang, the lord of the Sword Heart Tomb, and was one of the 4 elegant swords. It had been her companion for many years, and with a spirit of its own. She could not bear the thought of it falling into the hands of her enemies after her demise. As Muyin listened, his brows knitted tighter and tighter until they formed a tight knot. Goodness, was this a final farewell? Unable to contain himself any longer, he interjected, Stop, stop, stop. I have come here at your invitation for a transaction, not to beg for alms. Who do you think you are looking down upon? Yet, the woman regarded him with skepticism, noting that this child before her appeared to be an ordinary person devoid of any internal energy, lacking even the distinctive aura of a healer. I am not from your world. Is it so strange that I do not cultivate internal energy? He retorted. Indeed. I am not a healer, but who says that a non-healer cannot save lives? Muyin approached the woman with measured steps, chest held high. What if he bore the brunt of a deadly poison, with his meridians fractured? Today, he would demonstrate what it truly meant to disregard conventional methods of healing. However, in matters of commerce, agreements must be established before any remedy is administered. Observing Muyin's demeanor, reminiscent of a small adult, the woman inexplicably found herself harboring a flicker of confidence in him. You speak the truth. I was in the wrong to judge by appearances. Let us commence our endeavor. I possess the ability to heal your wounds, but I seek not your listening rain sword. Rather, I desire your swordsmanship legacy. Muyin candidly articulated his demands. The woman paused momentarily, then broke into a smile, resembling a garden in full bloom. What a greedy little rascal. No matter how formidable the listening rain sword may be, it would yield little power in the hands of someone unversed in cultivation or sword techniques. However, the inheritance of the sword path was an entirely different matter, especially when it stemmed from a sword immortal. While it wouldn't instantly elevate the recipient to the status of a sword immortal, it was merely a matter of time. The insights he had gleaned from the sword path, the unique sword techniques he had crafted, his thoroughly honed swordplay, and his experience in combat were indeed his most treasured assets. No wonder he was not interested in the listening rain sword. He had set his sights on something far more precious. Observing the woman's enigmatic smile, Muyun felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Well, this isn't taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable position. Rather, it's, you can negotiate. I'm quite easy to deal with. No need, she replied. I agree. After all, if I were to perish, these things would vanish into thin air. If I survive, granting you this inheritance incurs no loss on my part. Consider it a repayment of a life-saving favor. After a brief moment, the woman stared in astonishment at the little fellow before her, who was exuberantly embracing the inheritance she had bestowed. Was that it? From the beginning to the end, Muyun's experience revolved around summoning an extraordinarily plump orange cat, which gently tapped her once. Subsequently, a swirl of green mist and crimson essence burst forth, and she found herself rejuvenated. The venom vanished, all her injuries healed, and the severed meridians completely restored, as if nothing had transpired. Oh, but no, the long-standing hidden afflictions she had accumulated over the years had also dissipated. She felt an unprecedented sense of well-being, as if she could transcend into the realm of true divine wandering at any moment. Oh, these two essences represent the injuries you sustained. Ordinarily, one would seek a living being to bear them. However, I see you have no other options. So I shall reluctantly assist you in resolving this matter. Muyun thoughtfully instructed the orange cat spirit to compress the two masses of gas into thin pancakes for safekeeping. It was no jest. Such a substance was invaluable, capable of delivering a fatal blow to even the mightiest of warriors through its potent venom. This was undoubtedly a weapon of mass destruction, one that should not be squandered. The orange cat, with its intriguing allure, drew the curiosity of a young lady, who approached and could not resist the temptation to stroke its fur. Its texture was indeed delightful. Muyun's martial soul exhibits a mutation akin to that of Xiaojiang, possessing the remarkable ability to alternate between the tangible and the ethereal, existing independently. This is my martial soul. It is a manifestation of the system from our world, where one can awaken their martial soul through a specific ritual at the tender age of 6. Might I inquire if I could attempt this? A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in the young lady's eyes. I am uncertain, but it is worth a try. Fear not, for this endeavor shall come at no cost. Consider it a benevolent offering. Muyun casually took out several awakening stones, arranging them into a formation according to his memory, and then infused it with his soul power. Boom! A magnificent colossal sword materialized above the woman's head. It truly worked, and its power was astonishing. Muyun was propelled backward by the formidable aura of the giant sword martial spirit, and a flicker of ecstasy crossed his eyes. His conjectures had been validated. While the martial spirit system of Douluo was ostentatious yet somewhat feeble, it provided a comprehensive enhancement for those already endowed with great strength. It even allowed one to shatter their constraints, advancing further beyond the pinnacle. In Chapter 10, Comprehending Sword Techniques, the legacy of the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, Lihani, included the Stagnation Sword Technique, Moonlit Blossoms, Dewy Red-Green Smoke, Paper-like Clouds, the Sword Heart Technique, Dual-Wielding Swordsmanship, August Snowfall, Spring Breeze Arrival, and Snow Filling the Sky. Upon returning from the trading space to the Douluo continent, Muyun was devoid of any fatigue, exhilaration surging within him. He promptly transported himself to the Stardow Forest, practicing these sword techniques extensively. With the activation of the void-breaking spirit eye, he grasped these techniques effortlessly, mastering them thoroughly after merely 3 repetitions. And after a night of practice, he synthesized them into forms most suited to himself. The cat's void strike, unleashing a wave of orange cat-shaped sword energy, delivering tremendous single-target damage capable of breaching spatial barriers. 1,000 cats shattering the void. A collective assault, 1,000 streams of cat-shaped sword energy surged forth, possessing immense power albeit at a significant cost. Cat-S Blooming Chaos, a sword domain filled with falling blossoms, where each plum blossom represents a distinct status: poison, injury, dizziness, weakness. And near death, anyone caught within would be thrown into disarray. Ordinary sword, the same technique yielding different effects, a deceptively cunning strike. Moreover, he discovered that in the Douluo world, soul power could also initiate sword techniques without the need to convert internal energy. The Snow Moon Sword Immortal, Lihani, would likely be a paragon within the Douluo realm, perhaps only rivaled by the likes of the Thousand Paths Flows Tangshan or Poseidon, given their possession of divine artifacts. As for others, ding. The system has successfully acquired advantages from the drifting bottle system, enabling weekly invitations to be sent out. Muyun suddenly paused. What? Are you implying that I can now actively send invitations for trading via drift bottles? Indeed, though you can only do so once every 7 days. While the original version has a cooldown period of merely 1 day, that's still quite impressive. Are you suggesting this is a way to gain an advantage? Mu Yun inquired. This indeed seems to usurp a function of the opponent's system. The previous Celestial Jar system did not operate in such a manner. There are significant advantages and minor ones, and they come in various forms. It is not always straightforward. I see. So, may I utilize the drift bottle now? Currently in cooldown. Please wait until 7 days have passed. Furthermore, do you possess any valuable items for trading with others? It is not every day that one encounters a powerful being in a state of desperation, such as the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, allowing for such an advantageous exchange. Hee. I cured her poison, healed her injuries, saved her life, and even assisted her in awakening her martial soul, enabling her to ascend to the realm of divine wandering. How can it be said that I took advantage of her? She did not lose out. Did you not see that she thanked me in the end? Mu Yun, brimming with pride, had managed to acquire several awakening stones, a veritable windfall. The sole lament was the absence of a fine sword. In the world of Douluo, exceptional swords were scarce. The only renowned one seemed to be the Azura sword, currently in the possession of Tang Chun in the City of Slaughter. Such artifacts were reserved for the inheritors of the Azura lineage, and it was unlikely that I would ever wield it. The only other notable sword user was the sword Douluo from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, yet I had not heard of any remarkable sword he employed. There was no choice but to plan a journey to the Metal City, Gongxin City, to seek out Lu Gao for a sword. Besides his unparalleled skills, he also possessed a wealth of rare metal resources. I must not delay my visit, lest those precious items fall into the hands of Tang San. With the plan set, Mu Yun returned to his abode, only to find that dawn had broken, rendering it impossible to resume his unfinished dream. He had no choice but to slap himself awake to dispel the fatigue. Mu Yun, I have arrived. Open the door. Coming. My brilliant elder sister. Today you seem unusually polite, knowing to knock rather than stealthily slipping and using your soul abilities. Mu Yun responded while opening the door. Oh dear. What nonsense are you spouting? There are others present. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in frustration, her temper flaring, wishing she could rush over and silence Mu Yun's chatter. Exasperated by his indiscretion, unbeknownst to Zhu Zhuqing, she had undergone considerable transformation, particularly in Mu Yun's presence, as if all potential tragedies that could unfold were effortlessly resolved, leaving her unperturbed. As Mu Yun peered in, she noticed a young lady clad in a simple white gown, her short hair neatly framing an exquisite face, exuding an air of serene nobility. Despite her youth, it was evident that she was an elegant daughter of a distinguished family. Ning Rongrong, the daughter of the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and my dear friend. Zhu Zhuqing affectionately leaned towards Ning Rongrong as she introduced her. Hello. I apologize for the intrusion. Please forgive me. Ning Rongrong politely curtsied, lifting the hem of her dress. Oh, do come in, Mu Yun replied with a slight nod. Noting that this young girl seemed to have forgotten their previous encounter. It was understandable, given that 2 years had passed. Their meeting had been brief and not particularly memorable. And perhaps it was for the best that any less than favorable impressions had faded. I heard from Qingqing that you possess unique insights into martial souls, even surpassing that of the master. My curiosity led me to follow her here. Ning Rongrong inquired with eager anticipation. May I ask for your thoughts on our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's martial soul? The Seven Treasures Glazed Tower? What is there to remark upon? It is merely a pure support-type martial soul. The soul skills of each layer in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School are predetermined and do not necessitate consideration of soul rings, rendering it fundamentally devoid of operational complexity. Mu Yun, appearing utterly indifferent, casually remarked, so what you wish to inquire about is how you, possessing the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, can enhance your strength, correct? Indeed. Others have the ability to grow stronger through the combination of soul rings, while I am relegated to the background, merely providing support, unable to contribute further. I find this situation most unsatisfactory. Ning Rongrong clenched her small fist, asking with a sense of reluctance. Mu Yun pondered for a moment before speaking in a calm tone. The amplification effect of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile is quite formidable. The reason you perceive yourself as weak is not due to the inadequacy of your martial soul, but rather because of your own limitations. Allow me to illustrate. Dai Mubai. Do you believe he appears exceptionally powerful after utilizing his third soul skill, the White Tiger's transformation, with both his attack and defense significantly enhanced? Indeed. However, the truth is that the amplification to his attack and defense is merely a doubling. His strength stems from his inherent physical prowess, with that soul skill serving only as a supplementary enhancement. Of course, his robust physique is partially attributable to his white tiger martial soul. Yet I firmly believe it is primarily the result of his relentless training. I have heard that your 7 treasure glazed tile sect possesses a sword Douluo. Indeed. Sword Grandpa is a titled Douluo with extraordinary strength. Ning Rongrong's expression was tinged with excitement. If he refrains from using any soul skills, or even his martial soul, would he then be considered weak? Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows, deep in thought. Precisely, while there may be some impact, he remains formidable. His strength emanates from the sword he wields. Should you possess his capabilities, complemented by the amplification of the 7 treasure glazed tile, would you still deem yourself weak? Remember, whether it be martial souls or soul rings, they fundamentally serve to enhance oneself, and there is no distinction from your 7 treasure glazed tile. What you must do is strengthen yourself, and the specific method is to follow me. Chapter 11. Here comes the little brother so. What you just said was all a deception. Ning Rongrong pouted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Not entirely. Enhancing oneself is undoubtedly correct, yet those are merely the traditional methods. However, if there exists a shortcut, why take the long way around? As Mu Yun deftly evaded the playful swipes of the 2 young girls, he smiled and remarked, there exists a certain treasure that, upon infusing it with soul energy, can unleash formidable attacks. There are also treasures that can generate protective shields with the same infusion, thereby providing defense. Furthermore, by forming a pact with a powerful beast and enhancing it with your 7 treasure glazed pagoda, victory becomes almost inevitable. Additionally, there are devil fruits that bestow immense power upon consumption, with some so potent that they could potentially defeat a titled Douluo. Moreover, there are celestial materials and earthly treasures that, when ingested, can confer divine status. There are martial arts, talismans, and supernatural abilities. Suffice it to say, the methods are plentiful. I have never encountered any of these things you speak of. Do they truly exist in this world? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, while filled with excitement, were also somewhat skeptical. Whether they exist in the world at large, I cannot say, but I assure you, the shop ahead holds such wonders. With just a modest sum of money and a touch of luck, you can unwittingly find yourselves at the renowned Multiverse Jar Store. Boss Lin, it's time to open for business. I've brought you 2 guests. Upon entering the Multiverse Jar Store, Mu Yun surveyed the dilapidated shop and the even more disheveled manager Lin, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. As a possessor of a golden finger system, it was quite disheartening to see it in such a state. Lin Fan, too, was in deep distress. He had not anticipated that offering Mu Yun a discount would result in the cancellation of his welfare returns. This was supposed to be his first fortune, now lost. It had been 2 days since he last ate. Although he was invincible within the shop and wouldn't starve, the sensation of hunger was still very real, for words could describe it. Worse than death. Welcome, Lin Fan exclaimed, his enthusiasm bordering on sycophancy. Come in. Shall we have some tea? Faced with Lin Fan's fervent hospitality, Mu Yun felt a mix of emotions, contemplating how poverty can diminish one's ambitions. I must admit, I preferred your former, more rebellious demeanor. However, it seems you may soon regain your vigor. Mu Yun, is this the place that can bestow strength? Can these jars truly alter one's fate? Indeed, this is the Multiverse Jar Store, where the jars contain treasures beyond your imagination. With just a modest amount of currency and a sprinkle of fortune, you can defy destiny and become invincible. Ah, Lin Gu is right. Observing Lin Fan standing tall and then glancing at Mu Yun, who was playfully nudging him, the 2 girls began to wonder if they had stumbled into a duo of charlatans. It felt as though they had boarded a pirate ship. Well, since we've come this far, let us give it a try, Zhu Qing sighed, reluctantly retrieving her small purse. Here is 1,000 soul coins. How many jars can that buy? I'm afraid our jars are priced at 100,000 soul coins each, and we do not negotiate, Lin Fan declared firmly. Are you joking? I've suffered enough from price cuts and discounts. I dare not endure it any longer. 100,000 gold soul coins? What are you, insane? This is highway robbery. The crude appearance of these jars makes even 1 gold soul coin for 100 seem exorbitant. Observing Zhu Qing's furious demeanor and Lin Fan's increasingly grim expression, Mu Yun hurriedly intervened to soothe the situation. He was well aware that despite Lin Fan's seemingly harmless appearance at the moment, within the confines of the shop, he was invincible even to a deity, and should not be provoked. Huh, my brilliant elder sister, are your eyes deceiving you? The value of these jars lies not in their exterior, but in what they contain. A chance to alter fate for 100,000 gold soul coins. Do you truly consider that exorbitant? As Mu Yun smoothed Zhu Zhuqing's ruffled feathers, his expression turned earnest. However, 100,000 gold soul coins is far too much. I don't have that, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her cheeks flushed. It's merely money. I have plenty of it. Here, 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Lin, dear shopkeeper, quickly provide my sister with 10 jars. Mu Yun generously tossed a pile of gold soul coins. Lin Fan's forehead throbbed with veins. It dawned on him that he had genuinely been duped by this little rascal last time. This kid was wealthy beyond measure. Of course, this money wouldn't be lent for free. The interest wasn't steep, just 9 out of 13 returned. No problem, right? No problem. You must be joking. Do you think I'm unaware of usury? You dare scheme against me? Just as Zhu Zhuqing appeared ready to explode, Mu Yun abruptly shifted his tone. How about I alter the terms? You need not repay the money, but everything that emerges from the jars belongs to me. No way. If you truly wish to buy, then do so yourself. Why involve me? Goodness. How did she suddenly regain her composure? I was so close to succeeding. Mu Yun lamented, shaking his small fist in frustration. This shop has a purchase limit. You can only buy 10 jars within 7 days. Young Master Mu Yun has already exhausted his quota 3 days ago, Lin Fan explained, inadvertently revealing Mu Yun's little secret as a form of petty revenge. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flickered with newfound intelligence as she placed her hands on her hips, puffing out her chest. Fine, consider the money a loan from me. It's merely usury, nothing to be alarmed about. Oh, nothing to be alarmed about? I see you're not prepared to repay. Here is the deal. I want the first choice among the 10 items that emerge. If you cannot consent to this small request, then I must genuinely admit my inability to assist you, Lin Fan stated, observing Mu Yun's deflated demeanor, which resembled a punctured balloon. Zhu Zhuqing, akin to a victorious general, waved her delicate hand and declared, no problem, it's settled. Little did she know, behind the scenes, Mu Yun was overjoyed. The items emerging from the jars would vary in quality, and often the finest piece overshadowed the combined worth of the other 9. Soon, he would claim her most treasured item. He wondered if she would shed tears. All right, let the smashing begin. With a resounding clang, Zhu Zhuqing seized her specialized hammer and swiftly shattered all 10 jars. As 10 brilliant orbs of light ascended, Lin Fan's expression turned peculiar. Indeed, her fortune was quite remarkable, although it paled in comparison to that cunning little rascal. What have you uncovered, boss? Surely, there must be some splendid treasures within, he remarked. I have always been rather fortunate. Lin Fan approached with measured steps. Indeed, your luck is commendable. The first item is the 10-blade cat claws, a weapon belonging to Captain Kuro from the pirate world, boasting sharpness and a bleeding attribute, causing wounds that bleed profusely and are difficult to heal. It possesses a rare blue quality. The second is Silent Step, a high-speed assassination technique also derived from Captain Kuro's repertoire, which is of rare blue quality. The third is Death by Spoon, allowing one to enter an invisible state and move at super speed, delivering consecutive attacks to all within range of the cat claws. Due to its immense velocity, it is challenging to control, often resulting in friendly fire. It boasts a perfect purple quality. The fourth is the Blade Ring, originating from the Black Cat pirate sung out in the pirate world, featuring a boomerang skill and hypnosis. Be wary during hypnosis, as it may affect the user as well. It is of perfect purple quality. The fifth, Water Snake Waist, is from the Black Cat pirate's Sam, enabling one to evade attacks through waist twisting. It is of ordinary white quality. The sixth, Jumping Slash, hails from the Black Cat pirate's Bushi, a rather foolish technique that is best avoided. It is of ordinary white quality. The seventh, for Tribe Physique, comes from the Fur tribe in the pirate world, a lineage of natural warriors, possessing a rare blue quality. The eighth is the Soul Power Capsule, which enhances soul power, also of rare blue quality. The ninth, the Demon Blade Thousand Edges, from the assassin world of Shadow Assassin Key, focuses solely on offense without defense, unmatched in the world, composed of thousands of fragments that are difficult to master. It is of perfect purple quality. Lastly, the 10th item is the Surgery Devil Fruit, from the pirate world, granting the ability of spatial exchange upon consumption. It holds a legendary golden quality. Goodness, you have indeed captured the entire Black Cat pirates. Your luck is extraordinary, even acquiring the most unique of the devil fruits. The Surgery Fruit, Lin Fan exclaimed, marveling. The Surgery Fruit conceals a profound secret of immortality in the pirate realm, who wouldn't desire eternal life. With 2 whites, for blues, 3 purples, and 1 gold, it is quite impressive. second only to that little friend Mu Yun. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun rolled her eyes in exasperation, wondering why such a person even possessed a mouth. Although she felt somewhat confused, she thought it was indeed impressive. Zhu Zhuqing, undistracted, headed straight for the surgery fruit, which gleamed like gold, unmistakably the finest treasure. Wait a moment, my brilliantly clever second sister. Have you perhaps overlooked something of great importance? With a swift motion, Mu Yun positioned herself in front of Zhu Zhuqing. In the flickering depths of her uncertain gaze, her chubby little hand reached for the resplendent surgical fruit, asserting, "The privilege of choice lies with me. Do not attempt to take advantage of the chaos." "No," Zhu Zhuqing cried out, an instinctual awareness gripping her that this devil fruit was of paramount importance, the key to her empowerment. In her eyes, laden with despair, Mu Yun's chubby hand was mere moments away from touching the surgical fruit when, unexpectedly, she redirected her focus, declaring, "I believe the demon blade 1,000 edges suits me better. It possesses an undeniable charm." As Mu Yun grasped the demon blade 1,000 edges, its razor-sharp edges disassembled, scattering a multitude of fragments across the ground. Combine. With a mere thought, the myriad pieces soared into the air, reassembling into a long sword adorned with blue streaks, faint purple luminescence coursing along its blade. With another flick of her wrist, she commanded, "Disperse." The blade fragmented once more, with thousands of shards suspended in midair, rotating slowly, exuding an aura of imminent danger. Quickly mastering its usage, Mu Yun delightedly stowed the demon blade 1,000 edges away, feeling as though fortune had smiled upon her. For she had long sought a weapon of such finesse. Although labeled a blade, it bore similarities to a sword, its fragmented nature not hindering her ability to wield sword intent and domain. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing hastily consumed her remaining items, fearful that Mu Yun might reconsider her decision. She devoured the notoriously unpalatable devil fruit with fervor, truly embodying the spirit of a warrior. You know, with devil fruits, a single bite suffices. There's no need to consume the entirety, especially considering the flavor is rather unpleasant, Mu Yun kindly advised. I shall eat it all. Every last bit." Zhu Zhuqing's face paled, as the notoriously dreadful taste of the devil fruit was rumored to be reminiscent of something far from appetizing. "So, shall we test its power?" Mu Yun provocatively beckoned with a finger. Zhu Zhuqing, eager to engage, hesitated upon witnessing the dilapidated state of Ning Rongrong in the little shop. Perhaps it was wiser to wait until Rongrong had finished with the jar before seeking a more suitable location to deliver a sound thrashing to your little backside. Zhu Zhuqing felt an overwhelming surge of strength within her. To speak of her remarkable transformation, her skin and fur lineage had revitalized her, and the technique of shovel death had exponentially increased her speed. The Ten Blades cat claw had remedied her previous offensive weaknesses, and the spatial transmutation ability granted by the surgery fruit bestowed upon her the gift of teleportation. She felt invincible, confident that confronting her father's resource-infused soul warrior would pose little challenge. "Greetings, esteemed proprietor. I too would like 10 jars, please." Ning Rongrong courteously curtsied, her demeanor composed. Yet the impatience in her eyes was impossible to conceal. Truly, the young lady of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. 1,000,000 gold soul coins were but a mere trifling sum for her. "Just look at you. TSK. Mu Yun approached Zhu Zhuqing with a look of disdain. There is simply no comparison. The master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school possesses remarkable acumen in business, in terms of wealth. The Spirit Hall and various empires pale in comparison. As for our family, it is merely a hollow shell, barely managing to sustain daily expenses. I have sneaked into our family treasury, and to my dismay, it is utterly empty. I do not possess your talent for making money off women. My savings are built through frugality, hence there is not much left." Zhu Zhuqing, known for her sharp tongue, was relentless in her retort. Hey. While it's one thing to speak your mind, revealing someone's flaws in their presence is uncalled for. My wealth was earned through hard work. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, and we earned it honestly. Unlike your family as Tiger, who actually spends money on women, shouldn't such endeavors be profitable? Look at me. I don't even need to lift a finger. With a mere flick of my cat, gold coins come rolling in. Which family as Tiger are you referring to? Stop slandering. Zhu Zhuqing, do not associate with such ruffians. Speak further, and I shall teach you a lesson. As the siblings exchanged barbs, Ning Rongrong began to break open the jars. Instead of smashing them all at once, she chose to break them 2 at a time, as each person has their own sense of ritual. Crash. 2 orbs of purple radiance materialized. "So, are they valuable?" Ning Rongrong inquired eagerly. One was a replica of the Haotian Tower, capable of attracting stellar energy. Residing within it for training could refine one's physique. Additionally, its defensive capabilities were formidable, and it could launch attacks using condensed starlight. Though merely a replica, it was still an impressive magical artifact of perfect purple quality. The other was a replica of the Demon Suppression Tower, endowed with the power to subdue evil beings. It served as a prison for demonic creatures and could harness the powers of those creatures for combat. Its rank was modest, but it could effectively contain second-tier demon beasts. Also a perfect purple quality item. Chapter 13. The girl favored by the tower. Good heavens, magical artifacts have been revealed. Has Manager Lin's jar somehow connected to the realm of cultivation? Mu Yun expressed his envy with a bitter pang of jealousy. In the Douluo world, the most powerful weapons currently were the Sea King's trident and the Shura blood sword. These so-called divine artifacts were merely magical tools infused with a trace of divine power, far inferior to true magical artifacts. Lin Fan was also taken aback. The jar already yielding a devil fruit was unusual enough, and now it had produced such high-class items, and two at that. Bang 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 bang. Ning Rongrong seized the moment and smashed open the remaining jars in quick succession. The third revealed the Gravity Tower's first level. A physical trial with a double gravity simulated environment, serving as an entrance examination for a martial arts sect. Passing within an hour would grant access to the outer sect. A rare blue quality item. The fourth was the Battle Tower's first level. Defeating the Guardian would randomly yield a volume of profound martial arts techniques, with the opportunity to challenge it repeatedly, though the reward could only be claimed once. A perfect purple quality item. The fifth, the first level of the Elemental Tower, facilitates the comprehension of elemental skills, yielding blue rare quality items. The sixth, the first level of the Spiritual Tower, allows for the refinement of spiritual power, also producing blue rare quality items. The seventh, an imitation of the Creation Tower, serves to restore injuries, again offering blue rare quality items. The eighth, the Tower of the Golden Buddha, enables the release of the soul technique, the Golden Buddha body, when soul power is infused, as long as the soul power is inexhaustible. The body remains unbroken, a purple perfect quality item. The remaining two consist of martial soul awakening elixirs, which permit a second awakening after absorption of the martial soul. Also of purple perfect quality. Ah, how profoundly does this tower cherish you. 5 blue and 5 purple, although gold has not manifested. Many of these items are not inferior to golden legends in the grand scheme of things. Mu Yun was indeed envious. The purpose of these towers was to comprehensively enhance one's foundation, physique, spirit, comprehension, and practical experience. With such an array, one would undoubtedly become a hexagonal prodigy, effortlessly ascending to divinity in Douluo. By the way, Rong, could I possibly borrow these small towers for a while? Mu Yun boldly leaned in, uttering the word sister without a hint of shame. For what did it cost him? It was merely a trifling matter. And to pass up such an opportunity would indeed be foolish. Furthermore, I, Rong, am her dear confidant. Such delightful occurrences must include me. Mu Yun secretly gave a thumbs up. Indeed, his brilliant second sister had cast aside her aloof idol persona and embraced an opportunistic nature. In contrast, Ning Rongrong appeared rather naive, readily agreeing without stipulating any conditions. After departing from the jar shop, the trio hastened to a manor situated on the outskirts of Soto City. Good heavens, when did you acquire such a residence in Soto City? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, taken aback. She had conducted a thorough investigation on her brother and had only discovered a modest villa, which is why she had ambushed him last time. Hee. Do you understand the concept of a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows? That little villa was merely a fade I intentionally placed in plain sight. A bait to discern if anyone would harbor ill intentions against me. This is my true sanctuary. Observing Mu Yun's smug demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing found herself speechless. What was the need for such cunning in an 8-year-old child? Surely, he risked becoming prematurely bald with all these schemes. Very well, let us settle here. This location is quite secure. Mu Yun gestured toward an open area with a wave of his little hand. Is it truly feasible? Although these towers may appear small, once they revert to their true form, they may not scrape the heavens, but there are indeed few structures larger in Soto City. They will undoubtedly attract attention. Moreover, this space hardly suffices. With a sly snap of his fingers, Mu Yun beckoned them to look again. Both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were taken aback. In the blink of an eye, their surroundings transformed from the antiquated charm of a manor to a resplendent palace with an expanse beyond sight. The bloodthirsty poison bee queen had an affinity for grand displays, and with her countless subordinates, a smaller venue would simply not suffice. What sorcery is this? Zhu Zhiqing inquired. Astonished. Nothing overly remarkable, Mu Yun replied nonchalantly. Previously, I ventured into the Douluo forest to acquire soul rings, and by sheer misfortune, I ended up vanquishing a 30,000-year-old bloodthirsty poison bee queen. Besides granting me a 10,000-year soul ring, she dropped a soul bone containing a hive space, which fortuitously became mine. Observing Mu Yun's smug demeanor, Zhu Zhiqing felt a twinge of envy. What outrageous luck! Why does such fortune never come my way? Ning Rongrong, however, was unfazed. Each of her small towers already housed vast spaces, and she had grown accustomed to such marvels. Come now, reveal your treasures, and let us see who can advance first. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, she summoned the replicas of the Demon Lock Tower, the Haotian Tower, the Gravity Tower, the Battle Tower, the Spirit Tower, the Elemental Tower, the Great Buddha Golden Body Tower, and the Creation Tower. Why don't you two compete? My physique is too weak to join. I shall go refine my body within the Haotian Tower. Ning Rongrong was acutely aware of her physical limitations. Even the Gravity Tower could suppress her for days. Zhu Zhiqing immediately dashed into the Gravity Tower, her confidence bolstered by her beast spirit physique. Meanwhile, Mu Yun, watching Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing depart, couldn't help but grin wider. A competition? Such juvenile antics I abandoned after turning 3. With so many treasures at hand, how could I possibly resist claiming them? Activating his broken illusion spirit eye to its maximum capacity to pierce through appearances and discern the essence, Mu Yun began to enter the towers sequentially. The Battle Tower was conquered in an instant, yielding the reward of the Xian-level martial arts technique, 6 Veins Divine Sword. The Gravity Tower was unraveled in 10 breaths, granting him the Earth Spirit pattern. The Haotian Tower replica was deciphered in a quarter of an hour, acquiring both the Gathering Star Spirit pattern and the Lunar Embrace Spirit pattern. The Great Buddha Golden Body Tower was mastered within 15 minutes, allowing him to modify and obtain the Sword Chi garment. The Demon Lock Tower was unraveled in a quarter of an hour, enabling him to learn the Demon Sealing Chain technique. The Spirit Tower was deciphered in another quarter of an hour, teaching him the art of spirit refinement. The Elemental Tower was conquered in 2/4 of an hour, leading him to comprehend the 3,000 thunder movements. Finally, the Creation Tower was mastered in 3/4 of an hour, revealing the transformation method of creation chi. This time, he truly struck gold. It can be said that even if Ning Rongrong were to take away the 8 towers, Mu Yun would still possess the confidence to replicate 8 similar ones. Particularly with the final Creation Tower, Mu Yun has discovered an alternative approach after transforming the essence of creation. There is no need to utilize it for healing as the original version did, but rather for summoning troops. By merely employing the essence of creation to construct a queen bee, an endless swarm of bees will subsequently emerge. Chapter 14. The Hunt for the Ghost Tiger Huff. Huff Zhiqing, drenched in fragrant sweat, appeared before Mu Yun, exclaiming, I have cleared the level. Mu Yun was initially taken aback, wondering if this girl was truly that formidable. Soon, he comprehended that her notion of clearing was merely that, while his own experience could be deemed as plundering. Let us compare our gains. The fiercely competitive Zhu Zhiqing began to flaunt her acquisitions one by one. I obtained the peak Xian-level martial art, Lingbo Weibu, from the Tower of Combat. I acquired the peak Xian-level martial art, Lemai Shenjian. In the Elemental Tower, I grasped the chaotic wind blade, which, when combined with my cat's claw, is incredibly powerful. I comprehended the 3,000 thunder movements. I also learned the Spirit Cat Battle Garment in the Great Buddha Golden Body Tower, which significantly enhances defense. What I discerned there was the Sword Chi Garment, which should serve a purpose quite similar to your Spirit Cat Battle Garment. So, who emerged victorious? Zhu Zhiqing wore a conflicted expression. What do you think? A tie. It must be a tie. Ning Rongrong pouted, appearing, I say, you too. Why is it that all these treasures were bestowed by me, yet your gains surpass mine? Throughout the entire process, she had merely tempered her body in the Haotian Tower and refined her spirit in the Spirit Tower. As for the other challenges, the gravity was insufferable, she couldn't defeat in combat, and upon entering the Elemental Tower, she was frightened away by the swirling wind blades. Ching. I need to make a trip back to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Please help me inform the principal and my classmates. You're going back? Zhu Zhiqing was somewhat surprised. It's only temporary. I used 2 Martial Soul Awakening pills, and now my Martial Soul, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, has evolved into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. This is a significant event for our school, and I must inform my father. Ning Rongrong spoke with excitement. Although her gains were not as grand as those of Zhu Zhuqing and Mu Yun, the enhancement of her body and spirit was remarkably evident. This was merely the beginning. And since the tower belonged to her, she could refine herself at any time and truly grow stronger. Moreover, the most crucial aspect of her return was to gather resources and rally support. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, aside from other things, was abundant in wealth and people. After all, what could one accomplish with just 1 million gold soul coins in 7 days? Who could be looked down upon? First, she would bring over 100 individuals and set a modest target. Such was her audacity. Very well, I am already at level 30. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the Douluo forest to acquire a soul ring, and then I will return to school to help you take leave. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze fell upon Mu Yun. Tomorrow, you must accompany me into the Douluo forest. Refusal is not an option. Initially, she had intended to hunt for soul rings alongside the Shrek 7 monsters under the guidance of their teacher, but having broadened her horizons, she no longer wished to heed Yu Xiaojiang's recommendations for offensive soul rings. She preferred the freedom of venturing out alone. Yes, I also need to hunt for my second soul ring. Let us go together. Mu Yun held no particular opinions regarding the present Zhu Zhuqing. However, the past was an entirely different matter. Back then, her lack of strength coupled with her disobedience rendered her difficult to manage. Now, though, even a typical soul king of over level 50 could likely be obliterated in an instant. The swiftness of her movements was astonishing, to the extent that even Mu Yun found himself challenged by Zhu Zhuqing's current limit speed. Without the use of sword domain and observation hockey, he had little means to counter her prowess. The adage, only speed remains unbroken, was indeed no mere saying. The following day, in the Douluo forest, is this truly the spirit beast you have chosen for me? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her brows slightly furrowed as she gazed upon the menacing, pitch-black tiger before her. Its length exceeding 10 meters, and its shoulder height surpassing 3 meters. The white king-like pattern on its forehead exuded an air of danger. The ghost tiger, known for its remarkable speed and attack power, possesses the innate ability of shadow clone, making it exceedingly suitable for you. I specifically selected a 10,000-year-old specimen. Is it not splendid? A typical 1,000-year purple soul ring pales in comparison to the identity of my brilliant second sister, Mu Yun suggested with a cheerful smile. A 10,000-year spirit beast, and one as ferocious as the ghost tiger at that. Are you perhaps overestimating my capabilities? Zhu Zhuqing retorted, incredulous at the audacity of acquiring a 10,000-year soul ring for her third spirit ring. Observing her internal conflict, her eyes sparkled with anticipation, prompting Mu Yun to chuckle and urge her forward. Come now, it's merely a 10,000-year spirit beast. Do not dawdle. With a roar, Zhu Zhuqing surged forward, and the ghost tiger responded with a fearsome growl, leaping forth like a streak of black lightning. Confronted with the imminent threat of the ghost tiger, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was icy as she abruptly twisted her waist, evading the tiger's assault with an astonishingly improbable posture, akin to a disconnection between her upper and lower body. As she dodged, her 10 razor-sharp claws slashed through the tiger's abdomen. The ghost tiger let out a pained howl, rolling on the ground before quickly regaining its footing and assuming a defensive stance. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing turned gracefully, her claws poised as her hand pushed against a pair of non-existent glasses. It truly isn't that formidable, its speed is merely average. Not as swift as one would expect. Tell me, are you genuinely a 10,000-year spirit beast ghost tiger? Surely, you are not a counterfeit? Mu Yun was astonished. Was this movement a manifestation of Clo's essence? Roar. The ghost tiger seemed to feel insulted and, in its fury, charged forth once more. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her arms, her 10 blade-like claws rhythmically swaying from side to side, akin to a pendulum. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Zhu Zhuqing vanished from her original position, causing the towering trees around her to topple. Deep, bone-revealing wounds began to mar the ghost tiger's body, with blood gushing forth. At this moment, Mu Yun prudently kept his distance. The indiscriminate assault was far too perilous. Finally, in a fit of rage, a brilliant light erupted from the king symbol on the ghost tiger's forehead, and numerous black tigers roared as they sprinted in all directions. Ah, it appears it intends to flee. Just a reminder, the ghost tiger's shadow clones are all corporeal. If any one of them escapes, it cannot be deemed dead. Merely weakened for a time, thus rendering your soul ring futile, Mu Yun languidly cautioned. Do you require assistance? Humph, no need. Room. Zhu Zhuqing's frosty voice resonated as a white light membrane expanded outward from her, enveloping all the ghost tigers within its reach. With a gentle sweep of her tin blade-like claws, the ghost tigers were sliced into fragments, astonishingly without a single drop of blood being shed. The eyes of the decapitated ghost tigers reflected a profound terror. They remained alive yet powerless. As Zhu Zhuqing retracted her ability, the ghost tigers perished instantly. And a black soul ring slowly ascended. Zhu Zhuqing gracefully approached the soul ring and began to absorb it. Mu Yun initially intended to offer assistance but ultimately reconsidered, deeming it unnecessary. The resolve of the ghost tiger had been utterly shattered by Zhu Zhuqing's decisive strike, and consequently, the remaining soul rings posed no further resistance. Henceforth, it was merely a matter of enduring the energy feedback from the Millennium Soul Ring. Before long, Zhu Zhuqing completed the absorption of the soul ring, ascending directly to the rank of Soul Master at level 33. A resonant hum echoed as Zhu Zhuqing manifested one after another. Such a remarkable soul skill. Especially after being refined in the Spirit Tower, this shadow clone could wield my entire combat power. Mu Yun, thank you. Chapter 15. The Soul Beast with a System. Mu Yun, what is the matter with you? Wasn't that golden-eating refiner beast your target? After wandering for quite some time, we finally located it. Yet you chose to flee without a word instead of slaying it to seize the soul ring? Zhu Zhuqing shook off Mu Yun's hand, nearly yearning to rush back for a fierce battle. Slay it? My brilliant elder sister, it seems that after defeating a Millennium Soul Beast, you've lost sight of who you are. Mu Yun wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing how perilous the situation had been. Fortunately, his cautious nature had prompted him to activate the Eye of Deception early on, revealing the chilling information before him. What is the matter? I perceive him merely as an ordinary ancient soul beast, devoid of any threatening aura. Moreover, the records on the metal-eating refining beast do not indicate any formidable lineage. What are you afraid of? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, perplexed. It is precisely that which renders it dangerous, he replied. Your martial spirit, the Nether Spirit Cat, excels in perception. And my martial spirit, the Orange Cat, is also highly attuned to danger. Even with my heightened awareness, I failed to detect any threat from the opponent. This distinctly suggests that their level vastly surpasses ours, coupled with a notably cautious disposition. Such a presence should never be provoked. Mu Yun felt a lingering apprehension as he recalled the fleeting glimpse of his opponent's information. A soul beast that had transformed over 900,000 years. Proficient in the art of evasion, had thrived in the Star Doe forest without a soul detecting its formidable powers. Even the dominant soul beast deep within the forest remained utterly oblivious. Cautious by nature, this being would only strike when absolutely necessary, and when it did, there would be no survivors. It also possessed the esteemed title of a weapon master, being a third-tier artifact craftsman. Moreover, the individual was adorned in an array of dazzling equipment, a headdress, a robe, battle boots, a full set of weaponry, a shield, and even earrings and necklaces. Most alarming were the rings that adorned all 10 fingers, their powers a mystery known only to the heavens. Such an extravagant arsenal left one in awe. Who would dare to confront such a being? Even the protagonist would find themselves kneeling in submission. At that moment, a foreign voice resonated behind him. Little one, your eyes are quite extraordinary. Sword domain, cat's whiskers dance. In response to the sudden utterance, Mu Yun displayed no sign of surprise, as if he had anticipated this encounter. He swiftly unleashed his domain-type sword technique, summoning a tempest of petals that filled the air. Humph! The figure cloaked in black gradually materialized, stifling a few groans as petals struck him. An intriguing maneuver. You have managed to force me from the void. Some of these petals even bypassed my defensive artifacts to strike at my true form. Poison, dizziness, paralysis, petrification, restraint, and even a spring toxin known as the Crimson Skeleton. Regrettably, they are all too feeble, the total control time hardly lasting a breath. The figure in black slowly raised his right hand, evidently on the verge of breaking free from his restraints. The 5 rings glimmered with potent energy, signaling that he was preparing to unleash a formidable attack. One breath, sufficient. The orange tabby cat's martial spirit manifested, swiftly approaching the figure in black with an unexpected speed that belied its stature. Its pudgy little paw gently made contact. The cloaked figure displayed a look of astonishment, revealing that it was indeed a rule-based soul technique. Little one, we shall meet again, it remarked before vanishing from sight. Remarkably, after enduring the full force of my adorable strike, it managed to utter a few words before departing. Truly impressive. Mu Yun finally let out a sigh of relief. The harm posed was certainly negligible, but at least he felt secure for the next 3 days. The full force of acute strike would send the opponent flying for 3 days and nights, disregarding their strength or weakness. What transpired? Did someone just appear moments ago? Where did they go? Zhu Shiqing, realizing the situation, rushed over. They have been sent on a journey. Mu Yun waved his hand, his expression slightly somber. I am about to embark on a hunt for the great-mouthed flower. If you wish, you may refrain from accompanying me in return instead. That will not do. It is a matter of reciprocity. You assisted me in hunting the phantom tiger, and I must likewise aid you in your pursuit of the great-mouthed flower. Mu Yun pondered for a moment before nodding. You may accompany me, but let us establish 3 rules. Without my consent, do not act recklessly. The big-mouthed flower is not to be underestimated. Your speed is of no use against it. Humph, it's merely a stationary plant-type soul beast. Far easier to handle than the ghost tiger. Just wait and see how swiftly I shall dispatch it. The overconfident Zhu Shiqing now believed herself invincible. Do not place blind faith in the information regarding soul beasts. Spatial-type soul beasts are far more perilous than one might assume. I understand. Enough with the incessant nagging. An hour later, Zhu Shiqing, pale and trembling, huddled behind Mu Yun, her voice filled with panic as she shrieked, "Ah, I nearly met my end. That enormous mouth appeared behind me without warning. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I would have perished. I had warned you that it is particularly effective against speed-type fighters, yet you chose to ignore my advice. How dare you employ the phantom shadow kill? A spatial jumping technique within its domain? It is a miracle you did not plunge directly into its maw." Mu Yun too felt a pang of fear. Had Zhu Shiqing charged in head first, no amount of preparation would have sufficed to save her. As for the fate of the big-mouthed flower, it was swiftly captured by Mu Yun at the opportune moment, the instant Zhu Shiqing was attacked. The big-mouthed flower momentarily lowered its defenses while feeding, allowing Mu Yun to strike. Typically, it concealed itself within the void, remaining elusive even to those far stronger than itself. Thus, Zhu Shiqing served as bait, and with a decisive blow, Mu Yun sent the big-mouthed flower flying. Once it left its territory, it became significantly easier to subdue. With a binding chain to restrict its ability to retreat into the void, Mu Yun then ensnared it tightly and cast it into the beehive. Within the confines of the hive, Mu Yun was the master, and the big-mouthed flower was but a fish on the chopping block. Wait a moment. I must first deal with the big-mouthed flower. 10 minutes later, Mu Yun reappeared, invigorated and full of spirit. As a level 28 Great Soul Master, he possessed the domain-type soul skill, Spatial Trap, and the soul skill, Spatial Strangulation. What a bountiful harvest! Within the confines of the hive, Mu Yun endeavored to integrate these 2 soul skills into his sword domain, and as anticipated, the chaotic yet delicate aura of Cat's whimsical dance became significantly more robust. With its control area doubling in size and an abundance of spatial traps emerging within, the perilous nature of Cat's whimsical dance escalated rapidly. Inside, one would not merely endure torment from the fluttering petals, for triggering a spatial trap could lead to fatal consequences. The spatial strangulation within those traps was a formidable killing move. Mu Yun surmised that even a treasured artifact could be shattered if ensnared. However, when confronting the previously formidable Black-Robe Sixth, armed to the teeth with treasures, this would undoubtedly fall short. Humph. Once I acquire my 3rd soul skill and obtain another spatial-type soul ring, my mastery over the spatial realm will ascend to new heights, and then you shall see. Chapter 16. This inexpensive tormentor, so, have you resolved the issue? Upon seeing Mu Yun's return, Zhu Shiqing hurried over. Of course it has been resolved. A mere 50,000-year soul beast fell to my blade in mere moments. The only regret is that no soul bone dropped. Mu Yun proudly displayed the 2 black soul rings beneath his feet. In truth, he held little fascination for soul bones. Their primary function was merely to provide an additional soul beast skill. What allure does the ability of a defeated foe possess? Would it not be far more gratifying to wield one's own soul skills? It is only when one's own abilities are notably feeble that one might covet the skills bestowed by soul bones, much like Tang San, whose 8 spider lances nearly led him to a climactic conclusion. Of course, the exception lies with the soul bone of the queen bee, which offers divine mastery over space and a developable hive, features unattainable by even 100,000-year soul bone. What shall we do next? Should we seek out a 10,000-year soul beast for a battle? Zhu Shiqing eagerly suggested. Yet, perhaps it would be prudent to refrain. The gold-devouring, refining beast remains a lurking threat, although theoretically it should not manifest within 3 days. Who can predict whether it possesses some extraordinary treasure that might enable an early return? Mu Yun contemplated for a moment and decided to retreat, opting to conceal himself in Suodo City and open a few more jars, which would likely alleviate his fear of that old adversary. At the very least, he believed he could manage to protect himself and escape if necessary. Very well, I shall return to Shrek Academy for now. I also need to assist Rong Rong in requesting a leave of absence. Without Mu Yun's companionship, Zhu Zhiqing dared not act recklessly. The previous brush with death had punctured her inflated ego, restoring her usual composure. Upon returning to the estate alone, Mu Yun began to assess the rewards bestowed upon him by the system. 2 exclusive red jars from the store manager had been credited to him. The blacksmithing system issued a task to forge 10 first-tier common artifacts, with the reward being the secret technique of the Iron Hammer method. Is this a jest? Have you pilfered the task from my opponent? What a burden you have imposed upon me. Is blacksmithing truly a task befitting someone of my tender age? Mu Yun reclined directly onto the bed, ready to abandon this wretched task. What use was a broken blacksmithing skill when he had no desire to become a blacksmith? However, he was informed that there was a punitive mechanism in place for this quest. Should he fail to complete it, he would face the dire repercussions of the chaotic hammer technique. Mu Yun leapt up as if propelled by a spring, envisioning himself bound in a cruciform manner upon a chopping block, where a burly man grinned menacingly, swinging a hammer with fierce vigor. Moreover, this task is bound by a deadline. It must be completed within 3 days, or else, what an absurd predicament this is. You could truly lead me to my doom. Mu Yunfei found the blacksmith shop in Soto City, where he invested a substantial sum of gold coins to reserve the entire establishment. For 3 consecutive days and nights, he tirelessly wielded the heavy hammer, determined to overcome fatigue. Fortunately, thanks to his unique ability, the breaking illusion spirit eye, he quickly mastered the art of blacksmithing, exhibiting a flair that surpassed even that of seasoned blacksmiths who had devoted their lives to the craft. Clang! With the final strike of the hammer, a notification chimed. System task completed. 8 ordinary weapons and 2 magical artifacts were forged in a remarkable span of 48 hours, exceeding expectations. In addition to the chaotic hammering technique, he received an extra reward of basic crafting skills. With the rewards in hand, Mu Yun felt that the arduous efforts of the past 2 days and nights were indeed worthwhile. There was no further development, was there? Mu Yun felt a tinge of anxiety. He certainly did not wish to become ensnared in an endless cycle of toil. Ding, the 10 exclusive jars for the store managers of the Heavenly Jar Shop have been credited. Oh, it seems that Manager Lin is poised for a remarkable turnaround. TSK. Ning Rong Rong truly excels. As expected from the affluent 7 Treasures glazed tile sect, she has effortlessly attracted 10 individuals at once. Mu Yun unhesitatingly concluded that these jars were contributed by the 10,000 Treasures glazed sect. As for Shrek Academy, even Fred could not muster the 10,000 gold soul coins. Come now, my dear, let me witness what extraordinary treasures the legendary store manager's exclusive jars might yield. With a series of resounding strikes, 12 radiant orbs ascended. White, 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 blue, 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 purple, gold. A box of Master 10's pickled vegetable noodles, steeped in boiling water for 8 minutes, offering an exquisite flavor, a white common quality, mainly because there are no lower grades. A bottle of inferior white liquor, best left untouched. Likely containing industrial alcohol, one should be aware of the foolish consequences. Let's not even discuss its quality. A box of Happy Fat Boy soda, a favorite among couch potatoes. Perhaps your beloved orange tabby might enjoy it too, white common quality. A pair of black stockings, those in the know will understand, white common quality. A Jinhua ham, renowned for its delightful flavor, white common quality. A box of a certain monkey's snail noodles. The taste is hard to describe, likely unappealing to felines. Though your orange tabby might be an exception, white common quality. Soul Power Capsules 3, directly enhancing soul power with no side effects, blue rare quality. A common quality strength pill, which increases strength by 1,000. An exquisite strength pill, which boosts strength by 10,000, purple perfect quality. The Void Sword Body. A unique physique bestowing a high degree of spatial affinity, golden legendary quality. Foggrass. System, come forth. Just take a look at what you have given me. This is inferior to the ordinary jars I opened previously. How dare you call these the store manager's exclusive jars? If it weren't for the final golden legendary item, I would believe you were treating me like a recycling station. The agitation of Mu Yunqi stems primarily from a profound sense of disappointment, as his expectations have not been met. Dear host, might it be conceivable that such a low probability of treasure acquisition is, in fact, the norm, while your previous experience, along with that of the two young ladies, was rather extraordinary? It could be likened to a so-called bug, which has now been rectified, resulting in the current state of affairs. Ultimately, the emergence of a golden legend is already a remarkable achievement, and moreover, this particular golden legend is anything but ordinary. Mu Yun contemplated for a moment and expressed his agreement. The void sword body, a physique of such extraordinary caliber, must surely originate from a realm of higher dimensions, and it is precisely what he currently desires most. Although the broken illusion spirit eye enables him to effortlessly master sword techniques and domains, its power remains somewhat inadequate. As it is ultimately a mere ordinary physique, a mortal is bound by inherent limitations. However, with the acquisition of the void sword body, both his sword techniques and domains, as well as his spatial manipulation, have significantly enhanced, breaking through previous constraints and opening pathways to a far greater journey ahead. Mu Yun suddenly thought of Lin Fan. Given the current odds of treasure discovery, poor manager Lin would likely require a considerable amount of time to turn his fortunes around. The image of such a prominent figure as the proprietor of the Cosmic Jar shop cautiously venturing out for breakfast brought a smile to Mu Yun's face. It was nearly time for the second jar to be opened. He planned to see what awaited him tomorrow. If old Lin ended up with a pile of junk, one could only wonder if he would shed tears. Chapter 17 Encounter with the Transmigrator Boss. 3 oil sticks, a pound of fried dough, and a bowl of savory tofu pudding with extra diced pickled vegetables and green onions. To Mu Yun's surprise, he encountered such a nostalgic breakfast on the streets of Soto City, leading him to suspect that the owner of this breakfast shop might be a transmigrator. However, after a failed attempt at cryptic exchanges and subtle inquiries, he discovered that this establishment was merely a branch, and such branches were quite common in Soto City. With the main store located in Wuhan City, the rumored owner was said to be a significant figure with considerable backing. Suddenly, a clamor erupted from outside. The city lord's guard is on duty. All idle individuals, please stand aside. Before him marched a gleaming procession of armored guards, prompting numerous merchants to hastily close and lock their doors. Mu Yun was multitasking, relishing his meal while observing the powerful aura of observation haki radiating from a certain individual. He was merely a bystander, enjoying the spectacle. Before him stood a well-trained squad, encircling a lone young man. At last, they had cornered him. Though it puzzled Mu Yun why their superior had not permitted them to storm into the establishment to apprehend him. Nevertheless, they urged him to accompany them, as their master wished to see him, warning him not to provoke them into violence. The young man, dressed rather unremarkably and somewhat disheveled, better than a ragged beggar by the roadside, at least his shoes were intact, responded with exasperation. Must you lot be so bothersome? I merely sought a peaceful breakfast, yet you come to disrupt me, keeping a constant watch on my humble establishment, severely affecting our sales. Your actions are quite distressing. Regarding your master, I have no interest in meeting him. Should he require something, he may visit my shop, provided he brings sufficient gold soul coins. Otherwise, he may as well keep his distance. With a dismissive scoff, he declared, if you insist on forcing the matter, seize him. As the soldiers, resembling ravenous wolves armed with shields and clubs, surged forward, Mu Yun felt a wave of nostalgia reminiscent of encounters with the city management. The young man merely huffed disdainfully, releasing an overwhelming aura that spread in all directions. One by one, the soldiers collapsed, and even the nearby merchants, who had previously sheltered behind closed doors, succumbed. I have endured enough indignation these past days. I have longed to assert myself and teach you a lesson, he thought, relishing the aroma of spicy soup, tofu pudding, and fried dough sticks wafting through the air. Ah, the taste I so dearly miss. I am coming. He sprinted towards the source of the delightful fragrance, bursting through the door to find a small child blissfully indulging in a fried dough stick and tofu pudding, radiating pure joy. Why, it is you, my young friend Mu Yun. The young man paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. His observation haki had failed to detect the child's presence in advance. Indeed, even now, standing face to face, he sensed nothing but the air around him. Noticing the child's haki sweeping back and forth, Mu Yun couldn't help but chuckle. For he was currently in the form of the void sword body, rendering him undetectable to ordinary observation haki. I must say, Boss Lin, your use of Conqueror's haki is rather crude. Could it not be more precise? Have you caused the shopkeeper to faint in your pursuit of free food? How could I possibly be that kind of person? Lin Fan retorted, swiftly gathering 10 fried dough sticks, 3 pounds of fried cakes, and 3 bowls of spicy soup, skillfully packaging them into 3 portions, leading Mu Yun to suspect he had once done this for a living. I shall take my leave for now. We will meet again shortly. With that, Lin Fan, enveloped in crackling purple lightning, vanished in an instant. Conqueror's Haki, observation Haki, and what appeared to be a devil fruit with thunderous capabilities, common features among many who traverse realms. It was no wonder he had the audacity to venture out from his shop without paying. Mu Yun, with a blend of amusement and exasperation, left behind a golden soul coin before departing the scene, for it was a place rife with conflict, and he had no desire to bear the brunt of Lin Fan's troubles. Shortly thereafter, a strikingly handsome youth arrived at the location, only to find the entire street densely populated with unconscious bodies, their armor reflecting a dazzling light, creating a spectacle of grandeur. Fortunately, none were in mortal peril. They merely lay in a state of unconsciousness. A shadow appeared seemingly out of nowhere, its hood obscuring its face, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Such a peculiar method, to incapacitate hundreds simply through sheer presence. I had only ever experienced this sensation in the presence of the Grand Elder. Clad in a crimson robe adorned with intricate gold and silver patterns, a strikingly alluring figure, whose voice bore an ambiguous tone, approached the youth, delicately raising a slender finger. Are you referring to my grandfather? The youth inquired, a frown of confusion creasing his brow. It is not the Grand Elder Douluo. The sensation described by old Chrysanthemum must pertain to the divine power of the Grand Elder, for only such a level of strength could achieve this feat. The figure, exuding an air of ghostly dread, spoke with caution. Having been somewhat late to arrive, the youth lamented, they have already grown stronger. All thanks to those miscreants from the 7 Treasures, Glazed Tile School. Master, why don't we storm that jar shop and capture him directly? Despite his imposing presence, his actual combat strength may not be as formidable. With my 95th level Chrysanthemum Douluo and the 95th level Old Ghost, how difficult could it be to apprehend an obscure individual? Moreover, with the martial soul fusion technique, the dual extremes stasis domain, I believe there is no one we cannot capture in this world. Observing the confidence radiating from Chrysanthemum Douluo, the youth replied coolly, should we encounter him again outside, we may attempt it. However, rushing into the establishment to seize someone is a perilous endeavor best avoided. Now that we are unable to control him, we must abide by his rules. Uncle Ghost, return to the Spirit Hall immediately and requisition as many golden soul coins as possible. Additionally, Uncle Chrysanthemum, gather all the liquid assets from my properties. Since we cannot seize this miraculous establishment, we shall instead integrate ourselves into it. This grand opportunity shall still belong to me. The youth clenched his fist and departed with the 2 titled Douluos. After a considerable interval, a figure stepped forth from the void. In Mu Yun's eyes, a flicker of purple brilliance sparkled. Xue Qinghe, the eldest prince of the Tiando Empire, was in truth the master of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue, possessing the martial soul of a 6-winged angel and holding the rank of Soul King at level 59. A time traveler, he was also the possessor of the celestial summoning system. Goodness, is this a case of a bird occupying another bird's nest layered upon another? Mu Yun's expression was peculiar. It seemed this Douluo was rather unconventional. Several systems had already intruded, leaving one to ponder whether Tang San, a figure who relies on the protagonist's halo to conquer the world, can still navigate these tumultuous waters. When the narrative encounters external cheats, the outcome may prove rather grim. This world is becoming increasingly fascinating. With the celestial summoning system in play, I sincerely hope it does not disappoint me. Ding. The celestial summoning system has successfully completed its preliminary phase. Host, please accept it promptly. Chapter 18. Successful summoning. The celestial summoning system's host, Qian Renxue, has completed 2 summons, yielding advantageous results. Host, you too may conduct 2 summons. Is there no task for me to undertake this time? No. The 2 tasks have already been accomplished by Qian Renxue. One was to eliminate Xue Qinghe and successfully assume his identity. The second was to successfully subdue both the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo. She completed the tasks, and I reaped the rewards, this time. I have truly capitalized on the opportunity. Mu Yun gave a thumbs up to the void, relishing the ease of reaping rewards without labor. Summon, commence. Moments later, 2 figures emerged from the abyss. With azure hair, crystal clear eyes, and a delicately charming face, one could only describe the adorable young boy as exceptionally cute, rivaling even his own good looks. This was the slime creature, Rimuru Tempest, endowed with unique skills, great sage and predator. Turning to the other, golden tresses cascaded down, complemented by cerulean eyes and a resplendent gown adorned with ethereal patterns. With pointed ears and crimson lips, she wielded a branch-like staff. This was the water spirit, Asuna, possessing the abilities of flight and both water and wind elemental magic. Remarkably, he had managed to summon these two extraordinary beings. Mu Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although Rimuru was the weakest of magical creatures, a slime, his predator skill allowed him to consume any formidable monster, acquiring their skills and strength in the process. Furthermore, he could later release them to serve as his subordinates. The great sage encompassed extraordinary abilities such as thought acceleration, analysis and appraisal, parallel calculation, chant disruption, and the myriad aspects of existence, seemingly surpassing even his own illusory spirit eye. Asuna was also remarkable, aside from her exquisite beauty and magical prowess. She excelled in various life skills such as cooking, sewing, and commerce, making her an ideal candidate for a proper housekeeper, one of impeccable standards, without any lewd implications. They entered the store of the celestial jars together. "Welcome," exclaimed Lin Fan, his mouth agape, as the information about the trio left him in disbelief. Mu Yun, a human of the 30th level and a Grand Soul Master, possesses the Orange Cat martial spirit and the Void Sword body, with a combat power rating of 999. Rimuru, a magical beast of the 1st level, wields unique skills such as the Great Sage and Predator, with a combat power rating ranging from 1 to infinity. Asuna, an elf of the 99th level and a Grand Mage, also has a combat power rating of 999. What is the meaning of this? How can this be? Such anomalies defy logic. It is no wonder that Lin Fan is astonished. These two are clearly entities from beyond this realm. How could magical beasts and elves possibly exist in the Douluo world? Mu Yun remained unfazed, addressing Boss Lin with a calm demeanor. "Fear not, for you are the proprietor of the Heavenly Jar Shop. What could possibly defy logic more than your very existence? Furthermore, I am confident that the jars in your possession can yield extraordinary outcomes, perhaps even surpassing the absurdity of their predecessors. As an additional courtesy, allow me to impart a piece of intelligence. The orchestrators behind today's ambush are affiliated with the Spirit Hall, and intriguing enough, she is a transcendent being equipped with a system. Thus, tread carefully, for the most formidable entities in this realm may not solely be the semi-divine, like Qian Douluo or Poseidon Tangchun, nor is the pinnacle of power confined to those so-called deities. It is conceivable that other system bearers may emerge to ensnare you during your excursions, and one cannot dismiss the possibility of them possessing means to seize your golden finger." Upon hearing these words, Lin Fan was drenched in cold sweat. What a close call. He had not anticipated that he was not the only individual in this world endowed with a golden finger system. The implications were chilling. If the ambushers were merely from the Spirit Hall or other factions, the situation would not be dire, merely a pursuit for the jars. However, if the adversaries were indeed fellow traversers wielding golden finger systems, their motives would be perilous, potentially targeting his own system. Presently, his strength was far from invincible. Although the elementalization of the Thunder Fruit was an insurmountable force within this world, myriad methods exist across the myriad realms to counter it. Thank you, my young friend. Your warning has proven to be most timely. Regarding the price of the jars, what do you think? While friendship is indeed valuable, rules must not be broken. I must remind you, my young comrade, that we are merely laborers, reliant on benefactors like yourselves for our livelihoods, if you catch my drift. This time, Lin Fan was not easily swayed, having learned from past experiences. "Very well, then. I shall procure 30 jars." Mu Yun, with great extravagance, presented a large parcel. 30? Are they also going to break the jars? Lin Fan's face was filled with astonishment. Is that not permissible? Does your jar have a stipulation that it may only be sold to humans? That rule does not exist. Is there a requirement that it can only be sold to individuals from this world? That holds no weight either. Then it is settled, in the absence of prohibition. All is permitted, Mu Yun declared with confidence. However, there is one rule. Any living being produced by this jar shop cannot open a jar. May I inquire if my two friends were produced by your jar shop? That is not the case. Lin Fan felt somewhat conflicted. Logically, there seemed to be no issue. Yet it felt rather peculiar, as if it were a loophole in the rules. Then why do you hesitate? I am lawfully and legitimately spending money to open jars. And you are lawfully and legitimately accepting payment to facilitate this. No one can find fault with our arrangement. We are in the right, so what is there to fear? Ultimately, Lin Fan was persuaded and procured 30 jars. Mu Yun secretly chuckled to himself, grateful that he had summoned 2 individuals. Had he summoned 1,000 snow dragon knights? The magnitude of this flaw would have been all too evident. Rimuru, you shall go first. Asuna, you follow. I shall take the final turn. Gazing at the 10 earthen jars before him, Rimuru unhesitatingly shattered them all in one fell swoop. The first revealed a silken binding formation, a skill of blue rare quality that ensnares foes with threads. The second, body armor, significantly enhances defense and reduces damage, also of blue rare quality. The third, black lightning, delivers a potent magical assault, yet again a blue rare quality skill. The fourth, advanced mimicry, allows for a perfect imitation of any being, a skill of purple perfect quality. The fifth, great cleaning spell, a practical life skill of blue rare quality. The sixth contained a box of joyful beverage, a favorite among the rotund, as well as slimes. A common white quality item. The seventh was a female swimsuit student outfit, tightly wrapped with little allure, understood only by those in the know. Also a white common quality item. The eighth was the Dragon Demon Blade, a non-tradable exclusive item of purple perfect quality. The ninth, a purple lady's professional suit, designed for secretarial use, a white common quality item. The 10th was Zi Yuan, a member of the demon race, outwardly stunning yet inwardly passionate, capable of evolution. And Rimuru's favorite, a legendary golden quality item. Chapter 19, The 3 Majestic Door Fruits. Lord Rimuru, we have finally found you. As Zi Yuan, donned in her secretary attire, appeared, she immediately enveloped Rimuru in her embrace, his delicate face buried amidst her formidable presence. How enviable! How enviable indeed! 2 individuals, filled with jealousy and resentment, silently wished for his demise. Zi Yuan, how did you arrive here? Rimuru managed to extricate his head, surprise evident in his eyes. My lord, after the Demon Lord meeting, you suddenly vanished. We feared you had been abducted, so we separated to search for you. Then, I was engulfed in darkness, and upon opening my eyes again, I found myself here. Zi Yuan surveyed her surroundings, gripping the hilt of her sword in a defensive posture. It must be you, the nefarious kidnappers who have taken our great demon lord. Shu Shu. Mu Yun and Lin Fan simultaneously gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, nervously whistling. One was summoned by the celestial calling system, while the other was caught by the jar system. In a certain sense, it would not be entirely unjust to label them as abductors. Ah, my lord, what has become of your strength? Zi Yuan suddenly screamed. I have reverted to my original state, Rimuru responded nonchalantly, shrugging. It's all right. With the assistance of me, the battle god King Zi Yuan, you will soon regain your power. How has my strength reverted to the great demon group? Zi Yuan gasped, collapsing to the ground in dismay. It seems you have also been reset. Fear not. Let us join forces and grow stronger together, Rimuru said, extending a sunny little hand. Joining hands with my lord. One could only wonder if Zi Yuan had misunderstood something, as she emitted peculiar sounds with a dazed expression. There exists a creature known as the Soul Beast, comparable to our monsters. We should be able to recover swiftly. Truly, Rimuru is remarkable. Setting aside the chattering duo, Asuna stepped forward. Shopkeeper, let us begin with my jar. She smashed a jar to test the waters. Comprehensive Magic Potion Recipe Book, purple perfect quality item. Not bad. Asuna cheerfully tucked away the item. She had always held a keen interest in the alchemist profession. However, due to her background, no one had ever taught her these arts. She then proceeded to smash 2 more jars. Spirit Gathering Spring, capable of collecting the spiritual essence of heaven and earth and transforming it into spiritual liquid. Purple perfect quality item. Little Cloud Rain Technique, a basic spell that summons a small rain cloud. An essential spell for spirit cultivators, blue rare quality skill. Satisfied once again, Asuna delighted in handling flowers and plants. Next, she opened the remaining jars in one breath. 50 kinds of ordinary flower seeds, aesthetically pleasing yet of no practical use. White ordinary quality item. Complete set of potion crafting tools, white ordinary quality item. 10 types of first-tier spirit-level flower seeds, suitable for concocting first-tier pills, blue rare quality item. 20 types of first-tier spirit-level flower seeds, suitable for concocting first-tier pills, blue rare quality item. Spirit-grade soil, dedicated soil for planting spirit-level flowers, blue rare quality item. Basic alchemy inheritance, a legacy left by a novice alchemist, including several basic formulas and alchemical experiences, purple perfect quality. Yui, an artificial intelligence from the gaming world. Endowed with human emotions, skilled in mental care and information gathering, purple perfect quality. Yui. Mother. In the gaming world, Yui is Asuna's adopted daughter. What the heck? Is it buy two, get two free? Fortunately, it was Yui who emerged, not Kirito. Otherwise, indulging in this incessant stream of dog food would become an endless affair. Mu Yun observed as his two subordinates swiftly paired off, inexplicably experiencing the discomfort of exclusion. Boss Lin, it is my turn now. Mu Yun felt a twinge of anxiety this time. The very tactics he had employed to intimidate Lin Fan had inadvertently unsettled himself. The deprivation of the Golden Finger system was indeed a formidable threat, one that applied to him as well. Lin Fan, after all, possessed the extraordinary Heavenly Jar Shop, rendering him invincible and utterly secure in this realm. Mu Yun, however, lacked such advantages. The presence of a powerful gold-eating beast already posed a significant risk to his safety, not to mention the formidable background of a time-traveling individual. The urgency to grow stronger became overwhelmingly pressing. Here, your 10 jars. This time, fortune may not favor you as it did before. Lin Fan's expression suggested he was privy to some hidden knowledge. Previously, the master of the 7 treasures glazed sect had brought many individuals along, yet few valuable items had surfaced. The majority were merely of common white quality. Let us commence. I have faith in my luck. Unlike certain others, I did not indulge in a meal without recompense this morning. I voluntarily left behind a golden soul coin. For benevolent souls are seldom met with misfortune. Taking a deep breath while gazing at the neatly arranged 10 jars, Mu Yun declared, I shall strike. With a series of resounding thuds, he began. The 7 Illusions Enchantment Array, a second-tier formation, entraps opponents within a realm of their most fervent desires or deepest fears, effectively ensnaring foundation-building cultivators, akin to deities in the world of Douluo. It was a purple perfect quality item. The Starry Gold Lock Array, a defensive formation, harnesses the power of the stars, rendering it impervious to attacks as long as the star energy flows. It is a weakened version of the Celestial Star Array and is also a second-tier formation capable of withstanding assaults from foundation-building cultivators, classified as a purple perfect quality item. The Cold Moon Killing Array unleashes countless strikes imbued with the power of moonlight, delivering assaults comparable to that of a foundation-building cultivator, classified as a purple perfect quality item. 1,000 array stones, essential for formation deployment, can be inscribed with corresponding spiritual patterns to establish various formations, categorized as a blue rare quality item. A network-based station, soul power version, the core of the network architecture, powered by soul energy, also falls under the blue rare quality category. 1,000 invisible cameras, classified as white common quality items. Advanced Conqueror's Haki, originating from the world of pirates, serves as a mark of royalty, classified as a purple perfect quality skill. Advanced Armament Haki, also from the pirate world, is an essential skill for the strong, capable of countering elemental devil fruit users, classified as a purple perfect quality skill. Supreme Strength Pills, capable of augmenting strength by 10,000 genes, categorized as a purple perfect quality item. The Douluo Fruit, a spatial type devil fruit, can open a portal to any previously visited location, classified as a golden legendary quality item. Wow, a white, 2 blue, 6 purple, and 1 gold. It seems my luck remains consistently fortuitous. Mu Yun wore a satisfied expression, initially expecting only a handful of ordinary white quality items. Yet he was pleasantly surprised by the bounty that surpassed his expectations. The essential trifecta of Haki in the world of pirates, Observation Haki, Armament Haki, and Conqueror's Haki, was now complete. Accompanied by a space-related Douluo fruit, he intended to consume this particular fruit himself, sensing its potential benefit to his void sword body. Chapter 20. The arrival of the ghost Douluo. Strangely, despite having lowered the treasure drop rate, Lin Fan muttered in bewilderment, unable to comprehend how he still managed to uncover such remarkable items. Upon leaving the jar shop, Mu Yun refrained from wandering aimlessly and swiftly made his way to the manor. However, midway through his journey, in a secluded area, he abruptly halted. Ah, what a nuisance. A dignified titled Douluo like you, trailing an 8-year-old boy, doesn't that make you feel embarrassed? A spectral figure gradually materialized. Intrigued by the unexpected ability of Mu Yun to perceive his presence, the 95th level ghost Douluo was genuinely astonished. While there were few in the world whose combat prowess surpassed his, when it came to stealth, he would claim the title of the best. With even the strongest of the Spirit Hall, the demigod Douluo, unable to unveil his concealment. Yet today in Soto City, he was exposed by a mere child of 8. From the moment the child departed the jar shop, he sensed an awareness of being watched. Throughout his pursuit, he had contemplated ambushing and abducting the group several times, but each time he readied himself. An ominous feeling would wash over him, a perhaps instinct honed by years of battle that had saved him countless times. Why don't you just return to the spirit hall to gather your gold spirit coins instead of blocking my path? Muyun remarked, his hands shoved into his pockets. Visibly annoyed, the ghost Douluo's eyes narrowed suddenly. Do you know who I am? And that I intend to return to the spirit hall to retrieve gold spirit coins? That implies you were present when the young master spoke with me, an old chrysanthemum, this morning? Young master? Are you referring to that impostor, Shinran Xue? Knowing the young master and the secret, you cannot be spared. The ghost Douluo seethed with rage as a massive scythe of death materialized in his hand, vanishing from sight in an instant. With the mystic cloud demon blade in hand, the sword domain quietly unfurls, a wicked smile gracing the corner of his mouth. At long last, the bait has been taken. Let us see how well the current cat's flying flowers and chaotic sword domain performs. At this moment, Ghost Douluo finds himself in a predicament, grappling with an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Even from 20 meters away, he can feel something amiss, struggling to believe that an 8-year-old child could wield such power. Yet, as he bravely advances another 10 meters, he is immediately engulfed by a storm of swirling petals. Confirming his fears, this is indeed a domain, and a particularly troublesome sword domain at that. Such a phenomenon is typically the domain of the sword Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. What connection do you, boy, have with the sword Douluo? Muyun gently touched the tip of his nose, remaining silent. At this moment, his opponent had become utterly disoriented, lost in a flurry of chaos. Unable to ascertain his true position, he would not foolishly reveal his location with a sound. Suddenly, a series of faint collisions echoed, and Gue Douluo was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of alarm. He realized he had been poisoned, his body rigid and numb, with even an indescribable part reacting unexpectedly. Spring poison, he thought. These sword petals are utterly shameless. At such a tender age, having endured so much, yet still possessing the vitality to curse me. It seems my poison lacks potency. I shall have to devise a way to enhance it. Muyun extracted a small notebook, diligently documenting the reactions of the experimental subjects while casually devising several improvement plans. Half an hour later, the disheveled ghost Douluo suddenly trembled, transforming into multiple shadowy figures that surged in all directions. Was he attempting to flee? Oh, not at all. It became clear. Muyun let out a cold laugh, gesturing to halt Asuna and Rimuru's approach, indicating that he was well aware of the situation. Suddenly, one of the numerous shadows formed by the ghost Douluo surged forth with incredible speed, charging straight towards Muyun. I have long since detected your position. Prepare to meet your demise. As the ghost Douluo drew within 5 meters, Muyun revealed a broad grin and mockingly remarked, the closer you are, the swifter your end. A sudden chill enveloped the ghost Douluo, a sense of danger creeping in. Then, he felt the ground beneath him give way, as his foot plunged into the void. A void trap. In a state of alarm, the ghost Douluo attempted to withdraw his leg. Indeed, he managed to extricate it, but only partially. At the very moment he pulled free, he caught sight of the gaping maw of the trap, realizing that his foot and the remaining portion of his leg had been utterly shredded. Ah, I shall fight you to the death. Ignoring his injuries, the ghost Douluo swung his scythe with reckless abandon. So it is, your body is indeed composed of ghostly energy, no wonder. Despite having his leg torn apart by the spatial rift, he still possessed the strength to retaliate. With a calm demeanor, Muyun struck with a single palm. The formidable scythe of the Grim Reaper vanished without a trace the moment it made contact with Muyun's pudgy little hand, akin to a bursting soap bubble. What is happening here? Ghost Douluo observed his empty hands, bewildered. Where did my enormous scythe of the Grim Reaper go? Has it vanished like a magic trick? It lacks a physical form. This makes it rather difficult to eliminate. Muyun, feeling a touch of gloom, moved his limbs slightly. In the case of Ghost Douluo, it is not that he cannot be killed. Rather, it requires the complete exhaustion of his soul power, followed by the obliteration of his very essence to ensure his ultimate demise. Such a task is indeed time-consuming, since he cannot be slain outright. It would be prudent to deliver a beating first, and then send him flying. Muyun's fists darkened, enveloped in the armor of Haki, as he charged forward, unleashing a flurry of blows upon the face of the ghost Douluo. With a decisive slap, he sent his opponent on a journey of sorts. Humph. Did he truly believe that lacking a physical form would grant him impunity? There are countless methods to deal with such a situation, should we cross paths again. I shall strike him once more. After vanquishing the enemy, it is time for a lesson, such as the privilege of the protagonist, exhilarating. Moo moo. Who was that ominous figure just now? Is he your foe? As the battle concluded, Asuna and Rimuru approached. I suppose, Muyun replied. What do you think of his strength? After a moment's contemplation, Asuna remarked, he likely stands at the level of a grand sorcerer. However, in the face of magic, he amounts to nothing. Magic is the bane of entities without physical form. Zishuan curled her lip, just a battle general, nothing formidable. Rimuru chimed in, merely a trivial matter. Upon returning to the estate, Mu Yun began assigning tasks. Yui, I entrust the network architecture to you. Understood, Commander. Little Yui saluted energetically, as an artificial intelligence. She was well versed in this task. Asuna, plant those flowers and herbs, and concoct a batch of magical potions. I have a use for them. All right. Lastly, Rimuru. You and Zishuan will team up to venture into the Stardow Forest, regain your strength swiftly, and perhaps recruit some subordinates along the way. Muyun had absolute faith in Rimuru's ability to gather followers, as he had amassed a considerable number, even establishing a nation. Chapter 21. The divine law of the willow ascending in one step. When the ghost Douluo reappears, he shall not be so easily dealt with. This time, he faltered due to underestimating me, unwittingly stepping into my domain trap, and was countered so effectively that he could not unleash any formidable soul techniques. His greatest strength lies in the fusion technique with the chrysanthemum Douluo, which creates a dual attribute domain capable of simultaneously restraining an opponent's movements and soul power. However, he has now lost a leg. Though his body is unique and can recover, that loss will deplete his soul power source, and regaining it will not be a simple task. He should not trouble me for several months. Ding. The drift bottle system's cooldown has ended and is now available for use. A moment later, a successful match was made. Please proceed to the trading space to complete the transaction. Upon entering the trading space, a doll clad in a leather skirt, clutching a large bottle, staggered out from the spatial passage. Alala, who threw a bottle at me? I shall strike them down. Confronted by the irate little child, Mu Yun, initially disheartened and believing he had squandered a trading opportunity, transformed his demeanor as if performing a masterful act of facial change, allowing a radiant smile to blossom. In this splendid world, the items available for trade included premium beast milk, freshly extracted milk from the wild mother cow, brimming with energy comparable to potent elixirs, stone village body refinement soup, an ancient and coarse yet effective medicinal bath method, Azure Scale Eagle Treasure Technique, an art learned from the formidable Azure Scale Eagle, enabling one to ride the winds and unleash wind blade attacks. Swan and Eye Treasure Technique. Upon mastery, one can summon an illusion of the Swan and Eye, possessing a fraction of its formidable power. Willow Deity Method grants unparalleled restorative abilities and the capacity for rebirth and transformation, with each metamorphosis significantly elevating one's life essence. A variety of meat, all sourced from fierce beasts. Several medicinal herbs, noted for their exceptional quality from the wild. This was no mere child. This was a veritable mobile treasure trove. Upon reflecting on the items he could offer for trade, Muyin found himself slightly embarrassed. The items he presented, aside from a few worthless trinkets, were merely suitable for foundational cultivation. In stark contrast, the other party's offerings, particularly the Willow Deity Method, represented top-tier techniques even in advanced stages. The Swan and Eye Treasure Technique was also of a high caliber. Even the lesser-known herbs and meat were treasures seldom found in typical cultivation practices. How about we proceed with the trade now? Is there anything among my items that piques your interest? Little Sure How whirled excitedly, as if he had discovered something particularly intriguing. This one, and that one. Mu Yun was astonished. The subpar offerings such as Lao Tan's sauerkraut noodles, inferior white liquor, happy fat boy water, Jinhua ham, and snail rice noodles were selected. Little Sure How was still sniffling, a look of rapture gracing his face, drool escaping the corners of his mouth, for the aroma was undeniably delightful, promising a delectable experience. I shall take this chaotic cloak hammer technique. The village chief and the elders should greatly appreciate it. The elementary weapon refining technique sounded rather formidable. The crude bone rods from the village would likely be enhanced with some processing. As for the 8 mundane artifacts and 2 magical ones, Little Sure How was unimpressed. For with a mere twist, one of the magical broadswords shattered, its material merely mundane iron. Even with the inscribed spiritual patterns, it could not withstand the immense strength of a mischievous child. Mu Yun surmised that this unruly child possessed a strength exceeding 100,000 pounds. He dismissed the ordinary quality strength pills, finding their enhancement insufficient. Even the weakest of children would disdain them. The children refined through the great cauldron of Scherzo exhibited an absurd level of power. He found the 6 Meridians divine sword unworthy, as its attacking force could scarcely breach the child's skin, and the sword chi armor was also inadequate due to its feeble defense. However, he was intrigued by the Earth Spirit Rune, Star Gathering Rune, Moon Gathering Rune, and the refinement technique, as these advanced methods of cultivation far surpassed the primitive stone lifting and running practices of their village. Ultimately, he also selected the 3,000 thunder movements, for the swiftness bestowed by lightning would undoubtedly prove advantageous in any realm. Mu Yun, with an audacious demeanor, shamelessly selected the divine artifact of the Lu god, exchanging a plethora of worthless items only because his boldness allowed him to make such a request. Little Stone How not only acquiesced to the proposal, but also graciously bestowed upon him the treasures of the Swan Eye and the Qinglin Eagle, along with the stone village body refining soup. Being young and inexperienced, he perceived treasures as commodities that could be traded without personal loss. After all, the body refining soup was abundant in the village's great cauldron. In retrospect, this transaction not only yielded no loss, but also returned with an array of valuable items. Undeniably a lucrative bargain. "Dear brother, you are truly a good person. Thank you," exclaimed Little Stone How, fervently waving his hand before departing. Mu Yun waved his hand cheerfully, bidding farewell with a sense of warmth, inviting a return in the future. Upon departing from the trading space, he eagerly immersed himself in the stone village's body refining soup. The myriad essences of life contained within were invigorating, each cell within him bubbling with vitality, his strength surging relentlessly until it reached an astonishing 100,000 pounds. It was no wonder that he regarded the ordinary quality strength pill with disdain. A mere 1,000 pounds of might seemed trivial and inconsequential. Subsequently, Mian practiced the Lu divine method, discovering that the shackles limiting his potential shattered one after another. He was no longer merely immortal in terms of life essence. He was indistinguishable from the so-called deities of the Douluo continent's divine realm. His soul power began its transformation into divine power, and even his soul ring shifted in hue from black to red. It became clear that the rewards of soul ring longevity from passing divine trials were part of an inevitable process of soul power evolving into divine power. Having first attained a divine body, it was natural for his soul power to metamorphose. As the essence of his soul power altered, so too would his soul rings. The Lu divine method was truly remarkable. This was merely the initiation, yet his physical form had already transcended its mortal confines. The level of advancement was so profound that it seemed as though he had bypassed the entire cultivation system of the Douluo world, ascending directly to the divine body in a single leap. Mu Yun squinted slightly, as if he had already sensed the existence of the entrance to the divine realm. There was one at the Spirit Hall, another on Sea God Island, one more in the City of Slaughter, and yet another concealed deep within the Stardow Forest, though that particular entrance seemed to be sealed. Chapter 22. The Smoke and Cloud Dual-Winged Thunder Lion King. Deep within the Stardow Forest, a colossal lion stood, adorned with dragon horns and dual wings, its body enveloped in flickering purple arcs of lightning, while golden mist swirled beneath its feet like auspicious clouds. Opposite it stood a diminutive boy, behind whom loomed a massive ethereal figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to the lion, equally possessing dragon horns, dual wings, arcs of lightning, and golden mist. "Roar, young one, how is it that you can wield the ancestral treasures of my forebears?" The lion spoke, its voice imbued with perplexity. This lion was known as the Smoke and Cloud Dual-Winged Thunder Lion King, said to share a trace of bloodline with the legendary Swan Eye beast. Mu Yun had come specifically to seek it out. "Heh, Lion King, become my soul ring," he stated directly, revealing his intention. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged forth from the Thunder Lion King, the dual-winged beast of smoke and clouds. "Kid, do you comprehend what you are saying? I am the Thunder Lion King, a soul beast of 200,000 years." In the face of such overwhelming power, Mu Yun merely smiled nonchalantly, without even a flutter of his garments. If it were another formidable soul beast, he might not have remained so composed. However, against the Thunder Lion King, the moment Mu Yun unleashed his Swan Eye treasure technique, it was an absolute suppression. Do not react so strongly at your level. You should understand that becoming a soul ring does not equate to complete demise. Once one ascends to divinity and enters the divine realm, resurrection is not an arduous feat. With a delicate tap of his toes, Mu Yun appeared before the Thunder Lion King of the Twin Wings, meeting its gaze directly. Becoming a deity? Such words roll off your tongue so easily, as if divinity can be attained with mere utterance. Cease your boasting. Do you truly believe you possess such power? The voice of the Thunder Lion King of the Twin Wings abruptly ceased, its already formidable eyes bulging with astonishment. As Mu Yun stood, 2 crimson soul rings emerged beneath his feet. With the completion of the divine power transformation, the former black soul ring had metamorphosed into a vibrant red. The aura emanating from him exerted immense pressure on the smoke cloud dual-winged Thunder Lion King, nearly halting the flow of its soul power. Divine power, no. It was the divine body. How could you possibly possess a divine body? This is inconceivable. You are not even a titled Douluo, merely a humble great soul master. How could you wield divine power? Do you still believe my future ascension to divinity is mere boastfulness? The smoke cloud dual-winged Thunder Lion King fell into a contemplative silence. What more was there to say? Forget the future. You have already become a god in the present. Haven to you? You must ponder this carefully. For your kind. Achieving godhood requires 1,000,000 years of cultivation, and you are far from that milestone. Are you truly willing to endure such an arduous wait? Moreover, it seems the passage to the divine realm is obstructed. Even as a 1,000,000-year soul beast, you would be unable to enter the divine realm and become a beast god. However, if you follow me, it will be different. By entering the divine realm through other channels and absorbing divine energy, attaining godhood will be significantly simpler. Mu Yun articulated his thoughts clearly and persuasively. After much contemplation, the smoke cloud dual-winged Thunder Lion King finally spoke, stating, "If you wish for my allegiance, it is simple. Just defeat me. I refuse to serve a weakling as my master." "Very well, I shall oblige," Mu Yun replied. An hour later, the bruised and battered smoke cloud dual-winged Thunder Lion King conceded, even opting for voluntary sacrifice. There was no other choice. Once the Swan Knees treasure technique was activated, the Lion King's divine abilities were completely suppressed. It could only rely on its formidable physique and unparalleled speed in battle, yet Mu Yun was utterly unperturbed by either. Once the cat-ass flying blossoms and chaotic sword domain was unleashed, even the swiftest would be compelled to slow down. The spatial trap would mercilessly ensnare those who flew too hastily. As for the powerful physique, Mu Yun was already a divine body, and the vast disparity in life levels rendered combat futile. With the completion of the smoke cloud dual-winged Thunder Lion King's sacrifice, Mu Yun's cultivation soared to level 40. Even spilling over, before reverting to level 39 after the transformation into divine power. Not only did he acquire a red soul ring, but he also obtained 2 external soul bones, the Purple Thunder Dragon Horn and the Smoke Cloud Wings. Purple Thunder Dragon Horn, capable of summoning myriad purple thunderbolts for widespread bombardment, while amplifying all lightning-based spells tenfold. Smoke Cloud Wings, granting unparalleled speed. And the golden mist that enters the body induces a petrifying effect. Additionally, the soul ring bestowed 2 soul skills, dominating power, doubles one's offensive and defensive capabilities. Beast King's intimidation has the enemy's strength. Moreover, Mu Yun glanced helplessly at his shoulder, where a miniature golden lion stood steadfastly, curiously sensing its own physical condition. "Is this power divine power?" it inquired, sensing the extraordinary nature of its newfound strength. After the smoke and cloud dual-winged Thunder Lion King was sacrificed to become a soul ring, Mu Yun discovered that the essence of the Lion King's will resided within it. Inspired by a sudden idea, he utilized divine power along with the essence of creation to construct a physical form for it, subsequently infusing the Lion King's will into this new vessel. Thus, the smoke and cloud dual-winged Thunder Lion King was revived, albeit in a different state. However, to Mu Yun's chagrin, the little lion expressed a strong aversion to staying in the hive and insisted on being outside, incessantly inquiring about various matters and chattering away. "Big brother, what shall we do now? Should we head to Stardew Lake? There are 2 formidable beings there, the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. Should we go teach them a lesson? The depths of the ocean harbor the deep-sea demon whale king, the evil spirit orca king, and the soul-devouring great white shark. The Arctic ice fields also conceal several powerful 100,000-year soul beasts. But the most formidable and perilous of them all is the dark demon evil god tiger. It can devour the soul power of soul beasts or human soul masters to enhance its own strength, possessing attributes of evil, darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space, coupled with high intelligence, residing within the Stardew Great Forest. How about I take you to confront it?" Faced with the incessant prattle of the little lion, Mu Yun wished he could sew its mouth shut. What kind of life did this feisty creature lead to have survived until now? It even dared to suggest challenging the dark demon evil god tiger, a creature that clearly posed a significant threat. Nonetheless, the dual attributes of space and time were somewhat enticing. Perhaps it would be prudent to reserve that confrontation for when he had gained more strength. For now, he needed to return home, where 3 major formations awaited his arrangement. With a swift teleport home, he found that Jie had nearly completed her tasks. The surveillance cameras had even extended to the Lord's mansion in Soto City. He had to admit, Jie, having once managed a game world, was truly competent. Meanwhile, Asuna had planted the spirit herbs and safely arranged the spirit gathering spring. Having successfully received the alchemy inheritance, she was now attempting to refine elixirs. Noticing that everyone was occupied, Muyun suddenly remembered that today marked the day when Zhu Xuqing and Ning Rongrong could shatter the jars. It would be wise to check on them. Ning Rongrong was relatively safe, protected by Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo, and Qian Rinxue posed no threat to her. However, Zhu Xuqing's situation was somewhat precarious. Although she was fast and possessed space-jumping soul techniques, encountering a tidal Douluo's domain could still be perilous. Chapter 23. Kapumi Hawk. In the southern part of Soto City, a gorge flanked by 2 mountains formed a vital passage to Shrek Academy. I am Fred, the Dean of Shrek Academy, an 83rd level Soul Douluo. Who are you, and why do you obstruct us? With black-framed crystal glasses perched upon his nose, he appeared somewhat cunning. Yet beneath that exterior lay a proud disposition. He regarded the individuals before him with a hint of trepidation. I am Zhao Wujia, a teacher at Shrek Academy. Known as the Immovable King, an 81st level Soul Douluo. The robust and muscular Zhao Wuxi followed closely behind. Next was the renowned Master Yu Xiaojiang, who hesitated to announce his presence, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, a 29th level Soul Master was rather unimpressive. Further back stood the 7 young members of Shrek Academy. Their curious gazes fixed ahead. Indeed, it was Shrek Academy. My dear Chanqian wishes to meet you, so please accompany us for a moment. An imposing figure. A tall elderly man with short grayish-white hair adorned with a dog-headed hat, lazily picked his nose while munching on a donut and said, Dear sir, kindly step aside. We find your suggestion uninteresting. Fred, sensing the unfriendly demeanor of the old man, promptly revealed his martial soul, the 4-eyed cat eagle. Channeling his martial soul, he unfurled a pair of massive wings from his back, unleashing 10 razor-sharp blades of air. An intriguing strike. Allow me to handle this. A tall silhouette emerged. With short black hair, hawk-like piercing eyes, a wide-brimmed black hat, a wine-red patterned shirt, and a black trench coat. A small cross knife dangled from his chest, and a larger black blade rested on his back, exuding a dangerous aura akin to a drawn sword. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the pocket knife from his chest, sending forth a black sword light that not only overwhelmed the dense blades of air, but also continued its trajectory toward Fred. Not good. Zhao Wuxi rushed forward to shield Fred, crossing his arms. 7th Soul Ring, Martial Soul True Form, the Mighty Diamond Bear. 1st Soul Ring, the Unmoving King Body. Boom. Zhao Wuxi was propelled backward by the sword energy, sliding 10 meters and carving a deep trench in the ground. Impressive strength. He didn't even utilize his martial soul. Yu Xiaojiang's expression shifted dramatically. Zhao Wuxi's ability to draw the opponent's firepower allowed Fred to mount a long-range assault. Observing the heated exchange, the elderly man finished the last bite of his donut and gazed into the void. My friend, let us not linger any longer. It is time for us to begin. A somewhat disheveled figure slowly emerged, reeking of alcohol and appearing drowsy. I don't care who you are. Bullying my little San is unacceptable. Boom. 9 soul rings appeared beneath him, in hues of yellow, purple, black, 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 and red. A title Douluo. The Haotian Hammer, Haotian 9 Absolutes. A colossal hammer descended from the heavens. The elder flexed his limbs and then delivered a punch, a steel fist. The move was simple, yet it propelled the Haotian Hammer, renowned as the most formidable offensive martial soul in the Douluo realm, skyward. Quite the strength, the elder remarked, shaking his hand as his fist suddenly turned black, embodying the color of armed hockey. Onward. Great Samurai Hammer. Domain of the God of Slaughter. Domineering. The 2 individuals engaged in a fierce struggle are momentarily set aside as Fred and Zhao Wujing find themselves in a perilous predicament. Although Zhao Wujing possesses formidable defensive capabilities through his martial soul, his sluggish movements render him a passive target for attacks. Fred, despite his agility and ability to fly, can only evade the aerial onslaught, and his opponent appears to possess an uncanny foresight, making any effective counterattack impossible. Defeat seems inevitable. What further unsettles him is the fact that his adversary has yet to draw the ominous black blade from his back, relying solely on a diminutive toy knife. As if he had not even begun to take the encounter seriously. As time passes, the man in the black-edged hat grows impatient. His right hand reaching for the black blade behind him, poised to conclude this tedious game. In that fleeting moment, a shadow suddenly leaps forth from his own shadow. The second soul skill, Ethereal Shadow Kill. The glint of 10 razor-sharp claws slices through the chest of the man in the black-edged hat. A hit. No, something feels amiss. There is no sensation of tearing flesh, but rather the sensation of striking against metal. The third soul skill, Ethereal Shadow Clone. Failing to land a blow, she swiftly retreats, transforming into countless shadows that scatter in all directions. The Black Blade, Night. As the black blade is drawn from the back of the man in the black-edged hat, a terrifying intent slashes outwards. All of Zhu Zhuqing's shadow clones are obliterated in an instant, while a deep, bone-exposing gash appears on Zhao Wujing's chest from 100 meters away, and Fred is struck down from the air, his fate uncertain. A beautifully executed assassination. And yet it managed to mar my attire. Young lady, you have earned the right to make me draw my blade. The man in the black-edged hat regards her seriously, his gaze fixed on an inconspicuous shadow. Zhu Zhuqing gracefully emerges from the shadow. Young lady, state your name. You have deserved this honor. The man in the black-edged hat performs a flourish with his sword, his demeanor sharpening. I am Zhu Zhuqing, the martial soul of the ethereal spirit cat, a student of Shrek Academy, level 33 soul master. Please enlighten me. Zhu Zhuqing's expression is cool, 3 soul rings materializing beneath her, 2 yellow and 1 black. My name is Dracul Myhawk, the greatest swordsman in the pirate world. My blade is named Black Blade, Night. Young lady, let me witness your full strength. As you wish. Ethereal Cat Battle Garb. First soul skill, Ethereal Thrust. Third soul skill, Ethereal Shadow Clone. Second soul skill, Ethereal Shadow Kill. Elemental Attack, Chaotic Wind Blade. Martial Arts Technique. Ripple Step. In the face of the dazzling array of slashes, Myhawk merely swings his sword lightly, causing all attacks and Zhu Zhuqing's shadow clones to dissipate into nothingness. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's true form is not far from Myhawk, holding a white orb of light in her hand. Room. The white light membrane radiated from her center, instantaneously enveloping Hawkeye Myhawk. The 10 blades cat claw slashed fiercely, slicing through the air, just as she believed victory was within her grasp. Anticipating her opponent would meet a fate akin to that of the Ghost Tiger, the black blade in Hawkeye Myhawk's hand moved. Every invisible spatial slash was shattered with unparalleled precision, without exception. Zhu Zhuqing was astounded. Her most potent attack had been thwarted. The realm of space, it turned out, was a manifestation of the Devil Fruit's power, yet she had not fully unleashed its potential. Hawkeye Myhawk's expression remained impassive as the black blade, Night, descended mercilessly. Faced with an overwhelming slash capable of cleaving through even the fabric of space, despair flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. She realized that both her spatial leap and shadow clone techniques had become ineffective. This strike had locked onto her true form, leaving her no avenue for evasion. At that moment, a diminutive figure interposed itself before her. My brilliant second sister, you truly know how to choose your adversaries. Chapter 24, The Celestial Arena System Cats, Void Strike. As the Demon Blade, Thousand Blades, was drawn, an orange cat unleashed a wave of sword energy that not only obliterated Hawkeye Myhawk's attack, but also rebounded towards him, sort of shattered space. Myhawk's expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness as he gripped the black blade, Night, and unleashed a powerful flying slash. Boom. The 2 strikes, each imbued with the power to shatter space, collided, creating a vast rift in the sky from which chaotic spatial currents surged violently. Miyun swiftly grasped Zhu Zhuqing. Retreating rapidly, falling into the chaotic currents of space was hardly a trivial matter. Even his void sword body would struggle to withstand it. At that moment, the other 2 approached. Oh my, Hawkeye Myhawk, what on earth have you stirred up? Carp, digging in his nose, appeared, gazing at the gaping rift in space that refused to close. This world truly is fragile. One cannot unleash their full power here. Fortunately, Whitebeard did not arrive. Otherwise, this realm would surely be obliterated by a single punch. Muyun was utterly bewildered. Both Hawkeye Myhawk and Carp had appeared. Was this still the world of Douluo? Moreover, they had come here to attack the Shrek 7 monsters. It was needless to guess. It must have been Qian Renxue, the time traveler, who orchestrated this. Was she attempting to forcibly alter the narrative and eliminate threats prematurely? Little did she anticipate that the individuals she summoned would be these 2, bringing beings of unparalleled strength from the world of pirates into the realm of Douluo. This was rather against the rules. What should be done? This mission seemed rather troublesome. Karp lazily remarked that if the mission failed, it was no big deal. After all, he was a professional at slacking off. Mihawk, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the sky, felt a lack of enthusiasm. A world where he could not exert his full strength was indeed dull. He then cast a glance at Mu Yun, saying, "Kid, I hope one day I can battle you with all my might." With that, the two departed. "Oh dear, Xiao Yunzi. What brings you here?" Zhu Shiqing, having narrowly escaped death, exclaimed with joy. "Could I not come? If I hadn't, you would have met your end." Mu Yun felt quite helpless as he wandered around the jar shop, discovering that Zhu Shiqing and the others had yet to arrive. Utilizing his observation haki, he discerned an astonishing scene unfolding. At that moment, the members of Shrek Academy gathered around, casting uncertain glances at Zhu Shiqing. When had this girl become so formidable? The earlier assassination attempt was something even Fred, an 83rd level soul Douluo, couldn't confidently evade. The subsequent barrage of attacks was so relentless that only someone like Zhao Wuji, who specialized in both offense and defense, could withstand it. Most terrifying of all was the final display, which appeared to be a domain. Was this something a soul master of over 30 levels should possess? Only Ning Rongrong comprehended the events that had transpired. "Are you all here to smash jars?" Mu Yun inquired, perplexed, gazing at the group. "We are heading to the Soto City Grand Soul Arena to register for a competition, and of course, Rongrong and I also intend to smash some jars," Zhu Shiqing replied with exuberance. "Isn't everyone else going to the arena? Not smashing jars? Huh, don't even mention it. The probability of obtaining treasures from that jar shop is dismally low. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect fared terribly when they smashed jars. Only Sect Master Ning and the 2 titled Douluo managed to procure a few rare blue quality items, while the rest were a complete loss, yielding nothing but ordinary white quality items that are of no help to our strength," Zhu Shiqing lamented. "Our Shrek Academy is as poor as church mice. We can't even gather 100,000 gold soul coins to smash jars, so we plan to earn some money at the arena first." "You speak as if you're wealthy. Ning Rongrong is genuinely affluent. What about you?" "I may lack wealth, but I have you, jar-smashing brother. Lend me 1,000,000 gold soul coins for now." With a sense of resignation, Mu Yun produced 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Reflecting on how his arduous efforts to amass tens of millions seemed rather insufficient for the long haul, he realized that he must devise a means to acquire more funds. At the Soto City Great Soul Arena, while the Shrek 7 Devils were preoccupied with the registration process, Mu Yun, seeking distraction, unleashed his observation haki to scan the surroundings. Suddenly, his expression froze as he spotted an individual in the central chamber of the Grand Arena. It was Yi Bao, the proprietor of the Soto City Great Soul Arena and the owner of the Multiverse Arena system. Capable of selecting exceptional contestants from various small worlds to partake in the grand events of the Multiverse Arena, those who achieve commendable rankings would be rewarded generously for their recommendations. To his astonishment, Mu Yun realized that this arena was not confined to the Douluo world. It also had the capacity to recommend participants to transcend realms and compete in the true multiverse arena. Mu Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was not particularly concerned about the outcomes of the competitions. Rather, his focus lay on the grand event itself. The opportunity to encounter the prodigies from various realms was what truly captivated him. These exceptional individuals might very well possess their own systems, which could potentially allow him to reap significant benefits. Ding! The system for the multiverse arena has successfully been activated. The host is granted 3 recommendation slots to participate in the grand gathering of the multiverse arena. Mu Yun pondered earnestly, recognizing that Garp and Mihawk were the most formidable individuals within his reach. However, regardless of their prowess, he could neither seek them out nor dare to approach them, for they might easily become adversaries. Thus, he must keep his secrets to himself. The registration for this month's competitive gathering was drawing to a close, urging those who wished to participate to act swiftly. He soon resolved to allocate the spots, registering 3 individuals, Mu Yun, Zhu Shiqing, and Asuna. Rimuru and Cheyenne were still honing their strength in the Starry Forest, and it was uncertain when they would return. Moreover, as a duo, they exceeded the available slots, necessitating their inclusion in a future event. Ding! This gathering would span 3 days, commencing tomorrow. Seizing an advantage from the system, Mu Yun felt an immediate uplift in his spirits, humming a cheerful tune as he strolled along. Suddenly, a familiar presence enveloped him. Mu Yun suddenly turned around, only to find a stranger clad in a black robe, gazing at him with an expression of discontent. Mu Yun contemplated for a moment, then broke into a grin, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. "So it is you. What brings you all this way? Are you here to kill me?" The gold-eating beast, even in its human form, could not escape the discerning gaze of Mu Yun's illusory spirit eye. What is the matter with you? Just a few days have passed, and yet you have ascended to divinity. The figure in black robes, with bloodshot eyes and a face etched with envy and resentment, could hardly contain its frustration. It was no wonder the gold-eating beast was in a frenzy. After being outmaneuvered by Mu Yun, it had hastily returned from the far reaches of Douluo continent, laboriously tracking down its adversary's location, only to discover that it seemed incapable of prevailing. Ascending to divinity, wasn't that a privilege reserved for those who had achieved the title of Douluo? How could this mere soul master of over 30 levels suddenly become a deity? Was it truly fair to cheat in such a manner? After all, it too possessed a golden finger system, yet it received no such treatment. After laboring for countless years in forging, it remained a mere soul beast, far from divinity. Where was the justice in this? Such treatment was a grave indignity to beasts. Chapter 25. The Grim Reaper Trio. Is this truly the celestial arena? It appears less grand than the grand arena of Soto City. By the way, how did you acquire such an extraordinary ability? Zhu Zhiqing gazed curiously at the immense arena before her, as well as the surrounding competitors. Having just participated in both solo and duo matches at the grand arena of Soto City and then smashing 10 jars at the Celestial Jar Shop, she was about to take a break when Mu Yun recruited her, abruptly finding herself in this unfamiliar place without any understanding of the situation. Meanwhile, Mu Yun was intently scanning the large screen for the names of their team and their opponents. Soon, their names and the details of their adversaries appeared on the scrolling display. Douluo World, Mu Yun, Zhu Zhiqing, Asuna vs. Grim Reaper World, Urahara Kisuke, Shaifinjuan Yuruchi, Jiren Tetsuzai. Alas, fortune does not seem to favor us. It appears we shall be eliminated in the first round. Mu Yun sighed, reflecting on the considerable disparity in levels between the two worlds. If the Douluo realm is regarded as the foundational tier within the fantasy genre, then the world of the Soul Reaper undeniably represents the pinnacle of existence, where battles are fought at the level of souls, truly exquisite. And, my dear sister, I am now immensely powerful. I have just unleashed the Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, Observation Haki, and the 6 styles of the Navy. So, have you become conceited again? Nevertheless, with the combination of the 3 types of Haki, along with your speed and spatial jumps, it may not be without merit to engage in battle. As Mu Yun raised her brow, she perceived that Zhu Zhiqing had a fighting chance against Shi and Yuruchi, both being swift competitors. Asuna, facing off against Urahara Kisuke, would engage in a lengthy duel, given their temperaments and the nature of magic against the spiritual arts. Her own match against Urahara Kisuke remained uncertain. The former captain of the 2nd Division and the head of the Technical Development Bureau might not excel in combat. Soon, it was time for the contestants to enter the arena. Gazing across at the trio, Urahara Kisuke, with his slightly tousled light yellow hair, deep green short coat, a green and white striped fisherman's hat, wooden clogs, and a folding fan. Shi and Yuruchi, with her purple ponytail, golden eyes, and tan skin, and Wataru Ikaku, clad in a work uniform, reflective glasses, and sporting a pair of prominent mustaches. I will go first. That black cat is mine, declared Zhu Zhiqing, stepping forth with grace, directing her finger towards Shi and Yuruchi. You come here. Well, whose little wildcat is this? Come here so I can pamper you. Shi and Yuruchi teased, licking her cat-like paw and vanishing in an instant. True to her reputation as the former captain of the 2nd Division and the former commander of the Special Mobile Corps, Yuruchi struck first with her Shuinpa technique. In a blink, she appeared behind Zhu Zhiqing, her claws elongated and aimed at her delicate neck. The anesthetic surged forth. Without a glance back, Zhu Zhiqing twisted her waist, her serpentine form bending impossibly to evade the attack, simultaneously slashing upwards with her 10 blades cat claw. Shi and Yuruchi tilted her head slightly, avoiding the strike while performing a series of backward somersaults to create distance. She raised her hand and began to chant, scattered beast bones throughout the land, the wheels of crimson crystal and iron, the moving is the wind, the still is the sky. The sound of long spears clashing resounds through the city of the void. Baikad number 63, Thunder Roar Cannon. With a thunderous boom, a massive bolt of lightning erupted forth. Zhu Zhiqing, evading the thunder in an instant, suddenly vanished and leapt from Yuruchi's shadow, unleashing several wind blades with her 10 blades cat claw. Shuinpa, Thunder Beast Battle Form, Black Cat Battle Princess. The cat ears and claws adorned her as arcs of lightning entwined around her form, manifesting into cat-like claws. Shi and Yuruchi entered her most formidable combat state. Under the overwhelming spiritual pressure, Zhu Zhiqing, on the verge of fainting, suddenly trembled, A powerful aura is surging forth to dispel the oppressive force. Conqueror's Haki. Sensing the imminent danger, Zhu Zhuqing retreated at great speed, activating her devil fruit ability. Doom. As the white light enveloped her, she caught a glimpse of a figure rapidly approaching. So swift. Even within the domain of my surgical fruit, the naked eye cannot capture it. Zhu Zhuqing hastily activated her observation Haki and armament Haki, barely managing to keep pace with her opponent's movements. Unbeknownst to her, this was not even the peak speed of Shifanju and Yoruichi. Currently, Yoruichi was constrained within a physical body, significantly limiting her speed. In her Shinigami form, she could at least amplify her velocity tenfold. Observing the lively skirmish unfolding before her, Asuna approached, gracefully lifting her skirt and politely offering a bow. Sir, shall we engage in battle over there? Gailing T's eye cast a glance at Urahara Kisuke and spoke calmly. Shopkeeper. I shall proceed ahead. Go ahead, go ahead. I am perfectly fine here, Urahara Kisuke replied, readjusting his green and white-striped fisherman's hat, a broad smile gracing his lips. With the enchanted blade, thousand swords, in hand, Mu Yun advanced with measured steps. Let us commence, Mr. Urahara Kisuke. The air crackled with energy. A space leap. A simple strike, slash. He was not deceived by the seemingly nonchalant demeanor of the shopkeeper. Holding a high position and having endured numerous battles in the realm of Soul Reapers was no trivial feat to contend with such an adversary. One must seize the initiative and draw them into one's own rhythm. Clang. Urahara Kisuke effortlessly unsheathed his blade, effortlessly blocking Mu Yun's ambush. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of bemusement as he deftly deflected the enchanted blade. Little one, your tactics are rather insidious. At first glance, Mu Yun appeared to deliver a single strike, yet he had executed a flurry of blows at astonishing speed, all in the same stance. What left Urahara Kisuke utterly speechless was that these numerous strikes had inflicted upon him a myriad of afflictions, poison, dizziness, paralysis, and more. Had his body not been merely a puppet, the outcome would have been swiftly determined. Such cunning was indeed perilous. Heh. It seems we are both aware of one another's tricks. Do you think I am oblivious to the smoke bombs you conceal, which harbor a potent narcotic? Even an elephant would be ensnared in slumber for 3 days and nights after inhaling a whiff. Mu Yun chuckled softly, suddenly raising his hand to firmly press down on a blade sheath that had stealthily emerged from a concealed corner. Mr. Urahara Kisuke, I remarked. Do you truly intend to deceive an 8-year-old boy like me? That seems rather devoid of martial virtue, does it not? Urahara's brow furrowed, for the first time revealing a look of earnestness. Could it be that you comprehend the purpose of this sheath? He inquired. Is it not merely a tool to extract one's soul? Truly, as the inaugural director of the former Technical Development Bureau, the implements you devised are exceedingly perilous. Mu Yun displayed an expression of trepidation, his gaze darting about as he incessantly sought opportunities for attack. Mr. Urahara Kisuke, I implore you to adopt a more serious demeanor. Let us dispense with these trivial tricks. As you wish. Chapter 26. Breaking the Binding and Slaying the Soul Cutter. Baikud number 32. Yellow Fire Flash. Nico's Void Strike. Baikud number 81. Sealing Space. Baikud number 61. 6 Rods Prison of Light. Baikud number 99. 5 Dragons of Extinction. Void Trap. Devour. An hour later, Mu Yun sheathed his demonic blade, the 1,000 edges, conceding, I yield. You have won. Urahara was far too astute, deftly avoiding confrontation within Mu Yun's sword domain. While his array of ranged attacks was overwhelming, employing an endless variety of Baikud and Kido. Baikud was manageable. One could counter such assaults with sword techniques. However, Kido posed a greater challenge, with its myriad of control skills rendering defense nearly impossible. Even the observation Haki was insufficient, as it had yet to reach the level of foreseeing the future. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing and Asuna had already been defeated, rendering further resistance futile. In the lounge, Mu Yun approached, a smile gracing his features. Mr. Urahara, I hear you are the proprietor of a general store? Pray tell, what is it that attracts you to me? You little rascal who rises early only for profit? Urahara replied languidly, Baikud, Kido, and the Soul Cutter. Mu Yun cut straight to the point. Your appetite is indeed considerable. I wonder what you are prepared to offer in exchange. Divine Refinement Technique, Demon Sealing Chains, and 3,000 Thunderbolts. Mu Yun was well prepared. Still insufficient. The Demon Sealing Chains share similarities with many binding techniques, and the Divine Refinement Technique parallels our method of cultivating spiritual pressure, albeit with enhanced efficacy. However, the acceleration effect of 3,000 Thunderbolts is commendable. Urahara shook the miniature abacus in his hand. Thus, an additional sum is required. Then I shall add 3 more. Earth Spirit Inscription, Star Gathering Inscription, and Moon Embracing Inscription. Still not enough. These 3 inscriptions primarily serve to temper the physical body. Yet we Shinigami possess no corporeal form and thus have no use for them. Do not underestimate my youth, assuming I am oblivious. It is true that Shinigami lack physical bodies, but they utilize substitute bodies when necessary. However, not all substitutes are created equal. Some are superior to others. Even the finest substitute may struggle to fully manifest a Shinigami's prowess, particularly those as powerful as yourselves. Yet, if you were to inscribe the Star Gathering and Moon Embracing inscriptions upon a substitute, the continual baptism of stellar and lunar energies would undoubtedly elevate its quality to an extraordinary level, allowing for the full expression of a Shinigami's might. Furthermore, such inscriptions that enhance material quality must be considered invaluable treasures for an expert like yourself in the field of research. Would you not agree? Observing the unyielding demeanor of Mu Yun, Urahara Kisuke reluctantly consented to the transaction. After all, these 2 types of spiritual inscriptions were not solely applicable to the modified bodies. Their inclusion in various research projects would undoubtedly elevate their potential. Upon departing from the celestial arena, Zhu Zhuqing eagerly commenced her study of new techniques. This time, she fought with unparalleled vigor and learned the instant distraction from Surefoam Academy's Yoruchi, enhancing her speed significantly. Moreover, her Zanpakuto had merged with her 10 blades feline claws. And now she was focused on discovering how to unlock the cat claw Zanpakuto. As for Asuna, her primary interest lay in the arts of Bakudo and Heido. She realized that both arts possessed tremendous power while demanding minimal energy. In contrast, to achieve such potency through magic, one would require at least a 3rd-tier spell. Casting such high-level magic twice would deplete one's mana reserves. Yet, she found Bakudo and Heido to be effortlessly wielded, almost as if they incurred no cost at all. With her Zanpakuto transforming into a wand-like form in her grasp, Mu Yun brought the newly acquired Zanpakuto close to the demonic blade, Shinrin. Watching intently as the Zanpakuto seamlessly merged into the demonic weapon like flowing water. How should one begin to comprehend this? It seems that one must engage their heart to truly feel it. Mu Yun sensed for a long while, trying various postures, yet yielding no response. And soon felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Surely it cannot be this simple. Awaken, O 1,000 blades of the demon sword. It cannot possibly be so straightforward. Thud, thud, thud. Mu Yun gazed in astonishment at the blade in his hand. The rhythmic pounding of his heart signified that the demon blade, Qianren, had indeed awakened and was on the verge of its initial release. With a thunderous roar, the demon blade exuded an aura of terror as an immense figure slowly emerged from the void. To my surprise, the form of my Zanpakuto's initial release took the shape of an orange cat warrior, standing upright at a height equivalent to 2 stories. This colossal orange feline bore a gigantic demon blade, Qianren, strapped to its waist, exuding a cool demeanor that was utterly striking. I must see how formidable its power truly is. Mu Yun, filled with excitement, teleported deep into the starry forest with the orange cat. The orange cat unsheathed its blade, letting out a fierce meow. A colossal black crescent moon surged forth. Goodness, could this be the legendary Moonlight Slash? Mu Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. The path of the black crescent obliterated trees and extinguished life, even turning mountains and soil into nothingness, leaving behind an unfathomable rift in space. Far larger than the one created during Mihawk's confrontation. The Moonlight Slash was never meant to wield such power. The devastation unleashed had surpassed the limits of this world's endurance, indicating that it could not be utilized frequently in the future. At this moment, the orange cat, having unleashed the Moonlight Slash, showed no signs of restraint. With a flick of its tiny paw, the gigantic enchanted blade transformed into countless petals, which coalesced into a torrent, surging with overwhelming force. This petal deluge possessed the ability to track enemies. Once locked on, it would pursue relentlessly, aptly named the Sea of Death Petals. Observing the aftermath of the petal torrent, where space collapsed and fragments drifted like debris, Mu Yun suddenly realized that this skill could not be employed carelessly. It would inevitably rend the Douluo continent asunder. Alas, the world is too feeble, which is truly disheartening. At this moment, Mu Yun finally comprehended the sentiments of Hawkeye Mihawk. Even without exerting much effort, the world appeared as though it were on the brink of devastation. Having reached level 40, it was nearly time to prepare for the next Soul Ring. His previous battle with Urahara Kisuke had unveiled a significant vulnerability in his defense. Had his defenses been sufficiently robust, he could have pursued Urahara without hesitation, utilizing instant teleportation to strike relentlessly. Initially, he had set his sights on the gold-eating refiner beast. For its soul ring promised immense power, an ancient soul beast of 90,000 years, tantalizingly close to the mythical 100,000-year beast god. Its unparalleled strength lay in its defense. It was said that a lunatic wielding the Shura blood sword had relentlessly pursued it for an entire month, yet not a single scratch marred its hide. If only it could voluntarily sacrifice itself to become his soul ring, akin to the smoke cloud twin-wing Thunder Lion King, he might acquire a truly invincible golden body skill. One that could withstand even the cataclysm of Douluo continent without consequence. Regrettably, the gold-eating refiner beast had previously evaded persuasion, as it did not willingly offer itself for sacrifice. He found himself powerless against it, unable to breach its defenses. He had already attempted this, and even when ensnared within his spatial trap, it remained unscathed, impervious to spatial annihilation. Nevertheless, he was equally at a loss. While he could not vanquish it, he could certainly send it flying. Chapter 27. The Ancient Star Tree Periphery of the Douluo Forest. Muyin gazed, utterly speechless, at a modest earthen mound before him, upon which a nondescript little willow tree was nestled among a myriad of flowers and grasses. How deeply concealed you are, old fellow. Had it not been for the revelation of your whereabouts by the gold-eating beast, I would never have imagined that the star-viewing willow, a soul beast of 300,000 years, had remained on the fringes of the Douluo Forest. Indeed, the most perilous places often serve as the safest havens. This locale is nearly the gateway to the Douluo Forest, with countless passers-by oblivious to your existence. Otherwise, given the disposition of those from the Spirit Hall, they would have long since descended upon you with intent to eradicate. At that moment, the previously silent willow tree suddenly trembled, its branches and leaves swelling dramatically in Mu Yun's eyes. An illusion? No, this is your true form. Before Mu Yun, the scenery transformed rapidly. The earth and hills morphed into the vast cosmos, and the flowers and grasses became twinkling stars. The stargazing willow, however, had transformed into an ancient tree of stars rooted in the void. How peculiar! Were you not the stargazing willow? How did you come to be an ancient tree of stars? Mu Yun's violet eye shimmered, and the information perceived by the illusory spirit I seemed to shift. A thought resonated within me. I was indeed once known as the stargazing willow. However, 1,000,000 years ago, I achieved mastery in stargazing and comprehended a fraction of the celestial star formation's formidable powers. My essence transcended this realm, taking root in the void to absorb the energies of the cosmos. And now I have become the ancient tree of celestial stars in the void. Mu Yun felt a shiver running down his spine. To have transcended this realm 1,000,000 years ago, what might such a being possess in terms of strength? How audacious of him to entertain thoughts of confronting such an entity. Was he akin to an old man committing suicide? Aunt Lu, I must insist that this entire affair is but a trivial misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Mu Yun treaded cautiously, his gaze imbued with an earnest sincerity. It was not that he lacked the desire to flee. Rather, the celestial expanse of this universe, dominated by the ancient stellar trees, rendered all his spatial escape tactics utterly futile. After a brief silence, the stellar tree inquired, "You seek a soul ring, do you not? I can provide it for you. Is 500,000 years sufficient?" A blood-red soul ring materialized before Mu Yun's eyes. Do not be so astonished. A soul ring is merely a crystallization of energy. Something even the so-called deities can fabricate at will, let alone myself. Currently, I am situated within the cosmic void, where high-level energy abounds. Compressing and crafting a soul ring is exceedingly simple. The energy here far surpasses that of the divine realm. The branches of the stellar tree swayed, and a willow twig emerged before Mu Yun. This is a branch of willow, serving as a fragment of my being, infused with my insights garnered over the years regarding the great array of the celestial bodies. I bestow it upon you. After the initial surprise, Mu Yun quickly regained his composure. Nothing worthwhile is obtained without effort. May I inquire what I must contribute? I sense that you possess what I seek. Having rooted myself in the void for 1,000,000 years, my internal energy has long reached saturation. To advance further, I require a cultivation method or a legacy that aligns with my essence. Without a transmission from a higher realm, I find myself unable to take that crucial step. The ancient star tree's consciousness, once tranquil, now brims with anticipation. Mu Yun immediately grasped the situation. What the other party sought was the Lu Divine Method. The paramount function of the Lu Divine Method lies in its capabilities for self-healing and transformative rebirth. He pondered earnestly, his eyes glimmering with insight. You require the Lu Divine method, do you? No problem, but it will cost you more. What do you desire? High-quality void energy crystals. I can procure one as large as a star. Will that suffice? A star-sized crystal? That must be quite formidable. Mu Yun nearly succumbed to the temptation of immediate agreement. I wish for you to place this portal in a location nearby that is abundant in energy and secure. This portal was crafted by Mu Yun utilizing the abilities of the door fruit, enabling travel between two distinct locations. With a bountiful feast of energy exchanged, even a child would know whom to choose. After concluding this transaction, Mu Yun found himself elevated to the rank of a level 50 Soul Master. Adorned with 4 crimson soul rings that sparkled like stars, while the divine power within him seemed to undergo another metamorphosis. As the stellar energy permeated his being, Mu Yun sensed a profound transformation in his physique. His defense, agility, and strength experienced an all-encompassing enhancement. He suddenly perceived that the defense of the gold-eating refiner beast was rather lackluster. Its divine power could not breach his defenses, yet the might of the stars undoubtedly could. The new soul ring bestowed upon him 2 remarkable abilities. 1. Void Star Armor, impervious to all forms of attack, capable of reflecting damage, and able to withstand the chaotic turbulence of the void, allowing him to traverse the cosmic abyss. 2. Starry Transformation, encompassing 3 distinct changes. A. Aurora Shift, a 10-fold surge in speed for a duration of 10 minutes. B. Void Shift, the ability to transition freely between reality and illusion for 10 minutes. C. Stellar Shift, a 10-fold increase in defense for a duration of 10 minutes. However, the greatest treasure remained that slender willow branch, which not only encapsulated the insights of the Great Star Array, but also contained the experiences and cultivation wisdom gleaned from the ancient void tree during its years traversing the cosmos. Mu Yun felt as though he had transformed from an inexperienced novice in cultivation into a battle-hardened veteran with a wealth of experience. Although he had reached level 50 and could once again hunt for soul rings, he had yet to contemplate what type of soul ring he should acquire next. Upon returning home and exchanging greetings with Asuna, he was just about to retire for the night when an unwelcome presence materialized. How dare you, relying on your robust physique, disregard my formation? Just wait until I set up the Celestial Star Array, integrating it with the 7 Illusions Enchantment and the Stellar Golden Lock Array, as well as the Cold Moon Killing Array. I assure you, if I do not vanquish you, I shall not bear my name. Mu Yun, gritting his teeth, charged forward and seized his opponent by the collar, exclaiming, "Are you deliberately deceiving me, you rascal? What did you say? You didn't locate the stargazing willow?" The golden consuming beast replied, perplexed. "That shouldn't be the case. From my observations, it hasn't moved in hundreds of thousands of years. And although it is a soul beast of 300,000 years, it seemingly possesses no formidable abilities, making it quite easy to hunt." Seeing the genuine confusion etched on his face, Mu Yun begrudgingly released him. A 300,000-year soul beast? In truth, it had long since transcended this realm and ventured into the cosmic expanse 1,000,000 years ago. What remained was merely a doppelganger. Fortunately, I am well-liked and admired, cherished by all, and blessed with exceptional character. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly have fallen victim to your schemes this time. The golden consuming beast was taken aback as well. He had contemplated seizing the stargazing willow himself, believing it to be an easy target. Little did he realize it was the progenitor of traps, having dug its pit over 1,000,000 years, an abyss. By the way, I am now at level 50 as a soul master, and there is not much room left for you. When will you become my soul ring? Once this opportunity passes, it will be lost forever. Chapter 28. The Resurrection of Soul Beast. Ultimately, the golden refining beast resisted the allure and declined the offer to sacrifice itself as a soul ring for Mu Yun. Upon perceiving the superior power within Mu Yun that transcended divine energy, it contemplated the possibility of becoming his soul ring. After all, for soul beasts, this would indeed present a shortcut, especially upon witnessing the 4 resplendent red soul rings adorned with starlight. It was evident that those 4 beings had reaped significant rewards. Were it not for the ambition inspired by the artifact refining system, it might have succumbed to Mu Yun's persuasion. The soul ring, after all, is not the ultimate destination for soul beasts. With each enhancement in the quality of soul rings, the first soul ring, the bloodthirsty poison bee queen, has been revived and resides within her hive, leading a life much akin to her former existence, devouring, feasting, and reproducing at an astonishing rate. The only discernible change is that she is no longer merely the bloodthirsty poison bee. She ought to be referred to as the Void Star Insect Queen. She has now acquired the ability to transform, adorning herself in a gown shimmering with starlight, presenting an appearance somewhat regal. As for her visage, If one overlooks the antennae atop her head, the scales at the corners of her eyes, and the stinger at her rear, she could indeed be considered a beauty. In contrast, the big-mouthed flower has transformed into a petite girl. Generally, she presents herself as a demure and well-mannered young lady. Though she is unable to speak without revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, resembling a bear trap. Moreover, she has ascended to the status of the devouring flower, capable of shattering space with a single bite, raising concerns that one day she might rend the Douluo continent asunder. As for the smoke and cloud dual-winged thunder lion king, it has achieved its desire and transformed into a swan ni, a starry swan ni beast. It has not taken on a new form. Seemingly content with its lion cub appearance, spending its days frolicking outside without returning to its soul ring. The newly joined starry ancient tree avatar has manifested in the guise of a beautiful and dignified elder sister, appearing indistinguishable from a human. Muyun also bestowed upon them distinct names: Insect Queen, Flower, Little Lion, and Sister Tree. Although the gold-eating beast did not consent to be sacrificed to become a soul ring, it agreed to serve as Muyun's subordinate. The foremost blacksmith under Muyun, Ajin, possesses an extraordinary talent for crafting. However, his advancement is hindered as he remains a mere second-tier blacksmith, limited to forging artifacts due to the subpar quality of materials at his disposal. A skilled artisan, after all, cannot create masterpieces without the necessary resources. Hence, without suitable materials, he cannot forge the third-tier spiritual devices. Yet now, with the advent of the wondrous Jutian jar store, the gold-eating beast hastened to procure a plethora of third-tier crafting materials. When it comes to wealth, none in the entire Douluo realm could rival the gold-eating beast, who holds dominion over the largest mineral vein in the Stardo forest, truly embodying the notion of having a mine at home. The proprietor of Jutian jar store was utterly bewildered by the sight of Muyun and the gold-eating beast together. Previously, there had been elves and magical beasts, and now a soul beast had joined their ranks. Wasn't it said that soul masters and soul beasts were sworn enemies? Little did Muyun anticipate the return of challenging times. As the gold-eating beast successfully forged a third-tier spiritual device, his blacksmithing system unexpectedly upgraded. While Muyun's advantageous system began to exploit this development, issuing a task that compelled Muyun to also forge a third-tier spiritual device. Adding to this misfortune, there was a time constraint accompanied by penalties, and without the necessary materials, disaster would surely befall small Ding-Ding. Ajin, with the abundance of unused artifacts and treasures at your disposal, might you consider selling them? Muyun gazed listlessly at the golden refining beast, which was drenched in sweat from tirelessly forging yet another third-tier spiritual tool. This creature truly relished the art of crafting, ever since acquiring third-tier materials. It had not ceased its labor, managing to upgrade all the magical artifacts it bore within a mere 5 days. The craftsmanship of the Douluo continent is rather subpar, with even magical weapons being a rarity. Any single item I possess would certainly command a place at an auction house. However, renowned auction houses are limited to 3 locations: Tando City, Xinglua City, and Wuhuan City. These 3 locales are undoubtedly the gathering grounds for the titled Douluo of humanity. Given my status, entry into any of these places is prohibited, particularly Wuhuan City, where the demigod Qian Douluo can wield true divine power. Although my defenses are formidable, rendering me impervious to genuine divine might, control-type soul skills can indeed affect me. Should I be besieged by a multitude of titled Douluo and fall victim to their control, I would find myself in dire straits. The golden refining beast displayed a look of trepidation, as if it had suffered at the hands of the Wuhuan palace before. Indeed, while the soul skills in the Douluo continent may lack overwhelming force, some are particularly vexatious. Muyun recalled the fusion skill of the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo, the dual attribute stasis domain. Falling victim to such a technique would indeed spell trouble. Perhaps I should venture forth, taking a shot and changing locations. That should pose no significant issues. The next day, Muyun, are you planning to head out? As Muyun stepped out of the house, he was confronted by Zhu Zhuqing. Over the past few days, she had been enjoying a delightful existence at Muyun Manor, requiring no effort other than to recline in bed and bask in the cleansing energy bestowed by the cosmos. Her soul power surged dramatically, and she astonishingly discovered that the longevity of her soul rings was also increasing. In a mere 5 days, her 2 yellow century soul rings had transformed into purple millennium soul rings. This phenomenon seemed utterly unfathomable. I intend to take the discarded magical artifacts and treasures from a gene to the auction house to sell a portion of them. Muyun gently lifted a massive parcel in his hands, preparing to place it into the hive. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She was well aware of Jin's true identity as a blacksmith, and any fragment of his craft was a treasure in its own right. What is it? Do you desire something? Mu Yun inquired with a semblance of a smile. Zhu Zhuqing nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Pray, do you possess any currency? The question deflated Zhu Zhuqing like a punctured balloon. In truth, you need only focus on developing your cat claw soul-cutting blade. Other artifacts hold little significance for you. Mu Yun suddenly recalled Ning Rongrong and her father's 7 treasures glazed sect. This was indeed a veritable cash cow, or rather, a flock of them. It would be prudent to seize the opportunity. Sister, do you know where Ning Rongrong is at present? Zhu Zhuqing immediately grasped his intent. They were to acquire some funds, and she had to accompany him. The sect master and his associates have recently faced dismal fortunes, ending up with a plethora of worthless items. They are in dire need of some magical artifacts to lift their spirits. I shall take you to find them. Oh no, there's no need for you to guide me. Just tell me the location. Ah, that simply won't do. How could you abandon your beloved sister in such a lucrative venture? Zhu Zhuqing seized Mu Yun from behind, locking him in a tight embrace, as if to ensure he would not vanish in an instant. Stop. Release me. I shall accompany you. Chapter 29. The Tavern of Celestial Hunters. Mu Yun, why have you halted? Zhu Zhuqing asked. The members of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect are lodging at the hotel just ahead. Sister, I have an urgent matter to attend to. I entrust the sale of the artifacts to you. Set the prices high, starting at 200,000 gold soul coins for the magical tools, and 500,000 for the artifacts. You shall receive 20% of the income. After hastily conveying his instructions, Mu Yun vanished in an instant. How peculiar. One wonders what he has suddenly discovered, shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, this bodes well for me. An opportunity for substantial profit is now mine. As Zhu Zhuqing prepares to confront the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, Mu Yun finds himself in a deserted alleyway in Soto City. He extends his hands, probing left and right, seemingly searching for something. The spatial disturbance earlier emanated from this very spot. It must conceal something significant. After half an hour, Mu Yun's hand suddenly paused, as if pressing upon something. With a click, a luminous door materialized out of thin air, its sign adorned with flickering neon lights, the Tavern of Celestial Hunters. As Mu Yun pushed open the door and stepped inside, he was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. The elongated bar was filled to capacity, and the tables below were equally occupied, while bunny girls gracefully weaved through the crowd, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. Welcome. Is this your first visit to our establishment, young guest? A charming woman in a red dress, exuding an alluring fragrance, appeared before Mu Yun. Indeed, it is my first time here. I am curious to know what main offerings this bar provides. Mu Yun inquired with an air of maturity beyond his years. In addition to serving a variety of beverages, we also facilitate the posting of bounty tasks. Naturally, if one possesses the requisite skills, they may also undertake these tasks, the woman in red replied, casually gesturing towards a small blackboard nestled in the corner of the bar. Upon closer inspection, Mu Yun noticed numerous papers affixed to it, presumably detailing the tasks available. A number of patrons stood nearby, seemingly perusing the options. Mu Yun approached and discovered that the bounty tasks were categorized by levels, such as 1-star tasks, 2-star tasks, and so forth. Furthermore, there were restrictions on accepting tasks. Only hunters of the corresponding star level could undertake tasks of that same star rating. May I inquire how the star rating of a hunter is determined? Mu Yun's gaze settled upon the woman clad in a crimson dress. It was evident that she was the proprietor of this tavern. The sole criterion for judgment was strength, and there were designated individuals here to conduct the assessments. Let us proceed with this test, for I too am eager to discern the caliber of my own abilities. Follow me, and I shall arrange for your opponent. Moments later, an arena for competition gradually emerged at the heart of the tavern, instantly igniting the already fervent atmosphere into a fervor. Indeed, they possess a remarkable acumen for business. As Mu Yun observed the moment the arena for competition was established, the tavern's offerings of beverages and fruits were instantly sold out, and betting stalls were swiftly set up. Soon, the information of the combatants appeared on the display screen. It must be said that, though small, the tavern was well equipped. Mu Yun, a novice hunter from the Douluo world, had no star ranking. On the other hand, Jito, from the hunter world, was a 1-star hunter. Oh, isn't that Jito from the notorious rookie killer trio? Has he found it too difficult to survive in the Sky Arena and resorted to being a guest at a bar? Is he well known in your realm? Indeed, but not for commendable reasons. He loiters in the Sky Arena, primarily challenging newcomers to bolster his record, possessing quite the audacity. It was later reported that he was defeated consecutively by a few children, ultimately forced to pack his belongings and leave. And how proficient is he? He should be decent. He is an enhancer-type Nun user, and his iron top infused with Nun is quite formidable. Without the enhancement of Nun, receiving just one blow could easily result in broken bones. I shall place a bet on his victory. The opposing child clearly lacks Nun abilities. Before long, Mu Yun deduced from the discussions around him what the existence of this multiverse hunter tavern entailed. Although it was called multiverse, it primarily catered to the hunter world, with occasional visitors like himself from beyond. The memories of being a hunter do indeed evoke a sense of nostalgia. Mu Yun gracefully leaped onto the arena. In his recollections, excluding the desolate expanse of the Dark Continent, hunters were generally not formidable, and this particular adversary, Ji-Do, was remarkably weak. At that moment, Ji-Do, upon seeing a mere 8-year-old boy stepping into the arena, was instantly reminded of the scene where he had been defeated by another child. Their figures seemed to merge in his mind. "Kid, you're quite unfortunate." As the signal to commence was given, Ji-Do's swivel chair began to spin rapidly, unleashing a torrent of iron gyroscopes infused with his mental energy, swiftly enveloping the entire arena. Mu Yun gazed at the approaching iron gyroscope, his curiosity prompting him to reach out and touch it with his finger. Upon contact, he felt a tremendous jolt. The force was likely around 10,000 pounds. Quite formidable indeed. After this brief experiment, Mu Yun quickly assessed the situation. This fierce combatant would be roughly equivalent to a soul master of over 50 levels in the world of Douluo, and he had numerous strategies at his disposal to defeat him. Mu Yun pondered for a moment and concluded that donning the starry battle armor was entirely unnecessary. After all, the weight of the armor was rather burdensome and uncomfortable. Ultimately, he opted to envelop himself in armament hockey, effortlessly shattering all the iron gyroscopes with the most straightforward approach. He then strode directly to the still-spinning opponent, Ji-Do, uttering not a single word before delivering a resounding slap that sent him flying. Mu Yun emerged victorious. Congratulations on becoming a 1-star hunter. After Mu Yun's victory, he did not leave the arena but turned to the woman in the red dress and inquired, "Might I ask what distinctions exist among hunters of varying star ranks?" A 1-star hunter may undertake 1-star missions and purchase standard beverages. A 2-star hunter is eligible for 2-star missions and may acquire ethereal liquors from other realms. A 3-star hunter can engage in 3-star missions, procure superior liquors, and gain access to the trading area to interact with patrons from other worlds. A 4-star hunter is entitled to 4-star missions, can obtain even more refined liquors, and has the privilege of setting up a stall in the trading area. Additionally, a 5-star hunter, beyond these aforementioned benefits, is granted the ability to utilize the colossal interstellar teleportation array to traverse into other dimensions. Mu Yun pondered for a moment and decided to apply for the 3-star hunter assessment. "Now?" "Yes, right now." "Very well, I shall arrange it immediately." Moments later, a figure gradually emerged on the arena, clad in bearskin attire and boots, with wild gray, hedgehog-like hair, standing at an imposing height of 2.5 meters. An aura of ferocity surged forth unabashedly, far surpassing the previous adversary. Woken, a 3-star hunter in the world of hunters, a primary force of the brigade, and an S-rank wanted criminal. Goodness, how could it be him? Such a perilous individual is actually a resident of the tavern. The Spider. The entire brigade comprised of S-rank wanted criminals, though few in number, was said to possess national-level combat capabilities. This child was in grave danger, in Woken's eyes. There was no distinction between adult and child. Chapter 30. The Pain Netero in the arena. Woken cracked his neck, producing a series of ominous sounds. Casting a disdainful glance at the diminutive Mu Yun, before turning his gaze upwards, displeased, towards the woman in the red dress. "I recall stating upon joining the tavern that if a strong contender were to be arranged for me, I would expect someone formidable. Instead, you present me with a mere child. What does this mean?" The woman in red wore an expression of helplessness. "There are no other 3-star hunters available. They're all on missions, and you are the only one with time to spare. What a waste of my time. I shall take my leave." Woken casually threw a punch and turned to depart. In his view, even without channeling his aura, the sheer force of his punch could wield destruction in the tens of thousands of pounds. A mere child stood no chance. Suddenly, a youthful voice rang out beside him. "Are you conceding?" "What?" Woken turned in shock. In that instant, a leg shot forth with lightning speed. Woken hastily raised his left arm to defend. Boom. Like a colossal giant, Woken was sent sprawling across the ground, tumbling several times before finally stabilizing himself, sliding another dozen meters before coming to a halt. What immense power! He shook his slightly numbed left arm, his expression twisting into a grimace, his eyes igniting with battle fervor. The force behind that kick was at least 300,000 pounds. Had he not instinctively harnessed his aura to harden his arm, it might have shattered. Astonishingly, his well-honed physique had failed to withstand the blow from this child, and the child's speed was equally terrifying. He had completely failed to perceive how the opponent had suddenly appeared. Child, congratulations, you have successfully piqued the interest of Woken. With his legs slightly bent, a torrent of aura surged forth, his spiky hair standing on end, as he prepared to charge. Come, young one, experience the cataclysmic might of Woken's destructive fist. Boom. As the debris flew chaotically, the explosion beneath his feet caused him to vanish in an instant. Straight punches, hooks, uppercuts, elbow strikes, and sweeping kicks followed in a relentless combination, relentlessly pursuing Mu Yun. In the blink of an eye, the arena had been ravaged beyond recognition, with deep craters left by the forceful blows scattered all around. Though the speed was remarkable, it was wholly exposed under the scrutiny of observation hockey. Allowing the body's reflexes to keep pace, the destructive power of each fist was estimated to be in the range of 1,000,000 pounds. It was no exaggeration to claim that these punches possessed the capacity for missile-level devastation. As Mu Yun evaded and retreated, with Jin's fists, resembling a tempest, rained down relentlessly for an extended period, yet not once did they connect. Boy, is evasion your only tactic? You cannot hope to defeat me merely by dodging. Jin grumbled in frustration as he continued his assault. Mu Yun concurred with this assessment. The hulking figure before him exuded an aura of boundless stamina, likely capable of enduring combat for days on end without a hint of fatigue. He realized he could not afford to engage in a protracted battle. Very well. Let me demonstrate my own prowess. Armament hockey, activate. Mu Yun was enveloped entirely in black, exuding an aura of supreme dominance, coiling around him. Underneath Mu Yun's feet, a tremor reverberated, and 4 blood-red soul rings materialized. 4th soul skill, Aurora Transformation. 4th soul skill, Stellar Transformation. With full power unleashed, his speed and defense surged tenfold. At that moment, Mu Yun resembled an unstoppable tank, relentlessly overpowering Jin, embodying the adage that in the realm of martial arts, nothing is invincible but speed. Jin, left with no choice but to endure the onslaught, could only shield his head and assume a defensive stance, biding his time for an opportunity to counterattack. Huh. Tough skin and resilient flesh. Do you think this will render me helpless? Mu Yun let out a cold snort, unleashing his armed color hockey, flowing Sakura. Bang. A powerful punch struck Jin's abdomen, who had been enduring the onslaught but had not sustained significant damage. The advanced application of armed color hockey, flowing Sakura, not only enhances the user's defensive and offensive capabilities, but also allows the energy to permeate the interior of an object, bypassing the opponent's defenses to directly inflict damage on their organs. 10 minutes later, the effects of Aurora Transformation and Star Transformation wore off, causing Mu Yun's speed and defense to diminish. Jin, who had been mercilessly battered, suddenly raised his head, revealing a face twisted in fierce anger. The opportunity for a counterattack had finally arrived. You shall meet your end, brat. Ultra Destruction Fist. Faced with Jin's desperate counterattack, Mu Yun couldn't help but admire the resilience of his opponent's body. Even with his attack bypassing the physical defenses directly targeting the internal organs, it still failed to deliver a fatal blow. Alas, if you wish to stage a comeback, you might be overly optimistic. Let me inform you, I am not a brawler. I am, in fact, a swordsman. With a swift motion, Mu Yun distanced himself in an instant. Spatial leaps are beyond the comprehension of a muscle-bound brute like Jin. The demon blade, Qian Ren, slowly emerged from its sheath. Awaken, demon blade, Qian Ren. Entering the scene is a colossal orange cat, standing on its hind legs, towering 2 stories high. This space should withstand your onslaught. Orange cat sword maiden, unleash your blade. Meow. As the orange cat drew its sword, a gargantuan black crescent moon surged forth. Moon crescent sky charge. Boom. Wherever the black crescent passed, the arena began to shatter. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin unleashed his small universe and fled. It appeared he was not entirely foolhardy, for it was evident this force was beyond his endurance. Would he remain and await his demise? Despite the destruction of the arena, the Black Crescent continued its relentless flight, threatening the very existence of the Hunter's Tavern. Suddenly, a slender figure materialized. Child, are you intent on obliterating my hunter's tavern? Ding, the proprietor of the tavern, Netero, made his entrance. And the system began to take advantage of the situation. Muyun scratched his head in embarrassment. His intention was merely to compel the master of this realm to reveal himself for some advantage. Never did he intend to cause destruction here. He could never bring himself to bite the hand that feeds him. Well, my tactic is one that can only be unleashed but not retracted. So I must leave it to you, wise elder, to resolve this matter. Good luck. Observing Mu Yun's encouraging gestures, Netero clasped his hands together in resignation. And a colossal figure of the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara emerged behind him. The 100 styles of Avalokiteshvara, with formidable and rapid strikes from multiple angles, the dark crescent was swiftly obliterated. Thus the hunter-s bar was preserved. Netero surveyed the chaotic tavern with a heavy heart, delegating the task of tidying up to others before turning his gaze back to Mu Yun. Wow, are all you beings from other realms this formidable? At such a tender age, you possess the power to shatter worlds. The force of void shattering is also known as the power to destroy worlds. Mu Yun understood that while his ability to shatter voids might wreak havoc in the Douluo world, it would certainly be incapable of dismantling the hunter world. The spatial barriers of that realm are exceptionally resilient. Otherwise, the genuine monstrosities of the Dark Continent could bring about the end of the world with a mere sneeze. By the way, does this mean I have passed the assessment for a 3-star hunter? Netero, in a huff, tossed a card towards him. Here. This is the certification for a 5-star hunter, and you are forever barred from my competitive arena. Chapter 31. The Crimson Flame Golden Lion Beast Mu Yun. What treasures have you acquired this time? Why does it feel as though my bloodline is being suppressed in your presence? Upon returning from the Celestial Hunter Bar, Mu Yun was approached eagerly by the Golden Eater Beast, which circled around him, sniffing inquisitively. There was little of note. He had merely procured the corpse of a crimson flame golden lion, said to have been scorched by the true fire of the sun for 7 consecutive days and nights, thus imbued with the essence of that very fire. As Mu Yun retrieved the charred carcass, the Golden Eater Beast's drool cascaded as it clung tightly to Mu Yun's thigh, exclaiming with fervor, "Brother, uncle, grandfather, what do you desire?" A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Mu Yun's lips. From the very first glance of the beast's corpse in the trading area of the Celestial Hunter Bar, he sensed an intrinsic connection between it and the Golden Eater Beast, prompting him to acquire it without delay. Observing the beast's animated reaction, he realized his instincts were indeed correct. You wish for it, don't you? Oh, how you desire it. The Golden Eater Beast nodded vigorously, its enthusiasm creating an afterimage in motion. If my conjecture holds true, could this be your ancestor? While uncertain of its lineage, the source of its bloodline was undoubtedly evident. No wonder the Golden Eater Beast was so agitated, for beasts of its kind. A high-level bloodline not only promised transformation and enhanced strength, but also the invaluable inheritance of bloodline techniques and innate abilities. These were precisely what it lacked. Indeed. Not only it, but all soul beasts on the Douluo continent were devoid of such heritage. The so-called soul skills were merely self-invented, explaining their lackluster potency. Typically, beasts over 1,000 years old are regarded as formidable demon kings, effortlessly overpowering foundational cultivators. Yet in the Douluo realm, even a 100,000-year-old soul beast would struggle against the title Douluo, whose strength merely reaches the pinnacle of chi training, an utterly disheartening reality. However, my intention is to fashion it into a soul ring. Mu Yun wore an expression of considerable difficulty. How about this? You grant me the item, and once I undergo my evolution, I shall sacrifice myself to become your soul ring. The gold-eating beast gritted its teeth and stamped its foot, fully committed. Disregarding any notions of a tool-refining system, its own evolution was paramount. Moreover, becoming a soul ring seemed trivial, after all. Did not Mu Yun's first 4 soul rings come from soul beasts that had revived? They were living quite splendidly, especially that little lion, which evolved directly from the Stormwing Thunder Lion King into the Celestial Lion, possessing not only a divine body but also a great deal of freedom. Currently frolicking who knows where. On the 3rd day after the transaction was concluded, Mu Yun finally achieved his desired sacrifice from the gold-eating beast, elevating his level to 60. Even after the compression and transformation of soul power into divine energy imbued with stellar might, he remained at level 60, truly befitting a soul beast of 900,000 years. As the energy was indeed substantial, the skills bestowed by the soul ring were remarkable. The first, Lord of 10,000 Flames, was a domain-type soul skill that allowed control over myriad flames within its realm. It rendered the user immune to fire and enabled the summoning of the illusory form of the red flame golden lion for combat. The second, Lord of all tools, was another domain-type soul skill that allowed mastery over all instruments within its area. Mu Yun was utterly elated. The first skill alone was formidable enough. For even as an illusion, the red flame golden lion possessed a tenth of its true strength, sufficient to obliterate the dull world with a mere swipe. The second skill, Lord of all tools, was equally outrageous, effectively stripping opponents of all their weapons while also allowing the user to turn those very weapons against their owners. Additionally, he acquired an external soul bone resembling a crown, which functioned as a refining cauldron, capable not only of refining but also containing a vast expanse of space. After the sacrifice of the gold-eating beast and its subsequent revival under the cleansing energy of the cosmos, it joyfully transformed into the red flame golden lion. Its mastery of beast fire had evolved into true solar flame, significantly enhancing its refining capabilities. As for the tool refining system, it still belonged to Mu Yun. He had the opportunity to seize it for himself, but unhesitatingly relinquished it, deciding it was better suited for little Jean. It was simply too taxing. He even returned the refining cauldron soul bone to little Jean. For now, he had his own humanity, and it mattered not where it resided. Having reached level 60 and ready to venture out for some revelry, Mu Yun was promptly intercepted by Zhu Zhuqing and a group of individuals. These uninvited guests included Ning Rongrong, Tang San, Xiao Wu, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the Bone Douluo, and the Sword Douluo. Mu Yun, did you alter the formation? I've been circling around here all day without being able to enter. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed angrily, almost wishing to scratch Mu Yun's charming face. Oh, I did upgrade it, but I forgot to grant you access. However, you could have knocked. Asuna would have opened the door for you. Mu Yun spoke apologetically. At that moment, Xiao Jie popped her head out and said, Mama's been busy these past few days concocting elixirs and preparing magical potions, as well as researching the pathways of destruction and binding. She has remained in the laboratory, and it would be inappropriate to disturb her. You are also preoccupied with your advancement, thus it would be unwise to interrupt. With Sister Zhuqing bringing so many outsiders, I dared not open the door lightly. Xiao Jie pouted, appearing quite pitiful. She has acted commendably, proving to be a diligent and responsible little steward. Mu Yun gently reassured Xiao Jie. Then beckoned to the gathering. Please, everyone, come inside. If you have matters to discuss, do so here. Along the way, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong expressed their admiration for the exquisite and enchanting flora that surrounded them. Meanwhile, Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo remained closely tethered to Ning's yuan, their anxiety palpable. As title Douluos, their sensitivity to danger was acutely honed. Since entering this estate, an ominous sense of peril had pervaded the air, as if a misstep could lead to irretrievable doom. It was not until they entered the reception hall that this chilling sensation finally dissipated. Sister, weren't you supposed to be selling magical artifacts? Why have you returned with someone? Mu Yun inquired with a hint of confusion. Humph, do you look down on me? All those magical artifacts have already been sold, Zhu Zhuqing replied with a triumphant air. However, later on, Sect Master Ning approached me, wishing to commission a batch of weapons, which is why I brought him along. With a flourish, she produced a small mountain of gold soul coins, casually counting several targets. Mu Yun casually tucked away the golden soul coins and then turned his gaze towards Ning Fingxi. May I inquire what type of weapon the esteemed Sect Master Ning wishes to custom order? Ning Fingxi produced several blueprints and handed them over. Dear young brother, please take a look. These are the designs for the weapons. Mu Yun glanced at the blueprint before his gaze settled upon Tang San. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow, the Silent Sleeve Sword, the Hidden Flower Crossbow, and the Sand Shadow Dragon Whisker Needle. All of these are Tang Sect's concealed weapons. Chapter 32. The emergence of the Soul Guidance Device. In order to amass funds, Tang San decided to sell his schematics for these concealed weapons, thus acquiring a substantial amount of gold soul coins. These ingenious weapons effectively compensated for the weaknesses and the offensive capabilities of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, alas, they hold little value at the higher levels of combat, sighed Ning Fingxi. Mu Yun placed several blueprints on the table. These concealed weapons proved to be of little use against soul beasts, as most of them possessed formidable defensive capabilities. While they might be effective against soul masters below level 50, once a soul master surpasses that threshold, their physical attributes undergo a significant enhancement. Coupled with the skills bestowed by their martial souls and spirit rings, these concealed weapons become largely ineffective, provided one is adequately prepared. Ultimately, they are merely mechanisms with limited power. Tang San furrowed his brow and countered, The essence of concealed weapons lies in their element of surprise, when employed skillfully. They can indeed pose a threat to high-level soul masters. Precisely. Our esteemed teacher Zhao Wujing from Shrek Academy is an 81st level soul Douluo. Yet he was still caught off guard by Brother San's concealed weapons, Chand and Tang San's devoted admirer, Xiao Wu. Mu Yun smiled faintly. The reasons why Zhao Wuji fell victim were manifold. First, he underestimated his opponent. Second, he had never encountered such concealed weapons before, leaving him defenseless. Third, Tang San's skills were exceptional, a level of expertise not possessed by everyone. Fourth, and perhaps most crucially, you are his students, not his adversaries, which prevented him from employing lethal force. Were he truly faced with an enemy, even if wounded by a concealed weapon, he would not hesitate to take you down with him. In truth, I possess several more formidable concealed weapons, yet Tang San seemed poised to elaborate further. Miyun shook his head, interrupting him. Regardless of how formidable the hidden weapon may be, its true power ultimately hinges upon the mechanism. And the explosive force of that mechanism is contingent upon the material's capacity to withstand pressure. What kind of material do you believe could possess the explosive power necessary to vanquish a tidal Douluo? Do you think such materials are abundant in the world of Douluo? Tang San ceased his discourse, for he understood that this elusive material was known as immortal gold, a treasure that is rarely encountered. Thus, I contend that to augment the potency of hidden weapons, the explosive mechanism must undergo transformation. After all, we dwell in the world of Douluo, why not convert it into a soul power explosion? Moreover, the physical attacks of the hidden weapon could be transformed into soul skill attacks, thereby ensuring that as your strength escalates, so too will the might of your assaults. As Mu Yun spoke, he casually retrieved several materials. Under the blazing sunfire, the refinement and purification of the materials were completed in an instant. Within the domain of the master of all tools, a Zhuge divine crossbow was swiftly crafted. Mu Yun pondered for a moment and added a mark of the thunder roar cannon from the broken path, which required no incantation to activate its soul power. That should suffice. Who among you will volunteer to test it? Mu Yun's gaze fell directly upon Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo. When it comes to testing, one must select a sturdy target. It would be unwise to choose Tang San, for an inadvertent strike might extinguish the fate of Douluo's destined child. Ultimately, it was Sword Douluo who took on this role as the target. In an open area, Mu Yun casually squeezed the trigger, and a thunderous dragon surged forth, roaring fiercely towards Sword Douluo. The previously relaxed Sword Douluo suddenly felt every hair on his body stand on end. With the 9 rings activated, he swiftly unsheathed his sword, unleashing a formidable strike. Boom! The thunder dragon clashed with the sword, producing a distressing sound as the weapon strained under the pressure. Sword Douluo was propelled backward, sliding along the ground and carving a long trench that extended for dozens of meters. Only when the energy of the thunder dragon was depleted did Sword Douluo manage to steady himself, though his sword was left in shattered pieces in his hands. I apologize. I may have channeled a bit too much soul power. Mu Yun awkwardly scratched his head, discarding the shattered remnants of the Zhuge divine crossbow. The issue did not stem from an excess of soul power input. Rather, it was that his soul power had transcended its original bounds, akin to the mastery of sword intent by the Sword Douluo. Otherwise, this encounter could have resulted in a grievous injury. At this moment, the Sword Douluo was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? As a dignified 97th level title Douluo, he had nearly been overwhelmed in a single wave of attack. This instance would not count. My assault holds no reference value. Mu Yun has once again crafted a Zhuge divine crossbow, this time entrusting it to Ning Rongrong. You take it. My aim is rather unpredictable and could cause unintended harm. He refrained from allowing the eager Zhu Shiqing to take her turn. This girl had learned a few techniques from Yue of the Four Maple Academy and, after several days of refining her soul power with high-quality energy from the cosmos, had imbued her abilities with a hint of stellar strength. While she may not yet be capable of inflicting harm upon the Sword Douluo, it was certain that her advancements would not go unnoticed. Following a standard assessment by Ning Rongrong, the Sword Douluo evaluated the crossbow's attack power as a potential threat to Soul Douluo's. Ning Fengji was beside himself with excitement. The Seven Treasures glazed sect was on the verge of a resurgence. This device could unleash formidable attacks simply by channeling soul power, truly tailor-made for their sect, which lacked offensive capabilities but not soul power. Coupled with the small towers Ning Rongrong had previously introduced, the young members of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, already robust, would now possess even more abundant soul power. With such weaponry at their disposal, who would dare to bully their support-type soul masters? It would be futile. Ning Rongrong had finally acquired a means of self-defense. Although she had yet to conquer the trial tower, her soul power had reached level 40. And she had grasped wind and snow elemental spells within the elemental tower. However, her true confidence stemmed from the 2 golden legacies she had previously obtained at the Heavenly Jar shop, the elemental demon fruit, snow fruit, and her contracted demon beast, the snow woman. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Ning Rongrong could now traverse the Douluo world with ease, as her elemental transformation rendered her nearly invincible. Of course, the formidable Carp and Mihawk encountered in the Grand Canyon were exceptions. They were masters of armed and observation hockey, rendering the demon fruits insignificant before them. From now on, we shall refer to this as a soul guidance device. Furthermore, in addition to these offensive soul guidance devices, I am also preparing to develop speed-enhancing shoes, accessories that can break free from control, and armor that increases defense. I wonder how many customizations Sect Master Ning would like. It is worth noting that, having benefited from the blacksmith system, Mu Yun possesses the ability to forge. Initially dismissive, he was now prompted by Tang San's reminder of concealed weapons, leading to the development of soul guidance devices, which would undoubtedly revolutionize the combat system of the current Douluo world. Previously, a title Douluo could easily overpower a group of soul Douluos. The disparity in levels was insurmountable. However, now, a group of soul Douluos wielding soul guidance devices could likely overwhelm a title Douluo, as these devices shattered the limitations of rank. I want weapons, armor, shoes, and accessories. Let's start with 1,000 sets. Money is no object. With a grand gesture, Ning Fengji decisively placed the order, unfazed by the 10 billion expenditure, epitomizing unrestrained wealth. Chapter 33. The Return of the Ghost Douluo Ding. Having taken advantage, the competitive arena, spiritual liquor supplier, and dimensional traversal ability have awakened. The Door fruit has awakened. Its ability upgraded to a random dimension-shifting portal, with a skill cooldown of 7 days. The cooling period spans 7 days, which means we must exercise patience. We cannot afford to miss the opportunity to break the jars. The funds for the order have been received by Mu Yun, while the task has been entrusted to Xiao Jin. Asuna, let us proceed together to shatter the jars. As Asuna appeared, her presence was reminiscent of a tempest, for she had now become a genuine novice alchemist. She had fully assimilated the inherited knowledge and could even concoct basic elixirs imbued with exquisite patterns. A feat that even the original novice alchemist who left the legacy might find challenging to achieve. Rimuro had not shown himself in recent days, likely having preyed upon some formidable spirit beast, while Ziyuan, a character fixated solely on Rimuru, could be disregarded. In Soto City at the jar shop of the multiverse, Lin Fan gazed in silence at the 5 individuals before him, specifically at 2 of them, Kapu and Mihawk. It was evident they were akin to Rimuru and Asuna, summoned beings not of this world. Behind them stood a disguised young man, presumably a system-equipped transmigrator harboring ulterior motives. With this thought, Lin Fan instinctively displayed a hint of hostility towards this scoundrel, who had forced him to subsist on instant noodles for 7 days, not daring to step outside. Encountering Mihawk and Kapu today reaffirmed Lin Fan's cautious approach. The might of the thunder fruit paled in comparison to these 2. And he was grateful for Mu Yun's warning, for otherwise, he could have faced dire consequences. Boss, we would like 50 jars, please. Qian Rushiwei said politely as she produced 500 gold soul coins, her benevolent smile suggesting no prior animosity towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan felt an urge to hurl the coins at her, declaring he would never engage in business with her. Alas, he refrained. The jar shop had granted him invincibility within its confines but imposed restrictions. He could not resort to violence as long as the customers adhered to the rules. Violations included attacking the owner, stealing jars, or damaging the store, since the patrons had committed no infractions and had settled the payment. Lin Fan had no choice but to retrieve the jars. Master, allow me to break them first. A figure in a black robe stepped forward, his face contorted, emanating an aura of fury. Qian Rushiwei sighed, urging, Old ghost, temper your anger. Remember my words, do not resort to violence here. The typically stoic ghost Douluo seemed to have endured some ordeal, having sustained severe injuries not only physically but mentally as well. Despite being in a weakened state, he had come to shatter jars, wearing a countenance filled with deep resentment, seemingly harboring animosity towards the jar shop. With a resounding crash, 10 jars shattered. Lin Fan glanced over and lazily remarked, "In soul herb, capable of absorbing wandering souls. Its consumption enhances the spectral body and can be refined into elixirs for superior effects. Blue rare quality item. Ghost Claw, a millennium-old soul bone. Harbors the Soul Skill 9 in White Bone Claw, possessing formidable power to shatter gold and rend stone. Purple perfect quality item. Soul Power Enhancement Potion, upon usage. It directly amplifies one's soul power without any adverse effects. A perfect quality item of purple hue. Millennium Soul Ring Extension, when utilized. It extends the lifespan of a soul ring by a millennium. A perfect quality item of purple hue. Ghostly Shadow Movement Technique, an exquisite skill from the Tang sect. Classified as a rare blue quality item. Devilish Pepper, an exceedingly spicy variety of chili, to be used with caution, as it may inflict non-lethal damage to sensitive areas. A common white quality item. Devilish Spicy Turkey Noodles, incredibly spicy instant noodles that are quite delectable, provided one possesses a tolerance for heat. A common white quality item. A roll of toilet paper, soft and comfortable, it alleviates your troubles. A common white quality item. A bottle of cow tears, when applied to the eyes. It grants the ability to see spirits for a duration of 10 minutes. A rare blue quality item. Circle of Curses Technique. By squatting and drawing circles while uttering the target's name or inscribing their birth details on paper and striking it with one's shoe, one can invoke misfortune upon the target. An effective means of venting frustrations, classified as a common white quality skill. 3 blue, 3 purple, and 4 white. Luck seems relatively favorable. Lin Fan remarked lightly, noting that this aligns with the expected standard of treasure yield, unlike Mu Yun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, who consistently obtained gold, nor the others from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, who only received trash, severely tarnishing the reputation of his shop. Ghost Douluo's expression darkened. While the items procured were not subpar, they were hardly exceptional. The 10,000-year soul bone, the Ghost Claw alone, held value exceeding 1,000,000 gold soul coins, sufficient to recoup losses. The Ghostly Shadow Movement Technique, the Millennium Soul Ring Extension, the Soul Power Enhancement Potion, and the Yin Soul Grass would all enhance his strength. Yet they would not catalyze a qualitative transformation of his power. Ultimately, Ghost Douluo sighed and withdrew the items, stepping back. Next was Chrysanthemum Douluo. Bang, bang, bang. Heavenly Mushroom Chrysanthemum, infused with both ice and fire attributes. Consuming it invigorates the limbs and enhances blood circulation. A spiritual flower for body refinement. A perfect quality item of purple hue. 8-petal Immortal Orchid. Mildly medicinal, it consolidates foundational vitality and purges impurities from the body. A perfect quality item of purple hue. Fragrant Enchantment Elixir. After consumption, one becomes immune to all toxins. A perfect quality item of purple hue. Heart-wrenching Red. This item harbors immense power, capable even of resurrection. A perfect quality item of purple hue. Blood Ginseng with red flowers. A miraculous blood-replenishing entity, it can restore life to the deceased and heal injuries, with even greater efficacy when refined into a pill. A perfect quality item of purple hue. A sprig of dogtail grass, an ordinary plant, commonplace and unremarkable, found abundantly by the roadside. A common white quality item. Sunflower, also known as the undying herb, it possesses remarkable vitality and is easy to cultivate. An unremarkable flower with no other uses. A common white quality item. Spiritual Soil of the 10 Directions, exclusive soil for planting spiritual flowers and herbs. A rare blue quality item. Bougainvillea, a common flower plant. A common white quality item. The large-flowered golden daisy disperses wind heat, calms liver yang, clears the liver and brightens the eyes, detoxifies, and possesses considerable medicinal value. It is a white item of ordinary quality. 5 purple, 1 blue, and 4 white may offer little enhancement to one's strength. Yet the daisy enthusiast, Zhu Douluo, is overjoyed. For a flower lover, nothing is more precious than these. He would regard even 10 million gold soul coins as a bargain. Upon reaching Carp, it was directly 9 white and 1 gold. Sweet donuts, lollipops, rice crackers, crispy snacks, shrimp chips, and delightful cookies. When the final golden legend emerged, Carp's donut fell to the ground, his mouth agape in astonishment. Chapter 34. Fierce Battle Ace. Carp sat on the ground, tears streaming down his face like a child. Opposite him, a young man in shackles, barebacked, wore a bewildered expression. "Grandfather, what is happening?" He recalled just leaving the underwater prison, being escorted for a public trial, but upon closing his eyes and reopening them, he found himself here, facing Carp and the 7 warlords Mihawk, along with several unfamiliar faces. "It's truly wonderful that you are alive, grandfather. I am so overjoyed." Though both hailed from the pirate world, they belonged to different time periods. By the time Carp arrived, the Marineford War had concluded, and Ace had already perished. Garp's inability to save Ace had long been a source of pain. Now, liberating a vibrant Ace from the jar served as a form of self-redemption. Meanwhile, Ace arrived before the war had officially begun. Setting aside the heartfelt reunion between the grandfather and grandson, Mihawk decisively smashed open all the jars. The Wudong sword technique. Blending speed and slowness, embodying both softness and hardness, is a blue rare quality sword technique. The Taiji sword technique emphasizes the sword's movement with the body, harmonizing yin and yang, focusing on the unity of form and intent, spirit and chi, is a purple perfect quality sword technique. The Zihong sword classic is divided into 5 crucial principles: sword chi as a river, the sword master of heaven and earth, the sword spirit of the universe, the sword god of selflessness, and a clear sword heart, also a purple perfect quality sword technique. The falling petal sword technique, with its myriad transformations, is a blue rare quality sword technique. The golden snake sword technique is cunning and vicious, difficult to defend against, also a blue rare quality sword technique. The Xian Tai heavy sword is majestic, capable of breaking myriad techniques with a single strike, a purple perfect quality sword technique. The Duga 9 swords emphasize winning without technique, anticipating the enemy's moves and exploiting openings first, a purple perfect quality sword technique. The 6 Meridians divine sword, formless yet substantial, is a profound martial art that transforms sword intent into sword chi, a purple perfect quality sword technique. The exorcism sword technique features bizarre moves at incredible speed, yet harbors an insurmountable flaw. To master this divine skill, one must first undergo self-castration. Without removing that 2 tails of flesh, one risks succumbing to madness and self-immolation. Also a purple perfect quality sword technique. The sword technique of the fragmented nation encompasses 4 realms: absolute life, breaking wind, startling dragon, and shattering heaven. Mastery of this technique allows one to shatter the void itself, transcending the ultimate limits of martial arts. It is a swordsmanship of legendary golden quality, with 2 blue, 7 purple, and 1 gold. Truly remarkable, replete with sword techniques. No wonder he is hailed as the foremost swordsman in the pirate world, a true sword fanatic. Mihawk was quite satisfied, meticulously gathering all the sword techniques, preparing to return and delve deeper into their study. Eventually, they arrived at Qianren Shui, who did not rush to smash the jar but instead offered Lin Fan a faint smile. "Shopkeeper Lin, do you harbor some misunderstanding towards me? I have always sensed your hostility." "Huh? Do you think I am blind? My observation haki is not merely for show. In recent days, Garp and Mihawk have been loitering nearby for a reason. Surely it is for my golden finger system. The insatiable nature of humanity is akin to a snake swallowing an elephant. You already possess a system, yet you dare to covet another? Do you not think yourself excessively greedy?" Lin Fan retorted, gritting his teeth in anger. "Oh, so you've caught on, huh? Is greed not the essence of humanity? Since the opportunity for dual systems has been uncovered, one must certainly seize the chance." Although Qianren Shui's scheme was exposed, she remained unperturbed, embodying a demeanor of righteousness in her villainy. "Humph. Were it not for your protectors, Garp and Mihawk, do you believe I could not dispatch you in an instant? Do not be deceived by the presence of Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, should I desire your demise. They could not thwart me." Lin Fan scoffed, arcs of lightning dancing across his body. Garp, Mihawk, and Ace narrowed their eyes simultaneously. The Thunder Fruit user, with speed second only to that of the Glinting Fruit user, possessed overwhelming destructive power from a distance. Indeed, even the strongest in this world found it challenging to contend with him. Winning a fight is one matter, evading his assassination is another, Garp stated with utmost seriousness. Qianren Shui's expression darkened momentarily before she quickly regained her composure, declaring resolutely, "In that case, it is better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. Let us cease hostilities." Lin Fan could only acquiesce to this outcome, for his opponent now boasted 5 formidable protectors, each more troublesome than the last. Frankly, the dual attribute stillness domain of Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo effectively countered him. If ensnared, Garp would undoubtedly use that love-infused iron fist to render him utterly incapacitated. At that moment, an unexpected voice broke the tension. "Ah, I say, Boss Lin, is this how you settle matters? You are far too timid. Surely you must demand at least several million gold soul coins as compensation for emotional distress." In strode Mu Yun, hands behind his back, swaggering confidently while greeting Ghost Douluo. "Oh, is that not Ghost Douluo? Back from your travels? Are you not happy? It's you. Little brat, I shall see you dead." The moment he laid eyes on Mu Yun, Ghost Douluo instantly erupted in fury, rushing to Mu Yun's side and swinging his colossal death scythe with fervor. No! Qian Renshue exclaimed in alarm. After all, this was the heavenly jar shop, Lin Fan's unequivocal domain. He had long sought an opportunity to confront her, but had yet to find the right moment to unleash his wrath. Why striking now? Hadn't she inadvertently granted him the very chance he desired? As the ominous scythe approached his neck, Mu Yun suddenly broke into a grin. Your memory truly fails you. Have you forgotten the consequences of recklessly approaching me? With a swift motion, Mu Yun struck, his hand landing squarely on the face of the Ghost Douluo. I shall send you away, to a distance of countless miles. With that, the Ghost Douluo vanished as if he were but a fragile soap bubble. Old ghost. You little wretch, what have you done to the old ghost? Douluo roared in fury upon witnessing the inexplicable disappearance of the Ghost Douluo. Ah, Douluo. You two have always been inseparable. Where one goes, the other follows. Allow me to facilitate your reunion. With that, Douluo too vanished in an instant. This was the extraordinary power of the bear's meatball fruit. Mihawk's expression shifted to one of surprise. As a fellow warlord of the sea, he possessed a keen understanding of Bartholomew Kuma's abilities. The black blade, Knight, was drawn from its sheath, and with a single step, he positioned himself, gripping the sword with both hands, ready to deliver a diagonal strike. Without hesitation, Mu Yun drew the demon blade, 1,000 edges glinting, and with a single hand, he struck towards the black blade. In an instant, sparks flew in every direction. Ha ha ha, it's only been a few days, and it seems the little one has grown stronger. Allow me to join the fray. Carp bellowed, launching a powerful punch. Iron fist. With one hand clenched into a fist, Mu Yun prepared to strike back. Boom. The collision of a large and a small black fist sent shockwaves through the air, scattering tables and chairs in disarray. Ace, too, became exhilarated, his arms transforming into immense flames as he delivered a powerful punch. Fire fist. A soft, melodious voice echoed, declaring, Your opponent is me. Water Dragon Technique. Chapter 35. The Great Contest of Gold. Everyone, cease at once. Lin Fan, unable to tolerate further chaos, invoked his authority as the shopkeeper, immobilizing all present. These individuals had gone too far, especially that Ace, who acted without regard for the circumstances or consequences. Such a colossal fireball, capable of obliterating numerous warships with a single strike, was recklessly unleashed here. Hiki, Manager Lin, you must bear witness. I was not the one to initiate. Merely acting in self-defense, Mu Yun wore a cheerful smile, exuding an air of harmlessness. It was you who initiated the provocation. Qian Renshue's expression darkened. I remarked, you. With your ambiguous demeanor, are your eyes merely for decoration? I suggest you take a closer look at the store's regulations. They explicitly prohibit physical violence, not eloquence. Mu Yun, brimming with triumph, pointed at a tattered sign hanging from the jar shop and asserted with conviction, thus, it is you who are in violation. My actions are beyond reproach. Manager Lin, am I not correct? Qian Renshue's cheeks flushed crimson, rendered speechless by indignation. Theoretically, there was no flaw in his reasoning. In that case, a penalty is warranted. I propose a fine of 10 million gold soul coins, or alternatively, confinement in a small dark room for 7 days, Mu Yun declared with a mischievous grin. Lin Fan discreetly gave a thumbs up, impressed by the audacity, and found himself eager for an opportunity to retaliate. Little Qian, accept the penalty. I have already tested it. This confinement is utterly inescapable, a means that transcends the rules. I have no desire to be trapped in that small dark room. It would be suffocating, Kapu boisterously remarked. This altercation, in truth, was not merely about the dispute at hand, but also served as a ploy to gauge the proprietor's capabilities. Mu Yun struggled, attempting to utilize his void abilities, yet they proved ineffective. The constraints imposed were of an insurmountable level. After paying a hefty fine of 10 million, Qian Renshui hastily shattered 10 jars, eager to escape this place, for the sensation of her life being in another's grasp was profoundly unsettling. The Angelic Scepter, a soul tool, enhances soul skills by 50% while reducing their consumption by the same margin, classified as a purple perfect quality item. The Angelic Battle Garment, another soul tool, automatically generates a defensive shield upon being attacked, capable of withstanding assaults from title Douluo level opponents. Also a purple perfect quality item. The Angel Wings, a soul tool, doubles the user's speed, likewise a purple perfect quality item. The Millennium Soul Ring, which can extend the lifespan of soul rings, is categorized as a purple perfect quality item. The Soul Power Enhancement Elixir, a purple perfect quality item. The Martial Soul Awakening Elixir, which allows for a second awakening of the martial soul, is also a purple perfect quality item. The Bibidong brand lace lingerie, classified as a white ordinary quality item. The battle attire of Douluo, a blue rare quality item. The straw hat akin to Luffy's, a white ordinary quality item. The angel fruit, a mythical beast-type devil fruit, is of golden legendary quality. What a surprise. The mist grass has unexpectedly turned golden. What on earth is Boss Lin doing? Muyun felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. 2 whites, 1 blue, 6 purples, and 1 gold. This was simply excessive. Moreover, upon hearing the name, it was evident that Qian Renxue could utilize these to enhance her power, especially the golden legend at the end. Although its specific effects remained uncertain, it seemed akin to the Buddha fruit from the Warring States period. Lin Fan shrugged, expressing his helplessness. The contents of the jars were beyond his control. If he had any say in the matter, he would bestow her 10 white jars each week. It's your turn, he said. The ever-astute Qian Renxue, known for her ability to procure valuable items, was in no rush to depart and stood aside to watch the unfolding drama. Allow me to demonstrate what it means to possess exceptional luck. Moo. Let me go first. You handle the grand finale, Asuna said, pulling Mu Yun aside as she stepped forward. Boss Lin, please give me 10 jars. With a wave of his hand, 10 jars floated before Asuna. After her enhancement, she exuded an air of superiority befitting a skilled practitioner. Bang, bang, bang. 100 varieties of second-tier spiritual flowers and herbs, all of perfect purple quality. A detailed compendium of spiritual flowers and herbs, a rare blue quality item. An extensive guide to 8 alchemical techniques, a perfect purple quality item. A profound grade alchemy furnace, a perfect purple quality item. The 100 herbs ring. A storage ring containing a 100 herb garden, capable of cultivating spiritual flowers and herbs while regulating time to hasten their maturation. A legendary golden quality spiritual tool. The illusionary mask, which allows the wearer to change their appearance, aura, and even race at will, a perfect purple quality item. The blessing of the Elf King, which doubles the effects of elemental skills while having their consumption, a perfect purple quality item. The exclusive skill of the White Star, summoning sea beasts to fight alongside her, a perfect purple quality skill. The Aquarius Star Spirit Key, which opens the gateway between the human realm and the Star Spirit realm, summoning the Aquarius Star Spirit, Aquaria. To battle, a perfect purple quality item. The Heart of the Ocean Flame, ranked 15th on the list of extraordinary fires in the world of battle. A sea blue flame highly suitable for alchemy, a perfect purple quality item. 1 blue, 8 purples, and 1 gold. Did you see that? This is what true fortune looks like. Mu Yun, with unabashed sarcasm, mocked Qian Renxue while simultaneously lauding Asuna. This girl truly excelled in alchemy and magic, having even crafted a divine artifact capable of storing items, cultivating spiritual flora, and manipulating the flow of time to hasten growth. Although it was officially referred to as a spiritual tool, that designation pertained to its quality rather than its capabilities. With such extraordinary functions, it bore little distinction from a true divine artifact. Ace, mesmerized, watched with envious awe as the sea heart flame flowed like a river of molten desire. Despite the impressive development and flamboyant array of techniques stemming from his flame fruit, along with their formidable power, it possessed a critical flaw. His flames were merely mundane, lacking sufficient heat. Thus, they were pierced by Akainu's magma fruit ability, rendering them irreparable. In contrast, the sea heart flame was an otherworldly fire, its temperature far surpassing that of magma. Ace's instincts informed him that if he could absorb this extraordinary flame, his strength would undergo a profound transformation. Alas, no matter how exceptional it did not belong to him, and for Asuna, who cherished alchemy, the sea heart flame was equally invaluable. Do not take pride. These splendid treasures were not birthed by your hand. What do you have to be smug about? It's your turn. I curse you to draw 10 whites. Qian Renxue, in a fit of pique, retreated to a corner, squatting down to draw circles, her expression oscillating between a grimace and clenched teeth. Boss Lin, it is my turn now. This time I shall draw 3 golds and shatter the record. Mu Yun, brimming with confidence, personally crafted 10 jars. With a resounding crash, all the jars were shattered in one fell swoop. The Lingyao General Store, adorned with the intricate Sumi spirit patterns, possesses an immense space, housing a spirit that requires a master. Once recognized, the master wields absolute control over the spiritual treasures. Externally, it can defend against attacks of the nascent soul level, while internally, it can annihilate entities of the golden core rank. Additionally, it can conceal itself within the void. Imperceptible to those of the God transformation stage, a treasure of legendary golden quality. Chapter 36. Spirit Beasts. The first one yielded gold. Truly a testament to fate and destiny. Mu Yun, brimming with pride, approached Qian Renxue to showcase his accomplishments. The second aspect, the three parts returning to origin, encompasses the supreme martial arts of Heavenly Frost Fist, Wind God Leg, and Cloud Dispelling Palm. The fusion of these three arts rivals the Earth Grade techniques, embodying a perfect purple quality in martial prowess. This is quite remarkable. I shall impart it to Zhu Zhuqing later, for it is exceptionally suited to her. Mu Yun was immensely satisfied. The martial arts system of the Wind and Cloud world was remarkably robust. Some of its techniques had transcended the realm of traditional martial arts, proving formidable even in the domain of immortal cultivation. The third technique, 10,000 Swords Return to the Sect, commanded the submission of a myriad of swords, unleashing a tempest of sword intent akin to a torrential storm. It could also be utilized in reverse, converging all swords into one, thereby amplifying its power significantly and exquisite. Purple Quality Sword Technique. This could seamlessly integrate into my sword domain, greatly enhancing my offensive capabilities. The fourth technique, Ascend to Immortality with Unfettered Steps, boasted a velocity surpassing the speed of sound, impervious to the chaotic winds of the world, as if it could shorten distances to mere inches. This purple quality skill, however, seemed somewhat superfluous. It paled in comparison to my spatial teleportation abilities. Nonetheless, should I encounter regions where spatial teleportation proves ineffective, this skill would indeed be invaluable. Worthy of study. The fifth technique, Celestial Palace Mirage, could conjure various illusions within the hearts of individuals, ensnaring their minds in a state of disorientation. An ethereal martial skill of purple quality. This too was commendable and could be assimilated into my sword domain. The sixth technique, Sacred Heart Incantation of the Ocean, possessed the ability to assimilate diverse energies, another purple quality skill. Upon witnessing this, Mu Yun was nearly propelled into a leap of excitement. For one who might traverse various realms in the future, this ability to absorb energies from disparate systems was of paramount importance. The seventh technique, Spirit Communication Scroll, allowed for the selection of a spirit beast to establish a binding contract, enabling the summoning of the entity through spirit communication, or conversely, permitting the entity to summon the user via reverse spirit communication, an invaluable purple quality item. This was exceedingly useful, indeed. The eighth technique, Sword 23, represented the pinnacle of the Sacred Spirit Sword technique, so powerful that it could halt the flow of time and space. The transformation of one spirit into a sword could inflict devastating harm upon opponents, engaging with the very fabric of reality, an extraordinary golden quality divine skill. This unparalleled strike, contingent upon the wielder's mental prowess, rendered it an invincible and lethal blow, indifferent to the disparities in cultivation levels. Mu Yun cast a perplexed glance at Mihawk, acknowledging that no matter how formidable his swordsmanship might be, facing this strike would inevitably lead to demise. He then shifted his gaze to Carp, recognizing that regardless of one's strength, confronting this move would render them utterly powerless. The struggle of the mind and the might of the material realm proved to be of no avail. The ninth technique, Shadow Clone, allows one to evenly distribute their energy to conjure corporeal replicas. Once the clones vanish, all experiences they endured return to the original self. Classified as a skill of rare blue quality. What an enigmatic skill this is. It can be said to be both a blessing and a curse. In the realm of cultivation, it enables one to be both lazy and accelerate their training. However, in combat, it is akin to a fighter among refuse. It diminishes one's own prowess while providing the unsettling experience of being vanquished. Should one encounter an opponent skilled in mental assaults, the situation worsens. What could have been a victorious outcome may instead lead to defeat, with the psychological scars carried back to the original self. It is, quite simply, a calamity that befalls one at home, as if misfortune descends from the heavens. Mu Yun has made a resolute decision. After creating several shadow clones, he will ensure they remain in the safest of locations to cultivate, strictly forbidding any frivolous ventures. The 10th skill, Dominance, is a formidable attack method characteristic of the giants in the world of pirates. It possesses the ability to unleash several times the usual strength, delivering an unparalleled and powerful strike, characterized by a perfect purple quality. This can be likened to a forbidden technique of explosive nature that bears no adverse effects. Indeed, a remarkable asset. With a composition of 1 blue, 7 purple, and 2 gold, one might regard this fortune as merely passable. Mu Yun, brimming with arrogance, flaunted himself before Qian Rushiwei. I'm leaving, infuriated. With a wave of her hand, Qian Rushiwei departed, accompanied by her 3 formidable bodyguards. Mu Yun also noticed the battle intent in Mihawk's eyes. Although Mu Yun had only unveiled 2 sword techniques, their evident superiority intrigued him. He was eager to witness more. Ace, too, was reluctant to part, his gaze almost glued to Asuna. Clearly, this steadfast man was impervious to beauty. What captivated him was the allure of the. Upon returning home, Asuna immediately immersed herself in her pursuits, planting spiritual flowers and herbs, refining them, and concocting second-tier spiritual pills. Meanwhile, Mu Yun gazed at the 7 newly appeared red jars, exclusive to the shopkeepers. Should he smash them or not? Today had already been extraordinarily fortunate, yielding numerous treasures. Statistically speaking, further attempts were likely to result in dross. Yet, there was another perspective. When luck arrives, it cannot be thwarted, and one should seize the moment. Ultimately, Mu Yun succumbed to temptation and smashed all 7 jars in one go. The first jar revealed a perceptive beast, the insightful canine Parker, a blue rarity with analytical abilities. Perception-based, could it truly surpass my observation hockey? And in terms of analytical prowess, surely a mere dog could not outshine a human? Mu Yun casually cast the small dog aside, allowing it to frolic freely. The second creature, the slug, serves as a supportive spirit beast, possessing commendable healing abilities and boasting a rare blue quality. This is indeed quite favorable. However, the term favorable does not pertain to its healing prowess. In the presence of the formidable self-healing capabilities of the Willow God, all healing appears rather insignificant. What is commendable is the slug's infinite duplication ability, which proves invaluable for communication. Its sole drawback lies in the fact that all manifestations are mere duplicates. Thus, any significant events or trivial matters will inevitably be relayed to the slug's original form, which can be rather cumbersome in terms of confidentiality. It remains a candidate for future consideration. The third entity, the Frogwentai, is a combat-oriented spirit beast, distinguished by its perfect purple quality. Without hesitation, Mu Yun sent the creature back the moment it appeared. Its imposing size was more of a hindrance than an asset. Its combat prowess was mediocre at best, lacking both defense and speed. Its sheer bulk rendered it an easy target, while its offensive capabilities were merely satisfactory. Overall, it proved to be of little utility, and its unattractive appearance would undoubtedly detract from Mu Yun's own allure. This was the crux of the matter. Next was the Wanshi, a combat-type spirit beast of perfect purple quality. Within 5 seconds of its arrival, Mu Yun decisively eliminated it. Apart from its unsightly stature, it possessed a notoriously vile temperament, demanding 100 individuals as sustenance upon its emergence, and it posed a significant risk of devouring its master. Such a creature was better off dispatched than kept for future occasions. The resultant heap of serpent meat, once properly prepared, should prove quite palatable. The fifth entity was the Crow, a reconnaissance-type spirit beast of rare blue quality. This one held promise, in addition to sharing vision. It could employ shadow clone techniques and facilitate communication between its kind. It remained as a viable option for future consideration. The sixth was the Yuanmo, a combat-type spirit beast of perfect purple quality. Its boastful claim of transforming into a Rui Jingu Bang seemed exaggerated. At most, it resembled a mere artifact. It dared to align itself with the illustrious reputation of the great sage, and Mu Yun had no inclination to wield a staff. Consequently, it was promptly returned to its homeland. Finally, Mu Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement upon encountering the last selection. Chapter 37. The cat sanctuary, draped in a black trench coat and clad in a sleek ninja outfit, her form remained elegantly concealed, yet her alluring figure was undeniable. Beneath the expansive hood lay a delicate visage. When she lifted the hood, cascading purple hair framed her face, complemented by twitching cat ears and a nimble tail that peeked out from the hem of her coat. Ninja Cat Yuyue, an all-round spirit beast of legendary golden quality, wore the title of Cat Sage and had flawlessly mastered the Sage mode. She commanded an array of ninjutsu: Cat Shadow Clone, Spiral Sphere, Chidori, Flying Thunder God, Heaven Sent Technique, Lightning Release Armor, Dark Walking Technique, Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Amaterasu, and Kamui. She was the granddaughter of the revered cat matron, the matriarch of the cat sanctuary in the world of Naruto. Mu Yun stood in utter astonishment. A cat sanctuary? What on earth? In the world of Naruto, are there not only the 3 great sanctuaries, Mayaboka Mountain, Shikatsu Forest, and Ryuchi Cave? Where did the so-called cat sanctuary come from? Wasn't Granny Cat merely an old feline selling ninja tools and gathering intelligence with some connection to the Uchiha clan? When did she become the lord of a sanctuary? It is evident that this individual hails from a Naruto world that is far from the conventional one. However, such details are of little consequence. Strength is what truly matters. Moreover, the beauty of the cat girl is undeniably striking, particularly her large, windmill-like eyes and her fluffy cat ears, which evoke an irresistible urge to pet her. The ninja cat, Xiaoyu, was momentarily baffled but soon grasped the situation. An alternate world? To think that at such a tender age, you have managed to summon me. The cat sage. It seems your abilities are quite impressive. Curiously, Xiaoyu sniffed the air around Mu Yun. Indeed, it bore the scent of natural energy. Mu Yun speculated that this natural energy, akin to the ethereal essence of the heavens and the earth, was comparable to the high-level energies drawn from the cosmic expanse. However, to forge a spiritual pact with me is no simple feat. It necessitates my esteemed approval. Observing the haughty demeanor of the cat spirit, Xiaoyu, Mu Yun tentatively inquired. Are you suggesting a duel? Indeed, I am unmatched across the realms of ninjas. Mere trifling spirits lack the merit to enter into a contract with me. Very well then. But we must change our venue. I have no desire to inadvertently ruin my own abode. Mu Yun took out the newly acquired arena, and in an instant, he and his cat appeared atop the stage. Oh, this ninja tool is quite intriguing, remarked the curious ninja cat, Xiaoyu, as it glanced around with interest. Mu Yun could hardly be bothered to clarify that this was not a mere tool of, but rather a system device acquired through opportunism. Explaining such nuances to a cat would be as futile as playing the lute to a cow. He also wished to seize the opportunity to test the resilience of this competitive arena. An hour later, the Xiaoyu, with her ears drooping, departed the competition stage and obediently entered into a spirit contract with Mu Yun. She had no choice. She was utterly restrained, her speed and spatial abilities rendered ineffective. Even the omnipotent Amaterasu was subdued by the true flames of the sun. Furthermore, the arena's spatial integrity was remarkably robust. Techniques such as Flying Thunder God and Divine Might were not very effective. As Mu Yun unleashed his Void Sword domain, he swiftly dominated the field, leaving Xiaoyu in a state of frustration. Ultimately, the colossal orange cat sword maiden emerged, sensing imminent danger, and immediately conceded. The arena's spatial structure was indeed impenetrable, a testament to its professional-grade system design. Mu Yun was quite pleased with this situation and had tested the prowess of the cat ninja, Xiaoyu. It was evident that her strength was likely second only to that of Carp and Mihawk, as her foresight ability, constrained by her observation haki, limited many of her tactics. Mu Yun, I wish to return to the cat sanctuary to greet my grandmother. Would you care to accompany me? Xiaoyu inquired with an eager expression. Certainly. You go ahead, and then use reverse spirit communication to bring me over. Don't forget to leave a shadow clone. Otherwise, it will be difficult to return, Mu Yun replied. Understood. As he gazed upon the bustling streets filled with a ceaseless flow of traffic, flanked by an array of towering establishments such as taverns, casinos, hot springs, and various commercial shops, he remarked, is this a sanctuary or a commercial street? Mu Yun looked at Xiaoyu, who was perched on his shoulder. Upon arriving, Xiaoyu had abandoned her cat girl form, transforming into an adorable little white cat. Meow. The origins of our cat sanctuary are rooted in commerce, which later evolved due to our acquisition of sage-level combat power, allowing it to ascend to become the fourth great sanctuary of the ninja world. However, in truth, our primary business remains commerce, much like in the past. As they navigated through the throngs of people, Mu Yun's astonishment grew. He observed that most of those selling and purchasing goods were not residents of the ninja world, and their abilities varied significantly. The most astonishing sight was a roadside stall where a figure sat cross-legged, adorned with golden hair, a pink feather coat, cropped pants, pointed shoes, and red sunglasses. Hee. Behold the extraordinary devil fruit from the pirate world. Consume it to instantly gain superhuman abilities, all for the mere price of 100 heavenly coins. Supplies are limited, first come, first served. Mu Yun exclaimed, Isn't that Don Quixote da Flamingo? What is a warlord of the sea doing peddling wares here? Mu Yun rubbed his eyes, ensuring he had not mistaken the person before him, and then glanced at the array of items displayed. The artificial devil fruit, upon ingestion, bore a significant risk of death. Even if one were fortunate enough to survive, the lingering after-effects were grave. In 2 words, it could only be described as worthless. As he silently criticized the deceitful merchant upon seeing such an appraisal, Mu Yun turned on his heel to leave. Had it been a genuine devil fruit, he might have been somewhat intrigued. For although it could be obtained from the myriad jars of the heavens, the results were far too unpredictable. Yet, before he could take more than a couple of steps, a slender hand suddenly grasped his arm from behind. "Young man, do not be in such a hurry to depart." The voice trailed off. Mu Yun turned to face the speaker, his expression slightly pale, anger mingling with an undercurrent of vulnerability. "Release me." Mu Yun's other hand rested upon the hilt of the enchanted blade, Qianren, poised to strike at any moment. To his astonishment, he found himself shackled by the sea prism stone. A cunning trap laid by the nefarious Doflamingo. Hehehe, indeed, you too possess the powers of a devil fruit, Doflamingo chuckled triumphantly. "Release me at once. Or do you dare to face my wrath?" Mu Yun replied with palpable irritation. "Oh, but I have no key," Doflamingo retorted, feigning innocence as he displayed the very cuffs binding his hands and feet. "What a predicament! You drag me into your misfortune while ensnared yourself?" Mu Yun has come to realize that Doflamingo is currently imprisoned in the underwater great prison, shackled by sea stone cuffs. No wonder this formidable warlord of the sea, the sovereign of the underworld, can only resort to flaunting a few shabby artificial devil fruits. He has been reduced to a mere prisoner. Chapter 38. The Awakening of the Fruit. The celestial Maul Doflamingo's expression gradually morphed into a grotesque snarl. Ever since his confinement in the underwater prison, the oppressive monotony of his incarceration has been unbearable. His family has been shattered, his extensive network of business dealings obliterated, and his nation no longer his own, all thanks to that straw hat brat. One day, inexplicably, he found himself in this place, a brief respite from his previous torment. Yet now, this little brat before him has reopened his wounds. Observing Doflamingo, seething with rage, Mu Yun felt a sense of relief wash over him, a smile creeping onto his face. "Oh, impotent one, do not assume that everyone is as powerless as you. A mere sea stone cuff can be undone with a key. Can a man truly be brought to the brink of death by such trivial means?" Mu Yun casually extracted a piece of iron, and suddenly a flame materialized in his hands. The terrifying heat compelled Doflamingo to hastily retreat, as he feared that this child might launch an attack. The ferocity of the flame was so daunting that he believed even the sea prism stone shackles could be melted. Under the genuine fire of the sun, the iron melted instantaneously. Mu Yun enveloped the molten iron with his soul power and poured it into the keyhole of the sea prism stone shackles. In no time, a key for the shackles was forged. In the original narrative, it was indeed the wax fruit user who unlocked the sea prism stone shackles in this manner. Crafting a key was a task devoid of any technical complexity, rendering it exceedingly simple for a skilled craftsman. With the shackles undone, Mu Yun gazed at the astonished Doflamingo, a triumphant smirk playing upon his lips. Just as he was about to depart, Doflamingo intercepted him once more, insisting, "Unlock the sea prism stone shackles for me." "Why should I?" Mu Yun retorted. "This is a technical endeavor, one that is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Assist me, and the devil fruit shall be yours," Doflamingo promised. With a disdainful expression, Mu Yun replied, "Oh, Doflamingo, are you attempting to deceive me? Your counterfeit products are rife with adverse effects. Not even a dog would consume them. Do you think you can fool me? What do you require then?" Doflamingo lamented. "My circumstances are dire. I lack freedom and possess nothing of value. In the past, I could have presented you with genuine devil fruits aplenty." Mu Yun pondered for a moment, then flashed a grin, expressing his desire for the insights and experiences of the second awakening of the devil fruit. Doflamingo was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether such a thing could indeed be traded. Mu Yun's gaze fell upon the cat-like creature, Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, surely the ninja world possesses scrolls that record memories?" Xiaoyu scratched its neck and produced a jade tablet. "Scrolls are rather cumbersome. They require the arrangement of ceiling formations. This will suffice, a recording jade tablet. Simply affix it to the forehead, and it will capture the memories intended for transmission. It's quite convenient." Doflamingo's devil fruit undergoes a second awakening, shifting towards the realm of material transformation, enabling everything in the vicinity to be converted into strings. After reflecting upon his memories and insights, Mu Yun swiftly unlocked his own unique second awakening of the devil fruit. The capabilities of the rumble fruit have transcended mere striking. It has now assimilated the surrounding materials, forming a colossal cat paw beneath his feet. Anything within the grasp of this cat paw falls under the dominion of the rumble fruit's powers, which Mu Yun has aptly named the absolute domain of the rumble fruit. The development of the door fruit has resulted in a labyrinthine creation composed of numerous doors, each posing a perilous challenge for those who seek to escape. The only means of departure is through opening a door, yet what lies beyond remains a mystery. It could be a fearsome beast awaiting you, a multitude of enchanting fairies offering you a tender refuge, a sorrowful reminiscence, or perhaps a spatial prison. It is even conceivable that one might plunge directly into a chaotic spatial vortex, facing immediate obliteration. In conclusion, the Douluo fruit harbors immense dangers, far surpassing the perils associated with Bruno's ability to traverse through air doors in the world of pirates. Under the guidance of the feline ninja, Xiaoyu, they turned and twisted their way until they finally arrived at the entrance of a rather unremarkable little shop. Mu Yun's body stiffened slightly. This sensation bore a striking resemblance to the feelings he experienced in the store of the heavenly jars. As he stepped inside, a chime resonated, revealing the system of the heavenly mall, with its host, Granny Cat, having been unlocked to the 4th level. Mu Yun's clear eyes sparkled with brilliance, indeed. This elderly cat lady was the possessor of the system, marking the most significant gain of this journey. "Grandma," he began, "it is he who has forged a spiritual contract with me. Do not be deceived by his tender age. His strength is formidable." The spirited little cat named Yu leaped over, rousing the drowsy cat lady from her slumber. With great effort, she opened her wrinkled eyes and cast a glance at Mu Yun, making him feel as though many of his hidden cards had been laid bare. "Ah, quite impressive," she remarked, "a 2nd-tier cultivation level. Should you reveal all your hidden strengths, you could even slay a 3rd-tier expert. For one of your years, such talent is indeed rare." She casually produced a purple card embossed with a tiny paw print. "Here, take this purple 3rd-tier VIP card. Although you are currently only at the 2nd tier, you are not far from the 3rd. With this card in hand, you may enter my marketplace at any time to shop, where all items are clearly priced, sparing you the trouble of bothering this old woman every time." Upon receiving the VIP card, Mu Yun promptly examined the contents of the merchandise within the mall. Using magical artifacts as a reference, the 1st-tier area exclusively featured 1st-tier artifacts and 1st-tier elixirs. The 2nd-tier area presented 2nd-tier treasures and 2nd-tier spiritual pills. In the 3rd-tier area, aside from 3rd-tier spiritual instruments and 3rd-tier elixirs, one could also find spell techniques and certain unique physiques available for purchase. The contents of the 4th-tier area, however, remained beyond Mu Yun's view, as his level was insufficient. The currency for transactions is the celestial coin, which can be acquired through 2 means. One is by recharging, as the mall system only recognizes spirit stones with 1 spirit stone convertible into 1 celestial coin. The other is by selling items, where a magical artifact can fetch 10 celestial coins, a treasure 100, and a spiritual instrument 1000, with prices for items possessing special functions calculated separately. Mu Yun was not in a hurry to sell magical artifacts, as he lacked experience and was apprehensive about potential exploitation due to his unfamiliarity with market prices. Furthermore, he had yet to encounter any treasures that particularly piqued his interest. After departing from Granny Cat's establishment, Mu Yun leisurely wandered through the bustling commercial street, familiarizing himself with the local pricing. It appeared that magical artifacts could be sold for approximately 15 spirit stones, while treasured items fetched 150, albeit with a tax of 1/3, rendering the transaction almost equivalent to direct purchases in the marketplace. Ultimately, Mu Yun indulged in a sumptuous meal at a tavern with his companion, the cat named Xiaoyu, followed by a delightful soak in a hot spring before making his exit. Ding! The Celestial Mall system recognized the benefits obtained, granting Mu Yun the qualification to operate within the Celestial Mall, albeit at a mere level 1. This initial level felt disappointingly low to Mu Yun, especially when compared to Granny Cat's establishment, which boasted a level 4. Fortunately, he learned that he could upgrade his privileges through trade. Chapter 39, System Upgrade. Ding. The host successfully completed 7 tasks related to the system's benefits, meeting the upgrade requirements. The integration and upgrade process commenced. Celestial Jar Store System, recording. Drift Bottle System, recording. Refiner System, recording. Celestial Summoning System, recording. Celestial Arena System, recording. Celestial Tavern System, recording. Celestial Mall System, recording. Ding. The system upgrade was completed. The new feature, Celestial Market, has been unlocked, allowing for the establishment of the following structures. Pill Pavilion requires the host to possess at least 100 varieties of pills, with no restrictions on their grade. Artifact Pavilion requires the host to possess at least 100 varieties of magical artifacts, with no restrictions on their grade. Curios Pavilion requires the host to possess at least 10 varieties of curios, which include items such as devil fruits, special physiques, innate abilities, soul bones, and various treasures. Tavern requires the host to possess at least 100 varieties of spiritual liquors, with no restrictions on their grade. Cultivation Tower requires at least one spirit-grade artifact, which must be provided by the host. Arena, provided by the system, allowing the host to set it up at any time, with no requirements. Jar Store. The items within the jars are provided by the host and will randomly appear in any jar, beyond the host's control. Drift Bottle Workshop, capable of producing up to 10 drift bottles daily, with materials derived from spirit materials infused with void power, supplied by the host. Dimensional Portal, provided by the system, allowing for setup at any time. Celestial Mall Level 1 offers currency exchange services, with the sole official currency being celestial coins, which can be exchanged bidirectionally with spirit stones. Additionally, the system provides a free panel inquiry function for the host. Curious about his current status, Muyin decided to check his data. Muyin race, human age, 8 origin, Douluo world martial soul, mutated orange cat martial soul physique, void sword body abilities, capable of utilizing the powers of the Machi fruit, awakened. The Door fruit, awakened. The breaking illusions spiritual eye, advanced observation hockey, advanced armament hockey, advanced conquerors hockey, void sword domain, path breaking, binding path. Soul cutting blade, orange cat sword princess, willow god technique, swan and eye treasure art, azure scale eagle treasure art, and weapon refinement technique. Soul skills, adorable strike, cat air cannon, cat slap, spatial opening palm, spatial leap, spatial phasing, spatial teleportation, spatial trap, spatial strangulation, spatial binding, dominant power, beast king intimidation, void star armor, aura transformation, stellar transformation, void transformation, sovereign of 10,000 fires, sovereign of 10,000 artifacts, formation spirit patterns, primordial star array, 7 illusions bewitching array, stellar golden lock array, cold moon killing array, gathering stars spirit pattern, lunar embrace spirit pattern, earth spirit pattern, martial techniques, sword aura garment, demon sealing chains, 6 veins divine sword, 3,000 thunder movements, transformation technique of creation chi, chaotic cloak hammer technique, 3 parts returning to origin chi, all swords returning to the sect, ascending to immortality steps, celestial palace mirage, sea nourishing holy heart curse, sword 23, shadow clone, dominance of nations, cat void strike, 1,000 cat shattering space, cat pedal dance, ordinary sword strike, spirit beast, ninja cat little jade, treasures, demon blade 1,000 blades, spirit treasure general store, honeycomb, purple thunder dragon horn, cloud wings, true sunfire, comprehensive strength assessment, tier 3 expert, with a swift glance. Muyin finally identified the matter of utmost concern. A tier 3 expert, it appeared rather promising. Subsequently, he began to engage in various activities. Fortunately, his sister Asuna, who was fervently devoted to alchemy, had amassed an impressive collection of over 100 potions and magical elixirs during this period, thus commencing the construction of the alchemy pavilion. A Jean, proficient in weapon refinement, had also been diligent. With a wealth accumulated over several 100,000 years, the weapon pavilion was initiated. The Curiosities Pavilion, housing the Demon Blade 1,000 blades, integrated with the Soul Cutting Blade, Spirit Treasure General Store, Honeycomb, Purple Thunder Dragon Horn, Cloud Wings, True Sunfire, Void Sword Body Physique, Breaking Illusion Spiritual Eye, Stellar Ancient Tree, Seedling, and Spirit Communication Scroll was well stocked. While the quantity of curiosities was sufficient, most were deemed non-saleable, as they were required for personal use. The only items available for display were the Spirit Communication Scroll and a small flame from the True Sunfire, which had minimal impact. The Curiosities Pavilion could be established first. Even if it appeared empty, it would suffice. The bar was straightforward, with suppliers already contacted for a bulk purchase. The construction of the combat arena and dimensional portal was to commence without delay, as they were provided by the system. It would be unwise not to utilize them. However, the training tower posed a challenge. Comprehending the spirit patterns related to the flow of time was exceedingly difficult. At most, a temporary structure akin to those utilized by Ning Rongrong could be assembled, and a Jean could attempt to refine it later. Finally, the workshop for producing message bottles was the most crucial element. Without it, sending out bottles would render all efforts futile, akin to a solitary game devoid of players. Perhaps the materials imbued with void power could be sourced from that particular location. As Mu Yun beheld the orderly construction of the architectural complex, he traversed through the void gate and arrived in the celestial expanse. "You have come again." A gentle voice resonated in his ear as soon as he stepped through the portal. Before him stood a beautiful woman clad in green, her form adorned with the shimmering light of countless stars, gazing at him with a radiant smile. Mu-Yun immediately sensed a remarkable change in the other party, a newfound aura of unparalleled nobility that was absent during their last encounter. This must be a profound elevation in the realm of existence. It seemed that the other had ascended to a level beyond her comprehension. Clearly, the influence of the divine willow was immensely significant. Aunt Lu, congratulations on your metamorphosis. Mu-Yun greeted her with an air of familiarity. Indeed, I owe it all to you. You have allowed me to perceive a higher dimension of existence. Before long, I shall completely transcend this cosmic expanse and journey to that realm. The enchanting woman, transformed from the ancient star tree, responded with a radiant spirit. Aunt Lu, I am in search of a spiritual material imbued with the essence of the void. Might you know where I could find such a resource? Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman beamed with delight. You are in the very heart of the cosmic void. Everything that exists here embodies the power of the void, and the quality is unparalleled. For instance, she casually summoned a colossal meteorite. This here, with but a simple refinement, could yield a top-tier material infused with void energy. Of course, the most exquisite spiritual material is none other than myself. She effortlessly tossed a branch as massive as a mountain, a mere trifle compared to her boundless essence. I feel rather embarrassed. Despite expressing his reluctance, Mu-Yun's actions were swift. The branches of the ancient starlet tree, aged millions of years, undoubtedly possessed an astonishingly high quality of spiritual material. Not even his flawed spiritual eye could decipher its true nature, yielding only a series of question marks. Ultimately, he opted for the colossal meteorite as the material for crafting the message bottle. With the aid of the solar flame, the process would be relatively straightforward. He decided to reserve the branches of the ancient starlet tree for himself, deeming it excessively lavish to transform them into a mere message bottle. Chapter 40. The Clock and the Sunflower. Aunt Lu, I have another inquiry I wish to discuss. Mu-Yun initially intended to step into the Void Gate to return to the Douluo continent when a thought suddenly struck him. What thought? For my next spirit ring, I wish to select one that embodies the essence of time, preferably possessing the attributes of time acceleration, time suspension, and time reversal all at once. Are you aware of any spirit beasts in the Douluo realm that meet these criteria? Mu-Yun gazed expectantly at the beautiful woman. After a moment of contemplation, her eyes sparkled with recognition. You know, she mused, there might indeed be something to this. Indeed? He inquired. Long ago, during my time in the Douluo world, I came across a legend. It spoke of a remote island, known as the Island of the Setting Sun, where a village named Eternal Village resided. On this solitary isle, the sun never sets. Just as it appears to dip below the horizon, time rewinds and the sun rises anew. Thus, the villagers find themselves in an endless cycle, repeating the same day ad infinitum, eternally suspended in that singular moment. Should any outsiders linger too long, failing to depart before the sun's reversal, they would become part of this unending existence, unable to escape. Surely, such a legend cannot be true. To relive the same day perpetually, could that be a curse? A curse that never finds its conclusion? Mu-Yun felt a chill at the nape of his neck. Such an eternal existence was hardly appealing. Indeed, I had quietly observed it. What caused all this was a mutated soul beast, the clockwork sunflower, which possessed the ability to manipulate the flow of time in its domain at will. It could reverse time, reverting one to a newborn state, or accelerate it to the point of aging one to death in an instant. Is it powerful? Mu-Yun inquired with uncertainty. It is difficult to assess its strength. One can only say it is exceedingly perilous. A wary expression appeared on the beautiful woman's face. It lacks speed, defense, and offense, yet it is immensely dangerous. I once engaged in a brief encounter with it. A seemingly ordinary 100-year soul beast transformed before my eyes into a million-year soul beast, rendering the age of soul beast meaningless to it. My million-year soul power was instantly nullified in its presence, and the sensation of being reduced to a frail, helpless newborn was utterly dreadful. However, as long as one leaves its domain, they will revert to their original state. By the way, could you tell me where its island is located? Mu-Yun asked eagerly. What, after all I've said, do you still dare to covet it? You must realize that its time acceleration ability is of little use to a soul beast like me with an almost infinite lifespan, but for you humans, it could mean instant demise. The woman's gaze turned peculiar, as she had not anticipated that this little brat possessed such a reckless disposition. No problem. I merely wish to take a look. If things go awry, I shall leave. Very well, just be cautious. The ancient star tree, seeing Mu-Yun's determination, provided him with a coordinate and sketched an image of the island and the clockwork sunflower, resembling a large sunflower adorned with a clock. Upon returning to Douluo continent through the Void Gate and following the coordinates, Mu Yun indeed discovered a peculiar island. Despite having existed for 1,000,000 years, the island appeared unchanged from the depiction the ancient star tree had provided 1,000,000 years ago. Through the lens of the broken illusion spirit eye, Mu Yun observed the entire island shrouded in mist, hazy as if it existed in another time and space. As he cautiously ventured inside, he suddenly found himself on a village street. "Ligu, I heard your wife is about to give birth. Don't forget to treat us then. Rest assured, I won't forget. Just don't overlook your share of the gift money." Sigo. The old man who from the east of the village was said to have been blocked by his wife at the bathing center, his face scratched. Indeed, Aunt Suewa's prowess is formidable, old who must have been quite bold to engage in such antics at his age. Listening to the mundane chatter around him, Mu Yun felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Such grounded conversation, was this the real world or merely an illusion? Mu Yun, sensing the overwhelming aura of dominance, soon stumbled upon a quaint farmhouse where a small girl was languidly yawning in the sunlight. Her cherubic form swayed gently in a rocking chair, a clock dangling from her neck. This was indeed the one he sought. However, Mu Yun chose not to approach her immediately, instead meandering through the village. He arrived at the edge of a babbling brook and caught a sizable fish, then summoned his orange cat spirit. With a cheerful swat, a plume of milky energy burst forth, instantly aging the fish into nothingness, reduced to mere ashes, leaving no trace behind. As anticipated, the power of time, despite its might, remains a mere rule. My meatball fruit has undergone a second awakening, granting me the ability to dispel such rules, rendering the power of time ineffective against me. Mu Yun gazed excitedly at the ethereal, milky white energy, experiencing a profound sense of relief for the first time. He had already resolved to flee the island at the first sign of failure in his experiment. Should he be unable to expel the temporal force from within the fish's body, resolutely avoiding any encounter with that clock sunflower, he had no desire to face an abrupt aging and demise. Suddenly, as he pivoted, the ground beneath him transformed into a colossal paw, and before him stood a soft, delicate girl. "What have you done to my fish? Why did it vanish so suddenly?" The girl's expression remained impassive. Yet an icy aura of menace surged towards Mu Yun. Her instincts warned her that this child was perilous, possessing abilities that could indeed threaten her realm. Everything on the island was eternally present, and the sudden disappearance of a fish did not go unnoticed by the clock sunflower, the dominion of this place. Mu Yun felt a moment of tension as he realized that his opponent was persistently attempting to alter the flow of time around him, only to be repelled by the absolute domain granted by the second awakening of the meatball fruit. Subsequently, a mischievous grin appeared on Mu Yun's charming face as he stepped closer to his adversary, drawing near. Come and be my soul ring. I am in need of you." Mu Yun's movements were as swift as lightning, directly reaching for the clock hanging around the young girl's neck. How audacious. Suddenly, the terrifying aura transformed the young girl into a sunflower as grand as a mountain, with strands of milky white chains coiling towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun smiled gently as the demon blade of 1,000 edges appeared in his hand. "Come forth, Orange Cat Sword Maiden." The Orange Cat Sword Maiden, wielding the colossal demon blade, towered over the giant clock sunflower, while Mu Yun stood atop her head. Meow Crescent Moon Slash. A massive black crescent cleaved through the air, creating an elongated rift in space as it surged towards the clock sunflower. "Damn it, do not dare to disrupt my world." The clock sunflower screeched in fury, releasing a torrent of milky white temporal energy, causing the black crescent to vanish in an instant, and the damaged space to restore itself as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 41. 1,000,000-year soul ring rifts in space emerged, only to be swiftly mended. Sections of space collapsed, soon to be restored. The clock sunflower acted like a firefighter, frantically extinguishing the chaos, while Mu Yun resembled an arsonist, wreaking havoc in every direction. "You seem quite fond of this island," Mu Yun remarked with a mischievous grin, unleashing a sword strike that created a black hole in space. "Stop it, you villain." The clock sunflower rushed over to employ time reversal. "You appear to care deeply for the mountains and waters here." A great mountain was sent soaring by Mu Yun's strike. "No, please don't, you scoundrel." The clock sunflower, exasperated, expended a significant amount of temporal energy to restore the mountain. "However, I believe what you cherish most are the people in the village." Mu Yun coldly pointed the demon blade, 1,000 edges, at the village, his expression resembling that of an emotionless villain. Stop. I surrender." The clock sunflower transformed back into the guise of a little girl, her face pale as a ghost. Strange. Does this small village hold great significance for you? Mu Yun inquired, puzzled. The little girl bit her lip, stubbornly remaining silent. Oh, perhaps it is the people of the village who are dear to you. Observing her dejected demeanor, Mu Yun felt his assumption was correct. This place was indeed of utmost importance to the clock sunflower. Despite knowing she was restrained by him, she could not flee, and for some reason, she dared not relinquish her powers. Now, do enlighten me. What is the situation here? You do not strike me as a villain. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Soon, Mu Yun learned the entire tale. 1,000,000 years ago, there existed a remote island, home to a quaint village where the inhabitants were simple and kind, living a life free from worldly strife. She was merely an ordinary sunflower, thriving in a humble household. Her daily existence revolved around basking in the sun, accompanied by a girl who would recline beside her, regaling her with stories, regardless of whether she could comprehend them. However, one fateful day, she underwent a transformation, evolving from an ordinary sunflower into the clock sunflower soul beast. It was on that very day, at the moment the sun dipped below the horizon, that the island's volcano erupted, unleashing terrifying lava that engulfed the village, obliterating her home and the girl who had shared stories with her each day. In her fury, she unleashed her soul skill, the time-stop domain, freezing the island's time forever at the moment before the volcanic eruption. This skill, employed for the first time, persisted for 1,000,000 years. She dared not cease. For once the gears of time began to turn, the fate of destruction would inevitably follow. But in doing so, you are not resolving anything. Repeating the same day for 1,000,000 years. How does this differ from death? Perhaps it is even worse than death. Mu Yun silently gazed at the clock sunflower, pondering that rather than saving the village, this being was more inclined to punish the village chief, rendering existence a veritable torment. The clock sunflower blinked her clear, innocent eyes, evidently perplexed by Mu Yun's words. To her, time held no significance. What difference did it make whether a day passed or 1,000,000 years? Regardless of how it was spent, it was merely spent. How about this? I shall completely eradicate the village's calamities, allowing it to return to a truly normal existence. And you shall become my soul ring, accompanying me in a life of luxury and indulgence. What do you say? Mu Yun unleashed his persuasive charm. Soul ring? Is that what you mean? The little girl transformed into a circular ring, her hue shifting between white, yellow, purple, black, and red in a mesmerizing display. You can choose any color you desire. Goodness, your abilities are astonishing. The fact that you can change your age is one thing, but to alter your very form as well? Mu Yun found himself somewhat bewildered. A soul ring is merely a crystallization of a soul beast's energy, derived from time. As long as sufficient time has passed, it can naturally transform into a soul ring without the need for demise. The clock sunflower shifted back from her ring form to that of the little girl once more. Mu Yun was utterly bewildered. The resurrection of his soul beasts, which had transformed into soul rings, was already astonishing enough. However, this was even more outrageous. Bypassing the process of death and rebirth, he was presented with a living soul ring. Was this truly a sight to behold? Very well, I acquiesce to this minor matter. You should promptly resolve the calamity plaguing the village. The sunflower soul ring surged into Mu Yun's body, and he felt an instantaneous surge in his cultivation level, reaching the pinnacle of a level 70 soul emperor. He acquired soul skills, time acceleration, time reversal, and time suspension. More terrifyingly, all the soul rings transformed into a 1,000,000-year dark golden hue, adorned with resplendent starlight. The void worm, leisurely enjoying life within its hive, suddenly froze, as if it had unexpectedly ascended to divinity. Meanwhile, the void flower, left behind at home, felt an unusual itch in its teeth. It approached the meteorite that Mu Yun had just retrieved from the cosmic expanse and bit down, shattering the stone. In the Stardow forest, the celestial lion beast was roused from its reverie, its wings fluttering and conjuring a tempest of thunder and lightning. Back at home, Sister Tree gazed curiously towards the distant ocean, experiencing a sudden elevation in her life essence, approaching her true form. At the same time, Jean, drenched in sweat from refining weapons, looked bewildered at the spiritual artifact nearing completion, which instantaneously transformed into charcoal. The true sunfire unexpectedly intensified, bordering on uncontrollable. Perhaps when the fourth-tier spiritual materials arrived, he could attempt to forge a fourth-tier spiritual treasure. In the heart of a remote island stood a colossal active volcano, from which Mu Yun leaped. Master of Flames. The previously ferocious volcanic lava submitted like a docile kitten at his feet. The true sunfire was ready to feast. Soon, the active volcano became dormant, its fiery energy completely drained, ensuring it would never erupt again. With the crisis averted and the soul ring secured, Muyin returned to the Soto City estate. The long-absent duo of magical beasts reappeared, accompanied by several others. Rimuru had successfully hunted a 100,000-year soul beast, the snow demon silkworm, a 100,000-year soul beast, the dark magic spider, a 200,000-year soul beast, the star moon butterfly, a 500,000-year soul beast, the heavenly fire phoenix, and a 500,000-year soul beast, the storm thunder dragon. Strength assessment, peak of the second tier. Remarkably, within a mere few days, Rimuru had devoured 5 soul beasts over 100,000 years old, the origins of which remained a mystery. Moreover, by consuming these beasts, he jumped directly to the peak of the second tier, only slightly lagging behind Muyin. Even more astonishing was his ability to regurgitate his prey, thereby inheriting their powers while also acquiring 5 utterly loyal subordinates, an extraordinary buy-one-get-one-free deal. Meanwhile, Ziyuan, as his vassal, also experienced a rise in power, synchronizing with Rimuru at the peak of the second tier and sharing some of his abilities. Muyin even believed that if Rimuru and the others were to roam the starry forest for another year, subduing the entire spirit beast realm and establishing a dominion over Douluo as a spirit beast kingdom would pose no insurmountable challenge. Chapter 42. Aiming for the million-year spirit beast, the inaugural roundtable meeting at Muyin Manor is now officially underway. Participants include Muyin, Asuna, Yui, Rimuru, Zishuan, Insect Queen, Huahua, Little Lion, Sister Tree, Ajin, Little Sunflower, Clock Sunflower, Ninja Cat Xiaoyu, Snow Demon Silkworm, Dark Magic Spider, Star Moon Butterfly, Celestial Fire Phoenix, and Storm Thunder Dragon. The agenda for this session: the search for a million-year spirit beast. Given that you are all native spirit beasts who have lived for countless years, I trust you possess some lesser-known intelligence, do you not? Muyin could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. Initially, he had presumed that the Douluo world contained merely 8 soul beasts of over 100,000 years. To his astonishment, Limula ventured out and returned with 5, all of which he had never heard of before, and which were not recorded in the library. The assembled beings exchanged glances, and it was the Storm Thunder Dragon who finally spoke. In truth, the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape were merely the surface rulers of the Star Doe Forest. The true depths of power lay hidden within its depths, where the million-year soul beasts typically resided in their respective secret realms. Regarding the entrances to these secret realms, I am aware of only one: the Ice Crystal Cold Dragon, the master of ice crystals formed from 1,000,000 years of accumulated snow and ice, possessing both Dragon God and Ice God bloodlines. It is said to be the most formidable ice-type soul beast, with its ice crystals capable of freezing time and space, and the entrance to its realm lies within the icy plains. I also know of another secret realm entrance located in the extreme Iceland, guarded by the Ice Snow Spirit Phoenix, a million-year soul beast with a trace of Ice God bloodline, who jointly protects this frigid territory alongside the Ice Soul Goddess Snow Maiden, spoke the Heavenly Fire Phoenix. I have also heard a legend about a primordial secret realm deep within the Sunset Forest, where resides the holy butterfly of light, fate, and rebirth. A million-year soul beast and the king of 10,000 butterflies, endowed with the attributes of light, fate, and reincarnation, said Star Moon Butterfly uncertainly. The Aurora Red Fox, who also dwells within the primordial secret realm of the Sunset Forest, possesses the attributes of ultimate fire and ultimate light. It is exceedingly cunning and adept at utilizing illusions, remarked Jean nonchalantly. In the past, when I sought a particular metal deep within the Sunset Forest, I encountered it. Its flames were formidable enough to breach the defenses of my treasures. At that time, I had to self-destruct several powerful artifacts just to find an opportunity to escape. Otherwise, given its speed, I would have found it nearly impossible to evade. The Kuanping, a million-year soul beast, is known as the Kuan in the sea, capable of devouring all things, and as the Ping in the sky, soaring through the 9 heavens. It possesses unparalleled speed and wields spatial attributes. A descendant of the primordial divine beast bloodline, it is a guardian of the sea, blessed by the gods, and typically slumbers in the waters near the sea god's temple, remarked the avatar of the starry ancient tree, Sister Tree. The Starlight Wolf, a million-year soul beast, has the ability to manipulate starlight and draw energy from the cosmos, almost infinitely absorbing it to enhance its strength and speed. Additionally, it possesses extraordinary perceptive abilities, capable of detecting subtle changes and dangers within the universe. It can also create illusions by distorting light, confounding the vision and thoughts of its enemies. It resides within the cosmic expanse, and it has long been an adversary of my true form, both vying for the energy of the starry skies Over the past several 100,000 years, it has frequently ambushed my true self. While I might have been able to subdue it elsewhere, in the cosmic realm, it is in its element. It can absorb energy without restraint, and besides its terrifying strength and speed, its regenerative ability, bolstered by the ceaseless influx of cosmic energy, renders it nearly immortal. Furthermore, there exists the dark demon evil god tiger, which possesses the malevolent attributes bequeathed by the evil god. Its growth does not necessitate self-cultivation. Rather, it ascends rapidly by devouring other soul beasts or soul masters. This formidable creature resides deep within the Douluo forest, embodying attributes of evil, darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space, coupled with an extraordinarily high intellect. Although it is yet to reach the million-year soul beast status, it is, in fact, far more perilous. The final speaker is Rimuru, who encountered the dark demon evil god tiger 2 days prior. To his astonishment, the predator's skill proved ineffective against it, likely due to the creature's ability to similarly absorb powers. Subsequently, Rimuru, along with Ziyuan, the snow demon silkworm, the dark magic spider, the star moon butterfly, the celestial fire phoenix, and the storm thunder dragon, launched a coordinated assault. Yet, the dark demon evil god tiger managed to evade capture with ease, as its control over time and space rendered it exceedingly difficult to subdue. Muyun meticulously consolidated and analyzed the information, ultimately determining that the first target would be the dark demon evil god tiger. The rationale was straightforward. The dark demon evil god tiger harbored a profound grudge. Having previously been besieged by Rimlu and his companions, an affront it would not easily forgive. It had been tracking Rimlu, lurking in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow. Only Mu Yun's advanced conqueror's haki and the void sword body, which afforded him a keen sensitivity to spatial nuances, enabled him to faintly perceive the presence of the dark demon evil god tiger. The opportunity was rare, a chance not to be squandered. Moreover, Mu Yun understood that the most formidable aspect of the dark demon evil god tiger was its ability to traverse time and space. If they did not eliminate it now, allowing it to sense the terror of their group, it might resort to spatial teleportation and vanish from this world forever, thus depriving them of the chance to obtain that soul ring. On the outskirts of the Douluo forest, a blue-haired youth crouched by a crystal-clear stream to fetch water. A shadow flitted across the ground, swiftly approaching. Suddenly, an enveloping darkness descended upon the blue-haired youth. Roar! You shall perish, child. A colossal black tiger emerged from the abyss, its gaping maw forming a massive vortex, a terrifying suction threatening to engulf the blue-haired youth. In the instant his feet left the ground, the youth's form transformed from a blue-haired child into one with black hair. Demon sealing chains, countless chains forged from the power of the stars and the void, erupted from the ether, instantaneously binding the dark demon evil god tiger's limbs. How dare you? It's a trap. The enraged dark demon evil god tiger unleashed a torrent of gale winds from its maw, causing the sealing chains to clatter ominously. Such resilient chains. My gale slashes can sever even starfall iron, yet I can only cut through them halfway? In a state of astonishment, the dark demon evil god tiger unleashed another gale strike, severing the chains that bound it. A remarkable strike, blending wind and spatial power, noted the youth. Turning to reveal the enchanted blade, 1,000 blades, slowly unsheathing from his waist. Who are you? Why have you set a trap for me? The dark demon evil god tiger inquired as it began to retreat, only to realize that it had been encircled by numerous entities of comparable strength, including Rimlu and his companions. Damn it, child, I shall remember this debt and settle it later. Dark shadow stealth. Spatial teleportation. Just as the dark demon evil god tiger's body began to dissipate into darkness, a gentle yet authoritative voice resonated. Blessing of the Elven King. Binding path number 61. 6 rods light prison. Binding path number 75. 5 pillars iron nail. Binding path number 99. Seal. Chapter 43. The orange cat martial spirit undergoes another transformation. 6 radiant pillars firmly restrained the movements of the dark demon evil god tiger. 5 black pillars, arranged in a pentagonal formation, confined the creature's 5 limbs. A colossal stone tablet, inscribed with the symbol of the swastika, descended from the heavens. 3 powerful binding techniques forcibly extracted the dark demon evil god tiger from its shadowy, ethereal state, rendering it utterly immobile. At this moment, Mu Yun unsheathed the demonic blade. Qianren, arise, orange cat sword maiden. Draw your sword. The colossal orange cat brandished its oversized demonic blade, gripping it tightly with its paws and raising it high. A resonant hum echoed as an overwhelming surge of energy rushed from all directions. overlord of the nation, Crescent Moon Slash. The obsidian crescent shattered the void, executing a devastating technique. Unlike usual, Muyun did not engage in verbal trickery to persuade the dark demonic tiger to sacrifice itself, for such a notion was futile. The dark demonic tiger possessed a keen intellect and cunning nature, making it a potential traitor, akin to a ticking time bomb, should it remain nearby. Moreover, it had the ability to traverse time and space, capable of escaping to other realms at any moment. If it were to steal his prized possessions while he slept, and then utilize its time-space abilities, he would have nowhere to lament. Thus, it was best to eliminate the threat entirely. Now, with the dark demonic tiger firmly restrained, it found itself powerless against this fatal strike. Unable to unleash any of its abilities. Boom. The black crescent sliced through, and the dark demonic tiger was torn asunder, a deep crimson soul ring slowly ascending. Just as everyone exhaled in relief at its demise, a glimmer of black light shot forth, and a black hole materialized in the void. In the blink of an eye, the black light surged towards the black hole, poised to plunge into its depths. Suddenly, a plump paw emerged from the void, seizing the black light, which turned out to be a black orb. You may escape, but this orb shall remain. With a playful smack, a tiny black tiger was ejected from the orb. Bewildered and unaware of the unfolding events as it was drawn into the black hole. Containing the essence of evil, thunder, wind, and power, this primordial orb is my trophy. I cannot allow you to take it. Just as Mu Yun reveled in his triumph, the orange cat's spirit unexpectedly made a surprising move, swallowing the primordial orb of the dark, demonic tiger in one gulp. What the heck, you glutton? I intended to refine this. Mu Yun was in a state of exasperation, while the orange-furred feline spirit seemed to have just indulged in a hearty meal, its form undergoing a rapid transformation. A pair of fleshy wings unfurled from its back. One was enveloped in fierce gusts of wind, while the other crackled with dark, ominous lightning. A black symbol resembling a king emerged upon its forehead, and the orange stripes adorning its body deepened in hue. It had undergone yet another mutation. Mu Yun found himself at a loss for words. His martial soul had indeed undergone mutations at the slightest provocation. It had transformed once upon awakening, again after consuming the fleshball fruit, and subsequently when acquiring several soul bones and the soul-reaping blade. Now, after ingesting the life essence of the dark demon evil god tiger, yet another change had occurred. The current form of his orange cat martial soul remained visually unchanged, still resembling the adorable, plump orange cat. But it now donned a diminutive crown atop its head, the head soul bone hive, with purple lightning dragon horns protruding from either side. On its back were two pairs of wings, one pair resembling smoky clouds, and the other embodying wind and thunder. Its eyes gleamed with a violet hue, representing the mystic eye of illusion. A soul-reaping blade was sheathed at its waist, and the tip of its tail flickered with a small flame, true sunfire. Each intricate pattern on its body exuded a fierce aura, akin to sword lights ready to soar at any moment. At that moment, Mu Yun wasted no time and approached to refine the soul ring left by the dark demon evil god tiger. Since the dark demon evil god tiger itself had not reached 1,000,000 years of soul power, and most of its energy had been consumed by the orange cat martial soul, Mu Yun's level only ascended to the 75th rank of soul sage. Rather than reaching the pinnacle, the soul abilities bestowed by the soul ring included time-space traversal. This allowed for interdimensional travel, fraught with peril without the guidance of a cosmic star chart, risking eternal entrapment within the chaotic currents of time and space. Absolute dark domain. This created a realm of complete darkness, where those within would be stripped of their five senses, devoured by nothingness, and have their memories blurred. Devouring power. The capacity to plunder all, also known as the power of malevolence. Host comprehensive strength, peak level 3. Goodness, this absolute dark domain is rather intimidating. The dark demon evil god tiger had not even had the opportunity to unleash its true power before I vanquished it. Had it been allowed to employ this absolute dark domain, any assault against it would have been futile. If it were to unleash its devouring power to systematically dismantle us, the casualties among our ranks would have been catastrophic, potentially leading to its triumphant resurgence. Mu Yun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, astonished by the terrifying nature of the dark domain of the dark demon god tiger. Typically, darkness merely signifies the deprivation of sight, yet this was different. It consumed all existence, stripped away perception, and distorted time, space, and memory. Was this a simulation of a world within a black hole? The first collective endeavor was successfully concluded, the crisis averted, while Rimuru, accompanied by a throng of followers, exuberantly ventured off to open jars, momentarily disregarding everything else. Mu Yu summoned Asuna, Akin, and Yui to enter the nearly completed marketplace. Observing the rows of shops that stood tall yet eerily empty, Yui flitted about in confusion. Muyin provided a brief introduction to the market. Jie, would you take charge of managing it? Sure, that sounds like a lot of fun. Muyin granted her the title of administrator, and soon, an array of data began to swirl within Jie's eyes. After a mere 15 minutes, she had become intimately familiar with her surroundings, simultaneously acquiring several remarkable abilities. First, the capacity to discern the strength of every visitor to the market. Second, the ability to assess the grade of all items and provide accurate pricing. Third, the privilege to expel anyone from the market, with the exception of Muyin. Fourth, the power to manifest myriad forms within the market. Fifth, an invincible presence within the market. Sixth, the authority to establish rules within the market. Professional matters should be entrusted to those with expertise, and with Jie taking charge, Muyin felt considerably lighter. Asuna, I entrust the role of the Alchemy Pavilion's master to you. Akin, the master of the Artifact Pavilion will be your responsibility. Alas, while I have a fondness for alchemy, I am ill-equipped to handle the task of selling on this platform. Asuna repeatedly waved her hands in refusal. I feel the same way. Akin shared this sentiment. As a soul beast, he had no desire to engage with a multitude of individuals. Their gazes converged upon Jie in unison. Very well. Let us delegate this task to our exceptionally capable Jie, for she possesses the ability to manifest countless forms. However, you shall still need to assist with the supply, as the procurement prices from the celestial market are rather steep. Furthermore, Akin, you will be in charge of the refinement tower's construction, which must possess the ability to alter the flow of time and ensure an absolutely stable internal space, allowing multiple practitioners to cultivate simultaneously. Chapter 44, The Nine-Tiered Demon Tower. A calamity when it comes to auxiliary spiritual treasures related to time and space. You truly overestimate my capabilities. I cannot achieve that. I am still struggling to comprehend the spatial and temporal runes myself, let alone forge spiritual treasures. While I might be able to create ordinary spiritual treasures at this moment, such complexity is beyond my reach. Akin resolutely shook his head in refusal. It is not as though you must undertake this alone. When the time comes, the insect queen, Hua, little lion, sister tree, sunflower, and I will all be there to lend a hand. You are well aware of the stability of the hive-like space of the insect queen. Entrusting the spatial aspects to her is without concern. The manipulation of time flow has been mastered by sunflower, presenting no challenge for her. Moreover, rather than laboriously grappling with those runes, it would be far more beneficial to engage in practical application. Sometimes, one might gain insight through actual practice. Under the enchanting rhetoric of Muyin, Ajin was ultimately persuaded to part with his cherished collection, including the newly acquired fourth-tier spiritual materials that had barely warmed since their emergence from the jar. 3 days later, the 9-layered Demon Tower was unveiled. The first layer featured engravings of the tenfold gravity Earth Spirit Rune, the Gathering Moon Spirit Rune, the Convergent Star Spirit Rune, and a small-scale spirit gathering array, designed for body tempering and chi cultivation, suitable for individuals of first-tier strength. The time flow was accelerated tenfold, accommodating up to 100 users simultaneously, with a usage fee of 10 celestial coins per hour. The second layer bore engravings of the 100-fold gravity Earth Spirit Rune, the Gathering Moon Spirit Rune, the Convergence Star Spirit Rune, and a medium-scale spirit gathering array, intended for those of second-tier strength. The time flow was accelerated 100-fold, allowing for 10 users at once, with a fee of 100 celestial coins per hour. The third layer served as a challenge level, guarded by a clone of the Insect Queen, whose skill was the infinite spawning of minions. Successfully overcoming this challenge would yield a wooden treasure chest, which could contain first-tier magical artifacts, first-tier elixirs, and more, at a challenge fee of 10 celestial coins. The fourth layer also constituted a challenge, jointly guarded by clones of the Insect Queen and Hua, utilizing the skill of infinite traps. Successful challengers would receive a black iron treasure chest, which could yield second-tier magical treasures and second-tier elixirs, with a challenge fee of 100 celestial coins. The fifth layer was another challenge zone, guarded by a clone of the Celestial Lion, advising that only those below second-tier strength refrain from attempting, as it would be futile. Success would reward a bronze treasure chest, which could yield third-tier spiritual instruments and third-tier elixirs, with a challenge fee of 500 celestial coins. The sixth layer was a challenge guarded by a clone of a gene and a clone of Sister Tree, recommending that only those above third-tier strength attempt it. Success would yield a silver treasure chest, which could yield fourth-tier spiritual treasures and fourth-tier elixirs, with a challenge fee of 1,000 celestial coins. The 7th layer was another challenge, guarded by a clone of Asuna, a clone of Huahua, and a clone of the stealthy cat Xiaoyu, advising challengers to be above 3rd tier strength. Success would grant an exotic fire flower, with a challenge fee of 1,000 celestial coins. The 8th layer, a challenge zone, was jointly guarded by clones of Rimuru, Xiwen, the snow demon silkworm, the dark magic spider, the starry moon butterfly, the heavenly fire phoenix, and the storm thunder dragon. Successful challengers could customize 2 4th tier spiritual treasures, with a challenge fee of 2,000 celestial coins. The 9th layer, the ultimate challenge, was presided over by Mu Yun, with successful challengers receiving a bloom of true sunfire, without a fee, although completion of the prior 8 layers was mandatory. After placing this 9-layer demon tower in the marketplace and having Yui set the pricing, Mu Yun felt that wealth was soon to be within his grasp. He then glanced at other facilities, the alchemy pavilion, the artifact pavilion, and the bar, each well-stocked and clearly marked with prices. The jar shop offered a chance at 10 celestial coins per attempt, with no limit on the number of attempts. With sufficient celestial coins, one could strike until the end of time, and with a stroke of luck, even unearth divine items like the true sunfire. Of course, the matter of probability was expertly handled by Yui, chuckling to himself. The arena requires a fee of 100 celestial coins for each entry, serving as a venue for mutual sparring where fatalities are averted. In emergencies, participants are promptly teleported out of the arena. The Curiosity Pavilion currently offers only 2 items. The Heart of the Sea Flame, priced at 10,000 celestial coins, and the True Sunfire, valued at an astounding 100,000 celestial coins. Setting a modest goal, one must acknowledge that the True Sunfire, despite being a single bloom, commands such a price due to its exceptional grade. Lastly, we turn to the Drift Bottle Workshop, where 3 days prior, Jai dispatched the drift bottles. With Jai present, there is no cause for concern. All that remains is to await the arrival of customers. However, one cannot help but ponder the likelihood of success in matching these self-crafted drift bottles. The bottles, forged from meteorite and transformed into glass by the true sunfire, are indeed resilient, leaving one to wonder whether they might inadvertently cause harm. 3 days have elapsed without a single visitor, leading Mu Yun to question whether those matched with the drift bottles might have met with some unfortunate fate. Just as Mu Yun fretted over the absence of clientele, ripples suddenly manifested in the space, and before long, a dozen individuals materialized out of nowhere. Mu Yun was just about to approach when his eyes suddenly narrowed, and an awkward expression crossed his face. He noticed a striking similarity among the group of over 10 individuals. Each bore a significant bump on their heads, with some even bleeding profusely. What was more alarming was that 2 of them appeared to be on the brink of death, their life force barely flickering as blood gushed from their wounds. This was truly astonishing. Their strength was far beyond what he had anticipated. Mu Yun was somewhat taken aback. Among the 12 individuals, 3 were of the 1st tier. 7 were ordinary people, and the remaining 2 were on the verge of death, likely due to unfortunate circumstances. The time the drift bottle spent in free fall was a tad excessive, leading to a rather severe impact. This situation was untenable. Adjustments would have to be made to ensure that targets were not selected at random, as this was rapidly approaching the realm of a major crime scene. Furthermore, if all clients were of this caliber, I feared it would be quite challenging to earn any celestial coins from them. The strategy of selecting clients at complete random could not continue. Alternative methods must be devised. I should delve into the study of authentic drift bottles. After all, I had struck the perfect character, sure how from the perfect world, on my last attempt, and that was undoubtedly a contributing factor. Mu Yun walked over with a hint of disappointment, first attending to the 2 unfortunate souls whose lives were irrevocably extinguished. To have 2 fatalities right at the doorstep on the opening day was, indeed, an ominous sign. At this moment, the crowd remained oblivious to Mu Yun's presence. Good heavens! Who could be so callous as to discard such a large glass bottle? It nearly struck me. Indeed, I was merely walking my dog when, out of the blue, a glass bottle plummeted from the sky, creating a significant crater upon impact and subsequently knocking me down. I was fortunate it did not hit me directly, otherwise, my fate would have been sealed. Here I was, minding my own business at home, when calamity descended from the heavens, resulting in a gaping hole in my roof. And inexplicably, I found myself here. Oh, by the way, where exactly is here? Who are you all? At this moment, Mu Yun was drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by an urge to flee. The calamity he had unwittingly invited was rather grave. The individuals before him were not merely unfortunate. It was evident that they were extraordinarily fortunate to have avoided being directly struck down. Under ordinary circumstances, such a mishap would surely result in fatalities. Furthermore, with 18 drifting bottles still unaccounted for, one could only wonder if they might all transform into instruments of death. Chapter 45. An Unexpected Delight. Wait a moment. It appears that these individuals are not entirely devoid of merit. Mu Yun's gaze settled upon the two unfortunate souls he had just revived. Lin Pingji, age 21. World: the Smiling, Proud Wanderer, Sect, Huashan Sect, Martial Arts. Huashan Swordsmanship, Evil Repelling Sword Technique, Thunderclap Palm, Treasures, None, Strength, First Level. Mu Yun's expression was peculiar. Could it be that such strength belonged to the first tier? The range of this first tier was indeed vast. It seemed that within the entire world of the Smiling, Proud Wanderer, there existed no second tier, not even for the likes of Feng Qingyang or Dongfang Bubi. From the lowly bodyguards to the esteemed martial arts masters, all were classified under the same two characters. First tier. Before him stood a young man of striking appearance, clad in a resplendent red wedding robe. His right hand gripping a small dagger, his face marred by a look of deep conflict. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "Good heavens, with such a demeanor. You wouldn't have fled on your wedding day to engage in self-castration, would you?" Lin Pingji's handsome face flushed with embarrassment. He had been accurately called out. Today marked the day of his grand wedding with Yuling Chan. Only now had Yu Buchuan relaxed his vigilance, granting Lin the opportunity to practice the true evil repelling sword technique. However, he was met with the ominous opening phrase, "To cultivate divine skills, one must wield the blade against oneself." After much inner turmoil, he ultimately resolved to sacrifice a mere 2 taels of flesh for the sake of vengeance. With a flourish, he executed a stunning sword dance before delivering the fateful cut. Yet, at the last moment, he was struck down by an unidentified flying object, narrowly escaping death, and found himself in this strange place, still dazed and disoriented. Mu Yun's gaze descended, noticing the spot devoid of blood, suggesting a failed self-castration. "Hold your blade. For now, let's examine the primary business of this marketplace." Seeking vengeance does not warrant the sacrifice of Kuan Kuan. A dozen brochures detailing the marketplace lay in the hands of the onlookers. Moments later, a spark of hope ignited in Lin Pingji's eyes. "Pray tell, what is this Jutian coin?" The crowd leaned in, eager to listen. "It is a form of currency that can be exchanged for spirit stones, with 1 spirit stone yielding 1 Jutian coin." The assembly appeared perplexed, seemingly unaware of what spirit stones were, save for one individual, another unfortunate soul akin to Lin Pingji, who had narrowly escaped death. Zhang Tai, age 20. World: Mortal Cultivation Sect, 7 Mysteries Sect, Martial Arts, Elephant Armor Technique, Treasures, None, Strength. First stage. The individual whom Mu Yun is most intrigued by is, in fact, himself. Despite his seemingly naive and feeble demeanor, he resides in a world of remarkable strength, a realm of mortals cultivating immortality, where formidable beings known as transformation gods exist. It is likely that this world possesses a ranking of at least 5 tiers, and when considering the celestial realm post-ascension, the hierarchy becomes even more elusive. Undoubtedly, he represents a stock of immense potential that must not be reduced to a mere puppet. Beyond spirit stones, other valuable items may also be exchanged for celestial coins. For detailed inquiries, one may consult the designated area over there. Mu Yun gestured towards the drifting little Jie. These individuals were clearly unremarkable passers-by, so he entrusted Jie to attend to them. He then turned his attention to the remaining 2, exuding a sense of goodwill. "As for you two, the minor injuries you sustained bear a portion of my responsibility." The 2 exchanged incredulous glances, having suffered significant blows, especially Zhang Tai, whose invulnerability technique had been honed to perfection, yet he was still battered. "So, allow me to offer you some compensation. In the first level of the 9-tiered Demon Tower, I grant you 12 free experience cards, where time flows at tenfold the outside rate, accompanied by the effects of gravity, starlight, and lunar radiance to enhance your physical training. Additionally, Lin Pingji, I shall provide you with the 6 Meridian Swordplay, a profound martial art superior to your current exorcising sword technique, which at least spares you the need for self-harm. These 2 fortuitous locations may offer you a chance to test your luck. The Tomb of the Living Dead on Mount Zhongnan harbors numerous advanced martial arts, which you may exchange for celestial coins upon completion. Furthermore, the Nameless Valley, abundant in herbs, is also home to a peculiar serpent, both of which can be traded for celestial coins. Zhang Tai, take this refining spirit technique. It shall prove immensely beneficial for you. Age herbs and elixirs can also be exchanged for celestial coins. observing the two as they entered the first level of the 9-tiered demon tower. Mu Yun's lips curled into a slight smile, tinged with anticipation. The body refinement training at this level is particularly effective for those of the first rank. Despite Lin Pingji's novice status, he possesses a remarkable quality, his strong willpower stemming from his obsessions. Upon completing his training, he may soar to great heights, surprising many. As for Zhang Tai, Mu Yun was eager to witness how his master, Mo Rinju, alongside the lingering soul within him, would contend with Zhang Tai's indomitable physique and formidable mental prowess, especially in the endeavor to extinguish his spirit and transform him into a puppet. Meanwhile, those whom Mu Yun had casually dismissed provided a small surprise, though they hailed from diverse worlds and bore no signs of cultivation, appearing utterly depleted by indulgence. They shared a commonality. They were all scions of prominent local families, and under Jie's scrutiny. They bore a singular label, antagonists destined to be consumed by the protagonist's fortune, meeting a dismal end as secondary villains. How astonishing that among so many antagonistic figures, not one possessed a counterattack system. Such a disappointment. Amidst his playful banter, Mu Yun bestowed upon each of them a one-day experience card for the first level of the 9-tiered demon tower. The primary motive behind this gesture, apart from the potential financial gain these affluent individuals might bring, was a profound curiosity. He was eager to witness whether these villainous side characters, upon suddenly acquiring the overwhelming strength to overshadow the protagonists, could still engage in their mindless rampages. As time swiftly passed, when these individuals emerged from the first level of the tower a day later, Mu Yun's anticipation grew even stronger. Those once drained by indulgence now appeared revitalized, exuding vitality. While their combat prowess remained uncertain, their physical defenses had undeniably strengthened, rendering them impervious to ordinary bullets upon returning. Each would undoubtedly possess the stature of a martial arts master. At this moment, Lin Pingji stood with a sharp gaze, resembling a drawn sword. 10 days of body tempering had elevated his skills from the depths of mediocrity to a remarkable mastery, transcending from a third-rate martial artist to a grandmaster. And even mastering the 6 Meridian's divine sword while comprehending the essence of swordsmanship. It is noteworthy that in the realm of the smiling, proud wanderer, only Feng Qingyang and Dongfeng Bubi had visibly stepped into the realm of grandmasters. Ren Wuxing, Zhuolong Chan, Master Fengzhong of Shaolin, and Chongqiu of Wudong were merely at the peak of the innate level, with Ren Wuxing once being a grandmaster himself, only to regress due to the significant risks associated with the absorbing energy technique. Now, Lin Pingji's return rendered him virtually invincible, free of the burdens of revenge. With no need to shed blood, after all, the Lin family must continue its lineage. Meanwhile, Zhang Tai had forged his physique to the 9th level and his chi to the 3rd, albeit lacking a suitable cultivation method, thus limiting his potential. Otherwise, he could have ascended at least to the 3rd level of chi cultivation. Chapter 46. A detour into the mortal realm. Little Lin, where have you been? It's been a day and a night, and I've been so worried about you. Yu Lingshan gazed at her husband with tear-filled eyes. In his absence, he seemed to have grown even more handsome, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance. Lin Pingji's eyes flickered momentarily, caught in a conflict. Yu Buchuan, his hypocritical master, had been scheming since the outset to claim his family's treasured evil-repelling sword manual, including taking him as a disciple and marrying his daughter to him, all for ulterior motives. However, he had not partaken in the murder of those from the Fuwei escort agency, thus not quite qualifying as an enemy. Moreover, his mother-in-law, Ning Zhangze, genuinely cared for him, and Lingshan's innocent affection was sincere, devoid of ulterior motives. The former Lin Pingji was a weakling, twisted by despair in dire situations, whereas the current Lin Pingji had grown strong, adopting a more open-minded perspective. Sister, I apologize for my earlier inebriation. I found a place to catch some fresh air and inadvertently fell asleep. Lin Pingji enveloped Yu Lingshan in his embrace. Tomorrow, let us visit my ancestral home in Fujian. I wish to pay respects to my parents and the ancestors of the Lin family. All right, I shall follow your wishes. 3 days later, the Qiqing sect was left desolate, devoid of life, as the entire temple was utterly obliterated by a terrifying sword aura, leaving the headmaster, Yuchsong Hai, missing without a trace. 5 days later, the towering peaks of the northern desert were ruthlessly cleaved apart by the same sword energy. Zhang Tai, while others have departed, why do you linger here? Is there something on your mind? Mu Yun gazed at the rather simple-minded giant before him, noting that his visage belied his tender age of merely 20 years. Well, I sense something amiss with my master. At times, his gaze upon me feels peculiar, and he incessantly urges me to practice the elephant armor technique. He also insists that I consume some bizarre elixirs, as if he is in a great hurry, which instills a sense of trepidation within me. Now that I have mastered the elephant armor technique, I cannot shake the feeling that something ominous is on the horizon. Zhang Tai's expression was one of deep conflict. Lingering hesitantly and unwilling to depart. What do you propose I do? Shall I accompany you back? Muyin chuckled lightly. Is that truly possible? Zhang Tai's eyes sparkled with anticipation, for he had come to realize that this seemingly youthful child was, in fact, the true leader here. Muyin pondered seriously and felt a sense of danger. Zhang Tai's return relied on the power of the system to traverse dimensions, while his own journey would be unsupported by the system. How about this? You could forge a spiritual contract with my familiar. Once you return, summon it forth and have it perform reverse summoning upon me. Perhaps that would ensure my safe passage. Muyin summoned the spirit of the cat girl, Douluo, to share her thoughts. It seemed like a reasonable endeavor, worth attempting. Douluo expressed her agreement, noting that the entire process bore minimal risk. The worst outcome would merely be a failed summoning, with no threat to life. An hour later, the trio found themselves in a secluded valley. Meow, we actually succeeded. Douluo exclaimed, her excitement evident as she bounced around. However, a moment of confusion struck her. Wait, something feels amiss. Why can't I transform into my cat girl form? Moreover, my chakra is undergoing a transformation. This world is terrifying. It is forcibly altering my energy. Panic began to rise within Douluo as a powerful aura emanated from her being. Open, breaking illusion spirit eye. Douluo, a level 4 beast, equivalent to a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, exclaimed. Calm down, Douluo. This must be your demonic energy. You should attempt to harness this power. Soon, Douluo began to master this newfound strength. Meow. This power is astonishing, far more potent than the natural energy I wielded in my sage mode. Additionally, a peculiar sensation stirred within her, as if something was about to manifest. Am I going to become pregnant? This can't be happening. I haven't even encountered a male cat and remain a pure maiden. Douluo panicked, her distress palpable. No, you are not pregnant. It seems you are on the verge of forming a demon core, preparing for your advancement. Muyin furrowed her brows, contemplating a serious issue. Shall you quickly test whether your ninjutsu can still be utilized? After a brief moment, she announced, the techniques such as Shadow Clone, Rasengan, Chidori, Lightning Armor, and Dark Art are functional. However, Flying Thunder God, Heaven Sending Technique, and Kamui are no longer operable. The space here is too solid to penetrate. Although Amaterasu can still be invoked, its flames have been significantly weakened. Both reverse summoning and summoning can be used, but they are limited to once a month, as they draw upon the energy of the sacred land of the cat. Frequent use might provoke the elder's ire. Having grown accustomed to the demonic energy, Xiaoyu regained her vigor. As long as ninjutsu remains at our disposal, what is there to fear? If all else fails, we can simply retreat back to the sacred land. And you, Muyin? Have you experienced any changes in your body? As for me, Muyin contemplated the vast and boundless sea of spiritual power within him, where his spiritual energy had liquefied, and both soul force and soul rings had been transformed into pure spiritual energy. He was still a step away from forming the golden core, perhaps only achieving it once all 9 soul rings were fully matured. His orange cat martial spirit, along with the insect queen, Wawa, the little lion, sister tree, a Jean, and the sunflower, all resided within his dantian. When Muyin summoned them, they were left in a state of bewilderment, each experiencing varying degrees of constraint. The little lion and a Jean fared relatively well. One was a stellar lion beast, while the other was a crimson flame lion beast, with one wielding thunder and mist, and the other controlling true solar fire, thus facing minimal limitations in this realm. However, Sister Tree's ability to manipulate the void had been restrained, though her stellar armor and transformation remained intact. The other 3 little creatures, however, were in dire straits. Space and time here were akin to divine powers governed by laws, which mere 4th-level demon beasts, still unrefined into Golden Core stage, could not navigate. At least a nascent soul level was necessary to wield such powers. Nevertheless, it was not entirely out of reach, for these were their innate skills, albeit requiring immense effort to utilize, with results that were rather disappointing. The sunflower's once legendary ability to glimpse a millennium now only allowed it to hasten time by a year at the cost of exhaustion. Huahua's spatial traps, which could previously be conjured effortlessly in the hundreds, now took several days to produce a single one. The insect queen's miraculous skill of elemental fusion to escape the void was rendered utterly useless, yet her ability to summon minions had grown stronger as a 4th-level demon beast. Her summoned bloodthirsty poison bees were now of second level or higher, comparable to those in the early stages of Foundation establishment. These bees could nearly challenge the likes of Douluo in the Douluo world, and the insect queen could unleash dozens at once. A truly divine technique. Yet the most affected was Mu Yun himself. His orange cat martial spirit was no longer usable, for its soul skills were too overpowering, often involving time-space manipulation or the ability to defy rules, all of which were heavily restricted in this world. His Zanpakuto could not be wielded, as he could not initiate its release. The Orange Cat Sword Maiden's attacks were simply too formidable. Now, the Orange Cat martial spirit had become little more than a talisman. Chapter 47. First encounter with the old demon Han constitution, the Void Sword body, and the broken illusion spirit I could still be utilized. Divine powers. The three-colored overbearing aura remained accessible, yet the capacity derived from the Orange Cat martial spirit was unusable, and the Douluo fruit ability was limited. With a cooldown period of 30 days, constructing a spatial gate required spiritual materials infused with spatial power. The techniques for breaking paths and binding paths could still be employed, as could the Void Sword domain. Soul skills. Those from the Orange Cat martial spirit were unusable, but others remained functional, having transformed into magical arts. Array and spiritual patterns. Originally derived from the cultivation realm, these could still be employed. Martial techniques and magical arts, all learned and comprehended by the host, could still be utilized. Treasures. The spiritual treasure shop, hive, and true solar fire remained usable. In summary, almost all abilities related to the Orange Cat martial spirit had been rendered inactive. Even the most adeptly wielded Demon Blade Thousand Blades, due to its fusion with the Zanpakuto, had been categorized as a weapon exclusive to the Orange Cat Sword Maiden. Mu Yun rubbed his tightly furrowed brow. In the realm of cultivation, battles predominantly rely on one's cultivation level, techniques, magical artifacts, and talismans. Concerning cultivation level, there is little to worry about. Despite being merely in the later stage of Foundation establishment, the quality and quantity of my spiritual energy are formidable, rivaling those of formidable nascent soul practitioners. In terms of methods, the true strength of a nascent soul master lies in their domains and their ability to harness the forces of the heavens and earth, both of which my Void Sword domain can also achieve. What I currently lack are talismans and magical artifacts. The spiritual tools and treasures crafted by a Jin, while meeting quality standards, are rather simplistic in function, rendering them somewhat inadequate in the true world of cultivation. Zhangtai, I am contemplating opening a general goods shop in a cultivation marketplace. Would you be interested in accompanying me? After much contemplation, Mu Yun extended an invitation to Zhang Tai. But what about my master, Imoren? Zhang Tai asked, scratching his head in a befuddled manner. Ah, him, Mu Yun chuckled, a malevolent individual with a ruthless disposition and a narrow perspective, destined for an unfortunate fate. Pay him no heed. Let him amuse himself here. Mu Yun held a deep disdain for this Imoren residence. Despite possessing exceptional talent, he chose to adhere to the Qingmu skill, expending vast amounts of time to select suitable individuals, only to invest even greater resources in their cultivation, ultimately resorting to the nefarious practice of soul-seizing. Among the myriad paths to immortality, he opted for the most time-consuming, resource-draining, and foolish method. If only he ventured outside to gain a broader understanding of the cultivation world, he would recognize the folly in using the Qingmu skill as a criterion for determining one's qualifications for cultivation. There exist other spiritual roots beyond the wood root. For instance, Zhang Tai possesses a spiritual root, albeit not of the wood variety, to stubbornly cling to a single path. Even as his lifespan dwindles and he encounters the likes of the notorious Han Lao Mo, is truly his own doing. However, having been nurtured by my master over the years, I harbor no desire to see him perish, nor do I wish to take his life. It may be best to distance myself and never cross paths again. Zhang Tai seemed to have come to a realization, his demeanor lightening as he opted to evade the troublesome dilemma. Before departing, however, I felt compelled to meet my friend Han Li. I sensed that my master harbored ill intentions towards him, and it was imperative that I offer a warning. Very well, you go ahead. I shall meander about here. Mu Yun indeed held a keen interest in Han Li's small green bottle, a celestial treasure known as the Zhang Tian bottle, of extraordinarily high grade. Yet, the depths of its contents were equally profound. One must navigate cautiously through turbulent waters. Perhaps it is best to refrain. History has shown that those who covet the likes of Han Li rarely meet favorable ends. Thus, it is prudent to tread lightly around the aura of the protagonist. Miyun traversed the library of the Seven Mysteries sect, discovering 74 sword techniques, all titled the Blinking Sword Technique. Upon examination, he realized it was a rudimentary form of illusionary swordsmanship, employing various rays of light and exploiting visual misperceptions to vanquish adversaries. This technique proved effective only against unsuspecting foes. Should the opponent possess spiritual awareness or keen perception, its efficacy diminished significantly. As for other martial arts, only the Devil's Silver Hand and the Luo Smoke Step were noteworthy. Yet they paled in comparison to the capabilities of true cultivators, where even the most basic fireball technique could obliterate all. Subsequently, he ventured into the treasury of the Seven Mysteries sect, where he encountered several valuable materials for refining weapons. Without hesitation, Muyun collected them, knowing that such items were of no use to mortals and thus merely wasted in this realm. Finally, he returned to the valley, where Zhang Tai had already arrived, accompanied by an unremarkable young man. Hanli age, 18 technique, Qingmu skill cultivation level, Qi refinement 6th layer treasure, celestial bottle, capable of catalyzing the growth of all things. Valued at 10 billion celestial coin strength. First stage, Muyun's body stiffened slightly, and he promptly closed his bewildering spirit eye. He felt a piercing gaze descending from the heavens, capable of extinguishing his life at any moment. Master, allow me to introduce you to my good brother. Zhang Tai maintained his usual foolish demeanor. Greetings, I am Hanli, and I wish to inquire about certain matters. Hanli politely bowed, refusing to underestimate his interlocutor due to his age, and refrained from any impolite behavior. Truly, Han the old demon, a paragon of survival, ever so cautious. Muyun silently admired. What is it you wish to know? I seek information regarding Dr. Mo He. What you truly wish to uncover is why he harbors ill intentions towards you, isn't it? Muyun replied with a slight smile. Ever since I joined the Seven Mysteries sect, he has treated me rather well, providing meticulous guidance and an abundance of elixirs. I have learned that these resources far surpass those given to the sect leader's direct disciples. I do not understand why he is so benevolent towards me, Hanli inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. There is a saying, no prophet, no early riser. Muyun cast a glance at the wary Hanli, recognizing him as a natural skeptic. Despite his lack of experience with the harsh realities of society, he had already learned to guard himself against all. Mo Rinju, endowed with exceptional talent, had reached the pinnacle of martial arts at a young age, unmatched in the mundane world. However, one day, as he passed through a valley, he chanced upon two cultivators engaged in battle. He realized that, before them, he was as insignificant as an ant, with any single strike capable of obliterating him. This sparked his desire to pursue cultivation. Fortuitously, the two cultivators ended up mutually injuring one another, leading to his unexpected gain. The Qingmu technique was thus acquired. But lacking a wit spirit root, he was unable to cultivate it. One of the two cultivators did not perish entirely, leaving behind a remnant soul that took refuge within him. From this remnant soul, Mo Rinju learned the method of soul possession and began searching for children capable of cultivating the Qingmu technique, aiming to possess them once they reached the third stage of Qi refinement, thereby granting him the qualifications for cultivation. He chose you because you possessed the ability to cultivate the Qingmu technique, while Zhang Tai was only directed towards the Xianjia technique, intended to forge him into a formidable corpse puppet. Chapter 48. A surprising upgrade to the mall. Watching Han Li's retreating figure, Zhang Tai still felt a twinge of concern. Master, will Han Li be alright? You need not worry about him. The reason possession is targeted at the third stage of Qi refinement is that upon reaching the fourth stage, one gains spiritual awareness, significantly increasing the difficulty of possession. Moreover, your good brother has quietly cultivated to the sixth stage of Qi refinement right beneath Mo Rinju's nose, ensuring Mo Rinju's inevitable failure. There was yet another matter that Muyun failed to mention. Without the formidable assistance of Zhang Tai, the powerful corpse puppet, Mo Rinju stood even less of a chance. The two arrived at the foot of the mountain and hired a horse-drawn carriage to depart with haste, while Mo Rinju remained oblivious to the fact that Zhang Tai had slipped from his grasp. Meanwhile, Han Li began to meticulously devise a plan to counter him. 7 days later, at the northeastern edge of the Taiwan mountain range, a marketplace established by the Yellow Maple Valley emerged. The Yellow Maple Valley, one of the 7 eminent cultivation sects of the state of Yu, was presided over by a formidable nascent soul cultivator. 10 miles away from the marketplace, a flying vessel descended gracefully. Indeed, it was essential to conform to local customs and procure a flying vessel. This world was vast, and relying solely on a horse-drawn carriage would take decades to traverse. Muyun stretched languidly, embodying the adage that sharpening one's tools does not hinder the work at hand. He dedicated a day for a gene to craft a flying vessel, whose construction was rather uncomplicated, with a gathering spirit array and a wind control pattern. It was capable of flight. To enhance its speed, a gene added wings, the dual wings of wind and thunder, enabling them to reach Huanfeng Valley's market in such a brief span of time. Upon their arrival at Huanfeng Valley's market, their first act was to acquire a parcel of land. A staggering expenditure of 5,000 spirit stones swiftly dissipated, even in the realm of cultivation. Purchasing property proved to be exceedingly costly. Shortly thereafter, a quaint and charming general store rose from the ground. Though it appeared to be merely a two-story establishment from the outside, its interior concealed a vastness far exceeding its exterior dimensions. Mu Yun utilized the branches of the ancient stellar tree to activate the ability of the dwarf fruit, constructing a spatial gateway deep within the confines of the general store. Upon finally traversing back to the Douluo world and encountering Asuna and the others, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Although he had previously been able to enter his own marketplace, returning to the Douluo continent had eluded him, and he was completely cut off from the shadow clone he had left behind. However, with the completion of the spatial portal, a sense of security returned. Back in the Douluo continent, Mu Yun initially intended to smash a few jars, only to discover that his shadow clone had already accomplished this task. Unfortunately, the results were not as fortuitous as his own endeavors, yielding merely 3 illusory masks, while the rest were of little value. Subsequently, he received a delightful surprise from Juyi. In just 7 days, the marketplace had amassed over 5 million celestial coins, with the unexpected source being those ordinary individuals he had previously underestimated. Despite existing in a world lacking in spiritual energy, which was deemed a desolate era, it had once flourished and left behind numerous ancient spiritual treasures. Though these relics had largely lost their potency due to the absence of spiritual nourishment, their inscriptions remained intact, and the Celestial Mall offered a commendable purchase price. These individuals also procured a substantial quantity of elixirs and magical artifacts from the marketplace, significantly swelling Mu Yun's coffers. This wave of substantial transactions propelled the Celestial Mall's status to an impressive 4th level. Mu Yun pondered briefly before arriving at a decision. He opened the Multiverse Mall, for with money in hand, it was only natural to spend it. He first expended 10,000 multiverse currency to acquire the formula for the Foundation Establishment pill, followed by an additional 5,000 to purchase 10 sets of Foundation Establishment materials. This choice was made because, although the Foundation Establishment pill is a first-tier elixir, it is exceedingly popular and can easily be sold at a high price, each pill fetching over 1,000 spirit stones. The difficulty of concoction is considerable, even surpassing that of some second-tier elixirs, yet this posed no challenge for Asuna. Subsequently, he acquired a sword blueprint from the Multiverse Mall, detailing the crafting method for the Stellar Divine Wood Sword, comprising a set of 108 blades. The materials required were relatively simple, necessitating merely wood-type spiritual materials aged over 10,000 years. Mu Yun believed that this set of spiritual treasures, when combined with the Zhou-Tian Stardow formation, would exhibit remarkable power. The most significant advantage lay not in the method of forging the Starry Divine Wood Sword, but rather in the savings on materials. The components required for those formidable spiritual treasures often cost upwards of 1,000,000 Zhou-Tian coins, a truly staggering sum. It was only upon observing these spiritual-grade sword blueprints that Mu Yun comprehended the true essence of spiritual treasures. The so-called treasures previously forged by a gene were laughably crude, possessing merely the hardness requisite for the spiritual grade, yet ultimately lacking in utility. He resolved to have a gene reclaim those completed spiritual treasures, melting them down to recover the materials, a task he was quite adept at, thus avoiding unnecessary waste. Subsequently, Mu Yun procured the crafting methods for 7 spiritual instruments: the Solar Divine Needle, the 6-Yang Divine Fire Mirror, the Thunderbolt Fireball, the Tianxian Stardust, the Vast Sea Bottle, the Star Pearl, and the Soul Settling Bell, alongside the corresponding 4th-tier spiritual materials, spending a staggering 4 million Zhou-Tian coins in a single breath. While feeling a twinge of regret, he acknowledged the necessity of such expenditures. After all, the world of cultivation is fraught with peril, with countless examples of the weak triumphing over the strong. A powerful talisman or a perilous one-time artifact could turn the tide in an instant, leading to a dramatic reversal of fortune. Thus, it was prudent to be well armed for safety. Next, he planned to bring Asuna into the cultivation realm. assigning her the task of refining foundation establishment pills while instructing a Jean to forge spiritual treasures. Ah, the pleasures of a capitalist exploiting subordinates. However, an unexpected twist occurred during the transition to the cultivation realm. Zhu Zhuqing had somehow managed to conceal a treasure from Mu Yun's perception at the jar shop, and had followed him and Asuna into the cultivation world alongside Ning Rongrong. I wonder, my clever elder sister, do your parents know about your mischievous antics? Mu Yun gazed silently at the two strikingly beautiful figures that had materialized before him. Hee, I can't help but wonder what mischief you've been up to. Lurking in the shadows these past few days, he remarked. Zhu Zhuqing, with an unabashed curiosity, surveyed their surroundings, while Ning Rongrong, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, averted her gaze. Feeling somewhat guilty, sigh. Perhaps you should first assess how many soul skills you have left at your disposal. Honestly, your abilities are already rather limited. And if they were to diminish further, I shudder to think what might remain. Mu Yun let out a sigh, watching the two with a hint of schadenfreude. After a brief moment, he observed that while the energy had shifted, other aspects remained largely unchanged, and soul skills were still usable. Oh. The most significant change seems to be that our physical prowess has markedly improved, Zhu Zhuqing remarked as she bounced a few times. Indeed. I too feel that my physical abilities have greatly enhanced, and my soul skills remain at our disposal. Moreover, those small towers appear to have grown even more formidable than they were in the Douluo world, seemingly infused with new energy, Ning Rongrong joyfully declared. Mu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. It is utterly unfair. Why am I the only one who has been weakened? Zhu Zhuqing, has your spatial soul skill and surgical fruit ability not been restricted? After the two beautiful women showcased their prowess, a peculiar expression crossed Mu Yun's face. The soul skills were indeed intact, as was the surgical fruit ability, yet the effectiveness was lamentably dismal. Take the surgical fruit ability as an example. In the world of Douluo, once activated, it would shred everything within its domain. Here, however, the capacity to cut anything relies heavily on the sharpness of the weapon wielded by the user, bearing little relation to the ability itself. Zhu Zhuqing's 10 blades cat claws aren't even classified as magical artifacts. They likely couldn't even scratch the surface of a sheet of iron. Ning Rongrong's situation was slightly better, as her abilities were primarily supportive, leaving little to be diminished. Yet, the soul-guided devices crafted by a Jean, which could harm title Douluo in the Douluo realm, here possess a power comparable only to a late-stage Qi refinement strike, utterly unworthy of the title treasure. No wonder there were no restrictions placed upon you. With such diminished power, you pose no threat whatsoever, rendering any limitations utterly pointless. Mu Yun suddenly speculated that the limitations of this world were not confined to time and space-related soul techniques, but rather to those abilities that could fundamentally disrupt the very fabric of time and space. Mu Yun, Rongrong, and I are heading out for a stroll. We have yet to explore this otherworldly realm. Ever since they learned that this place was no longer the Douluo continent, but a different world known as the cultivation realm, the two lovely maidens could hardly restrain their curiosity. Well, outside lies the Huangfeng Valley Market. You too must be cautious. The cultivators in the cultivation realm are significantly stronger than the soul masters from Douluo continent. Just be careful. Observing their carefree departure, Mu Yun realized that further admonitions would be futile. Without first-hand experience of the harsh realities of the cultivation world, they would never comprehend its dangers. Now, another pressing matter had come to light. His magical artifacts were woefully inadequate and required urgent upgrading. While others wielded artifacts that unleashed attacks with the power of the Golden Core realm, his own merely produced assaults on the level of Qi refinement. Such a disparity would be utterly embarrassing if disclosed. If it were just himself, it might be bearable. Even in the cultivation realm, he possessed the means to protect himself. However, with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong accompanying him and their incessant desire to wander, his concerns for their safety grew. Moreover, this issue necessitated his personal attention, as a Jean was currently engrossed in researching the methods of refining spiritual treasures and could not spare the time. Unable to find a solution, Mu Yun returned to his own system's marketplace, spending money to purchase several crafting blueprints and the corresponding materials from the Celestial Mall. He then entered the second level of the 9-layered Demon Tower, activating a 100-fold flow rate to commence his forging. After 3 days and nights, Mu Yun emerged from the 9-layered Demon Tower, his body weary beyond measure. He had never felt such exhaustion in his life. The 100-fold flow rate had effectively equated to nearly a year of continuous labor. The artifacts he had successfully crafted included Wind and Thunder Shuttle, an artifact of astonishing speed, comparable to the forces of wind and thunder, capable of unleashing lightning attacks with the potency of a golden core realm strike, which could be released thrice consecutively. Additionally, it could generate a gale shield to withstand attacks from the golden core realm. Silken Star Net, crafted from a millennium of ice silkworm thread. Refined by the power of the stars, this net could ensnare even golden core experts, rendering them unable to escape with ease. Thunder Roar Cannon. This device could unleash successive lightning strikes equivalent to those of a peak foundation establishment level. Or it could store energy to unleash a bombardment rivaling the might of the golden core realm. Spirit Nurturing Jade Tablet. This artifact could both nourish and protect the spirit, shielding it from mental attacks. Protective Jade Tablet, capable of nullifying 3 attacks from the golden core realm. Teleportation Jade Tablet. In the face of danger, shattering this tablet would transport the user directly back to the system's marketplace. He had forged over a dozen sets of these 6 artifacts in one breath. Particularly the teleportation and protective jade tablets, of which he crafted more than 100. This was the reason for his significant time expenditure. As he stretched and yawned, his drowsy eyes suddenly widened in disbelief, and he rubbed them vigorously, convinced he was not mistaken. It was not an illusion. Before him stood an enormous luminous gate in the previously empty square, surrounded by a crowd of over 20 individuals, most of whom he had never encountered before. Master. This luminous gate is a teleportation portal that appeared abruptly on the day you entered seclusion to forge. Its original form was that teleportation array, but for reasons unknown, it has suddenly transformed into a gate and manifested in this location. As Muyun approached, he discovered 2 buttons affixed to the door frame. One was inscribed with Douluo World, indicating a fee of 1,000 heavenly coins for a single teleportation. The other bore the words Mortal Cultivation World, demanding 10,000 heavenly coins per person. How astonishing that there was a charge for this service. To whom would this revenue ultimately belong? Naturally, it would be ours. In just 3 days, the teleportation gate had generated a profit exceeding 200,000 heavenly coins, exclaimed Jie with excitement. So much wealth. Could it be that all these individuals chose to venture into the mortal cultivation world? Were they truly willing to risk their lives by entering the realm of cultivation without even knowing if they possessed spiritual roots? Muyun found himself at a loss for words, reflecting on the feeble and indulgent demeanor of these individuals upon their arrival. Had the tempering effects of the first level of the 9-tiered demon tower inflated their egos? If so, they were sorely mistaken. In the realm of cultivation, a mere fireball talisman could easily claim their lives. Not everyone possesses the prowess of Zhang Tai. The benefits of tempering are not universally applicable. In truth, the vast majority had ventured into the Douluo world, with only Lin Pingji and his wife journeying to the mortal cultivation world. This revelation from Jie left Muyun utterly perplexed. With over 200 individuals having crossed into the Douluo world, each costing 20,000 heavenly coins, was it possible that more than 200 souls had passed through? Good heavens, would the Douluo world not resemble a sieve? It was already chaotic enough. With the canister shop, summoning system travelers, the heavenly arena, and the heavenly tavern, adding oneself to the mix had transformed it into anything but a standard Douluo world. Now, with the arrival of over 200 newcomers, it was bound to descend into utter chaos. Furthermore, there had been new developments on the Douluo continent. It seemed that Qian Rinxue had unleashed something extraordinary within the heavenly canister shop, as that very night, her entire group had mysteriously vanished. Jie, a capable individual, not only managed the marketplace but also oversaw intelligence concerning the Douluo world. Muyun helplessly scratched his head, feeling overwhelmed by the incessant chatter surrounding him. Yet, what did it matter if the Douluo world was in disarray? This issue did not directly concern him. Well, perhaps it did in a minor way, but so what? Let chaos reign. After all, he was merely 8 years old, still a child. Such matters were best left to the Spirit Hall and the 2 great empires to contend with. But where did all these people come from? Over 200 individuals? Is the efficiency of the message in a bottle truly that remarkable? Muyun inquired excitedly. Having resolved the perilous issues surrounding the drifting bottle by incorporating a deceleration feature and a luck lock mechanism, ensuring that it would no longer pose a threat to individuals. However, Jie promptly shook her head, stating, that is not the case. Our drifting bottle has struck a rather unique individual. He is a system owner, possessing a summon friend system. Since his arrival, the drifting bottle has acquired a new capability. Anyone selected by the bottle can additionally invite 2 friends to enter the marketplace, thereby significantly increasing the number of participants. Upon Jie's elucidation, Muyun grasped the situation, realizing they had indeed struck a fortunate deal. GA. Please list this protective talisman and the teleportation talisman for sale. After all, they are our clientele. We must not allow them to perish easily. Let us set the price at 1,000 celestial coins, as those who can afford to utilize the teleportation portal are undoubtedly wealthy individuals. And such life-preserving items are sure to attract buyers. Muyun quietly praised himself, recognizing that his decision to price the item at 10,000 heavenly coins was indeed a reflection of his benevolence. In the mortal realm of cultivation, at the Huanfeng Valley Marketplace, a strikingly beautiful woman suddenly blocked Zhu Juqing's path. Hey, you there. That fiery claw of the demon cat was my find first. Are you going to put it down or not? Zhu Juqing glanced at her briefly, unfazed, and calmly secured the fiery claw. Enough of this nonsense. If you wish to pick a fight, just say so. I've noticed that you and your companions have been tailing me all day. Since you've noticed, why don't you come with us? Our leader has taken quite an interest in you too. 6 individuals encircled them from all directions, causing the onlookers to scatter in alarm. It was the Black Tiger Gang. And these 2 young women were in deep trouble. The brother of the gang's leader, Hudali, was notorious for his insatiable appetite for beauty. And given the exquisite looks of these 2 girls, their fate seemed sealed. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang was a foundational-level cultivator and a formidable body refinement expert capable of challenging opponents beyond his level. His 4 elite subordinates were peak chi refinement practitioners, making the Black Tiger Gang the most powerful faction in the marketplace, second only to Huanfeng Valley and Wanmao Pavilion. Even the foundational-level steward stationed at Huanfeng Valley would turn a blind eye to the gang's actions. Yuqing, what should we do? Ning Rongrong asked, her brow furrowed. Aware that Mu Yun was not present at the general store and wishing to avoid conflict. Of course, we fight first and talk later. Look at their demeanor. Even if we show submission, they won't let us off easily. Zhu Juqing's fighting spirit surged, her keen instincts revealing the malice directed toward them. A confrontation was inevitable. Having resolved to engage, Ning Rongrong wasted no time and immediately activated her skills. The 9 treasures turn out Liuli, known for its renown, first, power. The 9 treasures turn out Liuli, known for its renown, second, speed. The 9 treasures turn out Liuli, known for its renown, third, soul. The 9 treasures turn out Liuli, known for its renown, fourth, defense. The 9 treasures turn out Liuli, known for its renown, fifth, might. In an instant, Zhu Juqing's 5 attributes surged by 50%. Now, let us begin. Zhu Juqing excitedly licked her enticing red lips, brandishing her 10 talon claws, and vanished from her original position, targeting the leader. She knew that capturing the king was the priority. So fast. The leader momentarily froze, clearly startled by Zhu Juqing's swiftness. However, he quickly regained his composure, displaying a hint of disdain. What a foolish girl. Despite being at Chi Refinement Level 7, she still relies on martial techniques. Speed means little to cultivators. He produced a talisman and, using his spiritual sense, swiftly locked onto Zhu Juqing. Though his eyes could not keep pace, his spiritual awareness could. As he gently swayed the talisman and issued a command. Quick! A fireball materialized out of thin air, hurtling toward Zhu Juqing. Observation Haki. Foreseeing the impending fireball attack, Zhu Juqing swiftly retreated. Yet, the fireball had already locked onto her, relentlessly pursuing her as though it were an insatiable parasite. With no other recourse, she braced herself with armament Haki. Boom. Caught off guard, Zhu Juqing was sent flying. At that moment, the remaining adversaries converged on her. With a sudden shout, she exclaimed, "Room!" A white light membrane emanated from her, radiating in all directions and enveloping her assailants in an instant. Phantom Shadow Clone. Phantom Shadow Strike. Contrary to her expectations of a devastating fragmentation, no such occurrence transpired. Sparks erupted from her opponents, indicating the presence of protective talismans. Zhu Juqing's expression darkened. Her most formidable attack failed to breach their defenses, and her speed advantage was countered by their combination of spiritual awareness and talismanic techniques. Juqing, fall back. Ning Rongrong raised her arm, unleashing a roaring purple lightning dragon. This is bad. It's a lightning technique. Quickly defend. The members of the Black Tiger Gang were greatly alarmed by the lightning dragon, hastily employing their strongest defensive measures. With a resounding crash, they staggered out amidst a cloud of dust, their appearances disheveled, hair standing on end. Damn it, this lightning technique was merely for show. Frightening in appearance, but with power akin to a first-level fireball talisman, the 2 girls have seized the opportunity to escape. Escape? Those 2 novice cultivators won't get away. The leader of the Black Tiger gang produced a bamboo tube, releasing a spirit bee upon opening it. I have already applied tracking powder on them. As long as we follow this spirit bee, we will locate them. Could they have returned to that peculiar shop? I heard from the boss that the shop is quite mysterious, small on the outside but expansive within, even larger than the treasure pavilion. Moreover, it seems to be fortified with formations and restrictions. Even a foundation building expert like the boss was easily expelled by a mere chi-refining cultivator. Fear not, they certainly won't escape. We are not the only ones dispatched to capture them. The boss has taken matters into his own hands and has even enlisted 2 foundation building experts. 3 foundation building individuals against 2 chi-refining novices. Do they really think they can flee? The boss is exceptionally indulgent towards his lecherous brother. To capture women, he has invested substantial resources. You fool, can't you see? That brother means nothing to the boss. He wouldn't care less about the women he desires. The true objective of the boss lies within that shop. Just 2 days ago, it stocked 100 foundation building pills, all of the finest quality. To present over 100 top-tier foundation building pills at once is something even the Yellow Maple Valley finds challenging. Who could resist such temptation? If that shop were not dubious, the boss would have let us in long ago. At this moment, Zhu Xing and Ning Rongrong wore grim expressions as they gazed at the nearby general store, yet found themselves unable to proceed any further. Among the 3 foundational realm experts before them, one was unexpectedly a formation master. The 2 had been ensnared the instant they stepped into this place. Had it not been for Ning Rongrong's timely invocation of a replica Haotian tower, they would surely have been captured. How remarkable, a precious artifact, and a superb one at that. It was indeed peculiar for a novice to possess such treasures. Chapter 51. The thunder roar cannon strikes. What should we do, Zhu Qing? Should we call for help? Ning Rongrong asked, her lovely face etched with concern. Not yet. I have just acquired a formidable soul skill that I have yet to utilize. It is the perfect opportunity to test its might against them. If it proves ineffective, then we shall call for assistance. Zhu Qing replied, her eagerness evident, true to her cat martial spirit's audacious nature. Very well. I too possess a skill that remains untested, and I wish to try it out. The 2 young ladies exchanged glances, and simultaneously, a colossal figure emerged behind them. The imposing figure behind Ning Rongrong was a woman draped in a snow-white cloak that obscured her visage. Hexagonal snowflakes gracefully descended around her, swiftly conjuring an icy realm. In her hands, she held a white treasure tower that emanated an intensely frigid aura. Snow fruit, tower of snow. Snow maiden, winter's chill. The enormous snow maiden gently exhaled a breath of cold air, causing the white tower in her grasp to spin rapidly before it surged toward the 3 foundational realm experts opposite them. In contrast, the imposing figure behind Zhu Qing was a black cat demon, its form crackling with black arcs of lightning. 4th soul ring, Shadow Thundercat Demon. Meow. At the cat demon's piercing cry, it became enveloped in a layer of thunderous armor and leapt forth. The eyes of the 3 adversaries narrowed in unison. Brother Hua, what is happening here? Could it be that the woman is also a beast master like you? The cloaked figure does not appear to be human either. This method does not resemble mere sorcery. It carries an air of divine ability. Enough chatter. Brother Hu, you deal with the cat demon. Brother Lu, confront the snow tower. I shall manipulate the formation and seize them at the moment they exhaust their powers. With a roar, Hu Dali, the leader of the Black Tiger gang, struck his spirit beast pouch at his waist, unleashing a black light that instantaneously transformed into a gigantic black demon tiger, engaging in a fierce brawl with the Shadow Thundercat demon. Meanwhile, the other foundational realm expert, surnamed Lu, produced a small flag and waved it gently, releasing a mist that quickly morphed into a clawing flood dragon, which collided violently with the massive snow tower. The remaining foundational realm expert began to weave hand seals, summoning chains of formation that shot upward, ensnaring Ning Rongrong and her companion. In a hurry, Ning Rongrong activated the replica Haotian tower, casting a defensive light barrier to shield the 2 of them. However, as their energy dwindled, the barrier rapidly grew unstable and illusory. Exchanging a look, the 2 young women cried out in unison, "Help! We cannot withstand this any longer." The foundation building expert, adept in the art of formations, let out a cold smirk, dismissing the cries for help from a Navi young girl. At this moment, he scoffed, asserting that not only were they trapped within the formation, rendering their pleas for assistance unheard, but also questioned who would dare to intervene on their behalf in the face of such overwhelming power. Just as his words hung in the air, a youthful voice pierced through. Why would they not dare? Merely a few foundation building ants, do they truly consider themselves formidable? Who dares to speak? The expert, caught off guard, lowered his gaze slowly, only to behold a delicate hand, crackling with lightning, emerging from her chest. In an instant, it delivered a devastating blow straight to his heart. Ah, indeed. As expected of a formation master, their physical defenses are astonishingly feeble. With a mischievous grin, Miyun leaped from behind, winking at Zhu Zhiqing and her companion. My brilliant second sister and sister Rongrong, do you now comprehend the formidable nature of the cultivation world? The sudden turn of events rendered the two foundation establishment experts aghast. From the moment Mu Yun appeared to the demise of the formation master, merely a second or two had elapsed. By the time they sensed something amiss, it was already too late. You audacious young man. Do you have any idea what you have done? Roared Hudali, the leader of the Black Tiger gang, his fury palpable. This formation master was not just some rootless wandering cultivator. He had been procured at great expense from the Wanao Pavilion. Rumored to be a descendant of a family whose ancestors served as a golden core offering at the pavilion. Now, having met an inexplicable demise, the wrath of a golden core expert was a burden he could scarcely bear. Miyun shook his hand and took out a handkerchief to wipe away the non-existent blood from his hands. What are you clamoring about? You are next. No sooner had he spoken than the leader of the Black Tiger gang, Hudali, suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck. Without turning his head, he swung his magical blade backward. His reflexes were commendable, but alas, it proved futile. Miyun emerged behind him, wielding an exquisitely designed weapon recognizable to modern individuals, a Gatling gun. This multi-barreled rotating firearm, with 6 barrels arranged in a circular formation, could unleash over 200 rounds per minute, delivering an unceasing torrent of energy. Thunder War cannon commenced fire. With a rapid succession of bursts, a deluge of thunderous bullets, each comparable in power to foundational level attacks, cascaded upon Hudali. All forms of defensive treasures, talismans, spells, and even physical fortitude were instantaneously obliterated. Mu Yun, with an air of bravado, exhaled a puff of smoke from the cannon's mouth. How dare you kill me? I am a disciple of the Beast Master sect. My master is. Approaching the lifeless body of the formidable Hudali, Mu Yun gave him a kick. Hey. At least finish your sentence before you depart. Who is your master? Speak clearly. If he happens to be a nascent soul cultivator, I might just feel a tad intimidated. As Mu Yun spoke, he began to search the corpse, retrieving a beast mastery manual and a spirit beast encyclopedia from the storage pouch, along with a plethora of various materials for refining weapons and concocting potions, not to mention tens of thousands of spirit stones. The spirit beast pouch was utterly empty, indicating that he possessed only one beast. At the moment of Hudali's demise, the Black Tiger perished simultaneously, its spiritual energy dissipating and being voraciously consumed by the Thundercat demon, which had now ascended to the initial stage of the second level of Foundation establishment. Oh dear, stop showing off. There is still one enemy left, and he is about to escape. Zhu Zhiqing exclaimed in frustration. Mu Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself, Since I am here, the death penalty may be avoided, but the living offense cannot escape. I must leave something behind. He once again raised his arm, directing the Thunder Roar cannon towards the Lu clan cultivator. A hum resonated through the air as the void trembled, an immense surge of energy converging from all directions, forming a circular light at the cannon's mouth. A thunder dragon emerged, its claws bared as it lunged at the Lu clan cultivator. In the distance, the Lu clan cultivator's expression shifted dramatically. Disregarding the battling dragon and the flag controlling it, he hastily boarded his flying vessel, desperately fleeing while shouting, Ancestor, save me. Roar. The thunder dragon swiftly closed in behind him, poised to reduce him to charred remains when suddenly, a figure appeared at his back. Friend, please show mercy. A colossal phantom of a golden bell interposed itself between the thunder dragon and the cultivator. Boom. The shockwave from the fierce collision sent the newcomer's robe billowing as he swiftly retreated with the Lu clan cultivator. The golden bell phantom shattered upon impact, while the thunder dragon merely became somewhat ethereal. The newcomer frowned slightly, realizing that it was indeed an attack from the golden core realm. His golden bell talisman had failed to fully intercept it. Chapter 52, Dread and Empowerment. The Great Heaven Finger. Confronted by the relentless pursuit of the thunder dragon, the newcomer raised his hand and slowly extended a finger. A gigantic, obsidian finger materialized in the air, striking the thunder dragon's forehead. After a moment of energetic collision, both the thunder dragon and the dark finger's energy were simultaneously exhausted, vanishing without a trace. Mu Yun vanished in an instant, reappearing before the stranger. The visitor's expression shifted dramatically, You possess spatial teleportation. Are you the Yuan Ing ancestor? This is impossible. At that moment, Mu Yun was in high spirits. After conducting tests, he had finally confirmed that as long as he did not disrupt the fabric of space, merely utilizing spatial teleportation for show would not attract the attention of this realm. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she was not a void sword body. What could be achieved in the Douluo world was unattainable in the realm of cultivation. Of course, this was primarily due to her insufficient cultivation level. If she could reach the Golden Core stage, perhaps she might be able to perform spatial teleportation comparable to the Yuaning realm. Boom. A terrifying killing intent locked onto the Lu clan cultivator. The murderous aura surging forth like waves of the sea. Lu Danian of the Lu family in Huangfeng Valley, I implore you to show mercy, fellow cultivator. Oh, are you attempting to use Huangfeng Valley to pressure me? Mu Yun wore a teasing expression, yet the murderous aura around him only intensified. Cold sweat trickled down Lu Danian's temples. Nevertheless, one must still give due respect to Huangfeng Valley, as it is undeniably one of the 7 major cultivation sects of the Yu Kingdom, with a formidable nascent soul realm cultivator presiding over it. Mu Yun swiftly retracted his murderous intent. However, your golden bell talisman and that black finger divine ability are indeed impressive. Observe how pained Lu Danian looks. Those 2 remarkable treasures he possesses are about to be lost to him. In a state of inner turmoil, he reluctantly produced 2 jade tablets. One contained the refining method for the golden bell talisman, while the other held the secret art of the great heaven finger. It would suffice as a gesture of goodwill to his companion. With a cheerful smile, Mu Yun carefully stowed away the 2 jade tokens, along with the one capable of controlling the dragon and the flag. This magical artifact was quite impressive, serving both offensive and defensive purposes, so he reluctantly accepted it. After casting a sweeping glance around, he unleashed his conqueror's haki, signaling that the spectacle had concluded, and it was time to disperse. As Mu Yun led Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong into the general store, several figures emerged from the shadows. Looks like you've hit a snag, old Lu. I told you, any shop that can produce over 100 high-grade foundation building pills must be backed by a formidable force, one remarked. From my observations, that general store is likely an exceptional spatial treasure, capable of both offense and defense. Even a nascent soul true monarch would be at a disadvantage there. Come on. You're merely a backseat driver. Otherwise, your formation master from the Wanbao Pavilion wouldn't have met his demise here. Our Lu family has emerged unscathed this time, another retorted. So what if we lost an exquisite artifact, a secret technique, and a method for crafting a talisman? That's hardly as significant as losing a life. Besides, the fallen formation master wasn't even from our faction. His death is a relief, sparing me from his incessant watch. Let us disperse. Who knows where this potential nascent soul true monarch has sprung from? Don't be deceived by his youthful appearance. He could very well be an ancient being masquerading as a child. Fortunately, his techniques and aura don't seem to bear the mark of the demonic sect. So he likely isn't affiliated with them. Sighing, he lamented, what a tumultuous time. One can't predict when the demonic sect may suddenly strike, disrupting our peaceful cultivation. Indeed. A storm was brewing, and one could only take it one step at a time. Inside the general store, Mu Yun handed the Azure Dragon flag and the Spirit Beast bag to Zhu Zhuqing, recognizing that her offensive capabilities were rather limited. He also distributed a set of 6 artifacts: Wind Thunder Shuttle, Silkworm Star Net, Thunder Roar Cannon, Spirit Gathering Jade Token, Protective Jade Token, and Teleportation Jade Token to the staff, emphasizing that nothing was more precious than life. In truth, what you both need most right now is to enhance your cultivation, he continued. To fully unleash the true power of these artifacts, a foundation building level of cultivation is essential. With only Qi refinement level, the Thunder Roar Cannon may exhaust its energy after a single use. Moreover, your Devil Fruit abilities require a Golden Core level to be effective. Otherwise, no matter how dazzling your techniques may appear, they will remain mere facades. Additionally, Rongrong, your Demon Restraining Tower has significant potential for growth here, as it can harness the strength of the beasts within. Its power is entirely contingent on the strength of those beasts. Sister, hand over your cat paw. I shall assist you in leveling it up. As for how to grow stronger, that is not a challenge. The store offers plenty of first and second grade auxiliary cultivation pills. Take some, and I will lead you to a place where you can swiftly reach foundation building. With that, Mu Yun threw the 2 into the second level of the 9-tiered demon tower. Upon returning to the general store, a sly smile crept upon his lips, revealing a mischievous demeanor. After this display, no one should dare to provoke my general store again. This time, he deliberately cast out over 100 premium foundation-building pills, intending to draw forth all the lurking malevolent entities in the vicinity, showcasing his strength to make them aware that he was not to be trifled with and that they should conduct themselves with decorum. As for Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, one might chuckle, is there a more enticing bait than beautiful women? Clearly, the result was quite effective, as Huanfeng Valley, Wanshou Pavilion, and Spirit Beast Sect all emerged. Of course, such trivial matters must remain concealed from Zhu Zhuqing, lest his handsome visage be marred. Subsequently, Mu Yun spent several days idly in the grocery store, observing that indeed, no one dared to create disturbances. In fact, several golden core cultivators from Huangfeng Valley came to trade, subtly extending goodwill, including Hong Fu, Li Huayuan, and Lei Wanpeng. Even the nascent soul ancestor of Huangfeng Valley, old ancestor Linghu, covertly approached, realizing that the Spirit Treasure grocery store was beyond his capacity to breach. And given Mu Yun's formidable nature, he departed quietly without a word. Mu Yun chose to turn a blind eye, refraining from exposing him. He preferred not to provoke a nascent soul nearing the end of its lifespan. Should the individual descend into madness, engaging in a desperate battle could prove perilous. After observing that all was calm, he calculated that Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were likely to emerge soon. Thus, he returned to the system marketplace. And together with the two of them, they returned to the Douluo continent. Their soul rings were still incomplete, yet the energy from a million-year soul ring was undeniably substantial, surpassing the efficiency of diligent cultivation in the realm of mortals. Upon their return to the Douluo continent, it seemed as though only a few days had passed since they departed. However, for Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, it felt as if they had traversed through time. They endured over a year on the second level of the 9-tiered Demon Tower, solely engaged in cultivation, an experience that was quite arduous. Nonetheless, they achieved their goal of reaching the Foundation Establishment realm. Presently, should they encounter the likes of Hudali, defeating him would pose no challenge. Although Zhu Zhuqing, now in the Foundation Establishment realm, could not yet teleport in the cultivation world, her speed had surpassed the ability of spiritual perception to track her. Indeed, beneath the Golden Core stage, no one could capture her. Ning Rongrong's ice-type attacks were formidable as well. The snow fruit significantly enhanced her magical abilities, enabling even a minor ice spike to unleash effects akin to a natural disaster, instilling great fear in its victims. Chapter 53, The New Landscape of Douluo. Is this truly the Douluo world? Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong gazed in awe, and even Mu Yun appeared somewhat taken aback. Soto City was now divided among 6 major factions: the Demon Nation Federation, the Alien Alliance, the Spirit Hall, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Heavendo Empire, and the Star Luo Empire. Mu Yun suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. The splendid world of Douluo was on the verge of being spoiled, and this burden was undoubtedly his to bear. The formidable Magic Kingdom Federation, led by the Demon Lord Rimuru, has remarkably assembled a legion comprised of tens of thousands of soul beasts within less than a month since Mu Yun's departure. This remarkable force includes thousands of soul beasts over a millennium old, more than 30 exceeding 100,000 years, and 2 that have reached the astonishing age of 1,000,000 years, the Ice and Snow Spirit Phoenix and the Radiant Primordial Fate Reincarnation Holy Butterfly. It is unclear how Rimuru managed to locate and persuade these majestic creatures to join his ranks. Presently, the Stardow Forest and the Sunset Forest are firmly under the dominion of the Magic Kingdom Federation. Any attempt to hunt for soul rings within these territories requires their consent. One must acknowledge that Rimuru is a born ruler, exhibiting an unparalleled ability to rally troops, with the initial catalyst being Mu Yun, who summoned him. The second major power is the Anomalous Alliance, which has expanded to encompass 1,000 members, all of whom emerged through Mu Yun's system marketplace. While these individuals may appear to struggle in their respective realms, often being bested by the protagonist group upon arriving here, they have all ascended to new heights. Their potential as rivals to the protagonist group speaks volumes of their inherent fortune, armed with luck and wealth. They have transformed with the aid of the Celestial Jar Store, having launched 2 successful ventures that propelled their advancement, with over 20 emerging as formidable contenders. They have unlocked various fruits such as Frost, Magma, Thunder, Sparkling, and Soul fruits. These individuals have proclaimed themselves the 5 marshals of the Anomalous Alliance, and in their inaugural engagement, they effortlessly overwhelmed dozens of titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall. Had it not been for the sudden return of the long-absent Qian Renxue and her faction, the Spirit Hall might have faced utter annihilation. Currently, the Spirit Hall is presided over by Qian Renxue, who has ascended to a second-tier powerhouse. Her ranks have swelled to include formidable figures such as Carp, Mihawk, and Ace. Alongside the newly added Whitebeard Edward, the Phoenix Marco, Diamond Jaws, and Flower Sword Bista, all of whom are also second-tier powerhouses. Faced with such a resplendent array of talent, Bibi Dong has no choice but to concede, and Qin Daolu has expressed his unreserved support, making the transition of leadership within the Spirit Hall a foregone conclusion. In contrast, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect finds itself somewhat lacking, primarily relying on the exquisite treasures bequeathed by Ning Rongrong. This includes a monumental tower-like battle fortress capable of accommodating the entire sect while boasting formidable defensive, offensive, and aerial capabilities, which enabled the safe relocation of its members to Soto City. The current strong figures of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect include the Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, and the sect leader Ning Ziyuan, all of whom are second-tier powerhouses, after pooling the collective strength of the sect to break jars. Even the most unfortunate among them could yield several second-tier powerhouses. The remaining powers, the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, are faring poorly. Qian Rinxuan no longer needs to masquerade as Xue Qinghe, having departed with a cadre of elite warriors. The Tiando Empire now relies solely on a few academies and the imperial family for support. The Xingluo Empire is in even worse straits, with its palace having been breached, seemingly by the anomalous alliance, notorious for their lawlessness upon entering foreign realms, making it quite ordinary for them to plunder a palace for the sake of jar-breaking. Currently, the Xingluo royal family and several noble factions have sought refuge in Soto City, including Mu Yun's former family. Mu Yun, I harbor some concerns for the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. I shall return to investigate. Ning Rongrong departed in a state of agitation. With her current strength, few below the third rank could pose a threat, hence her safety was not a concern. Third brother, our family has relocated to Soto City. Let us return and see how they fare, she urged. Zhu Zhuqing shared her apprehension, as these individuals had fled from their old stronghold, and the possibility of casualties was uncertain. Family? I bear the surname Mu, not Jill. Your family is not mine, Mu Yin retorted through clenched teeth, filled with resentment. Are you not worried about the safety of our father, mother, and elder sister? She pressed. What is there to be concerned about? Father is notoriously cowardly, Do you truly believe he would stand his ground against formidable foes? I suspect he would be the first to flee with the family in tow. As for the others, their fates are of no consequence to me, and those elders would likely escape even faster than father. Impatiently, Mu Yun waved his hand. If you are truly concerned, then do hurry along. I have no time to deal with that group. Once Zhu Zhuqing left in a huff, Mu Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. His formidable observation hockey silently enveloping the entirety of Soto City. When he probed into the Magic Nation Federation, he was taken aback. It was no wonder that the Magic Nation Federation stood as the foremost power. The combined strength assessment of Rimuru and Cheyenne had astonishingly reached the level of third-tier warriors. With 2 million-year soul beasts at the pinnacle of second tier, and the others, soul beasts over 100,000 years, also at second tier. This undeniably attests to the might of Rimuru's devouring ability. Any soul beast he has consumed not only transforms into a beastman form, but also possesses intelligence comparable to that of humans, and their strength elevates further. It seemed improbable that the other factions combined could challenge the dominance of the Magic Nation Federation. Upon discovering the alien alliance, Mu Yun was astounded, for he recognized several familiar faces, clad in white with a half-mask, exuding an air of commanding presence and an exceptionally frosty aura. She appeared to sense his observation hockey sweeping across her, her comprehensive strength rated at third tier. Goodness, is that Li Hani? What brings her here? Could it be that last time I was struck by her drifting bottle, and this time she has been hit by mine? Moreover, the aura she emanates suggests she must have acquired the frozen fruit from the Celestial Jar store. With her original second-tier strength as a sword immortal awakened by her martial soul, it is no wonder she has ascended to third tier. I ponder if she has added soul rings yet. Mu Yun was well aware of Li Hani's formidable prowess. Another strong member of the alien alliance he recognized was a figure adorned in a fur skirt, a large bottle always within reach, the young lad from Perfect World. Sure how? My heavens, how has he been struck by me again? The little one lay sleeping on a soft, plush bed, his body enveloped in lightning, evidently having encountered the thunder fruit, and he too possessed the strength of a third-tier warrior. Additionally, a handsome figure donned in a bright red wedding robe was engaged in a tender exchange beneath the flowers with another beauty in similar attire. Is that not Lin Pingji? Was it not said he had entered the mortal cultivation world? How has he ended up in the Douluo world? Is it possible he could not manage there and has now retreated to find a new locale? Nevertheless, he seems to have had good fortune, having obtained the shining fruit, elevating his comprehensive strength to the pinnacle of second tier. The lady beside him is likely his wife, Yuling Shan, who is quite charming. This couple is indeed interesting. Having been married for almost a month, they still wear the bright red wedding robe. Could they possess some peculiar inclination? Chapter 54. Puppet Master System. The fourth powerful member of the Alien Alliance. Lushan Identity. Transmigrator Origin. Fantasy 3 Kingdoms Possessing System. Summoning Companionship System Possessing Devil Fruit. Magma Fruit. Comprehensive Strength. Pinnacle of second tier innate skill. Great summoning technique. Currently able to summon Zhuge Liang, Jiayun, Guanyu, Zhangfei. Huangzhong. Muyun has finally discerned the source of the surging influx of patrons in the market. It stems from this individual's system of summoning companions. Upon discovering this person's identity as a transcender, along with their magma fruit ability and grand summoning technique, he couldn't help but think of a name, Emperor Guangwu of Han. Lucio. Could it be that this fellow's magma fruit power enables him to summon a rain of magma from the heavens? As for the final individual, they left Muyun utterly bewildered. Mo Renju, hailing from the world of mortal cultivation, possesses the puppeteer system and wields the devil fruit known as the Soul Fruit. He commands several corpses: Li Tianyu, peak of second order, Zhang Xiame, peak of second order, and Luo Tianhong, peak of second order, with an overall strength also at the peak of the second order. Is this not Dr. Mo? How is it that he was not vanquished by the old demon Han, but instead found his way into the world of Douluo, acquiring a system in the process? Could he have also been brought over by my drifting bottle? Furthermore, those three corpses seem rather unusual. Mian activated the Breaking Illusion Spirit Eye, scrutinizing the information of the three corpse puppets, and was instantly filled with rage. This damn scoundrel, the identities of these three corpse puppets are actually those of, while I can overlook your ruthless creation of corpse puppets, meddling with my esteemed clients and causing me losses is simply intolerable. In an instant, Muyun vanished from his original location, only to reappear before Mo Renju. Who is this? Mo Renju, keenly perceptive, immediately unleashed a cloud of toxic powder at the moment of Mu Yun's arrival, while simultaneously summoning a black circular ring that conjured three corpse puppets, charging forth without delay. Soul Fruit, Soul Lock Ring. Humph. To combine the powers of the Devil Fruit with the magical artifacts of demon cultivators. This combination reflects commendable ingenuity, given your current perspective and innate talent. However, you have encroached upon my interests, and that is simply unacceptable. Muyun let out a cold snort, lightly striking out with his palm. Instantly, the swirling poison mist was sent back along its original path, directly re-entering Mo Renju's body. With a resounding clap, the three corpse puppets simultaneously ceased their movements, black mist escaping their forms and returning to Mo Renju. Gazing into the hollow eyes and rigid forms of the puppets, Muyun coldly tossed the soul lock ring towards them. Release their souls at once, or do not compel me to take your life. Enduring the torment of the poison mist, Mo Renju grasped the soul lock ring and gave it a shake, causing three ethereal souls to drift forth. He looked at the child before him with reluctant disdain. Who are you? After his attempt to seize Han Li's body had failed, he had resigned himself to death, only to be unexpectedly struck by a drifting bottle, leading him to a market, and subsequently through a portal into the Douluo world. What followed could only be described as a series of fortuitous events, first awakening the Puppet Master System, then stumbling upon the Soul Fruit, and ultimately forging three formidable corpse puppets. His interest in this stemmed from the fact that prior to entering the Douluo world, they had all undergone physical refinement in the first layer of the 9-tiered Demon Tower, which he regarded as the finest material for crafting corpse puppets. In truth, what he coveted most was Hao's physical form. Its diminutive size belied an astonishing strength. He had initially planned to create several more corpse puppets before stealthily targeting Hao, but unexpectedly, he was swiftly eliminated by a child who appeared from nowhere. Humph. You need not know who I am. I can only inform you that the Void Market belongs to me. The reason you are able to appear here is all due to my influence. At this moment, the three corpse puppets had regained a semblance of life, albeit weakly, and spoke. We are eternally grateful to the shopkeeper for saving our lives. They then fixed Mo Renju with a gaze filled with profound hatred mixed with fear. Miyun waved his hand, saying, You may leave now, but do exercise caution in the future. The three individuals before him had evidently amassed considerable fortune and luck, having advanced to the pinnacle of the second tier, which assured them continued access to abundant wealth. As for Mo Renju, he was also a potential asset. Hailing from the realm of cultivation, where resources were both plentiful and superior. Remember, do not apply the principles of the cultivation world to the Douluo realm. If you wish to concoct corpse puppets, return to your own world to do so. After issuing this warning, Muyin turned on his heel and departed. Once Mo Renju had dispelled his own poison, he collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. Surviving this ordeal was a surprise. He had believed he had kicked a formidable hornet's nest and was certain of his demise. Yet, he discovered that it had merely resulted in a harmless warning. After which Mu Yun had taken his leave. However, after regaining some strength, he promptly exited the Douluo realm. There was no alternative. He had committed a grave taboo by transforming an otherworldly being into a corpse puppet. With the departure of those three, news of his actions would inevitably spread. And he would soon face a collective backlash. Alone, and without his puppets, he stood no chance against them. Remaining here would be tantamount to awaiting his own demise. Indeed. Shortly after Mo Renju's departure, a dozen individuals stormed into his chamber, all second-tier otherworldly beings. Damn it, that ruthless fellow has escaped. Upon leaving the otherworldly alliance, Mu Yun wandered aimlessly through the streets. Although the dark sky was drizzling, the rain did not dare to approach him, as if he were in an entirely different realm. The dim streetlights illuminated his path, and suddenly, Mu Yun paused. The gentle rain had transformed into icy blossoms, crystalline petals swirling towards him. Truly the most exquisite swordsmanship. Moonlit flowers at dawn. Sister Hani, it has been far too long. A figure clad in white, donning a half-mask, emerged slowly from the shadows. Little brother Mu Yun. It is indeed you. Can you now explain to your sister the mystery behind that drifting bottle of yours? Observing the fierce expression on Li Hanyi's face, Mu Yun felt a twinge of guilt. She was the rightful master of the authentic drifting bottle system, while he was merely a clandestine opportunist now caught in the act, making it difficult to concoct any plausible excuses. Before he could devise a clever retort, Li Han-yi suddenly swung her sword, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword intent, transforming the petal-like strikes into an overwhelming torrent. Little brother Mu Yun, that drifting bottle of yours has caused me considerable pain. I bear scars from it. Faced with the wrath of Li Han-yi, Mu Yun felt faint, realizing that her anger stemmed from the injury inflicted, not from the imitation of her system. Oh, Sister Hani, allow me to defend myself. Mu Yun drew the demonic blade, Shinrin, unleashing a flurry of blossoms with a single stroke. The feline-like flutter of petals danced chaotically around him. What a clever lad! Not only has he appropriated my drifting bottle system, but he has also altered my sword technique. The essence of moonlit evening and flower morning. Li Hanyi's eyes gleamed with an icy ferocity, a chilling aura descending from the heavens. Frozen fruits, ice age. Goodness, sister. Are you serious? Mu Yun's blade plunged into the ground. Void Sword Domain, activate. Chapter 55, The World Ascends, The Gift of Virtue. Sister Hani. I knew you couldn't bring yourself to truly strike me, Mu Yun said with a cheeky grin. You little rascal, Li Hanyi replied, a smile gracing her lips. Reminiscent of the resilient plum blossom blooming defiantly in the depths of winter, casting the world in shadow. In less than 2 months, you have grown so formidable that even I struggle to comprehend your power. You truly are the brother I recognize. Li Hanyi affectionately ruffled Mu Yun's hair, finding it quite pleasing to the touch. Although she had not exerted her full strength in their earlier exchanges, that sly little fellow had navigated the battle with ease. Not to mention, she hadn't even tapped into her martial soul or soul skills, having been in the Douluo world for several days. She was acutely aware of its unique characteristics, martial souls and soul rings, and she had also awakened her martial soul, understanding the immense boost it provided to one's strength. Sister Hani, have you added soul rings to your martial soul? Do you require my assistance in hunting for soul rings? Mu Yun inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Li Hanyi gently shook her head. I am a sword immortal, devoted to the sword and sincere in my pursuit. My heart shall harbor only the sword. For it is through this singular focus that I can refine my sword heart and embark upon the path of the sword. While soul rings indeed offer a myriad of soul skills, as the sword immortal Li Hanyi, I shall grasp the skills I require and create the sword techniques I envision. My sword needs no external force. My sword, my path, is the most formidable. At that moment, Li Hanyi radiated an aura of brilliance in Mu Yun's eyes, as if an ethereal path materialized beneath her feet. As the essence of enlightenment descends upon me, I find myself reflecting upon my own shortcomings. The revelations that emerge are both startling and profound. My anomalous martial soul, the orange cat, coupled with my mastery of the sword, the capabilities of the meatball fruit. The powers bestowed by the Gate fruit, the tricolored domineering aura, the Soul Reaper's binding and slashing techniques, alongside the abilities conferred by Soul Rings and Soul Bones, martial arts, ninjutsu, and the arcane arts of the cultivation realm, as well as intricate formations, reveal a rather eclectic array of skills. Indeed, the breadth of my knowledge appears to be rather extensive. Mu Yun's eyes gradually closed, enveloped by an enigmatic aura. Epiphany. Lihani was taken aback. Astonished that his words had led the little one across from him into a state of enlightenment, an extraordinary opportunity that is rare and precious. He then emanated a formidable sword intent, severing all prying gazes that dared to observe this place, thus safeguarding Mu Yun. Mu Yun remained in his unwavering posture, motionless for an entire day and night. When he finally opened his eyes again, a terrifying surge of sword energy shot skyward, creating a gaping black hole in the heavens above. Mu Yun gently leaped, breaking free from the constraints of the Douluo continent, emerging into the vast expanse of the cosmic starry sky. The boundless energy of the universe converged upon him from all directions, ultimately coalescing into a resplendent nine-colored ring, upon which the sun, moon, and stars, along with the rivers of time and space, the dualities of heaven and earth, and the cycles of all existence were faintly etched. The eighth soul ring, the world of the all-encompassing sword, the soul skill, the sword of heaven and earth. With a thunderous roar, an immense sword was unleashed, cleaving the sky of the Douluo world, creating a colossal black rift that stretched from north to south, into which the limitless energy of the universe poured forth. Soon, the Douluo continent was inundated with this energy, transforming into a torrential rain of power. Vegetation surged forth wildly, and soul beasts began their evolution, each experiencing a dramatic increase in their essence. Even the ordinary populace, untouched by cultivation, found themselves endowed with first-level strength under the baptism of this energy rain. The Douluo world had ascended. Upon attaining enlightenment, Mu Yun spontaneously coalesced the eighth soul ring, the world of 10,000 manifestations sword. Having just completed this profound realization, he discovered that his strength had surged from the third to the fifth rank, equivalent to a powerful being in the realm of cultivation, transcending to the divine transformation stage without traversing the arduous paths of condensing the golden core, shattering the core to form an infant, or coalescing the primordial spirit. In a single leap to the heavens, just as he was about to revel in his newfound prowess, an immense torrent of golden energy cascaded from above, flooding into his being. This surge was a consequence of the host's actions, resulting in a world upgrade and bestowing upon the host the gifts of the universe, heaven, and earth's virtuous energy. The effects of this virtuous energy are wondrous, prompting the system to present a choice. 1. It may be infused into the system, facilitating another upgrade, which will expand the marketplace tenfold, enhancing all functions of the buildings within, and randomly adding a feature from another system. 2. It may be infused into the host's martial spirit, leading to its direct evolution into a divine level. 3. It may be utilized by the host, forming the ninth soul ring. 4. It may be employed to forge fifth-rank celestial artifacts. 5. It may be utilized to concoct fifth-rank celestial pills. 6. It may enhance the host's innate qualities and roots. 7. It may elevate the host's comprehension. 8. It may be used to reverse life and death. Gazing at the myriad of options, Mu Yun couldn't help but marvel. Truly, the virtuous energy is a panacea, capable of accomplishing any task. Mu Yun took a moment to reflect. Despite the overwhelming influx of merit energy, it amounted to merely 4 portions. After considerable deliberation, he ultimately resolved to utilize it for enhancing his innate constitution, elevating his comprehension, consolidating the ninth soul ring, and upgrading the system. The reason he refrained from using it to elevate the orange cat's martial soul was due to his lingering uncertainty about the nature of divine-level martial souls. Nonetheless, he had an inkling that, given the extraordinary nature of the orange cat's martial soul, a divine-level counterpart would hardly be remarkable. As he harnessed the merit energy, Mu Yun felt a profound transformation encompassing his body, mind, and soul while the system commenced its upgrade. Most astonishingly, the ninth soul ring, the golden ring of merit, did not possess any innate soul skills. Its sole function was to condense merit energy. The rarity of merit energy, a treasure that one could scarcely encounter, was now capable of automatic generation. Did this not transform every meal from mere sustenance to a banquet? Just as his spirit soared, a system notification filled him with a sense of unease. Ding! The system has detected that Lin Pingji has awakened the cross-dressing overlord system, thus providing the host with the opportunity to benefit from the cross-dressing overlord. What on earth? Wasn't that rascal Lin Pingxi supposed to have undergone self-castration? Why then did he transform into a cross-dressing overlord? Moreover, his awakening of the cross-dressing overlord system had nothing to do with Mu Yun. What was the purpose of meddling in this trivial matter? Mu Yun was in a state of frantic agitation, as all his good spirits were abruptly shattered. What exactly is this cross-dressing system? Is there a need to undertake tasks? And will it have any impact on me? The host will possess a quaint little boutique specializing in women's attire, within which garments imbued with extraordinary effects will automatically manifest. The host will earn corresponding rewards based on the sale of these garments, contingent upon the completion of tasks. Is that all? If it merely involves selling clothing, it seems manageable. Mu Yun sighed in relief. However, the host is also tasked with a minor requirement, to don women's clothing for at least 10 minutes each day. What did you just say? I am unequivocally male. Unequivocally equipped as such, and I absolutely refuse to wear women's clothing. I simply will not, and what can you do about it? Alas, dear host, I must convey some unfortunate news. It would be prudent for you to willingly fulfill this additional task. Otherwise, the system may randomly and spontaneously change your attire at any moment, leading to potentially embarrassing situations. Chapter 56. The Hall of Reincarnation. A remarkably handsome youth found himself amidst the bustling and lively streets, only to suddenly transform into a figure adorned in women's attire, complete with lace-trimmed lingerie. Upon contemplating the potential scene of social demise, Mu Yun felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Lin Pingxi immediately. Alas, if transformation is inevitable, it is better to take the initiative. At least one can exert control over the time, place, and style of attire. Mu Yun first donned a mask of ethereal illusion, instantly feeling a profound sense of reassurance, akin to certain occasions where concealing one's visage renders one fearless, even in utter vulnerability. Transformation. Amidst her embarrassment, Mu Yun felt a tinge of exhilaration as she twirled around, striking an ostentatious pose reminiscent of youthful flamboyance, reveling in her moment of solitude. Clad in a sailor uniform, emblematic of the moon's power to vanquish adversity, it possessed the ability to absorb the ethereal energy of lunar light. Indeed, the sense of shame lingered, lowering her gaze. She observed her exposed navel and thighs, dabbing at the impending trickle of blood from her nose. 10 minutes would suffice, surely, no one would notice. Mu Yun continuously consoled himself, silently counting down the moments. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply, his piercing spiritual eyes opening wide as he gazed into the distance. Just as he had released his transformation, a young man clad in black robes appeared before him. Curiously, a realm that was originally a mere first-tier world had inexplicably leaped 4 levels, ascending to a 5th-tier world. The young man produced a device and began his assessment. Soon, their eyes fell upon Mu Yun, a blend of greed tinged with regret evident in their gaze. The essence of virtue, what a fortunate little girl you are. It is a pity that you have squandered it. Otherwise, it could have been used to forge a splendid celestial artifact. Such a waste. The audacity in his tone was astonishing, as he shamelessly regarded Mu Yun's virtuous energy as his own possession. Mu Yun couldn't help but feel a surge of relief, grateful that he had expended his merit energy and time. Otherwise, a bloody drama of murder and treasure theft might have unfolded. The young man in the black robe looked at Mu Yun with disdain, producing a black token and declaring, I am Luo Tian, a disciple of the outer gate of the Reincarnation Palace. Mu Yun raised her eyebrows slightly. Is there something you wish to discuss? The person opposite her exuded an inscrutable aura. In the absence of certainty, it was prudent to proceed with caution. You possess the strength of the 5th tier, which qualifies you for the minimum requirement to become a disciple of the Reincarnation Hall's miscellaneous division. And then, Mu Yun's disdain for this individual grew increasingly palpable. His condescending gaze, akin to that of one observing mere insects, ignited a fervent desire within him to deliver 2 resounding slaps. The young man in the black robe lightly waved the token in his hand, unleashing a stream of dark light that swiftly struck Mu Yun's shoulder, leaving behind a distinct imprint resembling a palace. What have you done to me? Mu Yun's expression darkened. Although the opponent's movements were not particularly swift, he found himself utterly incapable of evading them. Moreover, he was bewildered by the nature of this entity, as even the capabilities of his meatball fruit could not dislodge it. This was a unique trial mark of the Reincarnation Hall. To officially become a servant disciple of the Hall, one must endure 3 reincarnation trials set by it. Who wishes to become a disciple of your Reincarnation Hall? He exclaimed in frustration. Get this cursed mark off me. I have no interest in being a servant disciple, let alone a core disciple. Driven by anger, Mu Yun launched a direct attack. The young man in the black robe's demeanor turned cold as he effortlessly swatted Mu Yun away, sending him crashing into a meteorite. 3 reincarnation trials. Succeed and live. Fail and die, with a time limit of 3 years. You wretched fool. Were it not for the slight potential I see in your ability to acquire merit energy, I would have struck you dead with a single blow. The young man retrieved a handkerchief, disdainfully wiping his hands as if he had touched something filthy. Once he departed, Mu Yun emerged slowly from the meteorite, his handsome face unmarred and his attire immaculate, showing no signs of defeat. Such is the reincarnation hall, truly domineering. And this Luo Tian, at the 7th tier of power, has certainly captured my attention. Although Luo Tian was 2 levels above him, Mu Yun felt confident that he could manage against him. Even if he could not win, escaping should pose no issue. However, the token of the reincarnation hall was exceedingly perilous, and that peculiar mark instilled in him an unsettling feeling, as if someone could observe him at any moment. Ding. Reincarnation system detected. Let the opportunism begin. Mu Yun held great anticipation. Understanding both oneself and the adversary is the key to triumph in every battle. Yet, he found himself utterly ignorant of the formidable entity known as the Reincarnation Hall and the enigmatic reincarnation mark, leaving him paralyzed with indecision. Soon, tidings regarding the Reincarnation Hall began to surface. This hall grants individuals the opportunity to traverse into alternate realms for training. Those who succeed earn merit energy, from which the guide reaps 50% of the benefits, and his designated guide was none other than Luo Tian. Moreover, the Reincarnation Hall was indeed a colossal institution, with even the lowest-ranking disciples being of the 5th tier, followed by external disciples, internal disciples, core disciples, true disciples, stewards, guardians, elders, the sect leader, and the Grand Elder. Among them existed sages, beings of a caliber completely beyond his current comprehension. As for the reincarnation mark, it undeniably served a monitoring function, even during trials. Each of his actions would fall under the watchful gaze of his guide. Clearly, Luo Tian harbored a keen interest in his secrets. System. Is there any way to resolve this? I have no desire to be under constant surveillance. Mu Yun inquired with a hint of dissatisfaction. Ding. Solutions do exist. One merely needs to possess a higher authority than that of the reincarnation token held by him. But I don't even have a reincarnation token. How could I possibly surpass his authority? Mu Yun questioned, perplexed. There are 2 types of tokens within the reincarnation hall. The first is the standard token, which requires one to pass 3 trials and reach the headquarters of the reincarnation hall to obtain. The second is the internal token, which is granted to disciples from esteemed families for their trials, serving as a form of privilege. The system has recently acquired the eligibility to issue internal tokens. Naturally, distributing them in excess would raise suspicion, but a limited number would pose no issue. With this internal token in hand, would Luo Tian still be able to monitor my every move? Mu Yun cautiously inquired. This was the matter that weighed most heavily on his mind. Naturally, it was out of the question. As merely an outer sect disciple, how could he dare to surveil the movements of the elder's family members? It was likely that upon discovering his possession of an internal token, they would flee as far as possible. Very well, procure an internal token for me. First, I need to scare off that Luo Tian. We can discuss the reincarnation trial later. I must prepare myself. As Mu Yun re-entered the world of Douluo, he immediately sensed a distinct difference. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was exceptionally vibrant, and the spatial barriers were exceedingly robust. Attempting to cleave through them with a sword as he had before was no longer feasible. At that moment, a graceful figure flew before him. Chapter 57. The trial of the late Han Dynasty in the waning years of the Eastern Han Dynasty. The imperial authority waned while the power of the nobles surged. The royal family became corrupt and decayed, with powerful clans manipulating the affairs of state and holding sway over provincial governors. Natural disasters were rampant, and the populace suffered greatly. It was then that Zhang Jiao raised his arm in call to action, igniting the banner of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. In just a few years, war engulfed the entire land of Shenzhou. In a picturesque village on the outskirts of Luoyang, a handsome youth lay languidly by the river, basking in the sun with a blade of dogtail grass between his teeth, humming an unknown tune. TCH, what nonsense is this reincarnation trial? Essentially, it is nothing more than toiling for the reincarnation hall, helping it accumulate meritorious energy. Mu Yun was quite disgruntled. He had spent several days preparing for this trial, forcing a gene to work overtime to hastily forge 3 spiritual treasures: the Starry Divine Wood Sword, the Thunderfire Bomb, and the Vast Ocean Bottle. However, upon the commencement of the reincarnation trial, he discovered that equipment of such a spiritual caliber could not be brought along, and moreover, he was soul transcended, leaving him in a pitiable state of physical weakness. Fortunately, he had entrusted his body to Asuna for safekeeping before his departure, leaving only a shell behind. Who knows what calamity could have befallen it otherwise? The primary function of the reincarnation token was to tally the merit energy accrued. Humph. Thank heavens the flow of time here is 100 times faster. Otherwise, this endeavor would have been utterly disastrous. Meow. A plump orange cat stretched its limbs languidly, vehemently protesting against the disturbance to its slumber. The orange cat's martial spirit had followed suit, though regrettably, it remained in its most primitive state. A feeble creature with zero combat prowess. Young master, trouble is brewing. A band of mountain bandits is approaching the village, and their intentions appear nefarious. An elderly man rushed over, breathless and clutching his aching back. Bandits, you say? How fortuitous. Is this the moment to make our mark? Indeed, the reincarnation token suddenly reacted. Ding. Repel the bandits to protect the villagers, and you shall acquire a portion of merit energy. Muyun stood up and brushed off the dust from his trousers. Declaring it was time to get to work, the chubby cat leapt onto his shoulder in a swift motion, yawning before resuming its slumber. Unlike the orange cats from Douluo continent, this little creature bore no distinction from an ordinary domestic cat, save for its slightly plumper physique. Young master, I shall summon the others at once. Oh no, please don't. Muyun hastily called the steward to a halt. For among the tasks assigned to him was the imperative duty of safeguarding the villagers. He feared that should any villagers perish, his mission would inevitably be deemed a failure. Moreover, he harbored no desire for the villagers to witness certain events that would bring them great shame. 10 miles from the village entrance, in a perilous valley flanked by 2 mountains, stood a youthful maiden, radiant and enchanting. She had planted a colossal sword, taller than herself, into the ground and was engaged in a series of warm-up exercises. It was no wonder that Muyun wished to keep this encounter hidden. He was adorned in garments provided by the cross-dressing system. Crimson attire grade, spiritual artifact effect. Upon wearing, it doubles speed, defense, and strength, and grants a certain probability for enemies to drop blood crystals upon their demise. Muyun squinted slightly as a horse-drawn carriage approached. Make way, make way. There are thieves behind us. A flustered maid driving the carriage shouted in a frenzy. Muyun was suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable sensation of discomfort. It was evident that the maid was not particularly skilled in driving. Observing her reaction in the moment evoked a striking resemblance to a modern-day female driver who, when faced with an unexpected situation, instinctively pressed the accelerator while shielding her eyes. Muyun did not shy away. He extended his right hand and pressed it against the horse's head. The galloping steed came to an abrupt halt, completely immobilized in its tracks. Not only was the rider bewildered, but even the horse itself was engulfed in confusion, utterly unaware of the occurrence. Only the coachman's maid and an indistinct object from within the carriage were propelled outward, accompanied by a piercing duet of screams capable of rupturing eardrums. The crimson hem of Muyun's skirt fluttered as she instantly vanished from her original position. In the blink of an eye, she caught up to the 2 women, grasping each by the collar with a firm grip, halting their advance just shy of choking them. Who are you, and why are those bandits pursuing you? Muyun narrowed his eyes, sensing an aura of opportunity emanating from the woman who had just leaped from the vehicle. A notification chimed. Epic talent Kai Wenji discovered. Rescue her from the hands of the Xiongnu to obtain 10 merits. Muyun was startled by the sound of the reincarnation token. Realizing that the woman before him was none other than the illustrious and renowned talent, Kai Wenji, an epic figure of history. What defines an epic figure? It is someone capable of altering the course of history. Historically, Kai Wenji was captured by the left-skinned king of the Xiongnu and bore him 2 children, which could be interpreted as improving the genetic lineage of the Xiongnu, thereby leaving behind a legacy of intelligence. This cannot be allowed. We must take action. For intelligent Xiongnu are not to be trifled with. Soon, a vast cloud of dust billowed forth, heralding the arrival of at least 3,000 cavalrymen. And they were the valiant kind. You certainly have quite the influence, Muyun remarked after casting a glance at Kai Wenji. They are not mere common thieves. They are Xiongnu bandits. Kai Wenji's complexion paled, her face betraying a look of despair. Muyun unsheathed his great sword and hoisted it upon his shoulder. Murmuring to himself about the 3,000 men, remarkably, yet the accumulation of merit energy was somewhat lacking, barely constituting 1/10 of that woman, Kai Wenji. Confronted by the fierce charge of the Xiongnu, Muyun wasted no time. He launched a counteroffensive without hesitation. After all, he could not comprehend their language. so he refrained from wasting breath. The crimson battle skirt billowed as Mu Yun transformed into a swirling red cloud, plunging into the ranks of the Xiongnu. His sword moved with the swiftness of lightning, cleaving through foes as effortlessly as one would slice through vegetables, causing numerous Xiongnu to fall, their heads rolling in all directions. When only a few dozen remained, the Xiongnu finally succumbed to terror, fleeing in disarray while uttering words in a tongue that Mu Yun could not decipher. Mu Yun initially contemplated pursuing them to eliminate them entirely. However, he ultimately dismissed this notion, primarily due to the presence of Kai Wenji. This young lady represented a significant opportunity for merit, one that could not be squandered. It was essential to extract her contributions repeatedly, reaping abundant rewards in the process. Furthermore, the fleeing Xiongnu served as excellent bait. If he could summon companions to return and bestow merit upon him, it would be a delightful outcome. After all, if one could acquire merit energy while remaining comfortably at home, why would one exhaust themselves traversing the world? Mu Yun was first reduced to ashes by the fires ignited by the Hans. He then flashed a grin at Kai Wenji, presenting her with two choices, to remain in the village or to depart on her own. Without hesitation, Kai Wenji opted for the former. In the chaos of war, two vulnerable women venturing forth was akin to courting death. The retainers who had previously safeguarded her journey had either perished or fled. It was beyond her capabilities to retrieve them. She could only hope that the surviving few would relay the news to her father, urging him to send someone for her. As fate would have it, the Huns came in waves, employing a strategy of relentless assault. Each mission resulted in the protection of Kai Wenji, and within a mere month, Mu Yun had amassed an astonishing 1,500 units of merit energy. This girl was, quite frankly, a remarkable source of merit. Alas, after a month, with the arrival of a new contingent, this fortunate streak came to an end. Chapter 58. For extraordinary women, enchantment. A month had passed, and this realm had finally begun to respond. Mu Yun gazed skyward. Having completed missions twice consecutively, he found himself devoid of the corresponding merit energy. It seemed that extracting further benefits from Kai Wenji in such a manner was no longer feasible. At that moment, the steward hurried over. Young master, 3 more groups are approaching the village from different directions. Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? The reincarnation token had not issued any tasks. Could it be that not only were rewards denied, but the reincarnation token itself was also prohibited? What were the banners of these 3 teams? One team bore the insignia of Jin, comprising approximately 300 individuals, whose attire suggested they were servants of a certain family. Another team displayed the emblem of Ren, consisting of around 200 members, presumably soldiers of the government. Lastly, there was a group without any identifiable banner, consisting of merely a few dozen individuals, all of whom appeared to be martial practitioners, resembling figures from the martial world. Mu Yun's fingers gently tapped the table in a rhythmic manner. Since the reincarnation token showed no response, it was likely that the 3 parties harbored no ill intentions, at least not towards Kai Wenji. Rather than overthinking it, he decided to inquire directly. After a month of interaction, Kai Wenji had completely lost her fear of Mu Yun. In fact, upon discovering Mu Yun's identity as a crossdresser, she had begun to treat him as a close male friend, nearly driving him to exasperation. Kai, after opened his mouth, he immediately slapped his forehead, realizing he had overindulged in his role as a cross-dressing master. This title, if continued, might lead him to truly become bent. Lin Pingji's insidious system was indeed troublesome. What's wrong? Has something happened? Kai Wenji inquired, her delicate fingers leaving the guqin with an air of natural curiosity. Alas, it seemed this persona could not be altered. A bitter smile crept upon his lips as he recounted the circumstances of the 3 teams. Jin, Ren, and some figures from the martial world. Kai Wenji pondered for a moment, then suddenly became animated, exclaiming, I know who they are. However, her excitement soon gave way to a tinge of melancholy, tears welling in her eyes. I never expected that my family and father, whom I held in such high hopes, would take no action. It appears they have abandoned me. Yet, my dear sisters have not forsaken me. She then elaborated too. Jun must be Jun Mi, a member of the Jun family from Zhongshan. Not only is she exceptionally talented, but she is also adept in strategy, rivaling even men in cunning. If only she were a man, she would undoubtedly be an outstanding military strategist. Ren must be my dear sister Ren Ha Chang. Although her name may not be well known, her other name is legendary in Luoyang Diaochan, the beauty whose presence would compel even the moon to hide behind the clouds. Sister Diaochan is gentle in appearance yet resolute in spirit, possessing profound depths within her heart, truly an extraordinary woman. Finally, the leader of the martial figures is likely Sister Gue, whose birth name is Gue Nuwang. Hailing from a family of officials, she possesses a fiery temperament, detesting evil, and boasts remarkable martial skills, earning a significant reputation in the martial world. Mu Yun cast a peculiar glance at Kai Wenji, marveling at the extent of her connections. This young lady certainly has an impressive network. The three women before him are all formidable figures capable of stirring the very winds of fate. Diao Chan, through her beauty and cunning, managed to eliminate the greatest scourge of the realm, Dong Zhuo, accomplishing what 18 warlords could not. Jinmei, with her poem Luo Shenfu, has immortalized her beauty as the Luo goddess, a legacy that has endured for millennia. Queen Guo, destined to become the future empress of Chao Pai, possesses exceptional skills, intellect, and strategies, ultimately leading to Jinmei's untimely demise. With these three relentless individuals, coupled with Kai Wenji, perhaps they could indeed achieve something remarkable. Mu Yun's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he gazed up at the sky. Did you not forbid me from exploiting loopholes for merit? Very well. I shall lay a great trap for you. Upon bringing the three teams into the village, they met with Kai Wenji, only to discover that she had not been captured and brought to this place, but rather rescued and brought here, which finally eased their apprehensions. Mu Yun invited the four ladies into the reception room and pondered for a moment before speaking. What are your thoughts on the current state of affairs in the world? The four exchanged glances, and Jinmei was the first to respond. The Yellow Turban rebels are destined to destroy without creating. Though they appear formidable now, they will ultimately falter and meet a dismal end. Kai Wenji then softly spoke. The Han dynasty is not in a much better position. Although the Yellow Turban army is doomed to fail, they have nonetheless undermined the very foundation of the Han and have incited a host of warlords far more perilous than themselves. These figures are the true grave diggers of the Han. Diao Chan furrowed her brow, asserting, in truth, there are still many loyal ministers within the Han. If we can eliminate the Yellow Turbans and undertake proper reforms, there may yet be a chance for revival. Queen Gue scoffed, shattering her illusions. Dear Diao Chan, do not deceive yourself. The Han dynasty has endured for over 4 centuries and has rotted to its core. Do you think the Yellow Turban uprising could have materialized merely by the call of Zhang Zhao and his ilk? There are numerous influential families behind this movement. Without their support, how could the Han be left so battered and bruised? The true architects of the Han's downfall are these families, now embodied in the warlords. Mu Yun quietly listened to the insights of the 4 extraordinary women before suddenly posing a pointed question. So, which family do you foresee thriving in the future? The He family, led by General He Jin, is certainly in a position of power. He commands a formidable army and boasts a sister who is the empress. Ensuring he has numerous supporters within the court, one responded. The Yuan clan, with its illustrious lineage of 4 generations producing high-ranking officials, has disciples and allies scattered throughout the realm. Many influential figures in both court and society owe their origins to the Yuan family, another added. I still maintain that the Han dynasty is unlikely to fall so easily, as provinces like Jingzhou and Izhou remain under the control of Han royal relatives, a third interjected. Expressing a sense of optimism, Diao Chan, however, remained skeptical. Humph. A group of schemers, and they are far removed from the actual events. When trouble arises, distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst, she remarked disdainfully. Mu Yun gazed at her with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor entirely devoid of it. Pray tell, who do you favor, Queen Gue? Queen Gue furrowed her brow in thoughtful contemplation before ultimately shaking her head, her eyes revealing a hint of disdain. In this world, I fail to discern anyone possessing the aura of a true sovereign. They are either overly ambitious yet lacking in talent, or timid souls paralyzed by fear. Mu Yun gazed into her eyes and suddenly said, in that case, it would be better for you to take that position. The 4 of them simultaneously spewed out their tea, their faces a picture of astonishment. This was inconceivable, setting aside the family's heritage and public esteem. Merely being a woman rendered that position unattainable for me. Queen Gue unhesitatingly dismissed the notion, for such a daydream was beyond her wildest imagination. Mu Yun smiled faintly, dismissing the notions of gender distinction and familial heritage. The impossibilities you speak of are merely reflections of your own inadequacies. An overwhelming and terrifying aura emanated from Mu Yun. In a world teeming with countless men, even the mightiest must bow before him. Chapter 59. Stirring the storms a month later, the 4 extraordinary women gathered once more. Marveling at the changes in one another and themselves, they gazed upon Mu Yun as if he were a celestial being, for he had fulfilled every grand vision he once painted for them. Dear ladies, rebel against the cruel fates that bind you. Shatter the chains that restrain you. With lofty aspirations, Why settle to be mere vines clinging to trees? Strive to become the towering oak that supports the heavens and the earth. Lacking strength? I shall provide it. Is a third-tier power sufficient? Lacking soldiers? I shall train you, raising an army of 10,000 formidable warriors, each reaching the second tier. Enough to sweep across the world. Lacking wealth? I possess lucrative means to amass riches. Lacking sustenance? How fortunate. For I have methods to improve crop seeds and accelerate their growth. In summary, I am the answer to all your needs. Everything I have promised will come to fruition in a month's time, and all you must do is change this world. A month has now passed. Kai Wenji cultivation, 9th stage of literary aura abilities, poetic manifestation, the ability to materialize poetry into tangible existence, literary enhancement, the capacity to bestow enhancements upon oneself or others, significantly amplifying attack, defense, and speed, Heavenly Dragon's 8 sounds, a method of sonic attack, equipment. Robe of the Literary Sage gathers the profound righteous energy of heaven and earth, transcending into sanctity. Ancient Chain of the Heavenly Dragon, a magical instrument, amplifies musical attacks tenfold overall strength. Early 4th tier Jiao Chan cultivation, pinnacle of the martial general level abilities, falling star of light, speed surpassing the limits of mortals. Valor of the Overlord, comparable to the might of Shi Chu's Overlord. Elemental divine arrow, capable of launching enchanted arrows with immense destructive power. Equipment, Valkyrie armor, upon wearing. Strength is exponentially increased, capable of withstanding attacks from the peak of the 3rd tier. Overlord spear, possesses an innate ability for a decisive strike, increasing attack power tenfold. Elven bow, doubles elemental attack effects. Overall combat power. Early 4th tier Jinmi cultivation, 9th level sorceress abilities, goddess of water, mastery over all water attribute spells, controlling all energies or entities containing water elements in the world. Capable of transforming into a water elemental body immune to all physical attacks. Equipment, Luo Shinset, summons the avatar of the goddess Luo. Wielding the divine power of water. Overall combat power. Early 4th tier Queen Gua cultivation, early stage of the martial saint realm abilities, Overlord's Haki, Armament Haki, Observation Haki. Sweet fruit abilities, enchanting living beings, petrifying opponents and objects, capable of materializing kisses into physical attacks. Sweet gentle wind, fragrant kiss of the spear, arrow of captivation. Imperial Haki equipment, Empress Hancock's Cheongsam, upon use, Haki is doubled. And all members of the 9 Snake Pirates can be materialized. Overall strength, mid 4th tier Mu Yun crafted a talisman reminiscent of the 1st level of the 9th-tier Demon Tower, effortlessly refining the physical prowess of the 4 individuals to their utmost potential. Subsequently, he tailored his teachings to cultivate them into distinct types of formidable warriors. As for the 10,000 unmatched elites, through the process of star forging and the consumption of blood crystals, they were produced en masse, with personnel and resources secured. The time has come for you to showcase your abilities. Mu Yun languidly reclined in his chair, having endured considerable fatigue over the past month. He had not anticipated that engaging in a nurturing game would prove so exhausting. I intend to lead 3,000 individuals to form the Chiyue Dragon Riders, embarking on a campaign to conquer the world. Diao Chan, brimming with determination, was the first to select her 3,000 warriors. Upon my return to the clan, I am not only to consolidate our familial forces but also to make those who abandon me pay a price. Furthermore, I aspire to present myself to the world as a woman of literary prowess, requiring 1,000 individuals for this purpose. Kai Wenji is no longer the fragile maiden she once was. She seeks to unabashedly showcase her talents and formidable combat strength to the world, proclaiming that scholars too can possess great martial prowess. As for wealth and intelligence, I shall take charge of these matters. Upon my return, I will establish the 4 Seas Merchants Association to amass riches from across the realm, as well as the Listening Wind Pavilion dedicated to gathering intelligence. Jinmi personally selected 1,000 individuals with extraordinary talents from the remaining candidates. I shall take responsibility for organizing the remaining 5,000. Queen Gua smiled serenely as she divided the remaining individuals into 10 groups, dispersing them across various provinces and counties. With a radiant smile, she gracefully traversed the air, as if stepping upon invisible steps beneath her, standing above 10,000 soldiers. Boom! An overwhelming imperial aura surged forth, and in this moment, Queen Gua stood as the unparalleled empress of the mortal realm. The 10,000 soldiers gradually knelt on one knee, their eyes alight with fervor. Soldiers, the empress declared, Your first task is to plant my imperial banner throughout all provinces within 3 months, wherever the sun and moon shine, and wherever rivers flow. All under heaven and across the land shall be mine. I shall first enter Luoyang and sweep away all obstacles. 3 months hence, all soldiers shall gather in Luoyang. And I shall ascend to the pinnacle, taking my rightful place. Long live the Empress! Long live the Empress! Mu Yun couldn't help but feel a surge of passion. Queen Gua truly lived up to her title, possessing an innate royal disposition. Otherwise, she would not have awakened the conqueror's haki. Mu Yun cast a glance at the sky, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Let the storm come with greater ferocity. As the crowd dispersed, Mu Yun's days returned to their mundane rhythm. News from various regions poured in like snowflakes, the notifications of merit energy ringing incessantly. Ding! Diao Chan vanquished the wolf cavalry of Bingzhou, subduing Lu Bu, and earned 10 merit energies. Ding! Diao Chan triumphed over the Legion of Ambush, capturing Gao Shun, and acquired 5 merit energies. Ding! Diao Chan defeated the White Horse Yidong, compelling Gong Sun Zan to yield, and garnered 5 merit energies. After besting Dian Wei and Zhao Yun, capturing Guan Yu, and recruiting Zhang Fei, 3 arrows subdued Huangzhou. In merely 3 months, renowned generals from across the land fell under Diao Chan's command. Ding! Kai Wenji purged the Kai family, executing a show of strength to unify them, earning 5 merit energies. Ding! Kai Wenji summoned countless literary warriors, defeating the invading Xiongnu cavalry, slaying the Xiongnu left noble king, avenging old grievances, and acquiring 10 merit energies. Ding! The literary cultivation methods of Kai Wenji attracted scholars from all over the realm, earning 50 merit energies. Overnight, Kai Wenji rose to fame, becoming the celebrated literary sage, akin to the revered sages of antiquity. Ding! Zhenmi established the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, employing a franchise distribution strategy, transforming all commercial guilds into branches of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, earning 10 merit energies. Ding! Zhenmi introduced high-yield crops through the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, ensuring the populace would no longer starve due to famine, garnering 100 merit energies. Ding! Zhenmi pioneered the Money Guild, digitizing currency, and secured 50 merit energies. Ding! Zhenmi discreetly formed an intelligence agency, Listening Wind Pavilion, infiltrating various states and noble families, obtaining 10 merit energies. In just 3 months, Zhenmi became the wealthiest woman in the world. Chapter 60. A Rift Emerges, System-Wide Upgrade. Ding! On her first day in Luoyang, Queen Gua attended the Luoyang Poetry Conference, where all participants, regardless of age or gender, fell at her feet, earning 10 merit energies. Ding! Queen Gua ascended to the court, and all civil and military officials bowed before her, with the Han Emperor becoming her foremost sycophant, earning 100 merit energies. Ding! Upon entering the imperial harem, Queen Gua eliminated the 10 eunuchs, compelling everyone from the Empress Dowager to the palace maids to submit, earning 10 merit energies. Ding! Queen Gua formed the Plum Blossom Inner Guard, overseeing the palace and its surroundings, stripping General He Jin of his military power, executing corrupt officials, and eliminating treacherous ministers, thereby establishing clear governance and winning the hearts of the people, earning 100 merit energies. 3 months later, the 4 women gathered in Luoyang, prompting the Han Emperor to abdicate in favor of Queen Gua, renaming the nation Zhao, with the sun and moon soaring above, heralding the reign of the Empress Zhao. Ding! The course of world history was irrevocably altered, and the trial taker was bestowed with the title Destiny Destroyer, earning 1,000 merit energies. In this trial, a total of 12,351 units of merit energy were acquired, rated as top tier. 7,000 units were submitted, while 3,000 were allocated to the transporter. Luo Tian. As the sound of the reincarnation token faded, Mu Yun was infuriated, shattering it with a single slap. How outrageous! After toiling so hard to accumulate such a vast amount of merit energy, you unceremoniously take away the majority, even granting more to that despicable Luo Tian than to me, leaving me with mere scraps. Truly, you have overstepped your bounds, treating me like clay in your hands. System, cease your silence. It is time for you to rectify this. I demand half of the merit energy. Immediately, the previously dormant exploitation system sprang to life, revealing itself to be a creature that only stirs for gain. How much merit energy is sufficient for your ascension? Mu Yun inquired with curiosity. 100 units elevate 1's level by 1, 1,000 units by 2, and 5,000 units by 3. Very well, I shall ascend by 3 levels. The remainder I shall utilize for my own advancement. This action is likely to incur the wrath of the reincarnation hall, thus I must tread carefully to avoid their retribution. During the system upgrade, Mu Yun utilized the merit energy to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 7th tier. It is impossible to leap directly to the 8th tier, as one must comprehend at least one principle to attain such a level. Mere energy is insufficient for such a leap. The remaining merit energy was wholly devoted to enhancing his comprehension. Mu Yun age, 8 cultivation level, peak of 7th stage life level, human immortal physique, void sword body. Illusory spirit eye comprehension, heavenly level fortune, epic level ding. The system upgrade has been completed. This time, the system has advanced to level 4. With specific changes as follows, the system marketplace has expanded 1,000-fold from its original foundation. All recorded system functions have been enhanced. The drifting bottle system now includes a group chat feature, allowing all individuals struck by the drifting bottle to appear in the chat group, where the group leader can post tasks for rewards or engage in trading. The artisan system is now connected to the official website of the Celestial Artisans, enabling users to publish or accept crafting tasks on the site. The Celestial Summoning System allows for self-directed summoning through the expenditure of celestial coins or merit energy, making it possible to summon 9th stage powerhouses, provided one possesses sufficient funds. The Celestial Arena system permits the host to act as the organizer of competitions. The Celestial Tavern system has linked to higher-level supply channels, introducing 5 new types of immortal wines: Blazing Body Refinement Wine, Bodhi Wine, Nirvana Mirror-Breaking Wine, 10,000 Swords Fantasy Wine, and 9 Revolution Soul-Washing Wine. The Celestial Mall system has initiated a transaction area for merit treasures. The Celestial Jar Shop system has officially joined, allowing the host to establish a genuine Celestial Jar Shop across the myriad realms. The teleportation portal has expanded to include not only the Dough World and Mortal Cultivation World but also the Youth Song World, Perfect World, Slime Otherworld, Sword Art Online World, Hunter World, Pirate World, Laughing Proudly and Jianghu World, Ninja Cat World, and Three Kingdoms World. The Invite Friends system has been upgraded, permitting the host to invite up to 3 companions while traversing different realms. The Puppet Master system has been enhanced, with the addition of the Puppet Pavilion in the system marketplace, which not only allows for the buying and selling of puppets, but also serves as a place for teaching and apprenticeship. The Cross-Dressing Master system has been upgraded, freeing the host from mandatory cross-dressing and allowing entry into the cross-dressing community to share experiences or trade various marvelous garments. Ding! The system has detected that Lin Pingji's wife, Yu Lingshan, has awakened the cosmetic system, leading to the establishment of the cosmetic shop in the system marketplace, where the host can temporarily acquire various abilities through makeup. Cross-dressing? Cosmetics? What are Lin Pingji and his wife up to? One is a cross-dressing master, while the other is responsible for applying makeup, proving that indeed, like attracts like. Do they not comprehend the true essence of marital duties? Such peculiarities. Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback by this sudden revelation. The 9th-tier Demon Tower has now unveiled a 10th level, the Realm of Comprehension. The Reincarnation system has been upgraded, allowing the host to issue reincarnation tokens, which possess the capability for 3 trials of reincarnation. This is quite advantageous, as it offers the opportunity to acquire merit energy. While being exploited is unpleasant, exploiting others presents no issue. However, the immediate priority remains addressing the impending danger. Although that fellow, Luo Tian, was merely at the 7th tier during our last encounter, I should be capable of handling him now. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to make some preparations. With a cautious demeanor honed over millennia, Mu Yun first acquired the newly introduced Celestial Wine, the Fiery Body Refinement Brew, and the Bodhi Wine from the tavern. He then donned an outfit designed to enhance enlightenment, a Bodhi bubble dress, and adorned himself with exquisite makeup. Taking out a small mirror, he examined his reflection from various angles, letting out a sigh. Alas, such innate beauty is hard to forsake. This young man was simply stunning. Finally, he ventured into the 10th level of the Demon Tower. In that moment, Mu Yun was utterly astonished by the spectacle before him. The 10th level of the tower was devoid of sky or ground. It existed as a vast, empty expanse of cosmic void. However, it was not entirely barren. It was suffused with the power of laws. And unlike the indistinct and imperceptible nature of such forces encountered elsewhere, here, the power of laws was remarkably solid, visible even to the naked eye. Indeed, the manifestation of such law power could likely be grasped even by a fool. Not to mention, my comprehension ability was now of an extraordinary caliber. Coupled with this feminine attire, exquisite makeup, and the Bodhi celestial wine, success was assured. Mu Yun continued to wander amidst the myriad of laws, his troubles starkly different from those of others. While they grappled with the inability to comprehend the laws, he was burdened by an overwhelming insight. Capable of grasping an abundance of laws, yet unsure of which to choose. After all, at his current level of cultivation, understanding too many laws might not necessarily be advantageous. It was imperative to first select the one that best suited him. Chapter 61. The First Battle of Laws in the Endless Maze. The Law of the Sword. Beginner. The Law of Space. Beginner. The Law of Stars. Beginner. The Law of Thunder. Beginner. The Law of Wind. Beginner. The Law of Fire. Beginner. The Law of Wood. Beginner. The Law of Metal. Beginner. The Law of Time. Beginner. The Law of Darkness. Beginner. The Law of Strength. Beginner. The Law of Devouring. Beginner. In a mere span of 7 days, he had attained the beginner level in 12 distinct laws. The reason he had not reached a more advanced understanding was not due to a lack of comprehension, but rather because the 10th tier of the cultivation space only provided access to laws of such a caliber. To delve into higher levels of law, he needed to unlock the 11th tier, which required another upgrade of the system, a daunting 10,000 units of merit energy, a sum he currently could not muster. Jingy. The reincarnation token can be issued, and although struck by the drifting bottle may claim it for free, announced through the drifting bottle group notification. However, the merit energy acquired must be split 50-50. Furthermore, the 10th level of the Demon Tower is now open. Anyone with a strength of 7th rank or above may enter to comprehend the laws, earning 10 units of merit energy per hour. A bounty has been posted for the acquisition of merit energy. 1 unit can be exchanged for 100,000 celestial coins, or one may opt for pills, artifacts, spiritual wines, and the like. In pursuit of merit energy, Mu Yun was resolute. This resource was vital not only for himself but even more so for the system. Departing from the system market, Mu Yun did not return to his home in the Douluo world, but instead appeared directly in the vastness of the cosmos. The figure in the black robe, Luo Tian, stood with hands clasped behind his back in the void, observing Mu Yun's sudden appearance with an air of nonchalance. As if he had been anticipating this moment, his eyes gleaming with palpable greed. "Ah, young one, it appears you possess great fortune. I am relieved not to have wasted time waiting here for you. If I am not mistaken, you are harboring something known as a system, are you not?" "Oh, so you are aware of the system," Mu Yun replied with a smile. He too was unfazed by Luo Tian's arrival. Had he not noticed the reincarnation mark on his shoulder flickering incessantly? This mark was meant to locate him, allowing Luo Tian to find him with ease. Of course, this was also Mu Yun's intention, while Luo Tian sought to seize the opportunities that belonged to him. Mu Yun aimed to eliminate this man who had set his sights on him. Otherwise, he could have easily erased the reincarnation mark with a mere unit of merit energy, a trivial cost indeed. Many within the reincarnation hall possessed this so-called system, and I have long coveted it. I never anticipated that today I would also have the fortune to acquire such an opportunity. Young one, I advise you to honestly surrender the opportunity bestowed upon you. At the very least, it may spare your life. Otherwise, the ensuing torment of soul extraction will reveal to you the most excruciating and brutal punishments across the myriad realms. Luo Tian approached Mu Yun with a sinister grin. "Ah, then I must congratulate you. I am not versed in the art of soul extraction, so you need only face death once, and it shall not be overly painful." Mu Yun's expression remained serene as he unsheathed the starry divine wood sword, a treasure he had successfully forged but never yet employed. A 4th-tier spirit treasure? Ah. For a rustic bumpkin hailing from a remote world, it is indeed a rarity to possess such a weapon. However, do you not find it somewhat laughable to wield a 4th-tier weapon against one of my caliber, who boasts late-stage 7th-tier strength? Upon gazing at the starry divine wood sword, the disdain in Luo Tian's eyes grew ever more pronounced. Mu Yun lightly waved his long sword, a cold smirk gracing his lips. As he imparted a lesson today, no matter one's station, the adage pride precedes a fall holds true. As his words echoed, Luo Tian was horrified to find that the figure of Mu Yun had suddenly vanished, leaving him enveloped in an abyss of darkness. Humph, a dark element spell. Merely a trivial technique, a mere illusion that deceives the eye. Witness my golden eye's divine power shatter it. Luo Tian closed his eyes, then opened them wide, unleashing 2 beams of golden light. Alas, the darkness remained unbroken, instead devouring the light entirely. Behold my Buddhist divine ability, the heavenly ear. Luo Tian's ears expanded suddenly, quivering incessantly. Regrettably, it bore no fruit. He retrieved a stack of talismans. The golden light talisman proved ineffective, the fire dragon talisman failed, and the holy light talisman was of no avail. As time waned, Luo Tian's agitation grew. "Come out if you possess any skill. Hiding like a rat in a sewer. What kind of creature are you?" At this moment, Mu Yun watched from a distance, amused by the spectacle of Luo Tian flailing about like an ant on a hot skillet. It seems that this Luo Tian is truly merely of the 7th rank. Otherwise, he would have realized by now that my realm of darkness embodies a higher echelon of the dark laws. To breach the domain of laws, one must wield the power of those very laws. Any force beneath them is utterly incapable of breaking through. Let us see how this unfolds. I hope you possess some hidden cards and can endure a bit longer, lest you be easily vanquished. A wicked smile played at the corners of Mu Yun's mouth as he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a luminous portal emerged before Luo Tian, who was enveloped in darkness, followed by a succession of additional portals. What do you intend to do, and what trickery is this? Luo Tian retreated, distancing himself from the mysterious portals. Who would dare to step through such bizarre and sudden apparitions? He was no fool. At that moment, a soft, shadowy paw emerged from the darkness, gently tapping his back. Without any sensation of force, Luo Tian was propelled like a cannonball into the portal. This is my newly developed and upgraded divine ability, Endless Maze. You shall assist me in testing it. Now, Luo Tian's expression turned grim. Upon entering the portal, he found himself not in darkness but in a vast, square expanse, at the center of which was another luminous portal. Before it stood a woman draped in a robe of starlit phoenix feathers, her eyes adorned with layers of golden scales. Challenger, are you prepared? Only by defeating me can you advance to the next stage. What nonsense is this? A mere 5th-tier shape-shifting creature dares to refer to itself as the seat before me? Die. Luo Tian, filled with pin-up fury, unleashed a sword strike, sending forth a colossal blaze of fiery energy. What of a 5th-tier shape-shifting creature? Did it consume your rice? To resort to violence right at the outset, how crude. The woman lightly gestured, commanding, release the 5th-tier bloodthirsty venomous bees, let him witness their might. Buzzing filled the air as 1, 2, then countless fist-sized bloodthirsty venomous bees materialized, swarming in overwhelming numbers, inducing a sense of dread in Luo Tian. The current insect queen had evolved significantly. Her true form had cultivated in the 10th level of the monster tower alongside Mu Yun, comprehending the laws of space and poison. This avatar possessed the strength of a 5th-tier late-stage entity, with all its minions exhibiting 5th-tier prowess, capable of wielding the power of the laws. These were no ordinary 5th-tier monsters. Chapter 62. An invitation to the shopkeeper unable to bear witness, Mu Yun observed as Luo Yun lay in the void, utterly defeated by an array of toxins. He was rendered lifeless, having failed even to surpass the insect queen's avatar, and it was a complete rout. He had succumbed to poison before the battle had even truly begun. Alas, it is said that overconfident soldiers are destined to fail, yet he still refuses to heed the lessons learned. To underestimate 5th-tier creatures capable of wielding the power of the laws. What audacity. As for the elementary poison laws, Mu Yun held no fear. After all, his physical form had reached the level of a human immortal, and these toxins would merely cause him discomfort for a brief period. Moreover, the ability of the meatball fruit could dispel such states of poisoning. However, it is clear that you are truly impoverished, possessing not a single card up your sleeve. Your plight is so dire that it is no wonder you sought to conspire against me. Regrettably for you, you have stumbled upon an immovable obstacle. After a thorough examination of the corpse, Mu Yun discerned that there was nothing of value on the individual. Thus, he nonchalantly returned to the Douluo world. Shortly after Mu Yun's departure, a black token began to rise slowly from Luo Yun's lifeless body, the reincarnation token. One of the token S functions is to transport a fragment of the user S soul, along with the accumulated merit energy, back to the Hall of Reincarnation upon their demise. Suddenly, a spatial rift materialized before the reincarnation token, which plunged into it and vanished. After which the rift sealed itself once more. A while later, Mu Yun's figure reappeared. Little one, I too possess the ability to pinpoint coordinates. With your return, the spatial coordinates of the Hall of Reincarnation are now mine to explore. I shall stealthily enter and discover the formidable systems that await my presence. Upon his return to the Douluo world, Mu Yun noticed a significant reduction in the population. His posted bounty tasks had begun to yield results. The once-dominant alien alliance now retained only a handful of members, as the majority had embarked on missions to accumulate merit energy. Rimuru and Ziyuan, accompanied by several capable subordinates, had departed for their original world in pursuit of merit energy. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, along with a few members of the Zhu family and some from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, had ventured to the mortal cultivation world for development. With the world having ascended, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had both attained the 4th rank, granting them sufficient strength for self-preservation, alleviating any concerns for their safety. Qian Ruxue and her group had also vanished, their whereabouts unknown, as she seemingly had mastered a method of traversing dimensions. Even Tang San and his companions were nowhere to be found. The instigator was undoubtedly the multiverse jar shop, which must have unveiled something peculiar once again. Speaking of the jar shop, Mu Yun strolled leisurely to its entrance. The current jar shop was a far cry from its former dilapidated state. It now exuded opulence both inside and out, with several staff members attending to business. The Alien Alliance, the Demon Nation Federation, the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School, the Spirit Hall, the Tiando Empire, and the Xingluo Empire were all thriving within the jar shop, which had experienced a remarkable rise in status. The most direct beneficiary of this transformation was undoubtedly the shopkeeper, Lin Fan, whose strength had astonishingly surged to the 8th rank of the Law Realm, matching Mu Yun's own. Shopkeeper Lin, it has been quite some time. Mu Yun swaggered into the celestial jar shop and casually took a seat beside Lin Fan. Well, isn't it true that you come here every week at the same time to smash jars? Lin Fan remarked with a raised brow, his irritation evident. Only this little brat would dare to exploit such a blatant loophole in the system by using shadow clones to smash jars. It was far from the first time. Previously, it had been Asuna and Rimuru, followed by a myriad of other beings, including numerous soul beasts transformed into human forms, all of whom were inextricably linked to this fellow. Nevertheless, despite the dubious nature of his actions, they had undeniably led to a significant boost in his own achievements and strength, prompting Lin Fan to turn a blind eye to Mu Yun's jar-smashing exploits. Higi, I must express my gratitude to Manager Lin for his guidance. Allow me to congratulate you on your ascension to the 8th tier of the Law Realm. Mu Yun clasped his fists and revealed a radiant smile. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that the little brat before him was, astonishingly, at the same 8th tier Law Realm as himself. Such a feat could not be achieved solely by one's own efforts, as he was well aware of the contents produced by his shadow clone. Moreover, what left him most astounded was that his invincible techniques, which rendered him supreme in the jar shop, proved utterly ineffective against this young child standing before him. Mu Yun's smile grew ever more radiant. Her conjecture had indeed proven true. There existed a hierarchical suppression among the systems. Her own system was now at level 4, while the Heavenly Jar shop was merely at level 3, rendering it powerless against her. By the way, I have come to present you with this item. Mu Yun produced a reincarnation token and handed it over. It was not an extraordinary item. It merely allowed individuals to enter the reincarnation trial and accumulate some merit energy. Are you interested in joining me? Lin Fan pondered for a moment. Suddenly his eyes sparkled with realization as he exclaimed, So that's it. I was wondering why business had declined of late. Many of those steadfast, otherworldly clients who used to visit weekly have mysteriously vanished. They must be laboring to earn merit energy for you, right? Well, it's not quite that simple. As your humble junior, I merely issued a bounty task. It's a win-win for everyone involved. Humph, the malevolent capitalist, a vampire exploiting the hardworking masses. Lin Fan indignantly accepted the reincarnation token, delighting in the thought of merit energy, which is indeed a precious asset, capable of achieving anything. After toiling for 2 months selling jars, he had barely managed to gather 10 portions of merit energy. Moreover, it wouldn't affect the business of the jar shop. He could simply create an external avatar to oversee the store, and perhaps even open a branch, truly a perfect solution. It's settled then. Tomorrow, you, me, and Asuna shall embark together. After leaving the jar shop, Mu Yun did not wander aimlessly but headed straight home. Asuna, I'm back. Will you accompany me to the reincarnation trial tomorrow? Upon his return, Mu Yun called out exuberantly, startling Asuna from her slumber. Seeing Asuna's eyes, dark like those of a panda, Mu Yun could only shake his head in disbelief. Asuna, you're pushing yourself too hard. There is no escaping the relentless demands of the mundane world. The business at the general store and the alchemy shop is flourishing, and I find myself overwhelmed. Asuna rubbed her panda-like eyes and replied, Business is unending, but one cannot exhaust oneself. I am not that nefarious capitalist. I've made a decision. I shall recruit a group of alchemists and grant you an extended vacation, so we can travel together. With a wave of his hand, Mu Yun took charge on behalf of Asuna. Asuna, however, wore a peculiar expression. Travel? A vacation? Was he serious? The last time she allowed herself a break was to the system bazaar, where she had to concoct all the elixirs in that vast apothecary hall by herself. The previous outing had taken her to the mortal realm of cultivation, where she was once again immersed in alchemy. Goodness! She had activated a 100-fold time flow and nearly exhausted herself. This time Chapter 63, The Altered World of the White Serpent in March. The picturesque West Lake unfolds its beauty, with spring rain resembling fine wine and willows shrouded in mist. During the Song Dynasty, in Hangzhou, by the shores of West Lake. At the Bowen Hall. Next door, a quaint little shop, the all-world jar store. "Hey, Brother Lin," I remarked. "Why are you in such a frantic rush to pack your things?" Nguyen gazed at Lin Fan with a mischievous smile, while Asuna stood nearby, stifling her laughter. What else could they do but flee? By Sujin and Xiaoqing, those two mischievous girls, had indeed led them into trouble. Stealing from the government treasury to assist Su Xian in opening a pharmacy was one thing, but now they had used that very treasury's funds to break my jar. With the matter now exposed, and Su Xian already apprehended, I certainly did not wish to be implicated. Hence, escape was imperative. And what about you? Will you not flee? Do not think I am unaware. The bar you two operate has seen numerous visits from Bai Sujin and Xiaoqing. The money spent there must have come from that same treasury, and do not presume that this matter will go unnoticed. The officials in this realm are not as inept as one might imagine. They possess a certain capability. Lin Fan's face betrayed a look of lingering trepidation. Mu Yun expressed his agreement, noting that the world manifested in this cycle of trials was the legend of the White Snake. Initially, they presumed it to be an ordinary realm, where the three of them, 2 8th-tier powerhouses and 1 7th-tier, could navigate with ease. However, to their astonishment, a demon-subduing division existed here, housing entities that even a millennia-old serpent demon like Bai Sujin regarded with trepidation. Bai Sujin's cultivation, a celestial demon above the 9th tier, rivaled that of human immortals. The fact that she remained silent while Su Xian was imprisoned and punished speaks volumes of the demon-subduing division's formidable strength. To be frank, Brother Lin, we are already prepared, and it goes beyond mere readiness. The very day Su Xian's predicament came to light, we had already made our escape. Everything happening in this bar is mere sleight of hand. We are but projections. Nguyen said with a grin. Good heavens, you lack martial virtue. You made your escape without so much as a word, Lin Fan retorted in indignation, pointing an accusing finger at the mischievous child before him. All right. The demon-subduing division is drawing near, so you'd best flee promptly. The current establishment of the Heavenly Jar Shop is merely at Tier 1 and may not withstand the might of the division's leader. The depths of this world run deep. We shall await you in Gusu, Muyan added before he and Asuna vanished like wraiths in a cloud of smoke. As for Lin Fan, he bore no great concern. As an 8th-tier master with myriad skills, escaping posed little challenge. Outside Gusu City, at Han Mountain Temple, a carriage sped along the official road under the cloak of night. Young master, miss, we are nearing Han Mountain Temple. The hour is late, and even if we hasten to Gusu, the city gates will not open. It would be prudent to spend the night at Han Mountain Temple and depart at dawn tomorrow, the driver said, his expression somewhat dazed. Very well. Let us rest at Han Mountain Temple. I have heard it is a renowned scenic spot as well. As the carriage curtains were drawn, Muyun appeared contemplative. The driver seems off. He was fine when we departed from Hangzhou, yet problems arose the moment we left, Asuna cautioned. Indeed, there is a presence of malevolence. This world is permeated with various sinister energies. Major state capitals likely possess protective formations, allowing ordinary folk to live unscathed, but once outside their protective embrace, the commoners become vulnerable to these dark forces, easily susceptible to demonic control, particularly at night. And what of this driver? Asuna's expression turned sympathetic. Fear not. He is merely under temporary control by a demon. Once we enter the state capital, the protective formations will naturally expel the malevolent energies within him. Or we may seek a venerable monk to perform an exorcism. A flicker of curiosity danced in Mu Yun's eyes. A demon? Are you referring to Hansan Temple? Indeed. Who would have imagined that such an ancient sanctuary, steeped in a millennium of history, would be overrun by malevolent spirits? By day it serves the Buddha, offering salvation to the masses, while by night it succumbs to darkness, bringing suffering to the living. As Mu Yun's fingertip reached out, a beam of light flashed through the gap in the curtains, revealing a tiny black bee, a manifestation of energy. As the little bee dissipated back into energy, Mu Yun's expression took on an odd quality. What is the matter? Has something happened? Asuna inquired with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing significant. It seems that members of the Demon Suppression Division have arrived at Han Mountain Temple ahead of us. Mu Yun replied cheerfully. The Demon Suppression Division, you say? Those individuals do not mobilize lightly. They must have received some news. Unfortunately, the information they obtained appears to be somewhat inaccurate, as they have only sent a mere 8th-tier 100-man, 2 7th-tier small flags, and a handful of 5th-tier officers. Yet, the Han Mountain Temple is guarded by a 9th-tier black bear spirit, accompanied by an 8th-tier bear demon and 7 7th-tier wild boar spirits, along with various other transformed creatures. It seems the Demon Suppression Division may be in for a misfortune this time. Muyun wore a grin, reveling in the misfortune of others. What shall we do? Shall we lend them a hand, or simply turn a blind eye? Asuna furrowed her brow, harboring a less than favorable impression of the Demon Suppression Division. On the very day she arrived in this realm, she had witnessed their members besieged by monstrous creatures in the wilderness. She had intervened to assist them. Only to be met with ingratitude, they promptly turned on her, accusing her of being a monster, despite her true nature as a beautiful and benevolent elf. We must assist. There's a familiar face among those officers, Li Gongfu, Su Xian's brother-in-law, who has even visited our bar for drinks, Muyun sighed. Oh, him. He was merely a low-ranking officer at first, but after indulging in potions at Manager Lin's and enjoying our spiritual liquor, he has astonishingly risen to a 5th-tier officer. He isn't even a member of the Demon Suppression Division. Does he dare to meddle in such extermination efforts? Is he courting danger? Asuna remarked with a puzzled pout. Most likely, he has been summoned by the Demon Suppression Division. Not only a mere 5th-tier officer, but even a provincial official would not dare to defy such orders. Perhaps it's for Su Xian's sake. He might be seeking to earn merits to save him. Let us hasten our pace. Those Demon Suppression Division members are indeed bold, charging in without reconnaissance. If we delay, Li Gongfu may find himself in peril. With a gentle flick of his finger, Muyun sent forth a beam of azure light that landed upon the steed. The once ordinary horse let out a thunderous neigh, its hooves stirring the wind. And the speed of the carriage surged tenfold, racing towards Han Temple like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Flames erupted as fiery crows sliced through the night sky, transforming the ancient temple into a blazing inferno in an instant. The Demon Suppression Division's standard equipment, the Flame Divine Crow, a crossbow capable of unleashing a barrage of fire arrows, was formidable in its destructive prowess, particularly in its capacity for environmental devastation. Chapter 64. The Treasure Hunt. Hey, monsters! I am Zhao Junjie, a 100-man commander of the Demon Suppression Division, here to eradicate you. You had better show yourselves and meet your demise. As a voice brimming with authority echoed through the night, Lin Junjie, the 100-man commander, made a grand entrance, standing in the void with his feet in midair. His long blade, entwined in flames, emitted a colossal fiery blade beam directed towards the depths of Han Temple. Roar with a furious bellow. A crimson cloud surged forth from the depths of the temple, extinguishing the fiery blade beam upon contact. Before Zhao Junjie stood a massive black bear, draped in a vibrant red kasaya adorned with golden threads that shimmered, creating an incongruous effect with its bear-like visage. Casting a glance at the sea of flames engulfing the temple, the bear flicked its kasaya, and the conflagration was snuffed out instantaneously, clearly indicating that this kasaya was a powerful treasure. Demon Suppression Division? Old Bear has no quarrel with you. Yet, you dare to cause a ruckus on my territory? Seeking death, are you? The black bear spirit glared down coldly at his adversaries. At this moment, Zhao Junjie's expression darkened. How could this be a 9th-tier demon beast? This was entirely at odds with the intelligence reports. What were those informants doing? Was this not a trap? Furthermore, the kasaya worn by the black bear spirit was evidently a Buddhist artifact of great merit. How could he possibly contend with a beast possessing such a treasure? If I were to say this is all a misunderstanding, and that I bear no ill will towards you, would you believe me? Zhao Junjie forced a grim smile, his demeanor faltering. Guess what? The black bear spirit brandished a massive Zen staff. Good heavens, there's even an offensive Buddhist treasure. Zhao Junjie exclaimed before swiftly turning and fleeing like a streak of light. Boy, don't run. You've desecrated my temple. Prepare to pay with your life. The black bear spirit transformed into a crimson cloud, pursuing him at breakneck speed. Run. As the 100-man commander fled, the remaining 2 subordinates wasted no time in taking flight. The remaining officers, however, found themselves in dire straits, encircled by a horde of demons before they could even take a few steps. This is it. We're doomed. Fair maiden, we shall meet again in the next life. Han, brother-in-law, I can no longer assist you. In despair, Li Gongfu drew his waist knife, bracing to fight the monsters. Suddenly, a carriage burst into the fray, sending 2 minor demons flying. Clang, clang, clang. Here I am, making a grand entrance. Brotherly, I hope I haven't arrived too late. Muyun leapt from the carriage, playfully making faces at Li Gongfu. Ah, little boss, what a surprise to see you here. How did you come to be in this place? Li Gongfu rubbed his eyes, struggling to believe what he was witnessing. Alas, do not even mention it. I have found myself entangled due to your family's Susian. Our families are so closely situated, and as a businessman who opens the door to trade, when he gets himself into trouble, it is inevitable that I, as his neighbor, would face repercussions. Thus, before I could be implicated further, my sister and I decided to pack our belongings and flee. On the delicate visage of Mu Yun lingered a profound sorrow, evoking within Li Gongfu a sense of guilt, as if his family had inadvertently ensnared another in their plight. Here was a person whose flourishing business had been jeopardized, forcing them to abandon everything and flee. The true crux of the matter lay in the fact that in this realm, Bai Sujin and Su Xian were indeed harbingers of great fortune. Without proximity to them, how could one harness the energy of virtue? But let us not dwell on such matters. Hasten to the carriage, for I shall assist you in your escape. What of my brothers, though? As Li Gongfu's words faltered, he found himself rendered speechless, for his companions had already boarded the carriage, leaving him behind. The vehicle was brimming with passengers, to the extent that even Asuna had to disembark. Li Gongfu assumed the role of the driver alongside the coachman, while Mu Yun and Asuna ascended to the roof of the carriage. Observing the relentless pursuit of the monstrous horde behind them, Mu Yun smiled and remarked, Asuna, I leave these foes to you. I shall confront the formidable one. With that, Mu Yun conjured an illusory doppelganger, while his true self slipped away silently. Oh, you shall not escape so easily. Two treasures of virtue from the Buddhist realm. Within them lies an abundance of merit far surpassing the meager gains from selling spirit wine. Before long, Mu Yun spotted the Black Bear Spirit and the magistrate Zhao Junjie from the Demon Suppression Division. It was unavoidable. These two figures, one adorned in a resplendent cassock, the other accompanied by a tempest of fiery crows, were conspicuous against the backdrop of the obsidian night, making it nearly impossible to overlook them. Well, remarkably, they remain unvanquished, albeit under duress. Mu Yun discerned that although the captain of the Demon Suppression Division displayed a certain level of foolishness, he still possessed a hidden card. The 9th-tier demon beast, the Black Bear Spirit, wielded an offensive treasure of virtue, yet was unable to breach his defenses, instead treating him like a mere plaything, tossing him about in the air. Of course, Zhao Junjie's fiery assaults proved utterly ineffectual against the Black Bear Spirit, primarily due to the robe that absorbed flames and boasted formidable defensive capabilities, leaving Zhao Junjie at a complete loss. Mu Yun did not act immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he decided that it was best to quietly amass his fortune. The Dark Law, the realm of eternal night. Darkness descended, and both the Black Bear Spirit and Zhao Junjie were instantly paralyzed, utterly deprived of not only sight but all senses. A sensation too terrifying to endure. Who dares? Come forth. You wretched bear. I have my lineage to back me. My ancestors are the illustrious Black Wind Immortal of Black Wind Cave on Black Wind Mountain. Bang! The panicking Black Bear Spirit could not finish his sentence before a sharp pain struck the back of his head, plunging him into darkness as he collapsed to the ground. Come at me if you dare. Mu Yun seized the Kasaya and the Zen staff, initially intending to eliminate the Black Bear Spirit. However, upon reconsideration, he sensed that this creature seemed to possess some backing. It might even have connections to procure treasures of merit. Thus, it would be wiser to nurture it for the time being rather than extinguish its life immediately. With the treasures secured, Mu Yun departed without a second thought, showing no interest in the bumbling Zhao Junjie from the Demon Suppression Division. The treasures of the Demon Suppression Division were untouchable, neither could they be exchanged for merit energy, and they might attract unnecessary troubles. As dawn broke the following day, the darkness that enveloped the area finally dissipated. The Black Bear Spirit, having sustained a considerable blow to its head and stripped of its belongings, suddenly awoke. Upon opening its eyes, it was met with the sight of Zhao Junjie from the Demon Suppression Division, poised to strike. Enraged, it bellowed, "Damn the Demon Suppression Division! How dare they ambush your esteemed bear? I shall slay you." And thus, a fierce battle ensued between man and beast. This time, Zhao Junjie was well equipped, while the Black Bear Spirit was barehanded and devoid of any treasures, relying solely on its tough hide in combat. The tables turned quickly. Despite the Black Bear Spirit being a level higher, it found itself howling in distress, its once glossy fur marred by burns. "You shall pay for this, Demon Suppression Division. You have stolen my treasures, and this is far from over." With that, the Black Bear Spirit fled. "Ha ha ha. Come at me if you dare. Remember, it is I, Zhao Junjie of the Demon Suppression Division, who has bested you." Chapter 65. The Three Sovereign Ancestors Gathering. How did it go? What did you achieve? On top of the carriage, Mu Yun suddenly felt a jolt as his true form returned. I gathered over 600 portions of merit energy. After tallying, I found that killing a 7th-tier wild boar spirit yields 50 portions of merit energy, while a 6th-tier beast provides 20. Anything below that is scarcely worth mentioning. Asuna stated matter-of-factly, "What about the 8th-tier black bear spirit? Surely you could defeat it?" Indeed, it was weaker than I anticipated, though it was an 8th-tier entity. It failed to unleash any formidable attacks. I am uncertain why it refrained from doing so. Its physical form, however, was robust. My wind-based attacks could not inflict fatal damage, which ultimately allowed it to escape. Asuna sighed. That bear was essentially a tank. No matter how I struck, it would not fall. If not for a fortunate wind blade striking its nasal weak point, I might have faced a reversal. Mian pondered the 9th-tier black bear spirit that had robbed him, recalling that it too had not employed any substantial attacks throughout the encounter. Despite wielding a treasure staff, it relied solely on brute force, using a few minor spells that were inherent to the staff itself, appearing as though it possessed no capabilities of its own. It seemed that the beasts of this realm lacked depth. What of the black bear spirit you pursued? Surely you didn't let it escape? Impossible. When I act, failure is not an option. Those 2 treasures of merit were reclaimed, though I chose not to kill that bear, opting instead to play the long game and catch a bigger fish. Having smoothly entered the city of Suzhou, I followed the esteemed Li Gongfu home, for he is, after all, a benefactor of my life. It seems only reasonable to accompany him for a meal, does it not? Sister Su Xian, Su Jiaorong, is quite the culinary expert. I had the pleasure of dining at their residence during my time in Hangzhou. Oh, how delightful. What brings you 2 siblings to Suzhou? Su Jiaorong exclaimed upon spotting her acquaintances, Mu Yun and Asuna. Her joy was palpable, as she had recently relocated and was still acclimatizing to her new surroundings, often lacking companionship for conversation. Ah, as the saying goes, a tree may wither, but a person can thrive. We are in the business of hospitality. Does it truly matter where we establish a tavern? Little Mu Yun replied with a sage-like demeanor. I wonder how Manager Lin is faring. His peculiar jar shop was quite intriguing, often yielding odd and wondrous items. Previously, Hanwen had unearthed a stethoscope and a medical tome there. Treasures indeed. Upon mentioning Su Xian, Su Jiaorong's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears as she clenched her teeth, lamenting, My poor brother. Who was the scoundrel that stole the treasury, leaving Hanwen to bear the blame? Enough of your lamentations. Hanwen is no longer in peril. It is said that the stolen treasury and treasures have been returned, and the authorities are no longer pursuing the matter. All suspects have been released, and soon Hanwen shall be reunited with us. Are you raising your voice at me? Su Jiaorong sprang up, tugging at Li Gongfu's ear. Is there no justice when the officials can arrest at will and release on a whim? What is to become of Hanwen? Do you dare to prevent his release? Observing this lively exchange between the quarreling yet affectionate pair, Mu Yun tentatively inquired, By the way, did Sister Bai and Little Qing not accompany you to Suzhou? I have not seen them. They have arrived. They are reopening Baoyitang at the street corner, eagerly awaiting Hanwen's return to commence operations. Speaking of Bai Suzhen and Xiao Qing, Su Jiaorong could hardly contain her admiration, extolling their unwavering loyalty during Su Xian's tribulations, and their ability to uphold the family business. Such qualities would render them exemplary wives in any era. How splendid! After we finish our meal, let us take a stroll nearby and seek a venue to resume our old trade of operating a tavern. You, so young, have chosen to embark on this path. Yet the spirits in your establishment are truly remarkable. I have indulged twice, and now my back is no longer sore, nor do my legs ache. It feels as though I have regained several years of youth. Indeed, running a tavern inevitably brings one into contact with a myriad of people from all walks of life. Gongfu, do take care to look after little Yun Yun and Nana, and ensure they are not taken advantage of. Su Jiaorong solemnly addressed Li Gongfu. However, she remained oblivious to the peculiar expression that crossed his face. He had witnessed the harrowing night where hundreds of terrifying beasts pursued them. The enchanting young lady, Asuna, was a formidable force, wielding an array of elemental spells with remarkable prowess. She effortlessly dismantled the 7 powerful 7th-tier boar spirits, leaving a trail of destruction in her wake. While lesser beasts met a grim fate, even the 8th-tier black bear spirit was forced to retreat. Her ferocity was truly astonishing. You expect me to look after her? Huh. After indulging in a delightful feast, Asuna and Mu Yun began to meander leisurely, soon spotting the Baoa Hall at the street corner. The establishment remained firmly closed. Yet Mu Yun couldn't help but notice a few idle onlookers gathering nearby, casting furtive glances towards Baoa Hall. Goodness, had the Baoa Hall already attracted attention even before its grand opening? Mu Yun was not one to meddle in affairs that did not concern him, yet once he set his sights on something, he pursued it with determination. After all, he had the formidable presence of a great white snake at his disposal, imposing and fearsome enough to instill terror. Ultimately, Mu Yun secured a shop diagonally across from Baohatting, investing a substantial sum to acquire it. The location was ideal, a two-story building that offered a lofty vantage point and an expansive view, perfect for observing the unfolding drama around him. Once he hung the sign for a mortal's drunken tavern, it was too long before Mu Yun noticed that the street rogues, who had previously fixated on Baohatting, began to shift their attention towards his establishment. What was going on? In response, Mu Yun swiftly dispatched a legion of diligent bloodthirsty wasps. His reconnaissance troops, for knowledge was power, understanding both friend and foe was essential for triumph. Before long, Mu Yun uncovered the origins of these individuals. They were part of the San Wang Ancestor Association, a grassroots organization that had endured for centuries. Originally established to benefit the citizens of the city through charitable deeds and virtuous acts. However, as with many noble endeavors that linger over time, it had succumbed to decay and corruption. Today, it had transformed into a monopolistic guild controlling the medical industry. Those who conformed thrived, while those who opposed faced dire consequences. They not only suppressed dissenting voices and rival practitioners but also monopolized the raw materials for pharmaceuticals, often substituting inferior products that led to fatal consequences for patients. The reason Mu Yun had attracted their attention was due to alcohol. The San Wang Ancestor Association not only dominated the medical sector but also monopolized the brewing industry. It was no wonder that as soon as his sign was displayed, those individuals, like wasps drawn to nectar, gravitated towards him. With a slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth, Mu Yun revealed a mischievous smile. How delightful! The Three Sovereigns gathering has endured for so long. It must be quite prosperous, wouldn't it? Chapter 66. The goods arrive. Met with a sudden demise, the finest hunters often present themselves in the guise of their prey. Bang! The door was forcefully kicked open, and a group of ruffians staggered in, clamoring for wine. Bring me some drinks. I want to indulge. Asuna furrowed her brows and approached them. Esteemed guest, our establishment has yet to officially commence operations. I don't care. Oh, the young lady here appears quite charming. Come. Accompany me for a couple of drinks. I have plenty of money. Why not follow me from now on? I guarantee you a life of sumptuous indulgence. Mu Yun's gaze was frigid as he spoke with a detached tone. Asuna, throw them out for me, but do ensure they remain alive. Oh. And that leg that kicked down our door, cut off the finger that pointed at you. With a series of piercing screams, a whirlwind enveloped them, casting them far away. While their fate of survival remained uncertain, however, broken limbs seemed inevitable. Asuna, this little establishment is far too fragile. Please reinforce it with some magical barriers. It appears that the grand formation of Gusa City has some issues, as it has allowed a considerable number of malevolent entities to infiltrate. Mu Yun furrowed her brow slightly, her piercing spirit eyes flickering as she observed the ominous aura enveloping the skies above Gusu City. Such a phenomenon should, under normal circumstances, be utterly impossible. Gusa City is a vast metropolis, fortified by formidable protective formations and overseen by the Demon Suppression Division, which boasts 5 officers of the 9th rank. The fact that so many malevolent entities could infiltrate without detection is indeed perplexing. Among these nefarious beings, there are 3 whose powers rival that of Shaoqing. By Suzhen, whose cultivation was guided by the Bodhisattva Guanyin, possesses an almost imperceptible demonic energy, while Shaoqing has skillfully concealed her own. The mystery lies in how these formidable demons managed to infiltrate. Interestingly, Mu Yun discovered that the 3 major demons were positioned at the general's mansion. The Three Sovereigns Ancestor Society and the Demon Suppression Division. While the Three Sovereigns Ancestor Society has become a haven for corruption, secretly harboring demons for dubious purposes. It is the presence of formidable demons within both the General's Mansion and the Demon Suppression Division that raises alarming questions. The General's Mansion is home to the illustrious General Huyen Wuma, renowned for his countless battles against demons, having cultivated an extraordinary barrier against demonic forces. Any ordinary demon would be reduced to ashes before even approaching him. The notion that one could infiltrate his mansion is incredulous. As for the Demon Suppression Division, it is even more absurd. This institution is tasked with combating such threats, yet it appears to have been infiltrated. Mu Yun had no intention of meddling in these affairs, provided they did not impede her pursuit of accumulating merit and energy. Let others contend with their troubles. Asuna, it is time for you to upgrade as well. Go indulge in a bottle of boundary-breaking wine, and then venture once more into the 10th level of the Demon Tower to grasp the elemental laws. Miyun felt a twinge of envy towards Asuna and her elven form, as they could effortlessly comprehend all elemental laws, and with the blessing of the Elven King. The power of these laws was amplified manifold. And Yumo? Asuna's beautiful eyes flashed with concern. As for me, I plan to venture into the Three Sovereigns' Grand Assembly tonight. Previously, I only extracted 7,000 units of merit energy from the sacred treasures, the robe, and the staff, leaving me a tad short of the requirements for a system upgrade. Thus, I intend to procure some resources from the assembly. Do exercise caution. I shall return as swiftly as I can. Fear not. Are you not aware of my capabilities? Even the legendary Baisujan, a deity among fairies, could not best me. What could a mere Three Sovereigns Grand Assembly possibly do to me? Muyun assured her confidently. He had previously gauged his strength against Baisujan and discovered that in this realm, her abilities were significantly suppressed, even in her true form. She could only manifest the power of an earth immortal, yet she posed no threat to him. His void law seemed to hold considerable sway here. As night descended, Muyun transformed his appearance, donning the Thousand Illusions mask and a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated his figure. The Dark Night Queen's attire, a celestial-grade garment, offered effects of invisibility, allure, and immunity to magical damage. The cross-dressing was powerful, yet it carried a hint of embarrassment, had Asuna not departed. Muyun would have felt somewhat shy about wearing it. Before long, he stealthily infiltrated the Three Sovereigns' Grand Assembly, spending an hour within to locate two areas rich in merit energy. The first was the Grand Hall, dedicated to the revered founder of the assembly, the medical ancestor Shinno. Muyun circled the entrance several times but ultimately hesitated to enter, sensing that within the hall, alongside the veneration of Shinno, lay a sword imbued with a dangerously potent sword intent. Muyun suddenly recalled that the legendary Sanwang Ancestor Society seemed to have some connection with El Dongbin. This terrifying sword intent was likely left behind by El Dongbin, and he knew he must steer clear of such ominous fate. Subsequently, he stealthily entered the bedroom of Zhang Din, the leader of the Sanwang Ancestor Society. Upon noticing a painting of the 8 steeds adorning the wall, Muyun was aware that there was a concealed compartment behind it. However, he refrained from unveiling the painting to access the hidden space, for he recognized that a magical array had been set in place. Although not particularly formidable, triggering it would undoubtedly result in a thunderous commotion. As a civilized individual, he had come to procure goods, not to engage in bloodshed or treasure hunting. Muyun pondered for a moment, then raised his hand to outline a miniature door, subsequently reaching inside to retrieve a package. He chuckled softly, appreciating how the ability of the door fruit could be utilized in such a clever and inconspicuous manner. Muyun unwrapped the package. Inside, he discovered a peachwood sword, a ceremonial sword strung with copper coins, a talisman, a golden bell, and a small golden chime. Each item was a remarkable magical artifact, more than capable of confronting the demons and spirits beneath the realm of human immortals. Muyun harbored little interest in the artifacts themselves. Rather, his fascination lay in the profound merit energy they contained. Each of these artifacts surpassed the merit energy enshrined within the Black Bear Spirit's cassock and staff. Without hesitation, Muyun extracted the profound merit energy contained within, successfully transferring a substantial 30,000 units of merit energy to the system, a remarkable bounty. After this extraction, he carefully rewrapped the 5 treasures and returned them to their previous location. Although these treasures remained usable, their efficacy had likely diminished significantly. Having completed this task, Muyun circled back to the Grand Hall of the Three Sovereigns Ancestor Association, feeling a twinge of reluctance. How could one depart from a treasure mountain empty-handed? It was imperative to give it a try. Muyun stealthily entered the Grand Hall, and the moment he stepped inside, the candles flickered violently. Goodness, could it be? I haven't done anything yet. Sensing the impending danger, Muyun swiftly retreated, only to witness a radiant sword beam of pure yang slicing towards him. Without a word, Muyun manifested a spatial rift behind him and immediately leaped through it, reappearing outside the city of Gusu. Just when he thought he was safe, his expression abruptly changed. The starry divine wood sword materialized in his hand as he swiftly turned and struck. The sword of heaven and earth. Boom. Chapter 67, Devouring Sword Intent. The Demon Suppression Division emerges. To his astonishment, the entity had followed him through the spatial rift. Muyun was sent flying for several hundred meters. Casting a glance at his charred right hand, where he could even detect the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat, seasoned with a hint of cumin, ready to be plated. The pure yang sword radiance, perfected in the principles of fire and swordsmanship, was indeed formidable, a testament to the prowess of El Dongbin, whose lingering sword intent was so potent. With a piercing cry, the sword radiance soared skyward, transforming into a fiery phoenix. Goodness, the sword intent taking form was remarkable. One strike would suffice, yet it seemed relentless, a battle to the death. With another cry, the phoenix flapped its wings, releasing a cascade of fiery feathers. The vast ocean bottle. Muyun hastily summoned the vast sea bottle, unleashing a curtain of water. Binding path of 81, void barrier. A wall of emptiness stood before him. And then he exchanged his sword for the demonic blade, 1,000 blades. Awaken, 1,000 blades, and unleash your true form, Orange Cat Sword Maiden. True Sunfire, the Law of Flames. Sea of Fiery Blossoms. The immense demonic blade, 1,000 blades, in the hands of the Orange Cat Sword Maiden shattered into countless fiery petals, surging forth. With fire against fire. Though the level of the law may not match yours, this is true Sunfire. It should be able to withstand it, shouldn't it? Muyun narrowed his eyes, gazing at the fiery phoenix soaring high in the sky. As long as this creature was present, there would always be a counterattack. I, the young master, shall not merely endure blows without retaliation. Suddenly, a portal of light appeared behind him, silently enveloping him. In the next instant, chains emerged from the void behind the phoenix. The dark law, the devouring law, the demon binding chains. Caught off guard, the phoenix was swiftly ensnared. At that moment, Muyun leaped forth from the void and without hesitation, cast a golden ring that securely encircled the phoenix. The 8th soul ring. The world of all things and the sword of forest. Rather than a mere soul ring, it was more akin to a divine sword technique bestowed by the heavens. What of the celestial's sword intent? Ultimately, it is but a rootless weed, destined to become nourishment for my divine technique. The phoenix struggled for over an hour, but eventually, its strength waned, and it was ultimately consumed by the world of all things and the sword of forest. In the celestial realm, amidst a convivial gathering with the flower fairy, Eldombin suddenly furrowed his brow and began calculating with his fingers. What troubles you, pure young Jinren? The flower fairy inquired with curiosity. It is nothing. Merely a trace of sword intent I left in the mortal realm has been refined by someone. It is not of great concern, Eldombin replied nonchalantly. For him, the Grand Ancestor meeting was but a minor episode during the tribulations of transformation. Having severed ties upon returning to the celestial realm as one of the 8 immortals, it no longer bore any significance. What mattered to him was that the sword intent should have returned once its energy was depleted. He had hoped to discern who possessed the audacity to refine the pure young Jinren's sword intent, but upon calculation, he found the celestial mechanisms of that world to be chaotic, yielding no results. Meanwhile, Muyun had quietly returned to the celestial drunken tavern. The earlier commotion had been rather loud, potentially attracting unnecessary trouble. Indeed, he was not mistaken. Shortly after his departure, several high-ranking officials from the Suzhou Demon Control Division arrived at the scene. Judging by the lingering aura, it was evident that a battle of Earth Immortal caliber had taken place. Such levels of conflict were rare in the Suzhou domain. Could it be that a demon or celestial being had emerged from the Great Mountain? Unlikely. As our Demon Control Division has a covenant with them, any being of demon or celestial rank must notify us in advance upon entering the Great Song domain. And they are prohibited from utilizing powers above the celestial rank. This aura bears a striking resemblance to the sword intent left by pure young Jinren at the Grand Ancestor meeting. Indeed, it is somewhat similar, if it is genuine. I find myself curious about the opposing party, as surviving under that sword intent is no ordinary feat. Let us refrain from wild conjectures and proceed directly to the Grand Ancestor meeting to ascertain the truth. In the Grand Hall of the Three Sovereigns sect in Suzhou, Zhang Dinan, the leader of the sect, gazed in despair at the empty pedestal that once held the pure young sword intent. Overcome with emotion, he collapsed in tears. This formidable weapon had been the sect's greatest asset. As long as it remained, even the demons and malevolent spirits dared not provoke them, and officials from the provincial government, the military, and the Demon Suppression Division would afford the Three Sovereigns sect a measure of respect. In the past, when calamities befell the innocent and they sought justice, upon learning it was the Three Sovereigns sect involved, matters would invariably be downplayed. Now that the weapon was gone, would they still receive such deference? What troubled him further was that the 9th-tier demon he had secretly nurtured would no longer heed him without the deterrent of the pure yang sword intent. Lord of the Demon Suppression Division, you must uphold justice for the Three Sovereigns sect. You must apprehend the thief who stole the sword intent. Observing Zhang Duan's lamentations, a captain from the Demon Suppression Division remarked with keen interest, "Very well, let us start our investigation within the Three Sovereigns sect. From my experience, such cases often involve an insider." Zhang Duan's expression shifted dramatically. Investigating the Three Sovereigns sect? Surely this would spell his doom if the ninth-tier demon were discovered. No, no. Let us forego the investigation into the Three Sovereigns sect. Don't you possess a magical artifact known as the Reversal Glass Sphere? Use that to determine who entered the hall at midnight. Ah, so you are aware of the Reversal Glass Sphere. Consider yourself fortunate. A captain from the Demon Suppression Division produced a fist-sized glass sphere, and the four of them positioned themselves according to the cardinal directions, commencing their incantations. The sphere began to display a vivid replay of the events that transpired in the hall. Soon, they witnessed the moment when Muyan entered the hall. Pursued relentlessly by the pure young-sword intent. To their astonishment, the intruder was a woman, curvaceous and strikingly beautiful, appearing quite youthful. What was she wearing? It was utterly scandalous. He wondered where one might procure such attire. He too desired a piece. Count me in. I want one as well. What would a grown man want with that? Are you a pervert? Of course, it would be for my little Chui to wear. It would surely be quite the sight. You all are merely dreaming. The fabric of that garment is extraordinary. It may very well be a treasure. It is said that the celestial weaver of the heavenly court excels in crafting garments. Her creations are not only beautiful but possess various miraculous abilities, surpassing even magical artifacts. They are exceedingly rare, even in the heavenly court. Zhang Duan was at a loss. His plight exacerbated by the seeming incompetence of the Demon Suppression Division as they fixated on the thief's attire rather than determining her identity and apprehending her. However, the next scene rendered everyone in the Demon Suppression Division, including Zhang Duan, utterly speechless, exchanging incredulous glances. Did she just enter a spatial rift? Am I seeing things? A scream emanated from the Demon Suppression Division. You read that correctly. Not only did she plunge into it, but even the pure yang sword intent pursued her. In this chaotic realm, who would dare to engage in spatial traversal? Does she not fear the turbulence of space? Zhang Dan found himself momentarily stunned, suddenly pivoting and fleeing. Space? A thief? No, it cannot be. It must not be. He hurried back to his chamber, opened the hidden compartment, and retrieved the bundle. Upon unwrapping it, he discovered that the 5 treasures remained intact, which brought him a sigh of relief. These treasures were hard-earned over many years of his stewardship in the 3 Emperor Ancestor Society and constituted the foundation of his standing. Without strength, he could be ousted from the seat of leadership at any moment. This matter should indeed be reported. A celestial being adept at spatial traversal is beyond our capacity to handle. I concur. I disagree. This individual has not committed any egregious act. Is it truly necessary to disturb our esteemed leader over such a trivial matter? I too dissent. Our esteemed leader is exceedingly busy, currently pursuing the earthbound demon, Faceless, and another of the same caliber, masked, and is quite occupied. I oppose as well. I do not wish to be scolded by our leader. With a vote of 3-2, the incident was temporarily set aside and would not be reported. We shall remain vigilant in our daily observances and conduct discreet investigations. As the 5 chief officers of the Demon Suppression Division dispersed, Mu Yun remained oblivious to the fact that the appearance of the cross-dressing giant had allowed him to evade a significant crisis. Gender, stature, age, and appearance were all mismatched. It was indeed remarkable that the Demon Suppression Division could locate Mu Yun, now that the merit energy was sufficient. Mu Yun eagerly upgraded the system and then entered the 11th level of the Demon Tower, where he grasped the laws to a minor completion, thus elevating his strength by a tier. Mu Yun age, 8 cultivation level. Initial stage of 9th rank life level. Human immortal physique. Void sword body. Illusory spirit eye comprehension. Heavenly grade fortune. Mythical grade understanding of laws. Minor mastery of stellar law. Minor mastery of thunder law. Minor mastery of wind law. Minor mastery of wood law. Minor mastery of time law. Minor mastery of force law. Major mastery of sword law. Major mastery of space law. Major mastery of fire law. Major mastery of metal law. Major mastery of darkness law. Major mastery of devouring law. Indeed, 6 of the great laws have reached major mastery. This pure yang sword intent of Lu Dongbin is truly a remarkable treasure. Mu Yun, exhilarated, licked his lips as he uncovered a swift pathway to elevate his mastery of the laws. Truly, the voracious power bestowed upon him by the dark demon evil god Tiger allowed him to effortlessly seize the fruits of others' endeavors. Having ascended to the level of devouring the laws, his prowess had magnified significantly. Within the grand hall of the 3 sovereigns' ancestral masters, there resided a clay body of the divine Shenong. Might consuming it yield substantial benefits as well? Mu Yun's heart stirred as he aimed at the Shenong statue. The Shenong clan, known for their broad-mindedness, would likely not impose any punishment for a minor transgression. Moreover, It was rumored that his true form was ensnared within the fire cloud cave, and the mud-bodied avatar outside could not be overly formidable, true to his feline nature. That reckless heart began to stir once again. Upon returning to the Immortals' drunken pavilion, Asuna had already arrived. Utilizing her broken illusion spirit eye, she assessed her attributes, which startled Mu Yun. Asuna had astonishingly reached the 9th tier of power, mastering all elemental laws, each to a minor accomplishment. Mu. I initially intended to comprehend the laws to a foundational level before returning, but I was suddenly drawn by the emergence of the 11th floor of the Demon Tower. With sufficient merit energy at my disposal, I ventured in. You don't hold it against me, do you? Asuna said, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Unlike Mu Yun, who could enter the Demon Tower without any cost, she required additional merit energy for her journey. How could I? This realm still harbors numerous formidable foes. Your strength is undoubtedly an asset. Besides, it's merely a trifling expense. I've recently struck it rich, acquiring several tens of thousands of merit energy at the Three Sovereigns Ancestor Conference. Mu Yun appeared quite self-satisfied, exuding an air of arrogance. Suddenly, Asuna's expression turned peculiar, as if she were struggling to suppress her laughter. What is it? Your expression inexplicably fills me with unease, Mu Yun said, his eyes filled with confusion. Asuna produced a piece of paper, barely containing her amusement as she handed it to Mu Yun. Since you stealthily infiltrated the Three Sovereigns Ancestor Society last night and made quite a significant gain, this individual must surely be you. Mu Yun unfurled the paper, and in that instant, he felt as if his head had been struck by thunder. It was over. He was doomed. His little secret had been discovered by the very person he least wanted to find out. The paper bore the following message, a wanted notice for the black-clad female thief, who infiltrated the San Huang Ancestor Association to steal the essence of the Pure Yang Sword. Her ability to traverse space is notable. Should anyone encounter her, please report to the Demon Suppression Division for a generous reward. Accompanying the notice was an image of Mu Yun from last night, dressed as a woman in an oversized outfit. Rather than an illustration, it resembled a photograph, strikingly accurate, especially the Night Queen's Night Stalker outfit. It depicted a figure with alluring curves, undeniably seductive. Hee, Mu, your marvelous clothing shop has unveiled a new item. I've never seen this particular women's attire before, Asuna remarked with a playful smile, her beautiful eyes fixed on Mu Yun, seemingly anticipating something. Humph, these annoying folks from the Demon Suppression Division are truly bothersome. I merely strolled through the San Huang Ancestor Association. What business is it of theirs? Why must they meddle unnecessarily? And that San Huang Ancestor Association, claiming I stole the essence of the Pure Yang Sword. It's absurd. I was the one being hunted, after all. Although the end result did indeed fall into my hands. Being wronged is still being wronged. I shall not let this slide. I must pay them another visit. Mu Yun concocted an excuse for his second venture into treasure theft. Asuna suddenly interjected, her eyes sparkling with excitement, inquiring if he would still don that enchanting female attire. She insisted on accompanying him. Mu Yun's delicate face flushed with a vibrant hue. There was no need for further discussion. Of course, she would adorn herself with it. Invisibility, allure, immunity to magical damage. These attributes were nothing short of divine for a rogue. How could she possibly resist? As for you, it's best to refrain. The enforcers of the Demon Suppression Division are exceptionally astute, and your striking beauty would render you an obvious target. Even if you resorted to disguise, you would still be easily identified. Furthermore, your lack of proficiency in spatial traversal could leave you cornered, unable to escape. It is far safer for me to act alone. Mu Yun resolutely rejected Asuna's eager gaze. It was a jest, after all, to don women's attire, particularly the alluring Night Queen's outfit, which would significantly tarnish his illustrious image. Very well then, when do you intend to set off? Asuna replied with a hint of resignation. While she was adept at cultivating, alchemy, and combat, she acknowledged her lack of skill in spatial traversal, fearing she would only hinder their progress. Seize the moment. I plan to take action that very night. The Demon Suppression Division will undoubtedly be caught off guard. Just as they issue a warrant, I shall strike again, delivering a resounding blow to their pride. Mu Yun harbored an intense disdain for the wanted poster, deeming it an everlasting disgrace. The Demon Suppression Division shall meet their misfortune. Chapter 69. The Earth Sovereign Shenong. The resounding clang of gongs shattered the tranquility of Gusa City, as a multitude of torches formed a luminous serpentine line, illuminating a significant portion of the town. Black-clad female thieves, you have been encircled. My esteemed Three Sovereigns Ancestor Society has ensnared you in an intricate web. Fortunately, the ancestor forewarned us, or else your mischief would have succeeded once more. The personnel from the Demon Suppression Division are en route, and should you fall into their grasp, you will find yourself in a predicament from which there is no escape. Within the grand hall of the Three Sovereigns Ancestor Society, Muyun helplessly gazed upon an elderly man with a white beard. "Dear ancestor," he lamented, "is this truly necessary? I have yet to commit any wrongdoing. Yet you have manifested your presence. To traverse such a distance, as a powerful figure of the quasi-saint realm, is it solely to apprehend a mere child like myself? Are you truly so unoccupied that we cannot indulge in a little merriment?" At this moment, Muyun was engulfed in profound frustration. Having considered every aspect except for the divine image of Shinnon behind the offering table, the formidable powers of the semi-saint could effortlessly deduce his intentions merely by calculating with their fingers. Just as he was about to pilfer some merits, he found himself ensnared. His disguise unraveling completely, revealing his true self. The entire space became frozen, severing any escape routes. Ultimately, the clay body of the came to life, approaching Muyun with a languid grace. With a mere glance, Muyun felt as though he had been stripped bare, utterly exposed inside and out. At such a tender age, daring to steal from my merits? Nay, I have pilfered nothing. Muyun vehemently shook his head, vehemently denying the accusation. Your prowess was simply insufficient for the theft to succeed. Thus, it can only be deemed an attempt. Might the venerable ancestor show mercy and overlook my transgression? He stole a glance at the elder, whose benevolent visage suggested a disposition inclined towards leniency. Do not address me as venerable ancestor. You are not like those ruffians outside, incessantly calling me that, which is quite repugnant. The Earth Sovereign's eyes narrowed, revealing a palpable disdain. Then shall I call you Grandfather Jiang? You certainly know how to climb the ladder of flattery. However, before we proceed, I must ascertain whether you are affiliated with the Hall of Reincarnation. The Earth Sovereign's tone was even, a subtle yet potent mental force firmly locking onto Muyun. I am not. I have no connection to the Hall of Reincarnation whatsoever. Muyun's gaze was clear, presenting himself as a paragon of honesty. The first part of your statement is true. Indeed, you are not one of them. But the latter part is somewhat embellished, as there is still a thread of causality entwined. However, this does make sense. In a realm permeated by calamity, the denizens of the Hall of Reincarnation dare not engage in trials, particularly those who have ascended to immortality. In such a place, a careless action could lead to dire consequences if one were to become tainted by calamity. Calamity? What calamity? Muyun inquired with palpable anxiety. What was initially a minor tribulation led by the Buddhist sect has now transformed into a cataclysm of cosmic proportions with the return of the demon realm. Have you not observed how many ancient temples that once stood for a millennium now lie abandoned, overtaken by demons? The deities of the celestial court have also been summoned back, leaving behind only those scattered immortals lacking support and those destined to face the impending tribulation. Muyun felt a shiver run down his spine. Even the Buddhist sect and the celestial court had chosen to retreat, while powerful beings in the quasi-saint realm proclaimed it to be a great calamity of heaven and earth. Was he foolishly rushing to seek merit energy, courting his own demise? Truly, he seemed to value wealth over life. May I inquire, Grandfather Jiang, is it still possible for me to depart? Yes, came the response, laced with amusement. Come now, at such a critical juncture, let us refrain from playing guessing games. Muyun was on the verge of tears. In this realm, entry was permitted, but exit was forbidden. Before the dust settled, no one could hope to leave. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not attempt to transcend to immortality here before the chaos subsides. The chances of demise are exceedingly high for those with weak foundations. Furthermore, remain composed, refrain from unnecessary movements. This great calamity involves a fierce struggle among demons, Buddhas, and immortals. Once embroiled, individuals like yourself will be among the first to perish. I have come merely to observe which fool dares to engage in spatial traversal here, indifferent to the gaze of formidable beings from the demon realm. Well, now that I am enlightened, it is time for my departure. As for this merit energy, consider it a gift to you. Bloodstained merit is something I have no desire for. The divine farmer tossed a large clump of golden light to Muyun, who promptly transferred it to the system. To his astonishment, the merit energy amounted to a staggering 150,000. He had struck gold. After a moment, Muyun and the divine farmer exchanged wide-eyed glances. Grandfather Jiang, you keep talking without taking action. Why not leave? The divine farmer's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, It cannot be done. The connection to my main body has been severed. Possibly due to some unforeseen circumstance. Muyun's expression was peculiar as he murmured softly, Could it be that I have been abandoned? After all, the retrieval of it is not overly consequential. The worst that could happen is a slight depletion of magical power, which can be replenished with a few days of cultivation. Shenong's countenance darkened further. One does not strike a person in the face nor reveal their shortcomings, yet this insufferable child had a knack for uttering the most irksome remarks. Let us proceed. For the days to come, I shall reside with you. This ancestral figure of the three sovereigns harbors filth, and I have no desire to linger here any longer. Upon returning to the immortal's drunken pavilion, Asuna gazed curiously at the dejected Mu Yun and the imposing Shenong. With a hint of intrigue, she inquired, Mu, did you succeed? I heard quite a commotion outside. I thought you had encountered difficulties and was prepared to come to your aid. And who might this esteemed gentleman be? Indeed, success was achieved. This is the Earth Sovereign. Shenong, a formidable being at the quasi-saint level. Truly remarkable. Mu Yun replied, his voice devoid of energy. Although he had acquired a considerable amount of merit energy, the entanglement in the great calamity of heaven and earth dampened his spirits significantly. Asuna was taken aback. My goodness, Mu, you've truly outdone yourself. Wasn't your mission merely to pilfer some merit energy? How did you manage to bring back its very owner, and alive, no less? Alas, Mu Yun sighed and recounted the events that had transpired. Initially, I had hoped to stir the winds and clouds here, much like I did in the world of the Three Kingdoms, altering history to amass a significant amount of merit energy. However, it seems that this plan is no longer feasible. What shall we do next? Asuna, aware of the gravity of the situation, inquired hastily. In 12 words, observe the clouds as they rise, indulge in the spectacle, and strive for longevity. Mu Yun replied, shaking his head. Shall we continue to operate this tavern then? Mu Yun pondered seriously for a moment and replied, yes, but refrain from bringing out those high-grade celestial wines. Additionally, you might concoct some magical potions for exorcism, healing, and ailments, blending them into the wine subtly, allowing you to quietly accumulate some merit energy. What are magical potions? The gaze of Shenong fell upon Asuna. Chapter 70. The Earth Sovereign Takes Disciples, System Level 6. Little girl, what species are you? What exactly are magical potions? How do they relate to the demon realm? Why are your ears pointed? Your aura is steeped in nature. Could it be that elves are merely spirits of plants and trees? Asuna was overwhelmed by the barrage of questions. No matter where she attempted to hide, this little old man managed to find her effortlessly. Eventually, she sought refuge in her herbal garden ring, yet Shenong followed her without any hindrance. Ah, this ring of yours is quite remarkable. It even regulates the flow of time, and it possesses both spiritual springs and soil. Come, let me see what herbs you have cultivated. Shenong casually strolled through the herbal garden, which was quite well maintained, albeit the herbs were of lower grade. You have reached the realm of laws, so why are you still cultivating second and third-tier herbs? Regardless of how well they are grown, low-grade herbs are of little use. Grandpa Jiang, although Asuna's ring is quite functional, its inherent tier is too low, and the laws within the space are incomplete, rendering it impossible to cultivate higher-tier herbs. Shenong cast a knowing glance at the emerging Mu Yun, a smirk playing on his lips. You little sly one, of course the laws within a storage ring are incomplete. If they were complete, it would be a Qiankuan ring, and the space within would be akin to a small world, a treasure that even immortals seldom possess. If you wish for me to assist in upgrading your little girlfriend's ring, feel free to say so. Mu Yun leapt with joy, urging Asuna to express her gratitude to Grandfather Jiang, for he was to upgrade her ring to the Qiankuan ring. Asuna, bashful, blushed and performed a respectful bow. Thanking Grandfather Jiang, Shenong rolled his eyes and replied testily, when did I say I would upgrade your ring? Besides, even if I were to upgrade it, I would need materials, of which I have none on hand. I do. Just tell me what materials are needed, and I shall procure them. Mu Yun raised his small hand eagerly. Where will you find them? Were it not for this calamity, I could have gathered those materials in due time, but now, it is quite challenging. Shenong shook his head repeatedly. Never mind where I will obtain the materials, just provide me with their names. And the rest will be up to me, Mu Yun declared confidently. Shenong casually listed dozens of materials. Moments later, Mu Yun conjured an impressive array of items. Grandfather Jiang, are these what you need? Shenong's expression turned peculiar. He had indeed acquired them. Although these forging materials were not exceedingly rare, they were not easily obtainable even by celestial beings, let alone a mere child. It appeared this little one harbored secrets of his own. At this moment, Mu Yun felt a pang of anguish. These forging materials cost him a staggering 50,000 merit points. Fortunately, He had just secured 150,000 merit points from Shinong, or else he would have faced immediate bankruptcy. Now was the time for Shinong to showcase his true prowess. After all, the materials had been prepared as instructed, and further reluctance would be nothing short of bullying a child. Before long, Asuna's ring transformed into the Qiankuan ring, truly embodying the universe within. It evolved from a mere herbal garden into a miniature world, its area multiplied beyond measure. The laws within were complete. The spiritual spring became a celestial spring. The spiritual soil transformed into celestial soil, and the flow of time accelerated to 1,000-fold. Now, not only could one cultivate high-tier spiritual herbs, but even the peach tree of the Queen Mother could be planted without issue. Mu Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. The value of this 50,000 merit energy was undeniable. This object was undoubtedly a divine artifact. The world of Douluo seemed to pale in comparison to the small realm within the Qiankuan ring. The strength of a quasi-saint was truly formidable, capable of effortlessly manifesting a miniature world. Subsequently, Shinong refined the remaining materials into an alchemical cauldron. This cauldron was crafted based on the Shinong Ding, sufficient for your ascension to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Young lady, I present this alchemical cauldron to you. With a benevolent smile, Shinong handed the cauldron to Asuna. Stunned, Asuna repeatedly shook her head, exclaiming, "No, no, no. This alchemical cauldron is far too precious. I cannot accept it." At that moment, Miyun suddenly interjected, "Sister Na, are you foolish? Why not hurry and pay your respects to your master?" Asuna, feeling dazed, turned to Shinong, who had somehow procured a sturdy chair and was seated comfortably, gazing at her with a warm smile. Enlightened, Asuna immediately bowed her head in reverence, declaring, "Master, I bow to you." "Ah, rise, rise. I never anticipated that this journey would yield such an excellent disciple. You are innately attuned to flora and fauna, rivaling the myriad spirit bodies, truly an exceptional talent for alchemy." Shinong laughed heartily, but the days ahead would prove to be arduous for Mu Yun. As Asuna and Shinong devoted themselves tirelessly to alchemy within the Qiankuan ring, the responsibility of managing the shop fell solely upon Mu Yun, due to his lack of diligence. The tavern's business suffered greatly, akin to a desolate wasteland. In a fit of frustration, Mu Yun shut the door and joined them in the Qiankuan ring to seek counsel on matters of weapon forging. For he possessed a weapon-smithing system and bore the title of a weaponsmith. It must be said that Shinong was indeed a treasure of a deity. Not only was he exceptionally skilled in alchemy, but his prowess in weapon crafting, talisman creation, and formations was equally remarkable. In the span of a mere month, Asuna's alchemical skills soared to new heights, enabling her to concoct high-quality elixirs, while her cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage, with the next step leading to becoming a celestial being. Under Shinong's guidance, utilizing high-grade celestial herbs for alchemy, her strength surged at an astonishing pace. Were it not for the unsuitability of the current environment for advancing to celestial status, Asuna could have even aimed for the heavenly immortal realm in a short time. Such is the unreasonable nature of alchemists. Through the crafting of elixirs, one can elevate their cultivation as long as high-quality celestial herbs are abundant. Mu Yun, too, did not remain idle. Embodying an audacious spirit, he persistently pestered Shinong, ultimately elevating his previously abysmal weapon crafting skills to the celestial level. He could now forge celestial weapons, and his mastery of formations had also advanced to the 9th stage, nearing celestial proficiency. His power had reached the culmination of the 9th stage, during which he expended 50,000 merit energies to upgrade his system, unlocking the 12th level of the Demon Tower and achieving mastery over 12 fundamental principles. The system had now reached level 6, expanding the marketplace 100-fold. The Tavern of the Heavens system had also added over a dozen varieties of celestial wines, which Shinong indulged in during this time. The cross-dressing system had been upgraded as well, introducing several new styles to the shelves, embodying the ethereal elegance of celestial maidens. When adorned in these garments, not only did they exude an aura of transcendent grace, but they also possessed remarkable effects, enhancing both cultivation speed and comprehension, with some even bestowing divine abilities. Asuna now wore these outfits during her alchemical practices, unperturbed by the potential risks of smoke and flames. Chapter 71. The Arrival of Manager Lin Mu Yun. "You rascal. Open the door at once. Don't hide away. I know you're home." Mu Yun hesitated before opening the door, rubbing his drowsy eyes. Having been confined indoors for an entire month, the sudden opening of the door felt like a passage through time. "Oh, you've arrived, little brother?" he exclaimed. "Who are you calling little brother?" The visitor retorted, glaring with indignation. "Ah, Brother Lin, you're finally here. Why did it take you so long? I've been in business for a month now, though I must admit, the door has hardly seen any traffic. How can you say that? You disappeared without a word, leaving me to face the Demon Suppression Division alone. I nearly found myself in custody. Lin Fan, ever at ease, grabbed a bottle of wine from the counter and took a hearty swig. Delicious. Wait. Is this a new brew? I haven't tried this before. Brother Lin, don't jest. Do you really think those few captains from the Demon Suppression Division could pose a threat to you? Muyun shook his head vigorously in disbelief. Although Lin Fan was merely at the 8th tier of the lower realm, he held the esteemed title of the canister shop's proprietor. Who could fathom the multitude of bizarre abilities and artifacts he possessed? Whether he could engage in combat remained uncertain. Yet one thing was clear, he could certainly make a swift exit. Brother Lin, you are endowed with the powers of the Thunder Fruit. In this world devoid of hockey, you can transform into lightning and flee. Who could possibly hinder you? Do not remind me, my luck has been rather unfortunate. Just as I was departing, a celestial-level figure from the Demon Suppression Department arrived, an esteemed marquis, in pursuit of a certain monstrous entity. Unfortunately, the creature managed to elude capture, and the marquis took his frustrations out on me, relentlessly pursuing me for an entire month. Had it not been for a fortunate lead he received regarding the monster's whereabouts, I would still be trapped in Hangzhou. And let me offer you a word of caution. Do refrain from utilizing spatial traversal beyond the state capital. In an attempt to save time by taking a shortcut, I once employed a random portal in the wilderness, only to emerge face-to-face with a minotaur. Its massive axes were utterly terrifying, and the tortoise shield I had previously acquired was shattered in an instant. Had it not been for its lackluster speed, I would surely have met my demise. Observing Lin Fan's expression of lingering dread, Muyun mused to himself about his unfortunate luck. To encounter a magical beast after merely one use of a spatial traversal tool was indeed a stroke of bad fortune, especially since he had traversed multiple times without incident. What was the strength of that minotaur? Lin Fan pondered. I cannot ascertain precisely, but it seemed more formidable than that marquis from the Demon Suppression Department. Likely at the level of an Earth Immortal. Just then, a voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Incorrect. The minotaur you encountered was likely a demon general of the Bull Demon clan, possessing strength akin to that of a celestial. Your perception of its might stems from the overwhelming demonic energy in the wilderness, which amplifies the strength of magical beasts while suppressing that of humans. So that is the case, Lin Fan replied, startled. May I inquire as to who this esteemed elder is? Oh, I am Asuna's master, surnamed Jiang, Muyun replied, omitting his identity as the Earth's sovereign of the Shinnong lineage, as it was rather imposing. Greetings, Elder Jiang, Lin Fan responded, not dwelling on the matter further. Now that your shop is established, why have you not opened your doors? Muyun, not one to withhold information, briefly spoke of the impending calamity that loomed over the world. Lin Fan, however, appeared unfazed. After all, as the proprietor of a jar shop, he intended to remain ensconced within his establishment regardless of whether such a disaster occurred. Have you chosen a suitable location for your jar shop? If not, I suggest you set it up across from my tavern. I have already secured that spot for you. Muyun indicated a modest shop across the way. You do possess a sliver of conscience, albeit not much, Lin Fan replied with a sense of acceptance. What is a jar shop? Shinnong suddenly expressed curiosity. You will understand once he opens the shop, Muyun replied, feeling no need to elaborate. After all, establishing Lin Fan's store would be a straightforward task. The template for system shops was standardized, requiring only a wave of his hand to complete, with no need for personal decoration. Moments later, Lin Fan's universal jar shop swung open its doors. Upon seeing the long-neglected, dilapidated space, Muyun felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him as he stepped inside, recalling how he had once soared to success from this very shop. Shinnong, on the other hand, entered with a look of disdain, but as he crossed the threshold, he suddenly paused, intrigued. Despite its modest dimensions, it was, in essence, a small world governed by the rules set by its proprietor, akin to the tavern of that little fellow. At that moment, Lin Fan was rendered speechless, astonished by the elder's presence. As the proprietor of the universal jar shop, he naturally perceived the elder's information. Di Huang Shinnong, avatar of magical prowess, quasi-saint realm. Is this for real? Lin Fan stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. Without needing a response, he understood the truth. His absolute control within the shop proved ineffective against this elder, far exceeding his capabilities. Come, bring me 10 jars, Shinnong declared. His enthusiasm palpable. Lin Fan's expression turned to one of resigned amusement. Esteemed ancestor, Your rank is far too elevated. My shop is currently only at level 1. Even the finest wares I could offer would seem trivial in your eyes. What you produce matters not. I merely wish to experience something novel. The funds are of no concern. Shenong gestured towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun was rather indifferent to this, for he had gained substantial benefits from the divine farmer. The guidance of a celestial-grade artifact master, a 9th-tier formation master, and a quasi-saint expert was invaluable and could not be purchased with money. The subsequent segment involving the smashing of jars made Lin Fan, the proprietor of the Heavenly Jar Store, feel exceedingly uneasy to the eyes of others. The treasures within the jars were merely extracted from them. However, from the perspective of an existence like the divine farmer, the jars were initially devoid of anything. Merely a realm of chaos. At the moment of breaking them open, treasures would be summoned from a distant and unknown dimension. It was a fascinating concept. Upon returning, this emperor would also create establish rules, bestow spirit upon the artifacts, and then proceed to forge the primary and secondary magical treasures, ultimately distributing the latter. He resolved to delve into this idea. At that moment, the divine farmer resembled a child who had just acquired a new toy, joyfully returning to the tavern. Only then did Lin Fan allow the heart that had lodged in his throat to return to its rightful place. He sensed a mysterious force warning him that if the divine farmer continued to delve deeper into the essence of the jar store, it would pose a threat to the true master of the Heavenly Jar Store. Should it reach that point, he would be directly obliterated to eliminate any potential danger. The divine farmer was aware of this as well, which was why he ceased his probing in time to avoid a direct confrontation with that formidable being. Dear brother, could you kindly convey to the ancestor that he must refrain from returning to smash jars here? It is far too perilous, and I cannot withstand it. Chapter 72. Black on Black. This incident served as a wake-up call for Mu Yun. The system, while providing various conveniences to its host, also carried inherent risks. Potentially abandoning its host for self-preservation, he resolved to impose restrictions on the drifting bottle. Excessively powerful individuals must never be permitted to smash it. If a saint were to emerge from it, he would truly be doomed. The mundane days flowed like a gentle stream, and soon a month had passed. One day, news swept through the streets and alleys of Gusa City. Su Xian, with his remarkable medical skills, had saved the wife of the governor, prompting the governor to appoint Su Xian as the new head of the Three Emperor Ancestor Association. Upon hearing this news, Mu Yun bashfully touched his nose, realizing that he was indeed somewhat connected to this matter. The two greatest trump cards of the Three Emperor Ancestor Association, the Pure Yang Sword and Tint and the Earth Emperor's Law Body, had been acquired by him. Having lost its weapons, the governor would no longer coddle the Three Emperor Ancestor Association, especially given their long-standing grievances. The governor was using Su Xian as a pawn to seize power. Zhang Den, the head of the Three Emperor Ancestor Association, unwilling to accept defeat, proposed a treasure contest for the position of head. In his view, Su Xian, being a destitute doctor with nothing to his name, would undoubtedly lose. Mu Yun recalled the 5 treasures from Zhang Dan's bedroom, which he had extracted from the realm of merit. Devoid of the energy of virtue, these items were mere trinkets, lacking even the status of celestial artifacts. A single scale from Baisuzhen's serpent form would surpass the collective worth of those 5 items. However, it was evident that Baisuzhen and Shao Qing were unaware of this reality. Mu Yun intended to offer a warning, but upon activating his illusory spirit eyes, he beheld the radiant glow emanating from the Baoa Hall across the way, signaling that it was too late. Shao Qing had evidently completed her heist with remarkable swiftness. Mu Yun caught sight of the gates of Gusa City, where an extraordinarily opulent carriage entered, escorted by 4 captains of the Demon Suppression Division and a dozen other officers. It was Liang Lian, the favored son of the current Grand Minister Liang, the catalyst for a series of events. What a perplexing turn of fate, despite the impending calamity. The narrative continued unabated. It appeared that Su Xian was destined for yet another stroke of misfortune, flaunting treasures pilfered from others, only to be caught red-handed by their rightful owner. As if the prior theft of treasury silver that led to Su Xian's imprisonment was not enough. This time he had attracted an even graver consequence. Robbing the Grand Minister's estate was far more serious than stealing from the treasury. Ah, that little Qing. When she chooses to act, calamity befalls Su Xian. Just the thought of the 4 treasures Qing had filched sent shivers down his spine. The fiery pearl, which could make water boil without fire. The jade bottle of mutton fat, which could cause withered wood to blossom. The celestial melody painting, where the depicted woman was so lifelike that she could play heavenly music, and the 8 trigrams incense furnace, which could release sandalwood at the appointed hour. Mu Yun's heart filled with a reckless desire for profit, began to stir restlessly. After all, these were celestial treasures. Although their functions might seem lackluster and largely ineffective, merely serving to deceive the unworldly mortals, they contained a reservoir of virtuous energy, which was indeed a valuable commodity. At the very least, it surpassed the virtuous energy encapsulated in Zhang Dun's 5 artifacts. Should I embark on another venture, treating it as a matter of survival among the shadows? After all, the repercussions would be minimal. Yet, one must consider the formidable presence of that Bai Suzhen. She was not only powerful but also possessed a keen intuition and the ability to discern and calculate with precision. With his large, twinkling eyes darting about, Mu Yun suddenly brightened with a clever idea and swiftly made his way back to the tavern. Asuna, quickly prepare some fine wine for me. Tonight, we shall celebrate Su Xian's elevation to the esteemed position of Grand Master of the Three Emperors Association. What kind of wine shall it be? Spiritual or mundane? She inquired. Naturally, it must be celestial wine, and the strongest kind at that. We are not the sort to be stingy, Mu Yun declared with grandiosity. Asuna's expression grew somewhat peculiar. She sensed that Mu Yun was up to no good again. After all, he had previously crashed their meals, always bringing along common wine, justifying it with the claim that Su Xian, being an ordinary man, could not handle wine of a higher grade. Why then, this time? Was he so generous as to offer celestial wine? There must be some hidden motive behind it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Su Xian's home buzzed with lively celebrations. Brother Su, I raise my glass to toast your ascension as the Grand Master of the Three Emperors Association. May you sail smoothly through life and enjoy great success. Sister-in-law, I toast to you for a healthy, plump baby. May your family be united in joy and peace. Cheers. Sister Qing, I wish you find a suitable husband as well. Cheers. After Mu Yun uttered those few words of blessing, an inexplicable sense of guilt washed over him. It seemed that none of these well wishes had come to fruition, and in fact, they had all turned out to be quite the opposite. Su Xian, upon just assuming the role of the Grand Master of the Three Sovereigns, found himself embroiled in the scandal of stolen treasures, and as for any semblance of a career, his days were consumed with being either apprehended or rescued, leaving him in a state of perpetual turmoil. Bai Suzhen, on the other hand, did indeed give birth to a robust child, yet this bore no relation whatsoever to the ideals of family reunion, safety, and joy. As for Xiaoqing, she encountered a scoundrel and, blinded by infatuation, nearly fell out with Bai Suzhen. Asuna, it is now your turn, in such a splendid and enchanting evening. We must ensure we do not return without indulging ourselves. As night fell, a diminutive figure stealthily approached Bai Suzhen's side. Ha! It is no wonder that our tavern's signature wine, the Drunken Immortal, could intoxicate even a celestial being of Bai Suzhen's caliber. As for Xiaoqing, it goes without saying that a single cup would send Su Xian reeling. It is time for me to seize this moment as well. With a swift and agile motion, Mu Yun dashed towards the Baoha Hall. Though Xiaoqing had concealed the treasure expertly, under the piercing gaze of Mu Yun's broken illusion spirit eye, the resplendent golden light of virtue shone like a beacon in the night, making it exceedingly easy to locate. Just as he departed to seize the energy of virtue, the previously intoxicated Su Xian suddenly stumbled to his feet, groggily making his way to the latrine. Yet, after only taking a few steps, he tripped and fell to the ground. As he reached out, he felt something cool, slippery, soft, and alive. What could it be? As he sat up, his vision gradually sharpened, revealing a massive serpent's head looming before him, mere inches away, its forked tongue brushing against him almost intentionally. Su Xian was doomed. He was utterly terrified. Mu Yun departed swiftly and returned just as hastily, for he was well versed in such matters. In an instant, a staggering 100,000 units of merit energy were credited to his account. Has Bai Suzhen revealed her true form? Has Su Xian been frightened to death? Have I truly caused a calamity? Mu Yun was utterly bewildered by the scene before him. Today is not the Dragon Boat Festival, and this is not Realgar wine. Your plot has arrived at an inopportune moment. Mu Yun roused the inebriated Bai Suzhen from her stupor, then pointed at Su Xian with an expression of innocence, saying, Sister-in-law, well, your husband has been scared to death by you. After a few moments of stunned silence, Bai Suzhen erupted. What did you say? My husband is dead. Who did this? Wait, don't be hasty. Mu Yun quickly recounted the chain of events. It was the wine. Had I not become intoxicated, my true form would not have been revealed, and my husband would not have been frightened to death. It is all my fault, all my fault. Observing Bai Suzhen, whose tearful lamentations were mingled with self-reproach, Mu Yun felt a modicum of responsibility for the situation. Well, Brother Su should not be entirely beyond salvation. Perhaps there is still hope. Chapter 73. The Messengers of Death to Restore Her Husband to Life. There are but two paths: to journey to the Yaoqi to beseech the Queen Mother for an elixir of immortality, or to seek a drop of the sacred dew from the pure bottle at the hands of Avalokiteshvara in the South Sea. Yet, the air is thick with calamity, and the pathways to all blessed realms have been sealed. I am unable to proceed. Bai Suzhen lamented helplessly. Muyin pondered for a moment. A look of profound conflict etched on his face. Finally, with a heavy heart, he exchanged 10,000 units of merit energy for a miraculous elixir within the celestial marketplace, a life-rejuvenating pill, capable of reviving the deceased as long as their soul had not strayed too far and their physical form had not turned to dust. This elixir was exceedingly precious. Before Mu Yun could finish his sentence, Bai Suzhen snatched the pill away, exclaiming, "The life-rejuvenating pill, and a superior one at that, even in the heavenly court. Such treasures are rare, said to be crafted only by the old lord. My husband has been saved." Upon consuming the elixir, the once lifeless Su Xian was enveloped in a radiant aura, his being shimmering with vibrant colors. However, as he was merely immortal, he could not assimilate the energy of the elixir. I shall assist him in this process, which will require his undivided attention for approximately half an hour. I hope that you, dear brother Yun, can provide protection during this time. Mu Yun opened his mouth, intending to refuse, but upon seeing Bai Suzhen's pleading expression, his resolve softened. Very well, just for half an hour. Any longer, and I fear I shall not endure. Thank you. Bai Suzhen understood the daunting task that lay ahead. Bringing someone back from the brink of death was no simple feat, even if one were to succeed in reviving a soul. They would still have to contend with the formidable guardians of the afterlife, the black and white impermanents. Thus, she held no illusions about Shao Qing's capabilities, facing those specters. Even she lacked complete confidence, let alone Shao Qing. As for Mu Yun, he was akin to a desperate gambler placing a bet on a dead horse. Although merely a mortal who had not ascended to the celestial realm, his instincts warned him that this child was perilous, far more complex than he appeared. While Bai Suzhen was racing against time to resurrect Su Xian, Mu Yun sighed and ambled out of the room, hands clasped behind his back. What a predicament! I merely stepped out to procure some goods, and yet I find myself embroiled in such troublesome affairs. Those are the black and white impermanents, celestial-level specters known for even ensnaring the Monkey King in their grasp. Am I truly capable of handling this? Suddenly, a gust of wind rose, chilling and ominous. They have arrived. A gleam of brilliance flickered in Mu Yun's eyes, as the previously tranquil void erupted with turbulence. Two figures descended from the heavens, enveloped in black smoke. One clad in black and the other in white, adorned with tall hats, wielding morning staves, and possessing elongated tongues. The affairs of the underworld demand that the idle and curious withdraw. The dark and fearsome figure of the black Wuchang exhaled a breath of chilling energy, filling the courtyard with the haunting wails of spirits. I must say, truly befitting of beings from the netherworld, while their strength remains uncertain. The atmosphere they conjured was palpably intense, far more terrifying than any portrayal in television dramas. Mu Yun rubbed the goosebumps that had risen on her arms, completely disregarding the chilling winds that could afflict an ordinary person for an entire month. Little brother, I'm in a hurry. Could you kindly clear the way? The white impermanence swayed, its voice wavering and echoing from all directions. I have already stated, this path is impassable. Suddenly, Mu Yun snapped his fingers, and the world was enveloped in darkness. The nearby Mu Yun and the house vanished from sight, and portals of light materialized out of thin air. What do you mean? Do you wish to oppose the underworld? Hebei and Bai Bai, the arbiters of life and death, stood back to back, on guard against potential ambushes while simultaneously expanding their respective domains of power. Hebei commanded the domain of souls, within which the morning staff struck with unerring accuracy, capable of forcibly extracting a soul from its corporeal vessel. Bai Bai wielded the soul lock domain, wherein the soul lock could ensnare an opponent's spirit with absolute certainty. TSK, how perilous your domains are. Fortunately, I, the esteemed one, acted preemptively. Otherwise, I would have suffered greatly. Mu Yun wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his brow, a smile gracing his lips. A friendly reminder, my domain is but a delightful game. Only by traversing these portals of light can one escape my realm. Mu Yun, filled with enthusiasm, began to indulge in the spectacle before him. The test that had remained unfinished last time was now resumed. The black and white impermanents were undoubtedly far more formidable than that fellow from the Wheel of Reincarnation, and it was highly likely they would break through. However, as for time, Half an hour would certainly prove insufficient. Subsequently, Mu Yun observed as the black and white impermanents entered different gates of light, which then extinguished one after another in rapid succession. Mu Yun was initially taken aback, and then, with a soft pat on his forehead, he realized his oversight. The traps he had meticulously devised within the infinite maze were but ethereal phantoms, lacking any physical form. Confronted with the likes of the black and white impermanents, entities that inherently countered souls, he found himself utterly defenseless. Alas, he had uncovered a vulnerability. It was imperative that he return to the puppet pavilion to delve deeply into the art of puppetry and refine his mastery in this domain. As for the present moment, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Mu Yun's figure swayed as he instantaneously entered a level within the endless labyrinth. The scene before him resembled an arena, and just as he arrived, Bai Wuchang rushed in as well. Without uttering a word, the soul-binding chain in his hand transformed into a serpentine creature, slithering towards Mu Yun with the intent to strike. Mu Yun abruptly vanished from his original spot, only to reappear behind Bai Wuchang in the next instant, delivering a swift strike with his sword. Clang! Suddenly, several soul-binding chains emerged behind Bai Wuchang, intercepting the blade in Mu Yun's grasp. A divine treasure of merit, instinctively protecting its master? Mu Yun furrowed her brow slightly, and her figure suddenly accelerated. The Aurora transformation. In an instant, the sky was filled with Mu Yun's silhouettes, and sword radiance slashed towards Bai Wuchang from all directions. The dense sounds of collision rang out like rain striking banana leaves, sparks flying in all directions. Mu Yun suddenly felt an alarm in his heart and swiftly vacated his position. A soul-binding chain had stealthily launched a surprise attack, nearly succeeding. In the realm of soul-binding, it was inevitable. This was due to the law of causality, truly a remarkable phenomenon. In Mu Yun's eyes, beyond mere apprehension, there flickered a hint of excitement. Ah, it appears that the true form has emerged. No wonder it surpasses those previous trifles in prowess. This little creature possesses rather peculiar methods. Despite lacking the cultivation of a human immortal, it wields the strength of an earth immortal. Alas, within my soul-locking domain, as long as your realm does not ascend to that of a Tai golden immortal, the soul-grasping chain shall inevitably ensnare you. First comes the fruit, then the cause. The law of cause and effect ranks among the top 10 grand principles, and you cannot elude it. Bai Wuchang chuckled exuberantly, his long tongue adding a rather unsettling touch. Suddenly, Mu Yun raised her brow, vanishing from her original position once more, evading yet another ambush. Subsequently, she eluded a second, third, and fourth attempt. Bai Wuchang gradually found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Once could be deemed a coincidence, twice an accident, thrice a stroke of luck, yet after dozens of attempts, it became an inevitability. Foreknowledge, could it be that you possess such a gift? Moreover, relying solely on foresight will not suffice to elude the binding nature of the law of causality, one of the 10 fundamental principles. Unless, of course, you have also mastered one of these principles. Chapter 74. The 10 Fundamental Principles, the Heist. What exactly are the 10 fundamental principles? As Mu Yun strolled leisurely, skillfully evading capture, curiosity compelled him to inquire. With the remarkable ability of foresight granted by the supreme observation Haki, along with mastery over the laws of space, he felt essentially secure. Chaos, time, space, devouring, causality, creation, destruction, life and death, yin and yang. The 5 elements, these were universally acknowledged as the 10 fundamental laws in the realm of cultivation. Was there no law of strength? Mu Yun found this rather surprising. Excluding strength and the sword path, as they could potentially be the weakest, unable to defeat anyone, or perhaps the strongest, capable of cleaving chaos asunder. Bai Wuchang, ever responsive, wore a beaming smile. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flickered in her eyes, and she declared, "I've caught you." Dozens of soul-binding chains erupted from all directions, sealing the space and enveloping Mu Yun in a spherical prison. Did you truly believe I would be so accommodating, answering every question? It was merely a ruse to lull you into complacency, little rascal. What of the law of space? This time, you shall not escape. Bai Wuchang laughed triumphantly. Yet, just as her pride swelled, a voice resonated from within the iron sphere. Such a trivial sleight of hand. Do you think I could be so easily ensnared? Now, can you guess who was truly trapped? The entangled soul-binding chains suddenly unraveled, revealing Mu Yun's petite figure, while the chains, surprisingly docile, danced around him, as if they were quite fond of him. What have you done to my soul-binding chains? Why do they no longer obey my command? Bai Wuchang exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of shock. 90% of her power stemmed from those chains. Despite her status as a celestial ghost, without them, she would likely struggle against even an Earth immortal. Oh, my apologies. It appears that little Gogo has taken a liking to me, hence its betrayal. Muyun replied with a cheerful grin. That is impossible. The soul-binding chains bear not only my mark, but also the mark of the underworld. They could never betray the realm of the dead, Bai Wuchang asserted with unwavering conviction. Oh, are you referring to this? Muyun raised her chubby little hand, upon which floated two black marks, one belonging to the white impermanence and the other to the underworld. As Muyun clenched her tiny fist, the marks shattered with a resounding crash. The white impermanence felt a sharp pain in his mind, letting out a muffled groan, utterly oblivious to the soul-binding chain now. Oh, my soul-binding chain. How mistaken, for it has now become my soul-binding chain. Muyun flashed a radiant smile, his spirits soaring to unprecedented heights, for he had acquired a treasure of merit from the netherworld. This artifact not only brimmed with an abundance of virtuous energy, but also inherently possessed the laws of causality and the essence of the soul, truly remarkable assets. He had not anticipated that the soul skill of the master of 10,000 artifacts would prove so formidable, capable of wielding even treasures of such exalted status. Initially, he had presumed it would merely exert a slight influence. To his astonishment, the entity had outrightly defected. Little hook, Caesar. Bai Wuchang found himself ensnared effortlessly by the soul hook chains, bound tightly as if he were a rice dumpling. How amusing it was to discover that even the soul chain domain was an innate divine skill of the soul hook chains. After all, you are a celestial being of the ghostly realm. Without the soul hook chains, are you truly rendered powerless? Muyun gazed at the other with a look of disdain. Initially expecting a formidable adversary, only to discover that without their weapon, they were utterly inconsequential. Bai Wuchang felt utterly frustrated. In truth, her own prowess was far from inadequate. Yet as a ghost, when confronted with the soul-reaping chains, a divine artifact specifically designed for capturing spirits, what recourse did she have but to surrender? Just as she secured the tightly bound Bai Wuchang, Muyun abruptly looked up and beheld the entrance of Bai Wuchang, revealing a toothy grin. Ah, my dear brother. What have you done to my sister, Bai? Bai Wuchang's expression was one of disbelief. What was he witnessing? Bai Wuchang had been ensnared by his own divine artifact. Was this a dream? Brother He, flee swiftly. Return to the underworld and inform Lord Yan. This fellow is not right, he. Bai Wuchang fervently warned, yet after much hesitation, she could not articulate her thoughts, for even she was unaware of why the soul-reaping chains had betrayed her. Oh, do not be in such a rush to depart. I have taken a liking to that mourning staff in your grasp. Hand it over. Muyun's gaze was fixed intently on the mournful staff in Bai Wuchang's hand. What a splendid treasure. He contemplated taking it back to a gene for disassembly, subsequently bestowing upon the demonic blade, Qianren, a new level. Surely, acquiring an immortal artifact was imperative, for at present, he lacked a suitable weapon. The starry divine wood sword had scarcely been utilized before it became outdated. Alas, wielding a fourth-tier weapon against an immortal was utterly disgraceful. It would be far more formidable to engage with bare hands. At this moment, Bai Wuchang's countenance darkened further. It was not that he wished to flee, but escape was simply impossible. The space around him had been sealed off, rendering any messages sent for assistance futile. Do not assume this ghostly immortal fears you, Bai Wuchang declared, casting the mournful staff into the air and reciting an incantation. Enlarge, enlarge, enlarge. Soon, the staff soared into the sky, swelling to the size of a small mountain. Ah, it can indeed grow larger. Is it crafted from netherstone and nether meteorite? Such materials are quite extravagant. Faced with the descending colossal staff, Muyun propelled himself skyward like a cannonball, delivering a fierce punch. Boom. The mournful staff was sent hurtling back. Humph. You think enlarging it to crush your foes is impressive? Do you believe this is the celestial flip seal? Who are you trying to intimidate? That technique is forged from the indomitable Mount Buzhou, capable of shattering worlds. And yet, you dare to wield such fine materials as nether meteorite to craft a mere staff? What were you thinking? Muyun, as a master of celestial-level artifact forging, expressed profound dissatisfaction. The mournful staff should have been crafted from materials such as the soul-trembling wood or abyssal gloom wood, not this absurd use of netherfall iron. At that moment, Bai Wuchang instinctively approached Bai Wuchang and squatted down, resigning himself to fate. While others remained oblivious, he understood that the recent enlargement of the mournful staff, seemingly a mere physical blow, was in fact an assault on the soul. When the opponent charged in to deliver a punch, he secretly reveled in the thought of shattering the opponent's spirit. Yet, to his astonishment, the adversary showed no signs of soul separation. The act of forcibly expelling a soul was governed by the laws of causality, and this opponent exhibited an immunity that rendered such efforts futile. It was a complete counter to his abilities. After binding He and Bai Wuchang with the soul chain, Mu retracted his divine powers. As dawn gently broke, Shaoqing and Asuna awoke from their stupor, and Su Xian had been revived. I have successfully fulfilled my duty. Remember, you owe me a significant favor. Asuna, let us return home. These two shall be entrusted to your care. Mu took Asuna by the hand and departed, leaving behind the unfortunate duo. The black and white impermanents. The pair found themselves in a state of despair, their eyes brimming with unshed tears. After all, their mission was merely to capture a soul. And it was not even a genuine capture, merely a pretense in accordance with the unfolding narrative. How could they have been inexplicably beaten and stripped of their most valued asset? The treasure of virtue? This felt akin to being robbed, a far cry from the directives issued by their superiors. Bai Suzhen was equally perplexed, questioning why these two miscreants had been thrust upon her. They were part of an established institution, and she was ill-equipped to manage them. Chapter 75, The Emergence of the Demon King, Crisis in Suzhou City, at the Immortals Intoxication Tavern. Mu cast a displeased glance at the individuals before him. Clad in black attire with matching hats and others donned in white garments with white hats, one couldn't help but admit that this pair of contrasting figures, having exchanged their underworld uniforms, appeared rather striking, especially with their long tongues. Sister Bai, what is the intention behind bringing these two to my establishment? Bai Su's expression was somewhat awkward as she replied, Little Yun, I find myself in a predicament. These two are messengers of the afterlife, and my husband is merely an ordinary man. Prolonged exposure to their aura could jeopardize his health. Then why not send them back to the underworld? Are they not concerned about the repercussions from Lord Yin? Unfortunately, they cannot return at the moment. This place currently permits entry but forbids exit, and even we, as ghostly messengers, are no exception, He Wuchang said with a bitter tone. Mu Yun's expression was peculiar. Have you offended someone? Knowing full well that this realm is in turmoil, you still sent the two of you here to work. Isn't that akin to leading you into a trap? You may not be aware, Bai Wuchang replied cautiously, but we, the emissaries of the underworld, were once able to traverse this realm freely. It was only last night that the forces of the demon realm stirred, prompting the urgent closure of the gates to the netherworld. It is not just the two of us. Other emissaries who were on duty outside are also unable to return. That still does not justify leaving them in my care. This is not a shelter, Mu Yun retorted. We shall not stay here for free. We are willing to pay handsomely. Go away, go away. This is an establishment for dining, not an inn. Mu Yun abruptly halted, a bag filled with black coins radiating a golden glow materializing before him. These are the spirit coins that circulate in our underworld, imbued with the power of virtue. Consider this as our accommodation fee. May I inquire if it suffices? Mu Yun discreetly tucked away the purse, his eyes gleaming like coins, and a broad smile graced his face as he welcomed the guests, one male and one female. Indeed, they were two plump sheep. It is only natural to think so, in that desolate realm of the underworld, where not a single bird would deign to alight. The abundance of merit is unparalleled. Although the emissaries of black and white, known as the Yin and Yang officials, do not hold the highest rank compared to the 10 Yama kings and judges, their position is nonetheless a lucrative one. Over the years, they must have accumulated a considerable amount of merit. It would be foolish not to seize such an opportunity. Let it be clear, however, that this sum is merely for the lodging. Beverages will be billed separately. Mu Yun cast a meaningful glance at Asuna, displaying the celestial wine with an air of determination, intent on exhausting the duo of the black and white impermanents. As the winds of turmoil swept through Gusa City, Su Xian, as expected, found himself in prison once more. This time, however, fortune did not favor him as it had before. The thunder roared while the rain barely fell, and calamity struck. He encountered the merciless Liang Lian, who resorted to brutal measures, nearly leading Su Xian to his demise once again. Fortunately, the life-reforming elixir had altered his constitution, significantly enhancing his self-healing capabilities. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly met his end. Thus, although Mu Yun did not participate directly in this chapter of events, he nonetheless provided indirect assistance to Su Xian. Subsequently, the troublemaking ancestor, the spirited Yang Qing, lived up to expectations and took decisive action. With a bold strike, she dispatched Liang Lian, brazenly killing the son of the Grand Master right under the watchful eyes of the formidable experts of the demon-suppressing division, thus provoking a veritable hornet's nest. At a tavern window, Mu Yun, Asuna, Bai Wuchang, and Lin Fan sat, absorbing the atmosphere thick with impending storm. What? Are you not planning to lend a hand this time? Lin Fan inquired, perplexed. Lend a hand? There is no merit energy to gain, and it could easily offend the Buddhist sect, possibly even attract the attention of the demonic realm. It's far too perilous, Mu Yun replied, shaking his head. Heh. If you're not helping, then why did you sneak over last night? Lin Fan teased, a knowing smile on his face. Of course, I was delivering wine. Miss Qing and Bai Suzhen ordered several types of celestial wine from me, and the shipment just arrived, Mu Yun responded. And you? Don't think I'm unaware that you went over too. Right after I left, he added, a smirk playing on his lips. Just breaking jars. The kind of service that comes to your door, Lin Fan justified boldly. The two shared a tacit understanding, relishing the unfolding drama, secretly supporting the spectacle. Days later, two beams of light, one purple and one gold, descended from the heavens. Boom. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire city of Gusu. In the inner courtyard of the general's residence, a serene and beautiful woman was tending to flowers when, suddenly, her body stiffened, her exquisitely lovely face contorted violently. And then her skin slipped away, revealing a grotesque, blood-soaked visage. Crash! The teapot shattered, and a maid serving tea screamed, a monster. The esteemed general's wife turned out to be a demon, faceless blood demon, a formidable lord of the demon realm, her power rivaling that of a golden immortal. In the demon-subduing division, the formidable Zhao Wuji, a master of demon-slaying, remarked, You truly are relentless, following me here. With a mere wave of her hand. Countless blood-red branches spread throughout the garden, piercing every maid and servant, swiftly draining their blood and reducing them to lifeless husks. In Gusu City, within the demon-subduing division, a burly man with a beard suddenly sprouted two sharp horns, his face contorting grotesquely until it morphed into a hideous bovine visage. His body rapidly expanded, ultimately bursting through the confines of the building. Roar. I have tolerated this long enough. Perish. With a massive axe sweeping through, the entire demon-subduing division was annihilated, revealing yet another demon lord rivaling the golden immortal realm. Deep within the Three Emperors sect, a colossal scorpion swelled until it surpassed the size of a hill. With a gentle sweep of its tail, the entire sect crumbled, burying all beneath the rubble. The former sect leader, Zhang Dan, met a most tragic fate. Crushed into a pulp, utterly unaware of how a once docile ninth-grade demon beast had transformed into such a terrifying demonic scorpion. At the tavern of the drunken immortal, Mu Yun cast a glance at the elderly man in the corner, secretly transmitting a message. Master Ancestor, your disciples are on the brink of annihilation. Want you intervene? Humph. They have committed too many wrongs. This is their karmic retribution. It is enough that I have not personally extinguished them. What use is there in saving such scourges? To the three sovereigns and the ancestor masters, the Shinong clan harbors nothing but disdain. Yet will you truly refrain from intervening? Given the current circumstances, should a conflict arise, the first to suffer would undoubtedly be Gusa City. There are two demon lords, and it wouldn't take long for the inhabitants of Gusa to be utterly annihilated. You have an exceedingly high opinion of my capabilities, after all. That level of combat prowess is akin to that of a golden immortal, while I, a mere Kalami yet to attain even the immortal rank, am powerless to act. Mu Yun raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. That may not be the case. You possess something valuable. Yet it appears you are unaware of how to utilize it, Shinong remarked with a smile. Mu Yun's heart tightened involuntarily. Could it be that he was referring to his own system? Had this old man discovered something? With a swift motion, he conjured a resplendent golden ring, illuminating the space around him. This is my ninth soul ring, the golden ring of merit. Chapter 76, The Gourd of Merit, the Sword Path World. An artifact capable of autonomously condensing merit. Do you know about the 8 treasures pool that guides the enlightened? The waters of the merit pool can purify impurities, clarify the mind, and reconstruct the physical body. Furthermore, it can give birth to immensely powerful treasures such as the 7 treasures and 1,000 leaves golden lotus. And your item also possesses such potential. However, as an artifact, it must have a form. Otherwise, it is merely a mass of energy. I humbly request Grandfather Jiang to teach me, Mu Yun said with utmost respect. Very well, I shall assist you, lest you recklessly mishandle it and render it useless. With a series of formidable maneuvers, Shinong transformed the golden ring of merit into a shimmering gourd. The gourd of merit can convert any energy into golden liquid of merit. The effects of this liquid are akin to those of the waters within the 8 treasures pool, and should you possess any artifacts, adding a portion of this golden liquid will enhance their power. Shinong reached out once more, and a 9-colored ring materialized in his hand. Goodness, my 8th soul ring. The world of all phenomena and forest of sorts. Muyun felt a profound sorrow, tears unyielding, as he realized that before others, he possessed no secrets whatsoever. This is merely the embryonic form of the Sword Dao world. With a mere infusion of merit essence, it shall evolve into a true Sword Dao realm. Although the inherent rules are insufficient and require your refinement, the foundational strength of this world is formidable enough to withstand any assault from a mere demon king. It appears that a great array of the celestial constellations has been laid within, albeit somewhat rudimentary. The concept is commendable. Allow me to enhance it further. The laws of the sword, the laws of space, the laws of the stars, the laws of thunder, the laws of wind, the laws of fire, the laws of wood, the laws of metal, the laws of darkness, the laws of strength, the laws of the soul. Remarkably, even the laws of time, causality, and devouring are present. To have comprehended 4 out of the 10 supreme laws is indeed impressive. It seems I must exert myself a bit to assist in your enhancement. Oh, is that not the true fire of the sun? Such feeble flames, did you acquire this mere scrap from somewhere? Muyun had grown weary of conversation, as everything had been laid bare. Soon, the 8th and 9th soul techniques underwent a profound transformation in the hands of the Shinon clan. At that moment, the skies above Gusu City were filled with the overwhelming presence of the blood demon, the bull demon, and the giant scorpion demon, their infernal flames raging fiercely. A figure clad in a purple robe wielded the demon-slaying sword, exuding a formidable aura of exorcism. Beside him stood a great monk, draped in a fiery red cassock adorned with radiant golden patterns. In his left hand, he grasped a Zen staff, while his right hand cradled a purple gold alms bowl. Following them were the white serpent and the green serpent, who, despite not having returned to their true forms, emanated a demonic energy rivaling that of the golden immortal realm. The Shinon clan cast a sidelong glance at Muyun, a mischievous glint in his eyes, as if to say, "Is this chaos you're doing? Did you give them the demon god wine?" With an awkward smile, Muyun remarked, "There's no choice. After all, they paid a handsome sum to make a reservation. I cannot simply neglect the business." Furthermore, the vendor delivered a powerful experience card to the great demon king, which would allow Bai Sujin to attain the golden immortal level for a limited time. You 2 young ones, while your strength may be lacking, your methods are indeed formidable. It is now your turn to ascend and save an entire city. The merit from such an endeavor is substantial. Shinon gently patted Muyun on the shoulder. And in the next moment, Muyun found himself hovering over the city of Gusu, positioned squarely between 3 parties. Goodness, that startled me. This old man is truly unreliable in his dealings. Clearing his throat, Muyun addressed the assembly. Esteemed guests, might we consider a change of venue for our confrontation? The heavens have a benevolent nature. It is best to spare the innocent from calamity. You speak wisely, young benefactor. I am Fahai of Jingshan Temple, and I concur. I, Zhao Wuji of the Demon Suppression Office, also agree. Naturally, both Xiao Qing and Bai Sujin expressed their agreement as well. The faceless blood demon shrugged indifferently. The bull demon, glaring with his fierce bovine eyes, retorted, "What nonsense! You, a mere little brat, have no standing here. It's just some food. If they perish, it matters not. Die." With a single swing of his axe, a terrifying arc of light cleaved through the air, creating a vast spatial rift from which demonic energy surged forth. This realm is merely a mundane world. Its spatial barriers are utterly incapable of withstanding an assault of golden immortal caliber. Muyun narrowed his eyes slightly, fury surging within him. After all, this was a manifestation of his own virtuous energy. How could he allow it to perish? To obstruct one's means of livelihood is akin to slaying one's parents. This old bull-headed creature has thus sealed its own fate. World of the all-encompassing sword, reveal thyself. Boom. As the celestial bodies shifted, a few individuals found themselves transported to a realm of starlit expanse. This world exuded an impressive fortitude. The blood demon, faceless, extended a blood-red branch from his fingertip and swiped through the void, yet the spatial barrier showed no signs of being breached. The bull demon's expression darkened. "You little rascal, how dare you deceive us?" The inability to tear open the fabric of space indicated that they had become ensnared within a spatial prison. Unless the master of this domain chose to release them, escape was utterly impossible. Furthermore, the absence of demonic energy here was a significant disadvantage for their kind. Heh. I have indeed outsmarted you. What's your grievance? If you possess the capability, come and bite me. Muyun, brimming with confidence, provocatively taunted his opponent. Roar. Meet your demise. The bull demon charged forward with overwhelming ferocity. Muyun cast a glance at the crimson-hued bull demon, when suddenly a portal of light materialized before him, catching the bull demon off guard as it charged headlong into it. Very well, esteemed companions, I shall take charge of this beast. The rest is in your capable hands." With that, Mu Yun stepped into the portal, which then vanished into thin air. What a peculiar little creature. I had always sensed its mysterious nature. Yet I never anticipated its involvement in such a high-stakes battle, and indeed, it assumed a leading role. Bai Suzhen turned her gaze towards Fahai and Zhao Wuji, stating, "First, we must vanquish the demon race, and afterwards, we shall address our own disputes." Fahai and Zhao Wuji exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Agreed. Supreme Heavenly Dragon. Grand Law Incantation. A myriad of golden lights enveloped Fahai, transforming him into a veritable Buddha, as he invoked a secret method to temporarily enter the golden immortal realm. Boundless heaven and earth, the laws of the universe, I summoned the demon-slaying celestial. Zhao Wuji manifested the visage of a celestial being behind him, attaining the power of the golden immortal realm as well. The two unleashed their full might, charging simultaneously towards the faceless blood demon, aiming to confront the strongest adversary. Meanwhile, Shao Qing and Bai Suzhen surged towards the giant scorpion, which, once a demon king, had plummeted in rank due to injury and subsequently succumbed to demonic corruption, now standing as a peak demon general. Thus, it was no ordinary foe, possessing power comparable to that of a demon king in the golden immortal realm. As the saying goes, two flowers bloom, each reflecting its branch. At that moment, the bull demon panted heavily, its eyes growing increasingly crimson, glaring viciously at Mu Yun. Its chest heaved ominously, gathering a terrifying aura, as if it were preparing to unleash a formidable attack. As a practitioner of the path of survival, Mu Yun dared not approach the formidable bull demon in its current state. He slowly drew forth the demonic blade, Qinren, which had now been upgraded to a celestial artifact. It was time to test this technique. The law of strength, the law of the sword of heaven and earth. Chapter 77, Star Sandstorm. Annihilating Soul Sword, Demonic Arrival. The bull demon's face was illuminated by demonic runes, and a surge of dark energy enveloped its form. Suddenly, it charged forward with tremendous force, shattering the sword's radiance. Boom. The bull demon stomped upon the void, causing the black demonic runes beneath its feet to expand rapidly. Then unleashed a punch, transforming the dark energy into a colossal demonic bull that darted like lightning, sending Mu Yun flying and reducing his weapon to mere powder. Roar. A feeble child, that artifact of yours is utterly incapable of penetrating this king's demonic form. Casting a glance at the arrogant bull demon, Mu Yun remained calm and beckoned with his fingers, causing countless shards of blade fragments to rise into the air. Demonic blade Qianren transformed to dust. The blade fragments morphed into an endless expanse of star sand. The upgraded Qianren shattered even more completely. No longer merely thousands of pieces, but transformed into billions of cosmic star sands. Star Sandstorm, Tornado Slash. A massive wind vortex, shimmering with resplendent starlight, enveloped the bull demon. Infused with the laws of gold, wind, stars, and space, let us see if your demonic form can withstand this. During this period, Mu Yun has not merely been a passive observer, he has also developed numerous practical applications infused with the power of the loss. His remarkable prowess has garnered the acknowledgement of the Earth's sovereign. It is precisely due to the understanding of Mu Yun's combat capabilities that the Earth's sovereign permitted his involvement in this battle. Otherwise, a mere child, not even at the celestial level, could easily be vanquished by a mere glance from the Demon King. Ah, the wretched human race, I shall not spare you. Within the tempest, the bull demon, amid his cries of anguish, also roared in fury. Mu Yun activated the demonic eye of illusion, and the scene within the vortex weighed heavily upon his heart. Before him lay the bull demon, its formidable defenses shattered by the onslaught of the star sand tempest. Its flesh stripped away to reveal nothing but a skeletal frame. Yet, upon this bone structure were inscribed intricate black demonic runes, impervious to even the slightest damage from the swirling sands. Furthermore, as time progressed and the storm gradually subsided, the bull demon's bones began to show signs of flesh rejuvenation. An indestructible skeleton, coupled with a formidable regenerative ability, could this truly be the essence of a demon? With a wave of his hand, Mu Yun summoned an endless cascade of stardust, which coalesced into the form of the thousand-blade demon sword. At this moment, the bull demon was visibly regaining its pristine condition, as if the prior annihilation of flesh and blood had merely been an illusion. A subtle smile graced the corners of Mu Yun's lips, for while he could deceive others, he could not deceive himself. Though the bull demon appeared outwardly unscathed, the dark energy within him had been significantly depleted. Were he in the outside world, where boundless dark energy could replenish him, his recovery would indeed be swift. Alas, this was his territory, devoid of such replenishment. Young human, I am a descendant of the great sage of Douluo Mountain, the Bull Demon King. I advise you not to act rashly. My lord commands countless demon kings, beings bold enough to challenge even the heavenly court. The bull demon, aware of his precarious state, bellowed with a facade of bravado. Do not intimidate me. I am not one for confrontation, but once provoked, I fear not the consequences. I either abstain from action or pursue it to the utmost. The great sage of Douluo Mountain, the Bull Demon King, is too troublesome to deal with. Do you intend to bring upon yourself the path to your own demise? Mu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, transforming him into a celestial sword, capable of piercing the heavens and grounding itself firmly upon the earth, able to cleave the stars, extinguish the sun and moon, and vanquish both gods and demons. No, please. You cannot kill me. The king will avenge me, pleaded the bull demon, desperately struggling as he sensed death approaching. Yet, as Mu Yun's sword descended with a fatal strike, terror froze upon the bull demon's visage, rendering him motionless. Sword 23, annihilate the soul. No matter how formidable the physical body, this sword obliterated the very essence of the spirit. After wielding this blade, Mu Yun's face turned pale, as though all his strength had been siphoned away. This sword was crafted using Sword 23 as a model, infused with the principles of time, space, causality, thunder, and soul, provided there was no divine treasure safeguarding the soul. And the disparity in spiritual levels was not excessively vast. This blade was certain to kill. The old bull's physique was commendable. The indestructible bone demon king body could be preserved for the crafting of a corpse puppet. With a touch of merit gold liquid, it would undoubtedly grow even more powerful. Within my boundless labyrinth, I require a formidable guardian to maintain order. Mu Yun, with a sense of satisfaction, had just stored the complete corpse of the bull demon when he suddenly looked up at the sky, his expression turning to one of shock. How dare you slay the kin of this bull demon king? Regardless of your origins, you shall meet your demise. In that moment, a hoof, resembling a divine mountain, descended from an unknown realm, crashing down through layers of void with utter disregard for space. Goodness, is this bull demon king truly so formidable? Mu Yun dared not let his guard down for even a moment. He promptly retracted the expansive sword world divine ability, realizing that such dispersed strength would inevitably be crushed by the descending foot. He then concentrated the sword world divine ability upon the enchanted blade, Thousand Blades, gathering all his power into a singular point. The myriad manifestations of the sword world, united in a single strike. A dazzling beam of sword light soared into the heavens, staunchly opposing the enormous hoof plummeting down. At this juncture, Bai Suzhen, Shaoqing, Fahai, Zhao Wujin, and the faceless blood demon had ceased their conflict. Gazing in astonishment at the sky, the demon scorpion had already been vanquished by Bai Suzhen and Shaoqing, while the faceless blood demon was grievously injured. Barely clinging to life due to his formidable vitality, yet death loomed near. Amitabha Buddha, what is this? This is an attack of the Douluo Golden Immortal level. What has transpired to provoke such a powerful adversary? Fahai's previously impassive expression finally wavered, his recitation of the Buddha's name faltering. Is this the Bull Demon King of Mount Douluo? Bai Suzhen, hailing from the Demon Clan, had heard tales of the Bull Demon King's formidable reputation. However, the disparity between their origins was immense. Bai Suzhen had merely cultivated for 1,700 years. Had it not been for a fortuitous encounter with Guanyin Bodhisattva, she might have remained just a minor demon. In stark contrast, the Bull Demon King's credentials were encapsulated in 4 words: Mount of a Sage, elevating his status to unparalleled heights. If this strike were to land, not just Suzhou City, but the entirety of the Song dynasty would be obliterated. Zhao Wujin trembled, his voice quaking with fear. Oh my, you all, stop wallowing in your awe and lend a hand. I cannot hold on much longer. Mu Yun exclaimed in exasperation. What manner of people are these? Even at such a critical juncture of life and death, they still have the leisure to chat. Amitabha, Great Might Heavenly Dragon. Supreme Law Incantation. Fahai summoned forth the Golden Bull, the Azure Dragon Zen Staff, and the unfathomable Buddha Beats. Innumerable heavenly sovereigns. Zhao Wuji brandished the exorcising demon sword in his hand. Bai Suzhen revealed the Xionghuang sword, while Shaoqing presented the Qinghong sword. Meanwhile, the blood demon, impervious and faceless, seized the opportunity to flee, for in this dire moment, no one could spare the effort to confront her. It was a near miss. The expressions of the 5 were grim. They had already unleashed their ultimate trump cards, merely managing to slow the descent of the colossal hoof. The annihilation of the great Song was merely a matter of time. At that moment, a graceful figure soared into the sky, hurling a great cauldron downwards. Chapter 78. A Parting Gift, 1 year. Asuna, I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for you, the people of Gus's city would have perished, and my merits would have vanished, rendering my efforts futile. Muyun broke into a smile, his entire being collapsing weakly into Asuna's embrace. It was not an act of taking advantage, but rather a genuine exhaustion. No matter how formidable one's divine abilities may be, they must be supported by an equal level of cultivation. The world of 10,000 forms and the sword of all things is a supreme power. Yet its full-force manifestation drained Mu Yun entirely. Upon returning to the celestial drunken pavilion, Shinnong cast a glance at the unconscious Mu Yun and shook his head, saying, I wondered why one would face such a formidable attack without attempting to evade. It turns out he values wealth over life. Even if you had managed to dodge, could I, as an elder, stand idly by while the innocent suffer? At that moment, Mu Yun suddenly opened his eyes. I cannot afford to evade. Should I retreat from this overwhelming energy of merit, it would no longer concern me. Furthermore, do not assume I am unaware. The energy of your Dharma body is finite and cannot withstand prolonged consumption. If you were to withstand that strike, you would essentially cease to exist. Mu Yun was acutely aware that in recent months, the Shinnong clan had been diligently instructing Asuna in alchemy, upgrading the medicinal ring of the 100 Herbs Garden, assisting him in refining the merit gourd, and perfecting the myriad realms of the Wuxiang Sanluo sword. All these endeavors were immensely taxing on his magical energy. Given that Shinnong's physical form was akin to a rootless water plant, the expended magic could not be replenished. Thus, it was best to avoid requiring his intervention whenever possible. You little rascal, so young yet so burdened with worries. Why not take a good rest? Shinnong admonished gently, placing a finger on Mu Yun's brow. With a mere blink, Mu Yun succumbed to slumber. Shinnong's form flickered momentarily, prompting Asuna to swiftly support him. Master, are you all right? Shinnong waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing. All gatherings must eventually disperse. This physical form of mine cannot endure much longer. Having a disciple like you is already a great fortune. I shall leave a bit of my wisdom for this little one. As Shinnong's body grew increasingly translucent, he continued, the child will likely sleep for an extended period. Do not disturb him. This is his opportunity. Ultimately, how much he can absorb will depend on his own capabilities. Asuna's eyes brimmed with tears as she watched Shinnong's ethereal form dissolve into shimmering golden specks, vanishing from sight. Time flowed on, and when Mu Yun finally awoke, a year had passed. After a brief moment of confusion, he grasped the gravity of what had transpired. Ah, this old fellow truly has left me in his debt. The gentle touch of Shinnong's finger before departing had imparted profound insights into the laws of the universe, a comprehension from a being on the verge of sanctity, elevating Mu Yun's perspective to unprecedented heights. Reflecting on his previous understandings of those laws, he realized that what he had deemed minor accomplishments were merely superficial. Though they were all referred to as laws, each realm possessed distinct principles. His previous victories against formidable foes were facilitated by the limitations imposed by the world's laws, which restricted the power of celestial beings. True prowess was unattainable for them in this realm. Now, having received the blessings of quasi-saint level laws, his understanding had ascended to that of the great Luo Golden Immortal. This meant that despite being at the pinnacle of the 9th tier, the path leading to the great Luo Golden Immortal was now unobstructed, free from any bottlenecks. Thus, he truly owed a debt of gratitude to that old man. Mu, you are finally awake, Asuna exclaimed, bursting through the door to find Mu Yun sitting up, her excitement palpable. Over the past year, Asuna had also made significant strides, not only ascending to the celestial realm, but also advancing her alchemical skills to the point where she could now concoct earth-grade elixirs. The quality of elixirs was categorized into heavenly, earthly, profound, and yellow, with the next tier being sacred, which only quasi-saints and saints could produce. Earth-grade elixirs were already impressive, typically achievable only by those at the Tai Golden Immortal level. Celestial realm? Isn't it said that one cannot break through to immortality without risk? Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowed in confusion. Oh, the great calamity is past. No, it should be said that the demonic tribulation has departed from this realm. It is rumored to have relocated to the Spirit Mountain and the Heavenly Court. The devastation was reportedly severe. Even the Dathagata Buddha was forced into reincarnation, and the Jade Emperor's Lingshao Palace was overturned. Asuna remarked with a hint of curiosity, her years spent here evidently granting her a wealth of information. Goodness, who possesses such formidable power? The news was so shocking that it left Mu Yun astounded. The Tathagata Buddha, what an entity! The mightiest among those beneath the saints, and even he had been vanquished. How powerful must their adversary be? It is someone named Wu Tian. He nearly annihilated the Buddha of Spirit Mountain. As for the heavenly court, it was toppled by a coalition of great saints led by the bull demon king, Ping Tian. Asuna said, her gaze shifting anxiously towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun was taken aback, astonished that the bull demon king was indeed so formidable. What Sun Wukong, the monkey king, had failed to accomplish in the past, this demon had achieved. Yet, one could not help but wonder if the heavenly court was merely playing a charade once again. What of Bai Suzhen, though? As you had mentioned earlier, Su Xian had been imprisoned by Fa Hai in Jinshan Temple. Bai Suzhen and Shao Qing ventured to rescue him. But as fate would have it, Bai Suzhen gave birth by West Lake. Her power significantly diminished, leading to a loss of control over her divine abilities, resulting in flooding Jinshan Temple. I had arrived just in time to save the citizens along the West Lake, earning a substantial amount of merit, though the monks at Jinshan Temple were not fortunate enough to be saved. Now, Bai Suzhen was suppressed beneath Leifeng Pagoda, and Su Xian spent his days in Jinshan Temple, ringing the wooden fish beneath the ancient Buddha. Their son, Su Shilin, was being raised by Li Gongfu and Su Jiero. I had visited and even held him. He is a child endowed with merit and fortune. Asuna recounted the events of the past year with great detail. It seemed we were returning to the narrative. Asuna, prepare yourself. I must first undertake a trial, and then we shall return home. Mu Yun stretched his stiffened body, reflecting on the fact that even Asuna had attained the celestial realm while he remained a mere ninth-tier mortal. How embarrassing. Are we not continuing to harvest merit energy here? Su Shilin will still need to take the imperial examination and rescue his mother from Leifeng Pagoda, will he not? At that point, we shall all achieve our merits in full, and the rewards will surely be abundant, Asuna inquired, perplexed. Too slow. Su Shilin's examination is still 18 years away, and I cannot afford to wait. Moreover, there is the unpredictable factor of the bull demon king. Who knows if he will come seeking trouble? This fellow can now overturn the heavenly court, and we certainly cannot contend with him. For safety's sake, it is best to retreat, Mu Yun replied solemnly, unwilling to risk his life so carelessly. Furthermore, the merit energy he had amassed this time was already substantial. To save a life is to surpass the construction of a 7-story pagoda. I had saved over 100,000 lives, and the liquid gold in my merit gourd was plentiful. Chapter 79, A Magnificent Transformation, Returning Home. Mu Yun age, 10 cultivation level, true immortal life tier, true immortal soul, Tai level martial soul, orange cat sage, Tai level, physique, myriad forms celestial body, breaking illusion golden eyes comprehension, heavenly level fortune, heavenly level understanding of laws, mastery of the great Luo golden immortal laws system level, immortal after transcending the tribulation to become an immortal. The affluent Mu Yun lavished a vast amount of merit, transforming both himself and the system in a magnificent manner. Asuna's celestial being was similarly attained. A plethora of merit energy infused within her made a breakthrough unavoidable, allowing her to leap directly from human immortal to celestial immortal, not to mention Mu Yun's extraordinary ascent. In the span of a year, the number of individuals in the system's marketplace had surged to tens of thousands. The collective strength of many is formidable, and the accumulation of merit energy reached an astounding several million, further amplified by the merit Mu Yun acquired from saving hundreds of thousands. Nearly 10 million merit energy allowed Mu Yun to indulge extravagantly, not only elevating the system to the immortal level but also catalyzing a tremendous leap in his fundamental attributes. Indeed, it is a grand calamity of heaven and earth. Though perilous, the merit gained is immensely abundant. This exemplifies the adage that wealth and fortune are often found amidst danger. Mu Yun couldn't help but feel a profound sense of melancholy. If others were to discover how recklessly he squandered his merits, both the Jade Emperor and the Buddha might very well come to seek retribution. Back in the day, when that grand spectacle of Journey to the West was orchestrated, the celestial beings of the heavenly court and the various Buddhas of Ling Shan took to the stage. To entice the Monkey King into the fray, the Jade Emperor even crawled beneath the table, subsequently arranging the trials of 81 tribulations. Even the Buddha's maternal uncle, the golden-winged Great Ping, descended to earth to serve as an extra, all for the sake of acquiring some merit. Director Lin, I must take my leave. What about you? If it weren't for Asuna's reminder, Mu Yun would have completely forgotten about Lin Fan, the manager of the Heavenly Jar Shop, whose presence was almost non-existent. I suppose I shall wait a little longer. Your accumulation of merit is bountiful, rendering you indifferent to the rewards derived from the conclusion of the White Snake Saga. A satiated man cannot comprehend the hunger of one in need. I have only gathered a meager sum and do not wish to miss this final opportunity. Lin Fan retorted with exasperation. We all agreed to remain discreet and avoid the calamities of heaven and earth, yet you recklessly dashed out to save the world, hoarding all the merits for yourself. What a breach of camaraderie. Mu Yun was not surprised by Lin Fan's decision. The strategy of the Heaven's Jar shop to acquire merit energy was akin to casting a wide net and allowing a gentle stream to flow. Over the past year, the shop had entangled itself with many prominent figures in this realm. They simply needed to await the moment when Su Shilin achieved the top scholar title and rescued his mother from the Leifeng Pagoda, at which point the merits could be shared, ensuring a comfortable victory without effort. Thus, departing at this juncture was out of the question. As for safety, there was no cause for concern. Lin Fan was even more cautious than himself. Since the last encounter with the devastating strike of the Bull Demon King, which had resonated alarmingly with his sense of security, he had devoted himself to upgrading the system relentlessly. The Heaven's Jar shop had now reached celestial status, and as long as no quasi-sane intervened, staying within the shop ensured that no one could threaten his life. Very well then, I shall take my leave for now. As you possess the reincarnation token and can return at any time, Mu Yun replied hastily. Hurry along. Your presence here makes me uneasy. You tend to act unpredictably. And who knows what kind of trouble might arise, potentially jeopardizing the merit energy I have painstakingly planned for. Lin Fan waved his hand, a joyful expression adorning his face. Oh, by the way, perhaps due to the impending calamity of heaven and earth, or possibly because this realm's tier surpasses that of the Douluo world, I have noticed that the flow of time here is not at 100-fold speed like in Douluo. Lin Fan's expression darkened. When Mu Yun had invited him to the reincarnation trial, he had not mentioned this. Was there no consistency in his words and actions? I must confess, I have not thoroughly studied the specific rules of the reincarnation trial. My apologies. Mu Yun offered a disingenuous apology, a cheerful facade masking his lack of sincerity. Lin Fan found himself helpless. Given the circumstances, he could hardly abandon the merits he was on the verge of acquiring. Fortunately, a manifestation had been left behind in the Douluo realm. Otherwise, chaos would have ensued. As a gesture of compensation, Mu Yun generously established a portal within the celestial jar shop, facilitating Lin Fan's passage between the Douluo world and this realm. Naturally, Mu Yun, as the architect of this endeavor, would not undertake such an effort without personal gain. Upon returning to the Douluo world, Lin Fan immediately sensed a force of rejection. The current Douluo realm could no longer accommodate him, nor Asuna. Well then, I merely seek a moment's respite. Do not provoke me, lest I unleash my wrath upon you. Mu Yun cast a disdainful glance at the heavens, threateningly, and in that instant, the celestial order of this realm seemed to quail. For he understood the principle of mutual convenience. The landscape of Douluo continent had undergone a dramatic transformation. The alliance of strange beings, having witnessed the departure of numerous powerful figures, had adopted a notably low profile, refraining from their previous boasts of annihilating this or that. Instead, they diligently focused on developing their enterprises and generating wealth, and no one dared to provoke them, for who could predict when those formidable beings might return? The Demon Nation Federation had retreated deep into the Star Doe Forest. After all, Soto City remained the domain of humanity. Without Limulu's leadership, their spirit beasts lacked the confidence to remain there. The main forces of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had been dispatched to the mortal realm for cultivation, leaving only a modest outpost behind, which too remained tranquil. At present, the most tumultuous element on Douluo continent stemmed from the conflict between the Spirit Hall and Tangsan. The Spirit Hall had grown exceedingly powerful. Qianren Xue had ascended to the rank of a fifth-tier powerhouse, commanding a substantial cadre of fifth-tier elites. Yet, perhaps due to the protagonist's aura, Tangsan had inexplicably attained sixth-tier strength, evolving the soul-guiding devices and leading forth a formidable team to stand toe-to-toe with the Spirit Hall. Engaging in an unyielding clash, Mu Yun's divine consciousness now effortlessly enveloped the entirety of the Douluo continent. Suddenly, he let out a sigh. Alas, this departure leaves him uncertain of when he shall return. Some matters, after all, must eventually be resolved. Mu Yun's figure flickered and vanished from the original spot, only to reappear in a dilapidated courtyard. Mother, I have returned. He beheld a woman clad in simple cloth, diligently washing clothes in a large wooden basin. Suddenly, her body stiffened, and she turned around with overwhelming excitement. Yuner, is it truly you? You have finally come back to see us. Observing his mother's reddened hands, Mu Yun felt a surge of compassion. Mother, you were once a valiant warrior. How did it come to this? What on earth is father doing? How could he bear to let you wash clothes in this frigid weather? His mother's face bore a bitter expression. The world has changed. Once, a valiant warrior stood as a formidable force. Now, that is no longer the case. Do not blame your father. He is no longer the head of the family. Those elders have gained immense power by opening the jars and have all become third-tier warriors. Your father has been ousted. Chapter 80. Settling old and new accounts. Why do they go to open the jars? Why do you not? Mu Yun inquired, puzzled. Is it not your father's doing? He thoughtlessly relinquished financial authority, allowing those elders to secretly misappropriate the funds to open the jars, transforming money into power. By the time he realized what had transpired, it was already too late. His mother replied, her anger flaring. Mu Qingmei, known as Mu Yun's mother, was once a woman of fiery temperament in her youth. However, fate led her to fall in love with the indecisive Zhu Yilong, who was Mu Yun's father, thereby softening her edges. And what of the second sister? What is she doing? Is it merely a handful of third-tier Karami? Zhu Zhuqing had surpassed the third tier a year ago, and she even returned specifically to see you all. Has she truly done nothing? Mu Yun inquired with a peculiar expression. This cannot solely be blamed on Qingqing. Your father is quite concerned with appearances and did not disclose the actual circumstances to her. Moreover, the elders at that time had not yet exhibited such outrageous behavior. It was only after Qingqing departed that the elders revealed their true nature, Mu Qingmei explained with a sense of helplessness, desiring to save face while suffering in silence. His indecisiveness is ever present, afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. It is lamentable that he has reduced the esteemed position of the family head to such a state. Where has he gone now? Mu Yun asked through gritted teeth. Where else could he be? Drowning his sorrows in alcohol, as he has done for years. Whenever faced with dissatisfaction, he would retreat to drink away his troubles. Mu Yun's mother sighed. You are out here washing clothes in this frigid weather while he is off drinking? He certainly knows how to prioritize. Mu Yun, filled with frustration, swiftly pinpointed the other's location. With a flick of her wrist, Zhu Yilong vanished into thin air, leaving the surrounding onlookers utterly oblivious. Where's the elder sister? Surely she is not still frolicking with that fool Davis? Mu Yun furrowed her brow. No, Davis has fallen from grace, and thus the engagement has been annulled. Currently, the Star Luo royal family is under the dominion of Dai Mubai. Zhu Yun departed with Qingqing a year ago, and their whereabouts remain unknown. Concern flickered in Mu Qing's eyes. Rest assured, they are safe. I have a fair notion of where they have ventured. Mu Yun offered a comforting word to his mother. Casting an exasperated glance at his father, who had tumbled from the void, intoxicated and resembling a mere puddle of mud. With a snap of his fingers, he commanded, awaken. In an instant, Zhu Yilong shuddered and regained his senses. Ah, what a rare visitor. Is that not a Yun, gracing us with his presence? Zhu Yilong seamlessly slipped into character, even adopting the demeanor of the family patriarch. Continue your charade. For all these years, you have only managed to play the role of the head of the family before me and my elder sisters. Who among the others has ever genuinely acknowledged your standing? They merely regard you as a puppet. And now, you are no longer even a puppet patriarch. What pretense do you have left? Mu Yun retorted sharply. Caught in his ruse, Zhu Yilong plopped down onto the ground, donning a pitiful expression that evoked deep sympathy from Mu Yun's mother. Oh, my wise and valiant mother. This is merely his usual ploy. He frequently feigns vulnerability to elicit your compassion. You have been thoroughly ensnared by him throughout your life. Mu Yun wore a look of exasperation. Every time his mother became enraged, Zhu Yilong would adopt this pitiful expression, and instantly her anger would dissipate, leaving her to comfort him, an infallible tactic. Come with me, he urged. There's no need to linger in this wretched place. Stay at my residence. I have ample space. There's nothing left for you to tidy up here. Let us depart immediately. Without waiting for Zhu Yilong's consent, Mu Yun waved his hand, and both Zhu Yilong and Mu Qingmei vanished from the spot. He was acutely aware of his father's character. His indecisiveness rivaled that of Tang Sung, often leading to unnecessary complications. It was simpler to take matters into his own hands. Once he had seen his parents off, Mu Yun's expression gradually darkened. This group of miscreants had yet to be held accountable for their past offenses, and now they had accumulated new grievances. Very well. It seemed best to resolve everything in one fell swoop. Mu Yun raised his hand gracefully, and chains shot forth. Causality chains, bind them. Instantly, the bodies of all the elders of the Zhu family tensed, regardless of their location, even at the ends of the earth. They could not escape the grasp of the causality chains. It was as if invisible shackles ensnared them, drawing them into the void. And soon they all appeared before Mu Yun, collapsing to their knees in a multitude. What is happening? Where am I? Was I not just in the Douluo imperial family, drafting the succession protocol for the new monarch? How did I suddenly arrive here? I was en route to the Martial Soul Hall, having already glimpsed Martial Soul City. How did I return to this place so abruptly? Who are you? Are you responsible for this? At last, an elderly man with a white beard, upon noticing Mu Yun, rushed over with an imposing demeanor. Oh, the Grand Elder seems to have forgotten quite a bit in these few years. You don't remember me at all? Back in the day, you had quite the designs on me, proposing my expulsion from the family and the confiscation of all my assets. Unfortunately for you, my skills in concealing wealth are quite adept, and you found nothing. Afterwards, you dispatched many to capture me, but alas, I had already anticipated your moves, leaving your men empty-handed. Tell me, have you recalled now? With a flick of his little finger, Mu Yun sent the venerable elder crashing against the wall, as if struck by a ferocious beast, leaving him clinging there, bones likely shattered in numerous places. Mu Yun, it is you, the elder uttered, blood spilling from his lips, each word articulated with painstaking clarity. You are mistaken. I am now Mu Yun, and I have severed all ties with your esteemed Zhu family. Mu Yun replied coldly. If there are no ties, then why have you returned? What else could I possibly do? It is, of course, time to settle accounts. The first account, the audacity of the strong to bully the weak, showing utter disrespect to the elder and casting me out of the family, all while scheming to seize my modest fortune. The second account, a ruthless disregard for kinship, with a heart cold enough to seek my demise. The third account, the surreptitious embezzlement of public funds for personal gain. The fourth account, insubordination and the ousting of the family head. The fifth account, the oppression of my parents. In summary, all 5 grievances combine. I hereby pass judgment upon you. Mu Yun's gaze gradually turned frigid, an almost imperceptible aura of menace slowly emanating from him. Why waste breath on a mere brat like him? Eliminate him. Attack together. With the elder's command, more than a dozen individuals lunged at Mu Yun. Well, it seems there are even 2 wielders of devil fruits among them. What fortuitous luck to stumble upon such treasures in the celestial shop. No wonder they dare to rebel. However, how dare these trifling third-tier scoundrels bully my parents? They are truly courting death. With a swift motion, Mu Yun struck, sending everyone crashing against the wall, resembling a mural, save for 2 individuals who lay beneath his feet. He chuckled. Ah, the elemental wind fruit and the superhuman pin fruit. What splendid treasures, now mine. Chapter 81. 6 years, danger approaches enough of the spectacle. I am magnanimous. A true sage. I did not slay those old fools, merely dealt with them decisively, and thus, our grievances are resolved. Under the gaze of Zhu Yilong's sorrowful eyes, Mu Yun reluctantly provided an answer. Such a formidable weapon, no wonder his mother could not endure it. Even I, a great master, find it overwhelming. Zhu Yilong exhaled in relief. While these ingrates do not deserve death, they must be taught a lesson for daring to bully me, the head of the family. Truly. My son, you have done splendidly. Mu Qingmei's gaze was peculiar. A mother knows her child best. How could the words magnanimous and broad-minded possibly relate to her son? It was more akin to an eye for an eye. What? Do you desire to return and become the head of those ungrateful wolves? Mu Yun's brows furrowed in irritation. They say experience is the best teacher. If this unreliable father fails to learn his lesson, he must not blame her for her outburst. Furthermore, the Zhu family had already hit rock bottom. Though the members were alive, their existence was akin to a living hell. Their meridians shattered, bodies paralyzed. Yet they could not die, no matter how desperately they wished for it. Mu Yun extracted a bit of demon blood from the corpse of the bull demon and injected it into their hearts, with that substance coursing through them. Death was an impossibility. What are your plans now? Will you remain here, or shall I send you to seek out your elder sister or second sister? Mu Yun inquired, stretching lazily. I wish to find Qingqing. Mu Qimei made her decision without hesitation. She no longer wished to behold the visages of those from the Zhu family. What about you? The mother and son simultaneously turned their gazes towards Zhu Yilong, exuding an imposing aura. Very well, I shall also go, Zhu Yilong replied meekly, fearing that should he voice any dissent, these 2 might pounce upon him with lethal intent. Mu Yun was indeed prepared, regardless of consent. He would ensure the individual was sent forth. There was no alternative, for this person was rather soft-hearted. Upon witnessing the plight of those unfortunate souls, it was likely he would come to trouble Mu Yun. In the realm of mortals cultivating immortality, Huangfeng Valley. Oh dear, father and mother, what brings you here? And little brother, it has been quite some time. What have you been so occupied with? I have visited the mountain residence several times, yet you were never present. Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a chattering little wild cat, incessantly delivering her remarks. And Asuna, you too have been absent. Have you been off on a date with that mischievous younger brother of yours? He is but 10 years old. That simply won't do. Mu Yun's expression darkened, incredulous at the venomous words being uttered. What do you mean not possible? If you dare, clarify your statement. With a scoff, Mu Yun continued, it's been a year, and your strength is merely at the 7th tier? Have you been idling about? Upon hearing this, Mu Yun's parents were taken aback. 7th tier? The 3rd tier elders could bully them to no end, and yet their daughter was a formidable 7th tier powerhouse. What then had been the meaning of their suffering over the past year? Such a grand potential wasted, how lamentable. But this cannot be solely my fault, Zhu Zhuqing lamented, her voice tinged with grievance. The 10th level of the 9-tier demon tower cannot be accessed with spirit stones. It requires merit energy. I possess only spirit stones, lacking the necessary merit energy, which is why I've been stuck at the 7th tier for 6 months now, with no signs of a breakthrough. Mu Yun was acutely aware that her words bore truth. This realm was, in fact, the lower world of the cultivation universe. Here, the most formidable beings were merely a handful of 5th-tier transformation gods, who refrained from taking action out of fear of divine retribution. Ascending to the 7th tier was already an extraordinary feat, and the aspiration to comprehend the power of the laws to advance to the 8th tier was utterly unattainable. Mu Yun pondered for a moment, realizing that harnessing the energy of merit here was not particularly challenging. Calculating the time, the imminent eruption of the righteous and demonic war was approaching. When the demonic sect invades, their methods are often gruesome, frequently involving the blood sacrifice of countless innocents. However, if one were to prepare in advance and rescue them, would that not yield a substantial amount of merit energy? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. My dear brother, how shall we prepare in advance? Please elaborate. Why not conduct your own research? Are you not capable of gathering intelligence? If you find yourself at a loss, seek out your dear friend Ning Rongrong. Surely the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has individuals dedicated to intelligence gathering. Given the demonic sect's modus operandi, tracking their whereabouts should be quite feasible. Do I need to teach you the remainder? Mu Yun replied with a tone of exasperation. All right. I shall go find Rongrong at once. Mu Yun seized Zhu Zhuqing firmly, opting to savor their meal before addressing any pressing matters. The following day, at dawn, Mu Yun and Asuna had already departed. Their life levels were far superior for this realm, rendering them unreachable, although the 7th tier was beyond standard. It remained within tolerable limits, allowing for lightning strikes or expulsion. However, individuals like Mu Yun and Asuna were beyond any form of intervention. The previous White Snake world was significantly more powerful than this one. When confronted by the Bull Demon King, a strike from unfathomable distances nearly led to their annihilation, making this realm appear trivial in comparison. Allowing Mu Yun and Asuna to remain here for even a single day was already stretching the limits. Before their departure, Mu Yun had enhanced his parents, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun, leaving behind life-saving talismans, which offered him peace of mind as he left. Zhu Yilong was the quintessential good-natured individual, while Mu Yun, though tough in demeanor, possessed a soft heart. The father and son were equally matched in this regard. Subsequently, Mu Yun resided in the system marketplace, which, no longer merely a marketplace, had expanded outward to form a sprawling metropolis centered around it, now known as Cloud City, with Mu Yun as its lord. Beyond the city lay an enigmatic realm shrouded in black mist, a place Mu Yun dared not venture, sensing an overwhelming dread lurking within. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 years had elapsed. The population of the system marketplace had surged beyond 1 million, officially establishing the marketplace as a city. One day, Xiao Jie suddenly burst into the Lord's residence, startling the leisurely Mu Yun, who had benefited from the laziness merit system and the dreamscape everything system. The former system required no effort, as merits accrued effortlessly over the past 6 years, transforming the merit liquid in the gourd into a lake, even nurturing several merit treasures. The latter system offered a dreamscape of all experiences, though fictitious. The skills learned and the principles comprehended were genuine and remained upon awakening. Thus, despite Mu Yun's apparent idleness over the past 6 years, his strength had not stagnated. Mu Yun age, 16 cultivation, Great Luo Golden Immortal Life Level, Great Luo Golden Immortal Soul, Sacred Level Martial Soul, Devouring Heaven Cat, Sacred Level, Physique, All-Encompassing Divine Demonic Body, Breaking Illusions Golden Eyes Comprehension, Against the Heavens Fortune, against the heavens' understanding of laws. Perfect mastery of semi-sacred level law system. Sacred level Jingyi exclaimed in a state of panic. This is terrible. The black mist outside the city has dissipated and a truly fearsome creature has emerged. You must go and see for yourself. I fear that the city walls created by the system will not withstand its assault. Chapter 82. Battlefield of 10,000 clans. Summoning the creature resembled a colossal pig. Towering at a height of 100 meters, clad in armor of stars, with feet ablaze in flames. Its formidable fangs emanated an incredibly powerful destructive law. No wonder you mentioned that our city walls could not endure its attack. With a grave expression, Muyan left the city wall, staggering towards the pig before him, and coldly inquired, "What are you? What brings you to this place?" Upon hearing Muyan's question, the pig's countenance suddenly transformed, displaying an inexplicable array of emotions as it emitted a thunderous roar. Although it was clearly not human speech, Muyan found himself inexplicably capable of understanding it. "You dare to question my presence here? Are you not aware of where you stand?" Just as Muyan was left bewildered, the system's prompt echoed belatedly. Ding! Due to the system's ascension to the holy level, the Multitude-S battlefield has been activated. Your adversary is the deity of destruction, who wields the power of annihilation. Slaying this foe will grant you access to the path of destruction. Failure will result in the obliteration of the city, and all will be lost. Goodness! Is the consequence of the system ascending to the holy level truly this severe? Why was I not informed sooner? Had I known, I would have refrained from hastily elevating you to the holy level. Muyan felt an overwhelming urge to weep. For the formidable being of destruction was clearly not to be trifled with. Might we engage in a discourse? We are civilized individuals, after all. Is it not preferable to avoid bloodshed and instead pursue a peaceful coexistence? With a roar, the being of annihilation manifested a small black sphere at the tip of its sharp fangs, cloaked in dark lightning, the very essence of destructive thunder. With a thunderous boom, the black sphere launched forth, its velocity unremarkable, yet it devoured all energy in its path, reminiscent of a black hole, growing ever more potent. Behind lay a city. Should this entity breach the defenses, it would likely consume the place entirely, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. How despicable! Such actions lack honor and integrity. I hold you in utter disdain. With a heart ablaze with righteous indignation, Muyan pointed vehemently at his adversary. Just as the ominous black orb loomed perilously close, a grand door materialized before him, and the orb surged through it. Simultaneously, another door appeared behind the god of destruction, from which the black orb emerged. Boom! In the midst of the god of destruction's astonished expression, his posterior vanished. Is this what you deem honorable? Is this what you proclaim to be upright and just? Seizing the opportunity in your moment of weakness, Muyan wielded the blade of 1,000 demons with finesse, as a colossal orange cat spirit manifested behind him. Though it had been renamed the Devouring Sky Cat, its appearance remained unchanged, still embodying the adorable essence of the orange feline, merging seamlessly with its master. At this moment, the blade of 1,000 demons had soaked in the elixir of virtue for 6 years, its offensive prowess rivaling that of innate spiritual treasures. The world of the all-encompassing forest sword. In an instant, Muyan vanished from his original position. The opponent before him exuded an aura of formidable defense, making it exceedingly difficult to inflict a fatal blow from a distance. However, having seized a fleeting opportunity due to a lapse in their guard, he deemed the risk worthwhile. With a swift motion, he unleashed the sword of heaven and earth, an attack infused with the very essence of the world, representing the pinnacle of his current prowess. Amalgamating all the laws he had comprehended. Crack! The massive fangs of the destruction demon were severed. Roar! The destruction demon emitted a heart-wrenching howl. Its face contorted in disbelief as it collapsed to the ground. Muyan smiled faintly, gracefully retracting her fangs, her eyes shimmering with golden light. Your expression is quite intriguing. Are you pondering why I do not sever your head or pierce your heart, but instead aim for your most formidable fangs? The answer is rather simple. Your fangs represent both your greatest strength and your most significant vulnerability. For a being like you, a critical weakness can manifest in various forms. As the deity of destruction, your vital point naturally lies within the essence of annihilation. Your fangs, which amalgamate both offensive and defensive capabilities, serve as the optimal location for this essence. However, it is a pity that after unleashing a powerful attack, your fangs will weaken temporarily, presenting the perfect opportunity for me to take your life. As for how I possess this knowledge, I cannot disclose that to you. Muyan certainly could not reveal in public that it was the broken illusion golden eyes that perceived the nearly insurmountable weaknesses of the destructive demons. Who knows if there are other entities secretly observing this place? The work is done. Mu Yun casually tossed the fangs of the demonic beast of destruction in his hand. A truly remarkable treasure. Not only could it augment the offensive power of the 1,000 blades of the demon sword, but it could also serve as sustenance for cats. What does it mean to be a sky-devouring cat? It means that it consumes anything and everything. After a traditional scavenging of the corpses, he gathered all the valuable items and returned to the Lord's mansion. Ding! The next opening of the 10,000 races battlefield will be in 1 year. Please prepare diligently. Host. This damned little darling has placed such a troublesome burden upon me. A year's time? Is that even enough? Mu Yun gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, his mind racing as he sought a way to break the impasse. Ding! Xian Renxue had completed a mythic-level task and earned a divine summoning once. Indeed, I can summon. Over the past few years, I had been so idle that I nearly forgot about this. Xian Renxue has been quite diligent in her tasks. She must have accumulated a considerable number of summoning opportunities. Mu Yun smacked his thigh and began to assess how many times he could summon. To his astonishment, he discovered he had a total of 11 summoning opportunities, 3 at the yellow level, 3 at the mysterious level, 2 at the earth level, 2 at the sky level, and 1 at the divine level. Let us try our luck. Perhaps we can turn the tide. He initiated the first summoning. Hisoka, hailing from the world of hunters. Strength assessed at the 2nd tier. To his dismay, it was this peculiar individual, possessing only 2nd tier prowess, which indeed seemed rather inadequate. The yellow level summoning likely matched this standard. However, Mu Yun was well acquainted with Hisoka and felt no disappointment, for Hisoka possessed an extraordinary innate talent, his combat instinct. While skill can be cultivated, such instinct is inherent. One either possesses it or does not. He continued the summoning. Robin, from the world of pirates, a user of the flower fruit, an archaeologist. Strength assessed at the 1st tier. This was even less impressive, but it was difficult to dismiss entirely. Robin's capacity for learning was formidable. Should she grasp the profound laws of power, combined with her flower fruit abilities, the potential to manifest limbs on her foes and unleash law-based attacks could prove formidable. He pressed on with the summoning. Orochimaru, from the world of Naruto, a scientist and biologist with an ambition for immortality, strength assessed at the 2nd tier. Upon seeing this figure, Mu Yun felt a chill run down his spine. Compared to Orochimaru, Hisoka seemed almost normal. At least Orochimaru wouldn't have another self emerging from his mouth. A truly grotesque spectacle. Nevertheless, he held potential. Perhaps insights could be gleaned from the flesh of the demonic being. Provided his strength was sufficient, 2nd tier was too weak. The mere aura emanating from that demonic flesh could easily spell doom for Orochimaru 100 times over. He continued summoning. Kenpachi, from the world of Bleach, a combat fanatic, strength assessed at the 5th tier. Another battle enthusiast, weak in cultivation yet formidable in combat. A stark contrast to the likes of Hei and Bai, who possessed heavenly cultivation yet lacked any real fighting prowess. He proceeded with the final summoning. Katsumatsu. From the world of Food Wars, a chef favored by the gods, strength assessed at the 1st tier. Mu Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. For the summoning of a 1st tier chef through a mystic level invocation did not evoke disappointment. Rather, it stirred a sense of anticipation within him. The culinary genius Xiaosong, despite his seemingly inadequate prowess, possessed the remarkable ability to tame even the mightiest of magical beasts, and within his being resided the coveted food cells. A rare gift that could elevate one's life essence through the indulgence in exquisite cuisine. The summoning continued. Next, there was Emperor Shi Tian. Hailing from the world of winds and clouds, originally named Su Fu, a renowned alchemist of the Qin dynasty who had partaken of phoenix blood to attain immortality. Assessed at the 5th tier of strength. This was intriguing. Though not exceptionally powerful, he had developed a plethora of formidable martial arts techniques, which, while termed martial arts, had transcended into the realm of divine principles. With his extraordinary comprehension, Mu Yun eagerly anticipated the formidable techniques that Emperor Shi Tian might unveil through his grasp of the laws of the universe. The summoning went on. Then came Su Cha-Ching. From the Skinjin Qixia universe, the foremost disciple of the Shushan sect, who bore the responsibility of safeguarding all living beings, assessed at the 7th tier. However, aside from his striking handsomeness, he seemed of little utility, prompting Mu Yun to scoff, harboring a bias against excessively handsome men. Following was the Turtle Sage from Dragon Ball, a man capable of vanishing the moon, assessed at the 7th tier. The fact that he could obliterate the moon without mastering the laws of the universe merely indicated the inherent weakness of that Earth. It was no wonder that some could effortlessly obliterate the planet. only for the eternal dragon to restore it in an instant. A task that would be arduous even for the saints seemed trivial in his hands. Then there was Krillin. Also from Dragon Ball, a disciple of the Turtle Sage, surpassing his master with a prowess rated at the 9th tier. The summoning continued. Next appeared the Black Bear spirit from the Journey to the West, rugged and robust, endowed with the ability to control the winds, assessed at the 9th tier. This one seemed essentially useless, lacking both strength and potential. It was rather laughable that such a being could require assistance from the illustrious Sun Wukong, who, even in his Taiji golden immortal state, could not simply crush this foe. It truly felt like a performance with everyone playing their parts. Mu Yun found himself dissatisfied with the summons of heavenly and earthly tiers, which paled in comparison to those of the mystic and yellow tiers. Although the latter were weaker, they possessed redeeming qualities. Finally, with the last divine summoning, Mu Yun even took a moment to wash his hands, seeking to adjust his fortune. The summoning commenced. Sui Ren, hailing from the primordial world, one of the 3 progenitors of humanity, an innate human being with a natural Tao body, assessed at the level of a human immortal. Mu Yun was initially startled by the illustrious title of Sui Ren, the progenitor of humankind. Even the Earth Emperor, Shinnong, would appear diminished in his presence. However, a frown soon creased his brow. An immortal of humanity? How feeble that seemed. It quickly dawned on him that this Sui Ren was not from his peak era, but rather from an earlier epoch. Indeed, as soon as Sui Ren grasped the situation before him, he immediately sought to bow in reverence, which prompted Mu Yun to hastily support him, fearing that the ancestor of humanity performing such a grand gesture would disrupt the celestial order and shorten his lifespan. Please, speak your mind, but do not bow recklessly. Our people are in dire straits. The primordial chaos is beset by the catastrophic war between the demons and shamans. The demon race ravages and slaughters us mercilessly. We lack the claws of the demons and the physique of the shamans, and our cultivation progresses at a glacial pace, leaving us utterly defenseless against their slaughter. I beseech you, dear friend, to lend us your aid. The primordial chaos, the war between demons and shamans, and the rampant slaughter of humanity. Mu Yun pieced together these key phrases and arrived at a harrowing conclusion: the calamity of the demons and shamans. The reason behind the massacre of humankind was to forge the slaughtering shaman sword, for the blood of humans could penetrate the formidable defenses of the shamanic flesh. Mu Yun contemplated briefly before ultimately consenting, for it was evident that relying on summoning to confront the battlefield of myriad races was an unrealistic endeavor. The highest echelon of divine summoning could only call forth individual immortals, which was utterly insufficient. It would be wiser to take a risk amidst the cataclysmic upheaval of heaven and earth, where chaotic energies enveloped the primordial world, allowing for opportunities to be seized in the turmoil. In the primordial realm, along the banks of the Shanshui River, a gathering of humanity convened. Sui Ren, where have you gone? How did you suddenly vanish from our sight? 2 elderly figures exclaimed, rushing towards Sui Ren with palpable urgency. I have gone to seek reinforcements. Sui Ren responded, his face alight with excitement. This time, Mu Yun had brought along Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, Li Hani, Shihao, Imorinju, Asuna, Rimuru, and Ziyuan. These individuals had not been idle over the past 6 years. Their powers had surged remarkably. Zhu Qing had attained the golden immortal realm and comprehended the laws of speed, space, and darkness. Ning Rongrong, also at the golden immortal level, had grasped the laws of space, earth, and ice. Li Hani had reached the Tai golden immortal realm, mastering the laws of the sword, creation, and destruction. Shihao, with his supreme physique, was evenly matched against the demon race at the great Luo golden immortal level. Imorinju, though at the human immortal stage and comparatively weaker, commanded a vast array of corpse puppets, excelling in construction. The layout and architecture of Cloud City had largely been realized through his efforts. Asuna, at the great Luo golden immortal level, had mastered all elemental laws and was also an alchemist, her skills rivaling those of her master, Shinnong. Rimuru's training methods were rather unconventional. By smashing a jar, he had inadvertently summoned a dying golden dragon, and upon devouring it, he ascended to the Tai golden immortal realm, with his followers also experiencing a remarkable rise in strength. The subsequent group of summoned individuals were all promising candidates, their potential ready to be nurtured. Lastly, the soul rings and soul beasts, whose strength aligned with Mu Yun, were also formidable. This time, Mu Yun had mobilized all his formidable allies. With this influx of power, humanity finally had the foundation to stand firm and confront the demon race. Thank you all for your assistance, exclaimed Yu Chao, Sui Run, and Zi Yi in unison. Bowing deeply in gratitude, Mu Yun waved his hand, casting a sweeping gaze around, and could not help but feel his lips twitch. Is this truly the tribe of the human race during the primordial era? How abysmal! The ragtag assembly barely numbers 1,000 souls, not to mention weaponry. They are clad in tattered rags, lacking even a single decent garment. Their faces are gaunt, and a mere gust of wind could topple them. They are on the brink of starvation yet harbor ambitions to combat the demon clan? They cannot even best a wild boar. Furthermore, there are no shelters. A heavy rain would lay many low with illness, and without defensive walls, a single charge from the demon horde would likely lead to their utter annihilation. They possess none of the essentials: clothing, food, shelter, or means of transport. Well then, esteemed elders, may I take the liberty of issuing commands henceforth? Mu Yun politely greeted Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Ziyi. The remarkable achievement of seizing the fire seeds from the mouths of the demon race is attributed to the three venerable ancestors, whose limited cultivation in the realm of human immortals has indeed been commendable. In Chapter 84, the city of Xianwang, Qi Yuan suggested to Mo Ran to devise a plan and mobilize the puppet construction team to expedite the building of the city and its residences. Xiao Song was tasked with preparing meals, as the collective state of the group was dismal. Without sustenance, they risked starvation. Ning Rongrong established a cultivation tower in the heart of the city, as imparting skills is far more beneficial than merely providing for others. The human race in this primordial era must strive for self-improvement and cannot perpetually rely on our assistance. A Jin was instructed to construct a weapons workshop and recruit additional hands, for without arms, how could they engage in battle? Were they to confront the demon race armed only with sticks and stones? Asuna and Sunflower were to lead a team to clear farmland for cultivation, with Sunflower's presence. The crops would soon flourish. Once the city walls and houses were completed, I would return to inscribe the formation patterns. The remaining members were directed to hunt, ensuring the eradication of the formidable beasts surrounding them. As for the three ancestors, I kindly request your efforts in gathering the surviving members of the human race. If they remain too scattered, they cannot be adequately protected. With these commands issued, the human encampment swiftly became a hub of activity. 7 days later, a colossal city rose from the ground, and the human race finally possessed its own stronghold, no longer to be driven from place to place by wild beasts. Mu Yun decisively etched the intricate patterns of the Zhoutian star array, a formation he had mastered to the pinnacle of its potential. Over the years, he had refined this grand array to an extraordinarily profound degree, rivaling even the original Zhoutian star array of the demon clan's celestial court. Furthermore, formations such as the Zhoutian star array could only be breached through sheer force, an endeavor that required the might of a saint. Mu Yun's rendition of the Zhoutian star array connected with the celestial bodies above, drawing upon an inexhaustible source of energy, while simultaneously intertwining with the Earth's ley lines, thus merging with the primordial land itself. Who among the saints would dare to act against such a formidable bastion? A glance at the Western realms reveals that in the past, a fierce battle between Hongjun and Luoho devastated the Western ley lines, leading to catastrophic repercussions. The heavens were incensed, and the two prominent saints, Zhuinti and Jiejing, incessantly lamented the incident, much to Hongjun's chagrin. With the heavens as a protective shield, the city of humanity remained secure. As the three ancestors of humanity returned, the population within the city surged to 30,000, finally giving the settlement a semblance of stability. Every individual had sustenance, every household had shelter, and the people engaged in farming and hunting, thus setting humanity's development on the right path. With the emergence of cultivation towers and crafting workshops, the strength of humanity began to experience an explosive surge. Within a mere 3 months, the remnants of humanity had acquired the capability to confront ordinary demons, forming small, fully equipped teams ready to slay the fiends. The demon-slaying quintet, consisting of the demon-repelling shield, the demon-slaying blade, the demon-breaking arrows, the demon-exterminating bow, and the starry battle armor, could even fell celestial-grade demons. Centered around the city, the surrounding demon population dwindled, either hunted down or fleeing in terror, with the slain demons brought back as spoils. Their skins could be stripped for clothing, their flesh was consumable, their blood useful for alchemy, while bones, teeth, and claws could be forged into weapons, each part a treasure in its own right. Once, it was the demons that preyed upon humanity. Now, the tables had turned, a true reflection of karma. Retribution served in kind. However, as humanity's momentum grew, it inevitably caught the attention of the demon clan. In the demon court, the demon emperor, a fearsome creature resembling a duck, entirely crimson, exuded an aura of terror. With a monkey's body, a bird's head adorned with 2 horns, and a single leg, he commanded an imposing presence befitting an emperor, Douluo, who unified the myriad beings of the primordial world, leading billions of demon soldiers as the sovereign of the ancient celestial court. Gui Che. Our greatest adversary now is the Witch Clan. There is no need to squander our strength on a mere human faction, Douluo remarked, shaking his head dismissively. My lord, there is no need to mobilize an army to eradicate such an insignificant human clan. I, Qin Yuan, can handle it alone, he boldly asserted. A mandarin duck, resembling a bee in size, transformed into a stunning fairy adorned in garments of 5 vibrant colors, possessing a tail armed with a venomous stinger. In just 3 days, I shall eradicate the human race and return, without delaying the crucial battle against the Witch Clan, she declared. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Jun consented. Then hasten your journey. With your prowess as one of the 10 demon saints at the Douluo Jingxian level, I trust there will be no unforeseen complications. Understood. I shall depart. The woman in the colorful attire reverted to her original form and vanished instantaneously. Although her speed could not rival that of the Kuanping or my Jinwu clan, she ranked among the swifter of the 10 demon saints, ensuring her timely return within 3 days. Having arranged this matter, Emperor Jun's gaze shifted toward the distant Witch Clan, his expression darkening with malice. The slaughtering sword of the witches had been forged. This time, he vowed to eliminate the 12 ancestral witches entirely, ensuring the complete eradication of their clan. By the banks of the Shangshui River, among the human race, the 3 ancestral figures settled in the hall. Brother Mu Yun, may I inquire about the purpose of your summons? Sui Ren asked, a look of curiosity on his face. In just 3 short months, the 3 had become thoroughly convinced of Mu Yun's capabilities. The human race, once trembling in fear of the demon clan, had transformed dramatically. Previously, they could only wait, quaking in dread until the demons departed, with only the fortunate few daring to move. Now, however, they approached the demon clan with eager eyes, excitedly rushing forward, fearful of losing their chance. I believe it is time our city received an official name, as this is the foundation of our human race. Mu Yun remarked with a smile. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Yet, we 3 are not adept at naming. This task should fall to you, young brother. Sui Ren nodded in agreement. Exactly. The entire city has been brought to fruition by your efforts. Only you are worthy of bestowing it a name, added Chao Shi. You have saved the human race and transmitted the methods for our empowerment against the demons. Your contributions are immeasurable. I believe you could be regarded as the progenitor of our race, Z expressed with enthusiasm. Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback. This turn of events had caught him off guard. His primary objective was to name the city, the very first city of the human race. The construction and naming of such a city would yield immense merits, an opportunity not to be missed. He had not anticipated that the 3 ancestors of the human race would propose that he also become one of their founding figures. Such an offer was one that only a fool would decline. It is essential to recognize that the human race is destined to become the leading force in the heavens. Once he became a founding ancestor, the merits and fortunes would multiply beyond measure, far surpassing the significance of merely naming a city. Therefore, I shall leave the arrangements to you. As for the name of the city, let it be called City of Xian Wang, in the first year of the human race's primordial era. The 4 ancestors of the human race, Sui Ren, Yu Chao, Zi, and Mu Yun, led countless clansmen to resist the demon race, establishing the city of Xian Wang as a tribute to the heavens and earth. After a stirring and impassioned discourse by Sui Ren, Yu Chao, and Zi, all eyes turned to Mu Yun. Mu Yun stood tall, chest out, and with a grand gesture, the ritual commenced. The demon refining cauldron, rise. A colossal cauldron slowly ascended above the plaza's high platform. Following the rankings of the demon-slaying monument, offerings were placed in succession. A massive stone tablet, shimmering with golden light, descended from the heavens. First place, Shi Hao, with a demon-slaying score of 50-080, presented the offering of the earth-shaking divine bull. From the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, with a sweeping motion, Shi Hao summoned a gigantic black bull that obscured the sky. As it soared above the demon refining cauldron, it rapidly diminished in size, ultimately landing within the cauldron. The current Shi Hao was no longer the child who once clung to beast's milk. Having matured and regained his supreme bone, he had vanquished countless demon entities of the great Luo golden immortal realm with his fists. Soon, the earth-shaking divine bull was refined, releasing a massive orb of energy that divided into 6 parts, 2 large and 4 small. The 4 smaller energy orbs were infused into Sui Ren, Chao Shi, Ze. In Mu Yun, while the larger orb entered Shihao, the remaining energy erupted in the air, transforming into a gentle spiritual rain that nourished the land and purified every individual present in the Xianhuang city. Simultaneously, a translucent bone fragment flew from the cauldron into Shihao's hand. The earth-shaking divine ability, the innate power of the earth-shaking divine bull, could obliterate mountains, devastate cities, and incite calamities such as earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. With a beaming smile, Shihao secured the bone fragment, thoroughly satisfied with the outcome. Although a significant portion of energy was allocated elsewhere, it was indeed a worthwhile exchange. Refining a creature like the earth-shaking divine bull was time-consuming, often wasting even more than half the energy, and the resulting energy was notoriously complex to manage. In contrast, the demon refining cauldron yielded pure celestial essence, saving both time and effort without any adverse effects. Additionally, he acquired a powerful divine ability, truly splendid. In second place, Asuna, with a demon-slaying score of 40,060, provided the offering of the blazing flame phoenix from the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. To hunt this blazing flame phoenix, Asuna exerted considerable effort, battling relentlessly for 7 days and nights, relying on countless energy-restoring elixirs to finally wear down her opponent. The demon refining cauldron rewarded Asuna with an abundance of pure celestial essence, along with a fiery red feather. The Phoenix Fire ability, the innate power of the blazing flame phoenix, could incinerate the heavens and boil the seas. In third place, Li Hani, with a demon-slaying score of 30,010, presented the offering of the golden-eyed demon ape from the realm of the Tai golden immortal. The cauldron's bounty granted Li Hani a surge of pure celestial essence, enabling her to ascend to the great Luo golden immortal realm. She was already at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal, just a step away from breaking through. And now she had directly achieved that. Additionally, she obtained a golden eye orb, the eye of shattering illusions, the innate power of the golden-eyed demon ape, bore a similar function to Mu Yun's eye of shattering illusions, capable of discerning all falsehoods. In fourth place, Rimuru, with a demon-slaying score of 20,080, provided the offering of the War Tree Man from the realm of the Tai golden immortal. The alchemy cauldron bestowed its blessings, allowing Rimuru to ascend to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, acquiring a string of wooden beads. The divine ability of the war shackles binds both parties to the battlefield. Once invoked, neither can escape, leading to a relentless struggle until one is vanquished. It is precisely due to this innate ability that Rimuru, who favors predatory skills, was compelled to eliminate it. Its demise would release the war shackles. In fifth place, Zhu Zhuqing, with a score of 5,000 points from slaying demons, presented as a tribute the nine-tailed demon cat, attaining the golden immortal realm. With the alchemy cauldron's blessings, Zhu Zhuqing advanced to the Tai golden immortal realm, acquiring the divine ability of the Nine Tails. This ability, the innate power of the nine-tailed demon cat, manifests 9 tails behind her when invoked, each tail representing a life. Additionally, she can voluntarily sever a tail, enhancing her cultivation by 10% for each one lost. Should all 9 tails be severed, her cultivation would dramatically elevate by an entire realm, followed by a cooling period during which this ability cannot be utilized again for 1 year. In sixth place, Ningrongrong, also with a score of 5,000 points from slaying demons, offered as a tribute the extreme ice snow swallow, reaching the golden immortal realm. Through the alchemy cauldron's blessings, Ningrongrong ascended to the Tai golden immortal realm, obtaining the divine ability of the extreme ice snow domain. This innate power allows her to alter the environmental conditions, doubling the effectiveness of ice-related laws within the snowy domain while having the potency of other attribute laws. In seventh place, Robin, with a score of 5,000 points from slaying demons, contributed as a tribute the three-eyed crow, achieving the golden immortal realm. Thanks to the alchemy cauldron's gifts, Robin rapidly ascended several levels, being directly promoted to the Xian immortal realm as a third eye flew into his hand, granting him the divine ability of the destruction beam. This ability, the innate power of the three-eyed crow, emits a beam infused with the laws of destruction from its third eye. Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback. This was inconceivable. Although Robin possessed an astonishing intellect and vast knowledge, and had rapidly advanced in cultivation under his careful guidance, he was still merely at the human immortal realm. How could he possibly defeat a golden immortal level three-eyed crow? However, upon witnessing Robin and Asuna chatting and laughing joyfully with Zhu Zhuqing, he immediately comprehended the situation. It turned out that the two close friends had teamed up, With their assistance, the defeat of the golden immortal three-eyed crow became explicable. Moreover, the synergy among the three was remarkable. One was a crowd controller, another a strong controller, and the last an output damage dealer. Indeed, they were a formidable trio. Ranked 8th, Hisoka had amassed 4,078 points for slaying demons, offering as a tribute the void demon silkworm, a celestial immortal creature. Muyun narrowed his eyes slightly, demonstrating his extraordinary combat prowess by defeating a celestial realm void demon silkworm despite being at the human immortal realm. Truly a prodigy of battle. He was accumulating points that approached those earned from vanquishing the golden immortal three-eyed crow, Robin. It was evident that this was a matter of sheer volume. One could only speculate how many demon tribes Hisoka had dispatched over the past 3 months. Miyun harbored concerns that should Hisoka become consumed by his bloodlust, even the human race would not be spared. The demon refining cauldron nourished Hisoka, elevating his cultivation to the celestial realm and granting him the divine ability of void silkworm threads. These threads, a manifestation of the void demon silkworm's innate power, were forged from the laws of the void, allowing for a seamless transition between the ethereal and the tangible, characterized by an unparalleled level of concealment and unpredictability. Hisoka's elongated eyes narrowed, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, rendering him even more perilous. In 9th place was Jianba, with a demon-slaying score of 4,006, offering sacrificial contributions as a battle Azura of the celestial realm. The demon refining cauldron also benefited Jianba, advancing his cultivation to the celestial realm and bestowing upon him the divine ability of battle method. This technique, intrinsic to the battle Azura clan, could exponentially enhance one's vitality and spirit, maintaining peak condition as long as the technique was continuously employed until the end of life. Muyun couldn't help but exclaim, "That Sword A fellow was already quite mad, and now he has acquired the battle law. How much more insane will he become?" Chapter 86. Chinyuan arrives in the 10th position. Orochimaru, with a demon-slaying score of 3,000, offered a sacrifice, a three-headed serpent, in the realm of human immortals. A beast of the human immortal realm, though he did not engage in battles beyond his level, it was a refreshing change to encounter something more reasonable. Sui Rin inexplicably sighed in relief. The previous 9 were increasingly outrageous, either slaying those at the pinnacle of the Douluo Tai or defeating enemies several levels above, which was utterly terrifying. Mu Yun gazed at him with an enigmatic expression, a semblance of a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Normal? You truly consider him to be normal? What is it?" "He is, after all, a being of the human immortal realm. While it may be somewhat challenging for the human race to slay a demon of equivalent standing, it is not entirely outrageous, is it?" Suiren inquired, bewildered. "Take a good look at his score, 3,000 points. To eliminate a demon in the human immortal realm only yields a single point. This implies that the number of demons he has dispatched must be no fewer than 3,000. Furthermore, you might not be aware of his true identity, Orochimaru. A mad biologist with an insatiable curiosity for the unknown. I suspect that within his laboratory, there are likely numerous living demons awaiting dissection for his research." Muyun was rendered speechless by the 3 individuals before him. One was a perverse individual, relishing the thrill of life and death. Another was a madman, deriving pleasure from both inflicting and receiving wounds. And the last was a deranged biologist. Muyun couldn't fathom what Orochimaru might ultimately transform himself into, perhaps a creature even more monstrous than the demon race itself. Suddenly, Muyun's gaze sharpened, fixating on the horizon. "What is it? Has something occurred?" Suiren inquired, puzzled. Muyun shook his head and said, "An unwelcome guest has arrived. I shall attend to them, and the ensuing matters will be under your purview." The 3 individuals had yet to react when Muyun's figure flickered and vanished without a trace. At this very moment, atop a towering mountain 1,000 miles away from Xianwang City, a woman clad in colorful garments furrowed her brow. "Is this truly a gathering place for the human race?" She pondered. The aura of fortune soared to the heavens, and the spiritual energy was so dense it was almost palpable. Clearly, this was a paradise of celestial realms, nearly rivaling the demon court. And this colossal city, with its magnificent presence and purple aura reaching the sky, faintly resonated with the sound of a dragon's roar. Was it in the process of consolidating the fortune of a golden dragon? The human race is merely a source of sustenance. How could they have developed to such a degree? Am I dreaming? Suddenly, a voice whispered close to her ear, "You are not dreaming. This is indeed the territory of the human race, known as Xianwang City." "Who?" she inquired, not turning her head as she swiftly drew her sword and struck out. Clang. Miyun flicked his fingers lightly, causing the sword to tremble and emit a series of mournful cries. "Who are you?" The woman in colorful attire was filled with astonishment. After all, she was one of the 10 most formidable demon saints under the command of the demon emperor of the demon court. The fact that someone could silently infiltrate her presence was nothing short of impossible. Even more terrifying was that, even now, face to face, she could not sense the existence of her opponent. It was as if he resided in an entirely different realm. I am Mu Yun, one of the 4 ancestors of humanity, he replied with a smile. The 4 ancestors of humanity? I have never heard of such a title. Especially from one whose cultivation I cannot fathom, she asserted with unwavering confidence. I only know that humanity is divided into 2 types, innate and acquired. The cultivation methods passed down by the sages are unsuitable for the acquired, and while the innate can cultivate, they reach their limits at the level of human immortals. It is absolutely impossible for there to exist a human being beyond my comprehension. Mu Yun smiled faintly and remarked, you are mistaken. Although the human race possesses a fragile foundation, unlike your ancient demon clan, whose inferior lineage still grants them ascendance to the realm of immortals, the innate Tao body of humanity is, in fact, the most conducive for cultivation in this world. The sluggish pace of our cultivation and the inability of many to even embark on the path can be attributed to 2 primary factors. 1, the scarcity of resources, which have been monopolized by your demon clan and the shaman tribe, and 2, the cultivation methods passed down by the saints are not fully refined, failing to align perfectly with the unique constitution of the human race. How dare you question the methods imparted by the saints? The lady in colorful attire exclaimed in astonishment. What is there to fear in speaking the truth? The saint established the teachings of humanity and transmitted the method of golden pill cultivation merely to emulate the Mother Nuwa, utilizing humanity to accrue immense merit and ascend to the realm of saints. In truth, he is indifferent to the fate of humanity. Thus, after achieving his sainthood, he saw no necessity to invest effort in refining the golden pill cultivation method. His lack of concern renders the strength or weakness of humanity inconsequential. It is precisely this indifference that allows your demon clan to hunt and prey upon us without remorse. And it is this very indifference that emboldens you to sacrifice countless lives of our people to forge the sword of slaughter against the shaman tribe, from beginning to end. What he seeks is merely that share of merit. Mu Yun's tone was calm, yet his eyes blazed with fire. As for Lady Nuwa, one could overlook her. Although she achieved her divine status through the immense merit of creating humanity, she was ultimately a saint of the demon race. Even if she was aware of the demon's enslavement and slaughter of the human race, it was difficult for her to intervene. Nonetheless, Lady Nuwa had rendered great favors to humanity. Helping was a matter of kindness, while withholding assistance was merely fulfilling one's duties. It could hardly be deemed as betrayal. However, that Taoist sage from the Taching was entirely a different matter. He had appropriated vast amounts of merit from humanity to establish his own sect, leaving behind a cumbersome cultivation method that served little purpose. This was no protection for humanity. What kind of favor was that? The woman in colorful garments was so frightened that cold sweat streamed down her face as she repeatedly gazed skyward, fearing that a colossal hand might descend from above and smite this audacious individual, inadvertently dragging her down with him. This man was far too audacious. Not only criticizing one saint but 2, a lunatic like him was best avoided at all costs. He was exceedingly dangerous. At this moment, the woman in colorful garments began to entertain thoughts of retreat. After venting his frustrations and satisfying his urge to speak, Mu Yun calmed himself and turned his gaze towards the woman. What, are you preparing to leave? Did you not travel from afar to annihilate my kin? It would be rather inappropriate to depart without having done anything. Qin Yuan, how do you know my name? Can you see through my true form? The colorful-clad woman exclaimed in horror, stepping back and transforming into her true shape. The creature resembled a bee, the size of a mandarin duck, with a stinger at its tail exuding a perilous aura. Qin Yuan, one of the 10 great demon saints under Emperor Jun, commanded the laws of poison, reputed to possess the ability to eradicate all things with venom. Indeed, it was evident that she belonged to a proper military force, far surpassing the scattered and disorganized demon races of the Daoliojin immortal realm. Mu Yun clapped his hands with a smile, taking measured steps towards Qin Yuan. Do not come any closer. Qin Yuan retreated gradually, wearing an expression of palpable fear. Mu Yun suddenly halted his steps, regarding the individual before him with a smile that was more enigmatic than genuine. Oh, so you are familiar with the 36 stratagems, specifically the crossing the sea by deceiving the sky. However, do you truly believe I am oblivious to the poisonous trap you have stealthily laid? Ah, I mustn't forget to mention, I too possess a penchant for crafting deceptions. Chapter 87. The orange cat devouring the heavens, how did you accomplish this? Qin Yuan inquired. His gaze fixated not on the man himself, but rather on a small bee perched upon his shoulder. Though diminutive and seemingly weak, it had effortlessly consumed the lethal poison he had meticulously arranged, a poison potent enough to annihilate all life, one that even the most venerable of sages would regard with trepidation. That it had been so easily devoured was astonishing. Master, this creature is quite delightful. If I could consume a bit more, I might just ascend to the next level. The bloodthirsty poison bee queen's eyes sparkled with eagerness, her gaze locked onto the formidable hornet across from her, yearning to leap forth and take a few bites. Patience. After all, it is one of the 10 great demon saints of the demon court. It surely possesses formidable abilities. With your petite frame, rushing in would be tantamount to courting death. Let us observe for now. Miyun intercepted the queen bee, gazing at her with eager anticipation. Suddenly, Qin Yuan trembled, his body expanding at an astonishing pace, quickly growing to the size of a mountain. This must be the size-transforming divine ability. Almost all demon clans possess this skill to some extent, rendering it rather commonplace. Miyun shook his head, remaining utterly still, urging, please, continue your performance. In that moment, a piercing cry erupted from Qin Yuan as the heavens tore apart, revealing a vast black void, from which a colossal divine mountain gradually descended. Muyun's expression abruptly turned solemn as he activated the breaking illusion golden eyes. The Qi original life treasure, crafted from a fragment of the Kunlun sacred mountain, possessed a formidable power rivaling that of an acquired spiritual treasure. Muyun soared into the sky without a moment's hesitation, venturing 1,000 miles away. The treasures and spiritual artifacts mentioned here are entirely distinct from those found in the celestial marketplace. Their might is incomparable. Only the sages wield the innate spiritual treasures, while the acquired spiritual artifacts are already exceedingly formidable. The reason Mu Yun took flight instead of utilizing instantaneous movement was that the moment the divine mountain descended, the very fabric of space became solidified, rendering the art of teleportation utterly ineffective. He could not help but recall the heavenly turning seal. Its crafting demanded no technical prowess. Relying solely on the formidable materials, a fragment of the unyielding mountain formed from the spine of Pangu after his demise. It was a weapon that would surely bring death to any unfortunate soul it struck, impossible to evade or withstand. Bearing a striking resemblance to the heavenly turning seal in its lethal essence, Mu Yun's eyes glimmered with envy. What a remarkable treasure! This item seems to be destined for me. With a resounding crash, the divine mountain descended, obliterating several towering peaks into mere plains. A cacophony of buzzing and chirping erupted as countless swarms of bees and flocks of birds emerged from within the divine mountain. The sheer number of these demonic creatures indeed resembles a nation of demons. Each individual is akin to an entire realm. Qin Yuan, you truly are a cunning strategist. Was this formidable force originally intended to confront the Witch Clan? Now, you have deployed them here. Does Emperor Jun even know if they suffer significant losses in this place? Do you believe Emperor Jun will spare you from the execution platform reserved for demon slayers? Muyun smiled gently and said, upon hearing these words. Qin Yuan felt a chill creeping up her neck. The internal dynamics of the demon court were far from harmonious. Di Jun had unified the myriad clans and established the demon court through formidable strength and ruthless methods. Those who obey prosper, while those who oppose perish. Those who were disobedient or made mistakes were sent to the demon-slaying platform, where they were executed and their remains devoured. Although the demonic soldiers under her command were loyal to her, their fates were of little concern to others. Yet they were intended to deplete the stamina of the Wu clan in Di Jun's grand scheme. If she suffered significant losses here, it would certainly jeopardize Di Jun's plans. And given his tyrannical disposition, her own demise would be inevitable. Just as Qin Yuan found herself caught in a dilemma, Mu Yun suddenly waved his hand. Since you are unable to decide, allow me to assist you. A billowing cloud of fire erupted, igniting any swarm of insects and birds touched by the sparks, swiftly transforming into a raging inferno. True sunfire? Qin Yuan exclaimed in horror. True sunfire, also known as the fire of the golden crow, was a flame that only Di Jun and his brother Dong Wang Tai could wield. How could it possibly be controlled by a human? Furthermore, she was all too familiar with this flame. When Di Jun had once invited her to join, it was precisely this true sunfire that had compelled her to surrender. The tactics of the demon sea and the use of poison were utterly ineffective against the true sunfire, which was its perfect counter. At that moment, Qin Yuan realized the peril she was in. Her ranking among the top 10 demon saints of the demon court was not due to her cultivation or supernatural powers, but rather the artifact of the Kunlun demon kingdom and the countless demonic soldiers at her disposal. With a swift motion, she raised her hand, and a colossal divine mountain soared into the air, hurtling towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun narrowed his eyes. Sensing that he had been locked onto, this strike was unavoidable. The force of the laws of causality could only be met with resilience. Come, let me test your might, he thought as he prepared to withstand the impact of the divine mountain with his myriad celestial demon body. Suddenly, a charming little orange cat appeared upon his shoulder. Meow. The sound of the cat's call transformed Mu Yun's expression into one of inexplicable amusement. Observing the glistening corner of the cat's mouth, he inquired, "Are you serious?" Meow. The orange cat responded. "Very well, I entrust this to you. Just don't overexert yourself." Meow. The little cat opened its mouth wide, and as the divine mountain drew near, it unexpectedly began to shrink at an astonishing rate. By the time it reached the orange cat, it had diminished to the size of a small fish snack, which the cat promptly devoured with an ah-woo. Mu Yun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Was it truly consumed? That was no ordinary mountain, but rather a divine peak, steeped in the essence of the Tao. It was no wonder that the saint-level devouring cat possessed such terrifying prowess. One could only dread the day it might devour the entirety of the primordial world. On the other hand, Qin Yuan was utterly bewildered. What kind of creature was this? Could it truly consume something as monumental as the Kunlun sacred mountain? He was acutely aware that it had taken him a staggering 100,000 years to refine just one of the peaks among the Kunlun range. And now it had been devoured so effortlessly. The divine mountains were composed of the 9 heavens' essence, imbued with the intricate patterns of heaven and earth. In a strict sense, such entities were owned, being integral to the fabric of the primordial world. They could be utilized for crafting or other purposes, as long as they remained within the confines of the primordial realm. However, now that one had been consumed, it appeared irretrievable. This loss, albeit seemingly trivial, created a breach in the fabric of the primordial world. After such a hidden loss, how could the heavenly Tao possibly let it slide? Qin Yuan gazed skyward. The sky was clear, devoid of even a single cloud, exuding an air of tranquility. Mu Yun fell into deep contemplation. At the moment the orange cat devoured the Kunlun mountain, he felt an enraged gaze from beyond the 9 heavens. However, as he cast his glance upon himself, it swiftly retreated, as though he feared something, which was utterly peculiar. At that moment, in the realms beyond the 9 heavens, a phantom stood amidst the relentless gusts of chaotic winds, roaring in fury. Damn it! How could that wretched creature exist in my world? Not far from him. A mocking voice chimed in. Your world? How audacious! That is the realm painstakingly forged by Pangu, and what connection do you have to it? At best, you are merely a worm occupying another's nest. Chapter 88. The Golden Dragon of Fate. The Rise of Humanity. So what if I occupy another's nest? Years ago, when 3,000 deities and demons besieged Pangu, they were ultimately slain and transformed into the 3,000 paths that merged into the primordial world, all with the intention of scheming against Pangu, merely occupying his nest. In the end, I was the sole victor. The phantom, brimming with pride, exuded an air of self-satisfaction. Another voice interjected, "Oh please, you may have merged with the heavenly laws of this realm and possess the strength of a great sage, yet you remain trapped here, unable to escape. How is that any different from imprisonment? And to claim victory? How shameless of you. Had Pangu not perished, I would suspect it was you who was manipulated, not only perfecting the laws of heaven and earth for him, but also becoming his unpaid laborer, managing the primordial world." The phantom fell silent. "Oh, by the way, what had you so agitated earlier? Has something occurred in the primordial realm to upset you? Do share, so that I may find amusement." The phantom's expression grew enigmatic, a semblance of a smile gracing its features. "That cat has appeared." "Cat? Which cat? What cat?" "The one that feeds on the sun, moon, and stars, capable of devouring the heavens and the earth, with myriad paths converging within its belly." "What?" The voice lost its composure. "Devouring the heavens? Wasn't it already dead? Didn't it perish alongside the sacred king in a mutual demise? Who knows? Regardless, I dare not provoke it. Even if it is merely at the sacred level now, I, despite being a tier above, cannot afford to challenge it. I am but an embodiment of the heavenly laws, and before it, I am merely a dish. Then perhaps the demon ancestor should deal with it, while it has yet to fully mature. Don't even think about it. I have no desire to attract disaster. That cat and I have crossed paths before. It wields the power of the laws of time and space, making it utterly unpredictable. As for you, best of luck. Indeed, I hope it departs swiftly." The phantom casually grasped a 5-colored stone and cast it into the primordial realm, causing a divine mountain to rise amidst the Kunlun range. At that moment, Qin Yuan was stealthily retreating, seeking to escape while Mu Yun was lost in thought. Suddenly, chains emerged from the void, binding her tightly. Mu Yun lifted her head, revealing a radiant smile. As I have mentioned, I am quite adept at laying traps. The snares were set even before I made my appearance. Mu Yun snapped her fingers, conjuring countless spatial vortices around Qin Yuan. No matter which direction she chose to flee, she would inevitably fall into a trap. In truth, there was one detail Mu Yun had withheld. The area within 100 miles had long been shrouded by his endless maze of divine powers, merely awaiting the moment to be unleashed. Thus, the outcome of this battle had already been predetermined before it even commenced. Fear not, I shall not take your life. You still hold value at this moment. Mu Yun cast a glance at the queen bee. She was now yours. The Void Star Insect Queen, the Devouring Flower. The Celestial Lion Beast, the Celestial Ancient Tree, the Crimson Flame Gold Beast, and the Clockwork Sunflower. These were the initial spirit rings and spirit beasts that had accompanied her. All stagnated at the level of Tai Golden Immortal. Even with the application of the Willow Goddess technique, they could not continue to evolve. Finally, a chance for transformation had emerged. The Insect Queen sensed that the bloodline of Qin Yuan would aid her metamorphosis. Well, the task is complete. I hope next time Dijuan can send more demonic saints, as the current number is simply insufficient. At this moment, Mu Yun was in high spirits, for he had discovered that the demon race in the primordial world was not as formidable as he had imagined. They exhibited conspicuous weaknesses, although their cultivation levels were high. Their combat abilities were rather mundane, primarily relying on the treasures they possessed. It appeared that not many of the demon race wielded powerful artifacts, and they might not necessarily prevail against the strengthened human race. Upon returning to Xianello City, he found that the sacrificial ceremony was approaching its conclusion. This ritual had not only allowed all human cultivators present in Xianello City to experience a remarkable surge in their cultivation, but it had also elevated the city itself to a higher level. The walls of the city had grown taller and thicker, the concentration of spiritual energy within had intensified, and a golden dragon of fortune had materialized above. A grand golden dragon of fortune coiled in the skies above Xianello City, heralding the rise of the human race in the primordial world. Currently, without considering the reinforcements brought by Mu Yun, several hundred individuals had ascended to the human immortal realm, with the Swearen clan, the Wuji clan, and the Zi clan making the most significant advancements. As the three ancestral clans of humanity, they benefited from each sacrificial offering that replenished the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, with their cultivation soaring from human immortal directly to great Luo golden immortal. Albeit their combat prowess remained rather superficial. Mu Yun, has something happened? Upon seeing Mu Yun return, the three ancestral clans approached him, their faces etched with concern. Nothing much. Just that one of the top 10 demon saints, Qin Yuan, has appeared, and I have captured him, Mu Yun replied nonchalantly. The three ancestors gasped sharply, their faces paling. This is dire. Our human race has just begun to show some promise, and now we are being targeted by the demon race. Are we to face another migration? This time it's a demon saint. What if next time, it's all 10 demon saints and countless demon soldiers? Our foundation is still too weak to withstand such an onslaught. Swearen was the first to regain composure. Do not frighten yourselves unnecessarily. The greatest enemy of the demon race at present is the witch race. They hardly regard us human beings with any seriousness. As for the 10 demon saints and countless demon soldiers, that would be an overestimation of our significance. Cough cough. Mu Yun cleared his throat. Rest assured, as long as it is not Emperor Jun or Dongwang Tai who personally arrive, even if millions of demon soldiers come, they will find us impervious. He refrained from speaking definitively because Emperor Jun and the accompanying innate treasures, the river diagram and the Luo book, along with Dongwang Tai's Chaos Bell and the 2 instruments of Azure Light, were all innate treasures. Notably, the Chaos Bell could restrain time, suppress space, and rebound any attacks from treasures or divine weapons, disregarding all damage from spells and divine abilities, possessing the power to refine the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. These 2 could be considered the most formidable beings beneath the saints. Their combined strength could even contend with a saint. Mu Yun was uncertain whether Xianello City could withstand the onslaught of these 2. Nor could he predict whether they would disregard the catastrophic consequences of shattering the Earth's veins to destroy Xianello City. After all, they were a lawless demon race, seemingly unconcerned with repercussions. Otherwise, they would not have fought the 12 ancestral witches to a standstill, collapsing the Unzu mountain and nearly burying the entire primordial world with their recklessness. Moreover, Do you not perceive the arrival of the demon race to attack Xianello City as a fortuitous event? Muyin smiled warmly as he gestured towards the demon summoning cauldron atop the high platform. Without these, how could our human race grow stronger with the incessant influx of demons? These are invaluable resources for cultivation, far more efficient than simply meditating to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Just look at the three of you. A single ritual has elevated you to the status of a great Luo golden immortal. If you partake in a few more, you might even ascend to the realm of a quasi-saint. The voice of Mu Yun was laced with an endless allure, painting a grand vision for the three ancestors. Chapter 89. Di shoots the sun. Barbecue in the primordial wilderness. Demon Court. Has it been 3 days without the return of Qin Yuan? Di Jun's brow was furrowed. Seated high upon his stone chair, his fingertips gently drumming against the armrest, the myriad of demons below fell silent, their calm demeanor failing to mask the boundless fury simmering beneath. The emperor's heart was inscrutable, and it must be noted that he was not merely a consumer of men. He consumed demons as well. Previously, when suppressing the myriad races, those who dared to refuse faced extinction, becoming his feast. Although Qin Yuan's strength was feeble, the hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers under her command wielded considerable influence. If the poison of the laws was employed adeptly, it could render all but the 12 ancestral witches of the Wu tribe devoid of combat capability. Shangyang, predict the fortunes of Qin Yuan, Di Jun commanded, his gaze settling on a blue bird perched at his side. Shangyang, the astrologer of the demon emperor Di Jun, possessed an innate ability to foresee fortunes and misfortunes. Though his name bore Yang, he was not a beast but a bird, a single-legged divine creature of azure hue, intricately connected to the king of all birds, the phoenix. His formidable combat prowess and mastery of numerous secret techniques of the Phoenix clan earned him a prominent position among the top 10 demon saints. Making him highly favored by Di Jun, Shangyang unfurled his azure wings, dancing gracefully, but moments later, his expression shifted to one of terror. I report to your majesty. Qin Yuan's journey is fraught with peril. Though she still draws breath, her essence has been severely damaged, and death is imminent. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent descended, pressing down upon all present, forcing the gathered demons to prostrate themselves upon the ground. Shangyang, caught in the forefront, was struck with devastating force, his lone leg fracturing inch by inch. A bitter feeling welled within him. He had foreseen this outcome, yet foresight proved futile against inevitability. Shangyang. Who was responsible for this? Was it the Wu tribe? Di Jun pressed, his voice steely. Shangyang lowered his head, panic rising within him. Who was responsible? He had no knowledge. The current calamity engulfing the primordial world made it a Herculean task to predict Qin Yuan's fate, let alone discern the identity of her assailants. Did they think him a sage? Suddenly, he lifted his head, a look of grim resolve upon his face, and declared, I report to your majesty. It was indeed the Wu tribe. They are the culprits. Was it a jest to claim ignorance? Di Jun's wrath could lead to dire consequences. What if he turned upon Shangyang? One must not assume that a bird would not prey upon its own kind. In the realm of demons, infighting was commonplace. And being a golden crow, he was not truly akin to the phoenix descendants. Who exactly among the Wu tribe was responsible? Where did the incident occur? Di Jun continued to interrogate. Shangyang's gaze flickered uncertainly, cold sweat pouring down his brow. This lie was treacherous, and should it be unraveled, it would spell disaster. At that moment, a demon soldier burst into the hall, breathless. I report to your majesty. News has arrived from the eastern seas, Grand Witch of the Wu tribe is pursuing 10 of the noble lords. The lords have suffered grievous losses, with 9 already fallen. Only the youngest lord remains alive and is still fleeing. Boom. What audacity the Wu clan possesses. A mere shaman dares to slay even the offspring of this emperor, truly a recipe for demise. Emperor Jun transformed into his true form. A colossal, 3-legged golden crow soaring into the heavens, undeniably the swiftest of the primordial beings, vanishing in an instant, having narrowly escaped disaster. The merchant sheep felt a surge of enlightenment. It was indeed the great shaman Yi of the Wu clan. Was this not the fulfillment of the prophecy? After all, he had the audacity to kill even the son of the demon emperor, and adding a Qin Yuan to the tale seemed entirely plausible. He would likely not object to it. At that moment, above the eastern sea, a towering giant squatted upon a small isle, drooling with anticipation. Before him stood an enormous barbecue grill, upon which was skewered a plucked bird, nay, a golden crow. A human, scarcely reaching the height of the giant's knee, was diligently rotating the roasted bird while sprinkling it with cumin, chili powder, and salt. Beside him, a blazing golden lion beast was fervently stoking the flames. The giant wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and inquired, "Young brother Mu Yun, is it not yet ready? The aroma is simply irresistible. I can hardly contain myself." The human replied, "Do not fret, it will be done imminently. The fire resistance of this golden crow is astonishing. I have already extracted its primal fire essence, yet it remains remarkably difficult to cook thoroughly." Mu Yun grinned broadly, intensifying his efforts. His spirits were exceptionally high. On a whim, he had wandered around the East Sea and fortuitously witnessed the moment when the great archer Yi shot down the suns. Those were the golden crows. Treasures in their entirety. The ancient witch clan typically cultivated their physical forms without reliance on external forces. Thus the corpses of the 9 golden crows had become a boon for Mu Yun. In return, all he needed to offer was a sumptuous barbecue feast. Before long, the barbecue of the golden crows was complete, and Mu Yun produced some celestial wine from the tavern of the heavens. The 3 of them dined and drank together. He, with a tone of nostalgia, remarked, "The transformation of your human race is truly remarkable. Not long ago, you were living in a state of primitive existence, devoid of stable dwellings and proper clothing, yet now you have established cities. Brother Yi, by your words, do you imply that you have visited the city of Xianwang?" Mu Yun took a hearty bite of the fragrant roasted golden crow, savoring its exquisite flavor. "Ah, indeed. I just came from that direction and happened to encounter the arrogant little brats of Emperor Jun wreaking havoc, so I conveniently dispatched them." Da Yi, in high spirits, drained an entire jar of wine in one go, exclaiming, "Ah, what splendid wine." Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback. "With your physique, will you have any trouble entering the Xianwang city?" he inquired. "Haha, when it comes to mastery over the physical form, no one in the entirety of the primordial world surpasses our witch clan. Transforming in size is a mere feat, something the demon clan can achieve. How could we, the witch clan, possibly falter in such a matter?" Da Yi laughed heartily. That little golden crow, despite possessing the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, truly did not stand a chance in your hands. Mu Yun's eyes glimmered with confusion as he witnessed the entirety of the battle. What he initially anticipated to be a fierce and evenly matched conflict unfolded, instead, as a one-sided massacre. It was as if each arrow claimed a life. A mere 9 arrows were loosed, leading to the fall of 9 golden crows of the great Luo golden immortal realm, an occurrence so surreal it defied belief. Daji shook his head, remarking, "It is not that they are weak. Rather, they have been excessively shielded in their daily lives, possessing cultivation without practical combat experience. They dared to engage in close quarters with my Wu clan. Following their defeat, instead of retreating swiftly, they lingered within my range. Was that not courting death? My clan has engaged in blood-soaked battles with the demon race for countless years, and we are well versed in countering demonic energies. The arrows I wield are crafted from white pine, specifically designed to pierce through various protective demonic auras. How could those little golden crows foolishly believe they could withstand my divine arrows with their feeble defenses? If they do not perish, who will?" Mu Yun's gaze sharpened slightly. Arrows crafted from white pine could actually pierce through the aura of demons. This newfound knowledge compelled him to gather a substantial amount of white pine for the reforging of the demon-slaying bow and arrows. Such preparations would undoubtedly lead to a significant enhancement in humanity's strength against the demon race. The two engaged in a delightful exchange, with Da Yi even sharing the secrets of the witch clan's body tempering techniques and the various mystical applications of witch runes. Chapter 90. Diversified Cultivation. Targeting Mount Buzhou by the banks of the Shanshui River, city of Xianwang, Mu Yun languidly reclined in the small garden of the Lord's manor, basking in the warm sunlight. His eyes closed, and his thumbs performing a clockwise rotation, a habitual gesture he adopted when deep in contemplation. The witch clan's body refinement technique not only significantly enhances physical strength but also has the potential to transform the physical form of humanity into that of the witch clan. The physicality of the witch clan is derived from Pangu, who embodies both divine and demonic attributes. Thus, this body refinement technique of the witch clan serves as a gateway to forging a divine or demonic physique. Moreover, the witch patterns represent a means to awaken divine and demonic powers. Should these techniques spread among humanity, would they not, in essence, evolve into the witch clan? No, rather, they would become the human practitioners of the witch clan's secret arts, witch humans. Ah. It seems that this Da Yi is not as simple-minded and physically inclined as he outwardly appears. Suddenly, Mu Yun contemplated the impending emergence of the 9 Li shaman, Qi Yu and Xing Tian. Were it not for the defeat inflicted by the Xianyuan emperor wielding the Xianyuan sword, the shamans might have become the legitimate heirs of humanity. Soon, however, Mu Yun realized that his fears were unfounded. The shamanic secret arts alone could never transform humanity into shamans, for they lacked a crucial element, the essence of shamanic blood. Only those who reached the realm of the Grand Shaman, a rare echelon second only to the ancestor shamans, can condense this blood. To revive the shamanic supremacy of the primordial wilderness in the future is utterly impossible. With a newfound sense of assurance, Mu Yun confidently disseminated the shamanic body refinement techniques. Currently, the cultivation methods available to humanity in Xianyuan City include the Immortal Path and Golden Elixir technique, passed down by the Saint of Taiping, continuously refined by successors, requiring spiritual roots for practice, with Su Cha Qing hailing from the venerable Mount Shu, embodying a very orthodox approach to cultivation. The shaman path, focusing primarily on the honing of the physical body, is suitable only for those with inherently strong constitutions. The might of the shamans is evident, rendering their techniques quite popular. The martial path, which allows all humanity to cultivate through martial prowess, has been notably influenced by the venerable Turtle Sage, an excellent mentor despite his lecherous tendencies. Additionally, several auxiliary cultivation methods exist, martial souls, which enhance cultivation speed and combat capability through awakening, with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong establishing a martial soul hall to assist individuals in awakening their souls, albeit with a low success rate, as this is not the world of Douluo. The mind power, devised by Ahsoka, yields unexpected effects when combined with the shaman and martial paths. The three-color hockey and the 6 styles of the Navy from the pirate world have been compiled into literature by Robin, a true scholar, providing excellent auxiliary benefits. Although the Kido and binding arts from the Soul Society have been shared, they remain largely ignored, not due to their lack of strength, but because their lengthy incantations render them impractical, long enough for adversaries to eliminate you numerous times before one can chant them, unlike the likes of Asuna, Mu Yun, and Zhu Zhuqing, who can cast spells instantaneously without recitation. The Qi and blood cultivation methods complement the shaman path perfectly. The physical prowess of that lad, Sure Hao, has now become unfathomable. Mu Yun suspects he may have reached the level of an ancestor shaman, just a step away from becoming a true divine demon. The sword path, under the influence of Li Hani, has grown increasingly formidable. Mu Yun believes that even with the physicality of himself and Sure Hao, she could still cleave through them. Another adept swordsman is Kenpachi Zaraki. Since learning of Li Hani's sword mastery, he seldom ventures out to slay the demon race, instead dedicating his days to dueling her. Two pure swordsmen, they advance rapidly in their mutual battles, inspiring a new wave of sword fanatics. The puppet path of the Mokranju has gained popularity as well. One can operate puppets from a safe distance, ensuring safety. As for the origins of the puppets, one need only inquire about the strongest in Xianyuan puppetry, Ajin, and Orochimaru. Ajin specializes in crafting weapons, while Orochimaru excels in biological modification, showcasing a variety of beasts and eerie creatures in a shop that can induce nightmares. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong ventured there once, suffering 3 consecutive nights of frightful dreams, after which they avoided the place entirely. Furthermore, Orochimaru is indeed a genius. Despite the innate limitations of chakra in this realm, he ingeniously adapted the fireball technique to utilize spiritual energy, amplifying its power several hundredfold. Through dissection of demon races for experimental research, he has now mastered numerous supernatural abilities of these beings. One day, Mu Yun summoned Li Hani, Sure Hao, Zhu Zhuyun, Ning Rongrong, Robin, Hisoka, Rimuru, and Orochimaru, essentially the strongest combatants in Xianyuan City at present. The Swearin, Yichao, and Zi clans do not count, despite their cultivation nearing semi-saint levels. Their combat prowess is remarkably lacking, likely unable to contend even with the average Douluo golden immortal of the demon race. Oh, my dear prodigal brother. Have you finally deigned to rise from your recliner today? What brings us together today? Zhu Xing has a habit of teasing Mu Yun from time to time, and Mu Yun has long since grown accustomed to it. As a person as lazy as I am, sacrificing my precious leisure time to summon you all must surely indicate something of great importance. Mu Yun's playful expression suddenly shifted to one of seriousness, prompting those around him to adopt a more solemn demeanor. The cataclysm of the Lich had reached its climax, and the grand showdown among the Liches was about to commence. Must our human race also partake in this conflict? Zhu Zhuqing inquired eagerly. Mu Yun shot her a disgruntled glance and retorted, Are you simply indulging in idle chatter? The outcome of this Lich calamity is already quite evident. Both sides are blinded by rage, and it is destined to culminate in mutual destruction. To involve oneself at this juncture is tantamount to preparing for their funeral, is it not? What do you imply? Zhu Xing inquired, a hint of despondency in her voice. Of course, we must go, and we shall do so in advance to make the necessary arrangements. Yet, our purpose is not to engage in battle. Rather, we aim to exploit the chaos to our advantage. Mu Yun, filled with excitement, rubbed his hands together. There were numerous individuals keenly observing this impending battle, primarily with the intent of reaping benefits amidst the chaos. Presently, the majority of treasures within the vast wilderness were predominantly concentrated within the clans of the Witch and the Lich. Should both sides engage in mutual destruction, those treasures would become unclaimed possessions. Whoever seizes them first would claim them as their own. Our objective is to seize the opportunity and accumulate wealth discreetly. Additionally, the flesh and blood of the ancestral witches and demon saints represent invaluable materials that must not be overlooked. Lihani suddenly chuckled softly, remarking, "Why is it that you have summoned everyone, yet have overlooked Sword 8? Naturally, if that sword-crazed individual were to be brought along, he would undoubtedly plunge into the fray, specifically seeking out formidable opponents, which would certainly derail our carefully laid plans. In that case, we might end up with nothing and find ourselves entangled in a mess." Mu Yun shook his head, expressing his deep understanding of Jian Ba's eccentric personality, which was far too erratic, leaving no inclination to take him along. "Very well. In the coming days, you all should prepare diligently. We shall embark in 3 days. Our destination is Buzhou Mountain." Chapter 91. The Heist at Yangmei in the Primordial Wilderness. Beyond the Northwest Sea lies the remote corner of the vast desolation, where an incongruous mountain stands, known as Buzhou. Buzhou Mountain is perpetually cold, blanketed in snow throughout the year. Despite its harsh conditions, it is imbued with rich spiritual energy, making it an ideal locale for cultivation. Mu Yun squinted slightly, golden light flickering in his eyes as he noticed that numerous caves had been excavated on Mount Buzhou, with many beings cultivating within. Contemplating the grim fate that awaited these individuals, he could only sigh. They were indeed unfortunate souls, choosing such a perilous place for their training. Oblivious to the unfolding events of the primordial world, they mistakenly believed that secluding themselves in Mount Buzhou would afford them safety. This time, they were destined to learn the harsh lesson that calamity can strike unexpectedly, even within one's sanctuary. Suddenly, Mu Yun's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, he ascended above the clouds. There, he beheld a towering tree standing resolutely against the storm, emanating a terrifying aura. This presence was intricately linked to the primordial realm, yet simultaneously at odds with it, a striking contradiction. The aura felt eerily familiar. Undeterred by the oppressive force surrounding him, Mu Yun approached the great tree step by step. "Stop right there." A thunderous voice reverberated from all directions. A plump cat suddenly appeared on Mu Yun's shoulder, its piercing gaze fixed intently on a distant point in the void. An elder gradually emerged from the nothingness, casting a peculiar glance at the orange cat perched on Mu Yun's shoulder, an unmistakable hint of wariness in his expression. "I, a humble Taoist, greet you, fellow cultivator." Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback, then astonished. "You are Yangmei, the demon god of the Chaos Void? I thought you were dead. It is said that you fought alongside the Dao ancestor Hong Jun against the demon ancestor Luo Ho, and that you perished in that battle when Luo Ho self-destructed. Did you not die in that conflict?" The old man gently shook his head. "What I represent now is the avenue of space within the vastness of the primordial chaos. How could I truly perish? As long as the primordial chaos endures, we, transformed into the demon gods of the 3,000 avenues, shall never truly die. Unless..." Yangmei's gaze swept over the orange cat, and he chose not to elaborate further, inadvertently stepping back, creating distance. "The great battle between the witch and demon clans will transpire at Mount Buzhou. Why do you linger here, senior? Are you not afraid of being caught in the aftermath?" Mu Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. Yangmei looked up at the sky and replied calmly, "When Mount Buzhou falls, the heavens will be incomplete. Only then will this cage reveal its flaws, presenting me with the opportunity to escape and regain my freedom, a chance I have awaited for countless eons. The first opportunity was when Luo Ho self-destructed and obliterated the western meridians. He managed to escape, while I was a moment too late and was intercepted by Hong Jun, who had transformed into the Dao. That scoundrel, unable to leave the primordial chaos himself, dragged me along to share his imprisonment. What a despicable old rascal." Yangmei ground his teeth, unleashing a torrent of invective. Mu Yun blinked and, with a smile, gently corrected, "Senior, your words are mistaken. I believe it is only you who is imprisoned, while he is the warden. Raising his eyebrows, with a darkened expression, he retorted, young friend, as the saying goes. Some truths are best left unspoken. Engaging in such conversations may lead to a loss of friends. With a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Mian fixated intently on the towering tree before him. Since we are friends, there should be a mutual understanding regarding wealth. What is yours is mine, and what is mine remains mine. Do you comprehend my meaning, esteemed senior? Do people not speak of this? He mused, incredulous at the absurdity of the words spilling from his own lips, his brows furrowed in irritation, wishing he could deliver a sound thrashing to this impudent little creature before him. Yet, under the menacing glare of the orange cat, he faltered. Had his former divine body still existed, he would have faced no fear. However, now he was merely a vessel of the Tao. A single bite from this feline could spell significant trouble for him. Though he would not perish, the countless years he had devoted to his plans would be rendered futile. With a wave of his hand, he transformed the colossal tree into a diminutive version, which fluttered before Mu Yun, a look of regret etched upon its features. Here, take it. I hope you do not impede my departure from this realm. His gaze swept over to the orange cat. Meow. The cat seemed to respond in kind. Mu Yun's eyes shimmered with a golden light as he activated the golden eye of illusion, his heart filled with an inexplicable astonishment. The void's principles had indeed come into his possession. This entire scheme was, in fact, the brainchild of the orange cat, who had suggested that he could boldly demand the void's principles from Yang Mei, adopting a more assertive stance. To his surprise, it had truly succeeded. How could such a formidable demon god be so timid? Mu Yun now harbors profound doubts regarding whether the orange cat truly remains his martial soul. Ever since it devoured the Kunlun Divine Mountain, it has begun to exhibit its own consciousness, or perhaps it is more accurate to say that it is gradually awakening. Today, astonishingly, it is capable of communicating with him through thought. As the orange cat consumed the principles of the void, Mu Yun immediately sensed that he had completely mastered these ethereal doctrines. Mu Yun age, 16 cultivation level, saint level life tier, divine demon physique, 10,000 forms divine demon body. Breaking delusion golden eyes comprehension, against the heavens fortune, against the heavens understanding of laws, saint level law tier, void path. Destruction path system. Saint level Mu Yun now possesses a newfound confidence to traverse the vast wilderness with a sense of assurance. He estimates that Hongjun may not pose a significant threat. However, the several celestial saints of the heavenly Tao should not be a considerable challenge. After all, these saints wield the principles of the heavenly Tao, while he commands the profound laws of the void and destruction, making the disparity in strength quite apparent. Yet, Mu Yun recalls that each of these celestial saints possesses innate spiritual treasures, formidable weapons of mass destruction. Notably, the Panga banner held by Yuanchi Tianzuan, the four swords of extermination and the extermination array in the possession of Tongtian Jiaozhu, all possess offensive capabilities that rival the opening heaven axe, and could even obliterate the wilderness itself. For the sake of prudence, it would be wise to bide his time a little longer. Upon returning to the designated gathering point, Mian finds himself atop a lofty mountain not far from the unmoving mountain. From such heights, one can see far and wide, and proximity ensures ease in seizing treasures. Mu Yun raised his hand with a flourish, causing the entire mountain range to vanish without a trace. Truly, this was the might of a Tao-level void principle. Thus, neither the witch nor the demon clans could possibly detect the presence of his group. As for the saints, the current era of the primordial chaos was saturated with catastrophic energy, effectively obscuring all eyes and celestial insights, including even Hongjun. 3 days later, amidst the thunderous sound of war drums, the witch and demon clans made their grand entrance. The demon emperor Dijuan and the eastern emperor Tai jointly commanded a magnificent war chariot. One side of the chariot bore a depiction of the colossal Fusang divine tree, with 9 golden crows soaring majestically above it, while the opposite side illustrated the scene of myriad demons in submission. Divine patterns shimmered around the chariot, outlining the laws of heaven and earth, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. What a glorious celestial war chariot! This artifact is destined to be mine, and with the infusion of merit, it shall transform from the acquired to the innate, becoming a true innate spiritual treasure. Mu Yun wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, continuing to observe the formidable array of the demon clan. Above the demon horde, the heavens were adorned with countless stars, with Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi as the focal points, and 365 Douluo Jin Xian as the foundation. Surrounded by billions of demons like a constellation, the murderous intent was overwhelming. This was the authentic Tian Star Do formation. In Chapter 92, The Fall of the Witch and Demon, the 10 great demon saints under Di Jun each possessed innate spiritual treasures, while the other 365 Douluo Jinxian demons wielded their own fateful artifacts, creating a dazzling display of opulence. It was evident how they amassed such wealth, having plundered nearly all the resources of the primordial world, leaving them immensely affluent. In stark contrast, the witch clan was impoverished, each member destitute and empty-handed. The notion of spiritual treasures or artifacts was a distant dream. Few possessed even weapons, as the witch clan relied primarily on their physical prowess, with their fists proving more formidable than any weaponry. The 12 ancestral witches established the 12 capital heavenly gods formation, directly summoning the true form of Pangu. Mu Yun was once again brought to tears by temptation. Despite the impoverished appearance of the witch clan, their true treasure lies in their physical forms, especially that of the 12 ancestor witches, who are embodiments of Pangu's essence. Should one manage to collect and refine the essence of these 12 ancestor witches, it is conceivable that one's own life level could ascend to that of Pangu himself. It is essential to recognize that Pangu is no ordinary demigod. He faced the onslaught of 3,000 demigods and vanquished them all, ultimately possessing the strength to create the primordial world. He has likely transcended the realm of demigods. The conflict between the witch and demon clans has endured for countless ages, characterized by an unending cycle of vengeance that is utterly irreconcilable. There are no quarrels or skirmishes. Both sides plunge directly into a fervent battle. Lives are exchanged for lives, or wounds for wounds, and in moments of despair, self-detonation occurs, with some even resorting to immediate self-destruction upon engagement. This has left Mu Yun and his companions hesitant to act, for self-detonation constitutes an indiscriminate attack, rendering even the most adept concealment futile. However, the group under Mu Yun is not to be underestimated. Each member showcases their unique abilities to navigate the battlefield, continuously collecting treasures. Zhu Zhuqing, possessing mastery over the laws of speed, space, and darkness, has nearly reached the quasi-saint level. She excels in stealth, akin to a black cat deftly treading on a razor's edge, effortlessly gathering various magical artifacts. Ning Rongrong, with her command over the laws of space and earth, approaches the same quasi-saint threshold. Rather than engaging directly in battle, she had strategically prepared several days prior, ensuring that any treasures or the blood of the demon and witch clans that fell within her designated area would silently sink into the earth, ultimately ending up in her possession. Imo Renju employs a similar strategy to Ning Rongrong, controlling thousands of earth element puppets to covertly siphon off the blood seeping from the demon and witch clans underground. Rimuru, utilizing his predatory skills, silently devours several beings of the Douluo Golden Immortal realm among the demon race. The combination of war shackles and predatory abilities proves to be remarkably effective. He initially aimed to consume the 10 demon saints, but their positions within the Tian Star Do formation are crucial, and approaching them would inevitably lead to detection. Thus, they remain untouchable for now. Robin's flower fruit ability allows him to manifest a hand that retrieves anything within his line of sight. Hisoka's Void Silk possesses 4 attributes: resilience, sharpness, adhesiveness, and invisibility, making him thrive amidst the chaotic battlefield. Mu Yun's greatest concern is Hisoka being influenced by the aura of slaughter, unable to resist the urge to leap into the fray, indiscriminately slaying both witches and demons, which would undoubtedly create complications. Orochimaru's objective lies in the corpses of the demon and witch clans, dispatching countless snake avatars to stealthily amass wealth from the ground. Most perplexing to Mu Yun is Sure Hao, who has infiltrated the witch clan's ranks, brazenly pursuing the demon race, while others engage in covert thievery. He boldly steals in plain sight. Sure Hao's path is rooted in vitality, and after cultivating the witch clan's body-refining techniques, he can enlarge his form. With the activation of his witch markings and the terrifying power of his vitality, he resembles a witch, or rather, a great witch, closely approaching the essence of an ancestral witch. Lihani and Asuna remain at Mu Yun's side, one to his left and the other to his right, each with their own objectives. Lihani activates her Breaking Delusion Golden Eye, fixated on Emperor June, particularly the Slaughter Witch sword he wields. She is poised to seize the opportunity to snatch it. For the Slaughter Witch sword, once purged of its bloodthirsty aura, is the legendary Xianyuan sword, an artifact of immense power. Asuna also has her sights set on Emperor June, but her interest lies not in the Slaughter Witch sword, but rather in the He Tu and Luo Shu. treasures capable of unraveling the mysteries of the universe and the profound intricacies of formations. Mu Yun's aspirations are confined to two singular objectives: the essence of the 12 ancestor witches and the chaos bell of Dong Tai. The chaos bell, an unparalleled treasure of primordial origin, possesses the formidable power to suppress the primordial fortunes, orchestrate the celestial laws, distort the fabric of time and space, invert the duality of yin and yang, and offer invincible defense. Once summoned, it secures an invulnerable position. Mu Yun's most pressing need now lies in the acquisition of the Chaos Bell and the river diagram, for with them, he could commence the construction of a new world. It is uncertain how long this war has raged, yet it is clear that Pangu's true form lay shattered, and the great array of the heavenly stars dimmed. The demon race under Emperor Jun has suffered immense losses, with only Kunpeng, Bai Zhe, Fei Lian, and Ning Zhao remaining among the 10 great demon saints. Meanwhile, the witch race is left with merely the 12 ancestor witches. Emperor Jun cast a glance at the few surviving demon saints and sighed. "You may depart, Your Majesty. We are still able to fight." Kunpeng, Bai Zhe, Fei Lian, and Ning Zhao roared in unison. "It is futile. In our quest for the fortunes of heaven and earth, the karma we have accrued is too great. Our rise and fall are dictated by the heavenly Tao. It seeks to annihilate our demon race." Suddenly, Emperor Jun's gaze transformed into one of unparalleled clarity. "I finally comprehend. The heavens not only intend to utilize my demon race to vanquish the witch race, but also employ the witch race to eradicate my own. To the heavens, both the demon and witch races are mere obstacles that must be eliminated. Akin to the calamity of the Dragon Han era, where the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, as rulers of the world, obstructed the path of the heavenly Tao and thus faced disaster. Alas, we have all been ensnared by the calamity's influence, deceived and manipulated." The 12 ancestor witches across from him seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, their expressions grim. Yet, it was too late for words. The witch race had been decimated. Emperor Jun suddenly raised his head to the heavens, laughing maniacally, his eyes suffused with a blood-red hue, radiating utter madness. "Ha ha! The audacity of these wretches to scheme against me. I am Emperor Jun, the demon emperor, the sovereign of countless races. Today, I shall show you the consequences of plotting against me." He then cast a glance at Kunpeng. "Elia, I entrust you with this task. Take them to the palace of Niwa. We have offended too many forces over the years. Only the Saint Niwa can protect you." Turning to his brother, Dong Tai, he said, "Brother, shall we indulge in one final act of reckless abandon together?" Dong Tai grinned widely. "Very well." The two golden crows laughed heartily as they soared into the sky. Simultaneously, the earth beneath the 12 ancestor witches shattered, and they surged forward towards Mount Buzhou. Let us go. Chapter 93. The Four Great Chaos Primordial Spirits. Flames consume Kunpeng Boom. Mount Buzhou crumbled, and the river of heaven surged backward. The 12 ancestor witches and Emperor Jun, along with Dong Tai, detonated simultaneously, causing the collapsing Mount Buzhou to uphold the primordial world. The heavens fell and the earth sank, as the order of the heavenly Tao descended into chaos. Amidst this turmoil, a vast black cavity emerged between heaven and earth, from which several streaks of light shot forth from the epicenter of the explosion, piercing into the black abyss. Still attempting to flee, Mu Yun waved his hand, conjuring a black cavity before him, just large enough to accommodate the three of them. "It is our turn." Asuna and Li Hani leaped into the void without hesitation. Mu Yun moved leisurely, taking a step towards the epicenter of the explosion. The celestial cat appeared on his shoulder, its small mouth opening wide as it devoured the chaotic and violent essence of the tumultuous atmosphere in a single gulp. Mu Yun raised his hand in a gesture of grasping, and 12 orbs of essence blood surged through the air. This is indeed the primordial essence blood of the 12 ancestor witches, a manifestation that undeniably transcends the realm of demonic deities. Mu Yun was in high spirits. Having exceeded her initial goal, she had anticipated receiving merely 11 drops of the ancestral witch's primordial blood. Considering that the true form of the ancestral witch Huda had not perished, but instead opened the underworld, governing the cycle of reincarnation, and ascended to become the saintly Empress Pingxin, it now appeared that Huda had bifurcated. The essence of the witch clan transformed into a manifestation that continued to embody the ancestral witch Hutu, while the true form merged with the earthly path to become the saintly Empress Pingxin, reminiscent of Hongjuan's approach, who integrated with the heavenly path, whereas she harmonized with the earthly. As Mu Yun was about to depart, he suddenly halted, his gaze fixating as the diminutive mouth of the celestial cat opened. and 4 orbs of energy were forcibly extracted from the void. Concealed quite deeply, he squinted his eyes, activating his golden eyes of disruption. The 4 primordial chaos spirits emerged: earth, the filthy primordial soil; water, the boundless mysterious ice; fire, the great sun's golden flame; and wind, the ethereal wind of nothingness. It is said that in the era before the chaos was birthed, the great Pangu, the creator of heaven and earth, brought forth these 4 primordial spirits. After Pangu's demise, the great sun's golden flame absorbed the immeasurable merits bestowed by the Tao, thus augmenting its power and gradually devouring the other 3 spirits, ultimately transforming into 2 majestic golden crows, each bearing the supreme destiny of the 99, named Di Jun and Dong Huangtai. Now, as they self-destructed and fell, they astonishingly reverted back to the 4 primordial chaos spirits. This unexpected delight nearly overwhelmed Mu Yun with joy. The fundamental elements constituting the world, earth, water, fire, and wind, had now been gathered in their highest quality. Mu Yun surveyed the surroundings, discovering no further treasures of value. It was no surprise, for the chaotic force could dissolve all things. Only the 4 primordial chaotic spirits and the blood of Pangu remained intact, while everything else had likely returned to chaos long ago. He then reopened the black cavity, pursuing the chaotic Belanu. At this moment, high above the North Sea, 2 figures stood in confrontation. The human race? When did humans dare to present themselves before this demonic master? A colossal rock spread its wings and roared in fury, its powerful flaps stirring the sea into a tempest, causing the sky to erupt with countless water tornadoes, akin to a natural disaster. The demon race? That is surely a thing of the past. The war between the demon and witch clans has concluded. Both Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai have perished. It seems your demon court has few capable fighters left. How dare you still boast? Asuna smiled faintly, refraining from revealing her identity as an elf. Considering that the primordial world harbored no elves, it would be difficult to explain. How do you know this? Were you present at the scene? Kuenpeng's expression darkened. He had initially intended to capitalize on the chaos of the mutual destruction of the witch and demon clans, posing as a demonic master to gain some advantage. However, it seemed his scheme had unraveled before it even began. Human race, swiftly hand over the river map and Luo book, and I may spare your life. Kuenpeng commanded imperiously. He was equally frustrated. The moment the 12 ancestral witches and Emperor Jun, Dong Huangtai self-destructed, he had pursued as the river map and Luo book soared away. Yet, despite his haste, this little girl had arrived first. He had thought her merely fortunate to appear along the trajectory of the river map and Luo book. But it was now clear that she had also set off from Mount Buzhou at the same time. This meant they had both pursued the treasures simultaneously, and she had outpaced him. To lose in a contest of speed, especially to a human, was utterly unacceptable to him. With a surge of murderous intent and fury, he flapped his wings violently, causing countless water tornadoes to whip the winds, tearing the very fabric of space above the North Sea apart. Truly, he was the strongest among the demon saints beneath Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai. The laws of water and wind had reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint level, unleashing calamity-level supernatural powers. If it were anyone else, they would indeed be difficult to contend with. Alas, you have encountered me. Asuna gently waved her delicate hand, gradually calming the raging water tornadoes. How is this even possible? Kuenpeng exclaimed in disbelief. How could a mere human suppress his elemental supernatural powers? Even Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai could only shatter his laws with the true fire of the sun. To pacify them was beyond reach unless one possessed a higher level of comprehension of the laws. His own mastery of the laws of water and wind was already at the pinnacle of quasi-saint level. Beyond that lay the realm of saints. He knew all the saints of the primordial world, having once attended lectures together at the Purple Clouds Palace, and it was clear that she was not one of them. Here, I return these wind tornadoes to you. With a sly smile, Asuna summoned countless wind vortices, coalescing into an enormous tempest that spiraled upwards, lifting even the waters of the North Sea to towering heights, transforming the wind vortex into a sea vortex. The Kuenpeng, caught unawares, was swept into its grasp. How foolish to employ my own powers against me. The Kuenpeng, ensnared within the sea vortex, morphed into a colossal fish, effortlessly gliding through the swirling waters. Within this liquid domain, my strength amplifies by 30%. Oh, foolish humans, in your cleverness, you have inadvertently aided me greatly. As a token of my gratitude, I shall devour you whole. The giant Kuen flailed its massive tail, opening its gaping maw as a whirlpool materialized, drawing Asuna closer, intent on swallowing her whole. The force of its voracity was indeed formidable, yet it paled in comparison to the cat of Mumu. Asuna encircled herself with elemental laws, ultimately donning a resplendent robe of 9 colors, which effectively shielded her from the consuming force. Turning her gaze to the giant Kuan within the vortex, a subtle smile graced her exquisitely beautiful face as she flicked her fingers, sending a spark of flame into the tempest. The entire sea vortex ignited in flames. The giant Kuan writhed in agony, twisting and turning. After all, fish are inherently afraid of fire, and no matter its size, the giant Kuan was still a fish, susceptible to the threat of being charred. What manner of flame is this? How could it harm me? Is it true solar fire? No, it must be something else. Phoenix flame? What is this fire? As the Kuanping writhed in torment, it reverted back to its original form of the great bird. The flames clung to it like a parasite, refusing to extinguish even as it transformed. Rather, they shifted with its metamorphosis, now consuming the great bird. Birds are not immune to the threat of fire. Their feathers ignite with the slightest spark. Unlike the golden crow or the phoenix, it soon found itself singed and scorched. Asuna's flames were no ordinary fire. Muyun had amalgamated the essence of true solar fire extracted from 9 small golden crows, gifting her a portion. She then infused it with phoenix flames and the sea heart flame, the latter possessing 2 unique traits, the ability to ignite seawater, which not only failed to extinguish the flames, but actually enhanced their intensity, and an adhesive quality that made it impossible to escape once touched, except by extinguishing it. Moreover, it was unfortunate for the Kuanping. Had it been in its prime, its formidable demonic power could have quelled Asuna's flames. However, after the immense toll of the demonic witch war, it was now at the brink of exhaustion, its dwindling power incapable of combating the fire. Just as the tantalizing aroma of roasting flesh began to waft through the air, Asuna's expression shifted abruptly. With a flicker, she vanished from sight, reappearing 1,000 miles away. Suddenly, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, gradually extinguishing the flames engulfing the Kuanping. Esteemed friend, our demon clan has suffered greatly in the demonic witch war. The Kuanping cannot perish here. Might I implore you to show mercy and spare its life? As she gazed at the elegantly adorned lady approaching from the horizon, who suddenly appeared before her, Asuna's heart raced with alarm, particularly at the sight of the embroidered ball she held, sending shivers down her spine. Without hesitation, she nodded, acknowledging. Certainly, one should pay respect to the mother of humanity, Nuwa. The overwhelming sense of danger emanating from the figure unmistakably indicated her status as a saint. And the innate spiritual treasure, the red embroidered ball, confirmed that it was indeed the Saint Nuwa. Furthermore, I require the return of the river diagram and the Luo script. Nuwa stated calmly. Asuna furrowed her brow and replied, that may not be appropriate. There is a natural order to such matters. I acquired the river diagram and the Luo script first. Surely, as a saint, you cannot bully a junior and seize what is rightfully mine. While other spiritual treasures might be negotiable, the river diagram and the Luo script were essential for my elder brother, Fushi, in his future path to enlightenment. And I cannot afford to lose them. Nuwa pondered for a moment, then raised her hand, causing a white lotus to float gracefully into view. In that case, I shall exchange this 12th rank Pure World White Lotus with you. The Pure World White Lotus, whose whereabouts were unknown to many, surprisingly lay in the hands of Lady Nuwa. Asuna considered the offer and responded, that is acceptable, but I require a year to comprehend the river diagram and the Luo script before we proceed with the exchange. With a casual wave, Nuwa sent the 12th rank Pure World White Lotus drifting toward Asuna. Very well, after a year. I will dispatch my Xianfeng to retrieve the river diagram and the Luo script from Xianello City. With that, she swept her robe and vanished alongside the feathered creature Kuanping. Once Nuwa departed, Asuna finally released the tension that had gripped her heart. Saints were indeed formidable, especially with the innate spiritual treasures she possessed, the red embroidered ball. The map of mountains and rivers, and the cauldron of heaven and earth were far beyond her capability to contend with. Initially, she had hoped to negotiate for the cauldron of heaven and earth using the river diagram and the Luo script. But realizing that Nuwa would need the cauldron to refine the multicolored stones to mend the heavens, she understood that a trade was unlikely. It would be unwise to tempt fate. One miscalculation could lead to her demise. It was best to know when to withdraw. The 12th rank Pure World White Lotus and a year to study the river diagram and the Luo script constituted a favorable deal. Meanwhile, Lihani raised an eyebrow, scrunching her nose as she faced a blood-robed Taoist. Humph, human child, quickly surrender the witch-slaying sword, and I may spare your life, the blood-robed Taoist declared. Exuding a foul stench of blood that compelled Lihani to cover her nose and retreat, as if confronting a biochemical weapon. In an instant, the witch-slaying sword was drawn, and countless petals rained down, ensnaring the blood-robed Taoist within their embrace. In the moonlight and under the floral dawn, the most exquisite sword technique manifests. This was the way of the sword cultivator. Regardless of who stood before them, they would draw their sword at the slightest provocation, act first, speak later. The blood-robed Taoist initially dismissed the petals, questioning the necessity of such elaborate displays in a powerful technique. Extravagant and ostentatious, it was evidently impractical. However, soon enough, a look of apprehension began to manifest on his face. Those petals not only had the potential to inflict harm upon his corporeal form, but the wounds they caused proved exceedingly difficult to heal. In a sea of blood that never dried, in a river of the underworld that never ceased, even a sage would find it arduous to bring about their own demise. Thus, it became evident how formidable his self-healing capabilities were. Today, however, he found himself feeling threatened by a mere mortal. The destruction of quasi-saint level principles? When did humanity attain such power? Oh no. When did the primordial chaos give rise to a being like you? The ancestor of the underworld was filled with confusion. Lihani maintained an expression of indifference, stating that he was not yet a quasi-saint. What a pity you encountered me, the ancestor of the underworld, too soon. Otherwise, once you truly ascend to quasi-saint status, I would find it quite challenging to contend with you. With a sinister smile, the ancestor of the underworld summoned 2 flying swords. The instant these swords appeared, boundless murderous intent surged forth, obliterating the myriad petals in an instant. The 2 treasured weapons of annihilation that accompanied the ancestor of the underworld, Yuan Tu and Abi, could slay countless beings without incurring a trace of karmic retribution. In the face of such terrifying murderous intent, Lihani felt no fear. Instead, he felt exhilarated. He drew forth another sword, wielding both blades as he engaged in combat with Yuan Tu and Abi. The Tai sword, the weapon of Dong Wang Tai, was forged from the spine of the primordial deity Pangu, refined with the essence of the sun star, and could inflict indelible harm even upon the 12 ancestral witches with their demonic physiques. Among the 6 great demon swords of the primordial chaos, it even surpassed the witch-slaying sword, second only to the Nuwa Empress's Nuwa sword. It was a stroke of incredible fortune for Lihani, as he had stumbled upon it while pursuing the witch-slaying sword. The ancestor of the underworld's expression darkened. Once again,